Sports Extra.
I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special on the third day of the final Ashes Test at the Oval. We'll have all the build-up from 10:30, but first the highlights from yesterday. Well, they got there a bit early. Everyone's a bit keen and enthusiastic.
Why not?
A bit premature this morning.
It's Friday.
It is, but it's only showing 10:58 on my watch. And so umpire Damascene's got a decision to make here.
Come on.
Jerusalem's finished. That's part of it.
This is what we're talking about. If you get out early, just start the game. You're not going to get all your overs.
But Andy Zoltzman's got to have 11 o'clock written down there for the start of play. And it's only 10:58 still at the moment.
Why? Get going, for crying out loud.
They're all there ready to go, but
it's infuriating.
It's a silence.
Yeah.
As we're all waiting. Look at the clock on the pavilion. It's showing it's only 1 minute to go. And umpire Damascene, I think, is now waving, saying, I'm going to get on with this. And thank goodness for that. Yes. So we're starting a bit early.
Who cares?
But it's a good thing. And in goes Anderson then. The first ball of the second day is round the wicket, bowls, and Khawaja stands up and plays down to mid-off. And there's no run. And had he got out to that ball, Andy Zoltzman, what would you have recorded in your book?
Well, not sure, because he might have been the first player to be out before the start of play.
Exactly. I need some experience and some advice from you during the course of these 20 minutes.
What's that?
Well, I know, it's an unusual state of affairs.
Request that is.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've thought through this carefully.
I'm nervous.
It's only based on the fact that you've been through this ordeal yourself.
Oh, okay.
And you've emerged unscathed.
You're not getting divorced, are you?
No, we've been there as much. So no, we haven't got to go through that again. I don't think we are. 61 for one. In goes Anderson. Bowls outside the off stump.
That's better.
There's some bounce. There's some nip.
Yes.
That's what we talked about earlier.
Absolutely. That just kicked.
Yeah, nice over. In comes Wood again and bowls and beats Labuschagne. Oh, that's both batsmen now. They've been genuinely beaten just outside the outside edge and just missing. And another day where they've taken the edge, but not today.
Got to stay patient.
Labuschagne survives. Here comes Wood. Bowls. Labuschagne defends. Nothing off the bat and officially a maiden. But there were 4 byes in that over. So 218 is the deficit. And Labuschagne's changing his bat. He's waving. They're not sure why. He hasn't used it yet.
Hasn't it one? Yeah.
Anderson again round the wicket. Khawaja's going to get runs here. Flicking it very fine indeed. Is that off the bat? Yes, it is. First of the day. That breaks that sequence of maidens. 69 for one.
And Broad is in the attack. None for 13 his current figures. He has 2 slips in place, and Labuschagne is beaten on the outside edge yet again this morning. England have got so close to these outside edges. So far, Australia are surviving. They bowled as well as they have at any point in the series, don't you?
They have. I think maybe if you're being hypercritical, I think a touch short. Mark Wood, I think 61% of his deliveries were short without being bouncers this morning. And Harry Brook last night spoke about the need to try and target the stumps. Only 20 deliveries out of 25 overs last night were actually hitting the stumps.
Close to the crease again, and dropped his lad at leg slip. I wonder. We'll need to see that again. There's no signal from the umpire. Did that land just in front of Duckett at leg slip? End of the over, 82 for one. We'll get a replay on that in a minute. But Broad, very unfortunate not to get Labuschagne in that over. He's bowled a really good one there, varying his release point. As we see this again, it's in the air and it's bounced just in front, I think, of Duckett.
Yeah, I think the inside edge.
It has bounced, a metre in front.
I think it brushes the thigh pad, so it kind of takes off the pace of the ball.
I've got a little Marnus Labuschagne stat for you.
Oh, okay. You sound very excited about this one.
He was on 8 of 75 balls. The last time an Australian batter had fewer runs after 75 balls for Test innings in this country was 1909, according to the Crickers database. That was Charlie McCartney, who was quite renowned as an attacking player. He was on 7 off 75 at Headingley.
That's mad, isn't it? When you think of how this series has been played.
Broad's coming in there.
He's just playing with the stumps just to make sure they...
He switched the bails round. He moved the left bail to the right-hand side.
Is he allowed to do
Nothing
that?
superstitious there, is there?
Oh. Here's Wood again, bowls. And Labuschagne's edge. Brilliant catch! Brilliant catch! Wow, by Joe Root, and whatever Stuart Broad did to the bails has worked. And Labuschagne's out. What a catch that was, to his left. And Labuschagne's having a mutter there as he walks off. I don't know what Stuart Broad did to those bails. And the umpire's having a conversation. Labuschagne's dragging himself off. But this was an absolutely brilliant catch from Joe Root. I mean, was it Bairstow's? It was to his right. You generally think that a first slip doesn't have to go to his left, but he did. And he went late, and the ball went so quickly.
Well, that's
a wonderful catch.
Unbelievable catch. He didn't just go to his left, he went a long way to his left. That was definitely Bairstow's catch.
Labuschagne's not happy about this, and we need to see a replay, really, of what went on, but until we see what Stuart Broad did there to the stumps, we can't really comment on it, but it was highly unorthodox. He came down from nowhere. The bails weren't on the ground and appeared to do something to the stumps. Now, Labuschagne's not happy at all. I mean, he's making a very slow progress from the ground.
I don't know, is it to do with the light, or is it to do with... well, the players shouldn't come in and be playing with the bails anyway, but at the end of the day, it doesn't do anything.
Well, no, he hasn't jinxed it at all, but...
Or has he jinxed it? But can you jinx it? Is there such a thing?
I would have thought so, but something's in Labuschagne's mind there as he walked off. But anyway, I mean, would he have edged it had Stuart Broad not changed the bails? Of course he would.
Anderson goes in and bowls to him, and he drives. That's all right. We'll take that one. Straight drive, as good as it gets. And that's caused a few people in their seats. Well, what happened then? Oh, he did a 4. What a shot that was.
Well, it was a good shot. No?
Brilliant.
He's timed that. It was he overpitched. Anderson overpitched, searching almost a half volley, and he has hit it straight back past the stumps. Anderson couldn't get his hand or boot in the way. He timed it beautifully, and it was one of those saviour legs. Steve, no need to run.
Steve Smith's special. 2 for 100 with that stroke. Anderson bowls again, and he drives him for another 4 through mid-off. Just wide of Stokes, and it's gone up to the boundary. Yeah. And that's the risk-reward. If you get the ball up there, he might nick off. But if he can get anywhere near the pitch of the ball, even through the line of it, he'll do that. And he's hit 2 4s off 2 balls.
Yeah, well, that's at the meet as well. Just to the right of mid-off. Stokes can't stop it. So Smith, if he sees something in the right slot, he is after it. And he's hit 2 crunching deliveries, or crunching boundaries off. Full-length balls from Anderson, who's sort of searching at the end of his spell, I think. So he's gone a bit fuller, and he's actually not found the swing.
3 slips, and that leg slip wait as Wood comes in. And he prods and gets a thick edge wide of 3rd slip down to the boundary. Pretty well controlled. He just dabbed softly at it, and it ran off the outside edge past Duckett down to the boundary. That's something that he hasn't done today so far, so he moves to 42, adding just 16 runs today. And Australia, 2 for 108. It's just a bit more exciting in terms of the run rate. They've now scored 47 in the session. 3 slips, a wide leg slip now as Wood bowls, and Khawaja tucks it around the corner inside that leg slip. Goes between Bairstow and leg slip and flies down to the boundary for 4. I think it would have gone inside the leg slip had he been where he was a few minutes ago. It was finally turned.
It was, and actually I don't think it was going past either Bairstow and Harry Book at catchable height. It's a genuine leg glance, but bisected those 2 men, and another 4. So he's had a little flurry as Khawaja now behind the wicket falls off Wood.
And goes Broad and bowls. Hits him on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket. Broad likes it. Finally the finger goes up. It took a long time. But Broad was celebrating. It's one of those where he ran through, waving his arms around, in the absolute certain knowledge that this would be given out. But Khawaja's having a look. He's asked for a review of this. He was given out.
This is huge. You just get the feeling that this is huge for
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
This looked a straight ball from where we were, didn't it? Round the wicket. Lovely high seam. It just wobbles a little. Where's it going to go? It's going to...
Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have a try, please?
Right, they have a look at that. I don't think he's nipped it.
Okay. Keep it going, please. Keep it going, gap between bat and ball. Keep it going to the pads, please.
It hits the front
Thank you.
pad
No
just
bat involved.
first.
Ball tracking, please.
On the knee roll.
Right, here we go. Technology. One red,
Pitching
two
outside
reds,
off, impact
three
in line.
reds. He's
Wickets
out.
hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Kumar on field. Kumar, you can stay
Big
with your
wicket
decision.
for England.
You're on screen
Khawaja's
now.
been there for
You can
about
signal
4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Needed to get rid of him straight away after lunch, and he goes.
But isn't it strange? That is so much the pattern of this series.
Yeah.
The batsman's got in, and that is a straight ball.
Yeah.
That has done nothing.
No.
And he's missed it.
And what it has done, I mean, they haven't particularly gone anywhere, Ozzy.
No.
They've played, very nicely and sort of circumspectly before lunch, and then you get one early after lunch, they haven't gone anywhere.
He's missed that by quite a long way.
Yeah, and if all those beauties have gone whistling past the outside edge, you don't get a nick. Who'd be a batsman, really? I mean,
So Smith, can England prize him out? In comes Wokes, bowls to him, it's full, and he flicks that away between mid-on and mid-wicket, and the ball's running away well. Broad's pursuing it, but he won't stop that. Full straight ball, and the trouble with Smith, he could hit that anywhere. He could hit it either through the offside, he could hit it straight, or he could hit it through the leg side. And he's chosen on this particular occasion to flick it away through a straight mid-wicket.
it's just his setup, isn't it? His setup is just there for that delivery.
The crowd are alive. 123 for 3. Broad's on his way. Bowls and Head drives him. Can Bidon stop it? No, he can't. And he's off the mark with a nice on drive, and Wood rather dived over that. And it comes down below us to the boundary.
I can understand why you do stick it up, Travis said, because he's so good on that front foot. I mean, that off drive he played, about fourth ball that got stopped. He's had fabulous play when he's coming forward.
Yeah.
I mean, the timing, amazing. I mean, that rush past Mark Wood, he had to move a couple of yards to his right.
127 for 3. And Broad. Come on, Stewart, someone shouts. He's polishing the ball. He's looking for a replay, I think, up there. He's not going to get one. Looking for the big screen. 3 slips are waiting. And in goes Broad. Round the wicket. He's there, and he bowls ahead. He's caught behind. Caught behind for 4. And Broad does it again.
Stuart Broad. He loves the Ashes, Stuart Broad. And when if he gets on one of those little special runs, streaky runs, I can remember him doing it here a couple of years, 4 or 5 years ago now. Brilliant delivery, and we've been saying this, stop just banging it into Travis Head. That's an absolute cracker that will get anyone in the best in the world out.
It just did enough, didn't it? From round the wicket, just held, and Head was committed to it and nicked it through to the keeper.
That's a beauty.
Big hug from Ben Stokes for Stuart Broad, who's having a fantastic series.
And this is where that first session can all of a sudden come back and bite you on the backside, because they've gone absolutely nowhere. You lose a couple of quick ones to a couple of good deliveries after lunch. All of a sudden, Mish March now is coming in 150 behind.
Yeah,
they've been playing all day.
They're in trouble here. 127 for 4.
Broad goes in, bowls it, and he swings it high, straight. Where's that going?
Jesus.
Into the crowd somewhere, I think. That's a big 6. As soon as it was pitched up, Marsh said, I think I'll have a bit of this, thank you. It's time for a little bit of ice cream on my fruit salad. And the steward's trying to find the ball. He has. And he's, not a very good action for underarm bowling, that one.
Not a good
very
arm.
sloppy. But that was a big spank from Mitch Marsh.
It's a monster. That has gone a long way.
Straight back over the bowler's head and into a place where no one was sitting.
Wokes in again, and Marsh drives beautifully back past the bowler for 4, just to the onside of straight. It narrowly missed the stumps at the non-striker's end, and that's a typical Mitchell Marsh shot. Lovely shot. He remains in splendid form. Moves to 15 from 20. He's not playing snooze ball. And Australia are 146 for 4. Anderson's in once more.
He's got him! Inside edge, back on the leg stump. Anderson has got his wicket. It wasn't much of a shot from Marsh. It was barely a shot at all, actually. He just propped forward, left his bat there, and it's cannoned back onto the stumps. We saw a couple of those in England's innings. And now Jimmy Anderson's got one, and there's a look of relief across his furrowed 41-year-old brow as England take the 5th wicket, and it's a big one of Marsh. 151 for 5.
Well, there were celebrations out there, almost as if he'd taken his 700th or something like that. But it was a prod. It took the inside edge, and from there hit the leg stump hard. And Anderson was, well, he smiled. He's delighted. He's bowled really well today, actually. And now he's got his wicket, and you never know, it might lead to a little flurry. He's actually... new batsman is Alex Carey, who gets the statutory boos.
Having done nothing wrong. Well, just take a look at this replay, and I don't think Mitchell Marsh is going to want to see this. His feet go nowhere. His bat
is crooked.
It's not even. It's crooked, and it's also rather sort of wafted at the ball in the manner of a sort of 18th century French aristocrat suggested he'd like a fight with someone by waving a handkerchief at it. It was so limp and lifeless. It was.
Well, that's one description, I suppose.
It's just nothing at all. Kind of a shot, but quite unusual for Marsh. He's been very determined in his movements. He's come to get at the ball, and when he has done, he's been firm in his shot making.
And even today in this innings, I mean, he's played a couple of glorious scoring shots, but he looked solid in defence. But that's one reason why I suppose he doesn't average 42 in Test cricket. He looks $1 million, but that was a bit of an aberration.
Anderson moves in. Carey drives, pierces the gap between cover and mid-off, out to the boundary. He's off the mark with a 4. He goes to 4. Australia goes to 161 for 5, trailing by 122 at the end of the over.
Here's Root. Tossing it up, and he's skied it into the leg side. How far has it gone? Far enough.
All the way.
It's gone for 6. I got a bit underneath it. But with the field up, and they'll stay up, I'll encourage him to play that shot again. He hit it very cleanly. Good stroke, 170 for 5. So Australia trying to bear down on Higgins 283. Sort of way to go yet, though. 113 behind. Root again. Swings his arm. Moves in past umpire Darwin. Cena. That's hit to cover. He's out. What a poor shot. Tossed up by Root. Said, come on, have a go at this one. He's been hit for 6 the ball before. Tossed it up a bit higher. Carey fell for it, I'm afraid, there. And he's hit that in the air, straight to short cover. And he's out for 10, and Australia lose their 6th wicket, and England are down to the bowlers.
Yeah, Carey knew straight away. Outdone by Joe Root there. The previous one was outside off stump, and he got a good piece of it, slog sweep for 6. And that time tried to do something similar, but it was wider. Joe Root, he knows what he's trying to do. And Alex Carey fell for it.
Well, and you compare that as well to the wicket at Edgbaston, and has tossed up a bit and trying to take him on. He's trying to be positive, to be fair, but that was a bit of a 3-card trick. Hit for 6, that one tossed up and a little bit wider, and he launched himself at it. So 170 for 6. Australia are still 113 runs behind, and Michael Vaughan is here, a man who I thought until today had one of the most attractive cover drives in the English game.
Right.
Oh, it's been surpassed.
By I'm confused. Afternoon, everyone.
Henry has the evidence.
So you've batted, have you? On the machine, you've hit a ball, have you, for the first time in your career?
Wood into Stark, who pulls to this. That's in the air. Duckett's running towards it and takes the catch. Stark's gone in the leg trap. Bounced out. He got into a very awkward position. He was tucked up, and he's played a little short arm sort of flail, really. And the ball has looped up to Duckett, who's run in from the fine leg boundary. Australia have lost their 7th. They have been going nowhere today. Wood picks up another. That wasn't really much of a shot at all. And Duckett had the easiest of catches to take. And with the second new ball available in 7.5 overs at the moment, Steve Smith is playing a lone hand. Mitchell Stark goes for 7 off Wood. Australia 185 for 7.
Yeah, I think Smith will be disappointed with that. You know, while he's out in the middle, they just need someone to hang with him. Australia. Stark's just got a natural instinct to try and strike it.
Probably didn't come off the surface quite as quick as he thought. He was through the shot. Nice easy catch for Duckett.
Stokes fiddling with the field here, particularly the man out on the square leg boundary. There's a single there if Cummins wants it, but he's not putting him back and saying to Cummins, go on, you can take a single wherever you want. Although having said that, they're now putting mid-wicket a bit deeper there, so he can nudge it into the leg side and take one if he wants to, but he's flicked it very fine past Bairstow, and he's going to get 4 runs for this. And that's the problem with having a bit of a change bowler on. You are likely to get the odd bad ball thrown in there, and that was such, and it was flicked away for 4. So 193 for 7. Wokes trots in again, bowls to him, and that's tucked away into the leg side. Smith's got his eye on 2. So look at Elan come rushing in there, picks up and throws, and Bairstow's had the bails off now. Is that out? England are appealing. Smith dived for his ground. That could be a brilliant piece of fielding by the substitute.
It's going to be close.
Smith's waiting. Rushed back into his ground. Brilliant pick up and throw. 194 for 7. If this is out, that is a dramatic moment with the new ball just a couple of overs away, through, actually off the ground. And let's just look at Johnny Bairstow take this. He's just in. He's just in, but it was a brilliant piece of fielding. Good take from Bairstow. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's just have a look. We need another angle on this. Is he just in? Where's the bail? The bail's got a lift. There he goes. He's out. He's out. He's out by a frame. Well, the first angle looks as if he'd made it, but not that square on. What a brilliant piece of fielding. And Steve Smith is run out by the substitute.
And there's one man disappointed with that dismissal. Andy Zoltzman. But that's an incredible piece of fielding. They're always going for 2. He's quick, isn't he? Oh, did he break it? Was that bail up before it? Is that bail up before the balls touched it?
They're having another look at this.
So that bail's up before the ball's in the gloves.
Smith hasn't left the field yet.
See, it's up.
Has Bairstow broken it? Has Bairstow broken the stumps? Yeah, he's out of its groove, Ben.
Well, he has hit the stump before the ball's got there, but
he has definitely touched it. This is a horrible decision for the umpire to give. Really horrible. And that there's one end of the bail is up, the end nearest to Bairstow. There's no doubt he has hit the stump before he's actually hit the stump of the ball, if you like. But has he got the ball in his? Is the ball in his glove? If the ball's in his glove, then it's okay. I think a decision's coming. Here we go. What's he giving it? Key moment. Not out. Not out. Well, there's no point booing. It's not Steve Smith's fault. Oh. Well, it was a brilliant piece of fielding, and it was a remarkable piece of cricket. But that has been not overruled, because he didn't actually give it out in the first place. But you couldn't see from here, and fair play to the third umpire for absolutely going through that minutely.
But Smith here and there has punched some magnificent shots. He's had to wait for the right ball as Broad has him forward, and bang, he drives the ball for 4. That's one of them. It was up on the stumps, and he clipped it hard between the bowler and wide mid on, and it flew down to the boundary. A half century, another half century in Test cricket to Steve Smith. 7 for 206. And the Aussie fans, good afternoon to you all, enjoying that sweet stroke from Smith to bring up his half century.
Yeah, 50 from 98 balls. That was his 4th 4. It's his 70th score of 50 or more in Test cricket in just 180 innings, 32 of which he's converted into hundreds. And at the Oval, now 5 50-plus scores, including 3 centuries in 8 innings.
And Smith goes for a big one. He gets a thick top edge. Bairstow is going to get there. He's underneath it. It's a tricky one, and he takes the catch. Smith has to go. He was looking to flick that over deep backward square leg. Instead, he got an outside edge, and Bairstow ended up catching that with a sort of fly third slip.
He did well, actually.
Completely the opposite direction, and he had to take it over his shoulder. He ran as hard as his legs could carry him, and took a good catch. And his partnership is over, and Smith is out.
Well,
was partly a consequence of Stokes taking his time to bring those fielders in. There was quite a delay, and I think Smith had time to think. He thought, well, hang on a minute, I'm going to play a bit of baseball here. And he went for a big leg side hoik. Up it went. And there is quite a strong breeze, as you mentioned. So I think Bairstow, it took some catching. It would have looked bad if he dropped it. But he had to sprint back about 15 yards or so towards third. And he had to judge the fact that the breeze would have taken it a little bit more to the offside, but he got into a good position and took the catch.
Dashes in round the wicket, bowls short, and he's taking it on.
It's
and he's taking it on a long way. He's hit it for 6. It's helping it round the corner off his hip. Well, he's hit that well, and Joe Root there on the boundary. Just watch it sail over his head.
Well, it was a glorious shot. I mean, that's sort of...
The pull shot, really.
Well, a pull shot, but an effortless one. He didn't try and hit it hard, he just helped it along. I mean, that's... I just saw him just now. It's Gower-esque.
That's his first 6 in top-level cricket, either first class or white ball.
As Wood charges in again, and it's short, and he's after it, and he's pulled it away for 6. There you go, another one, 2 sixes. As I say, you may as well stick the furniture in the shed.
It's a good shot.
Of course it's a good shot. He bowls short, and this bloke can see him. He hit it beautifully, but why keep bowling them?
Well, he just gets under it, kind of goes from low to high.
Yep.
Just uses the pace. Ben Stokes is down there on the boundary, just goes over the top of him.
Now here's Wood in a little turn at the top of his mark. He's racing in towards Murphy. Murphy gets the short ball.
Gone again.
Pulls it around. It's gone into the crowd again.
Look at Pat Cummins. He's got the high 5 kind of clap going on his bat for Todd Murphy's third 6 off Mark Wood. 24 from 21. Trail by 10 now.
3 sixes and a 4. As I say, why do you keep doing it? Anderson bowls Murphy's forward. He's enjoying this ball in at middle and leg, and he squirted it away into the deep field for a single. Australia in front take the mythical first innings points, and the Aussies are up and applauding as they should, because it hasn't been the greatest batting day for Australia.
Wokes into him again. Oh, he gets struck on the pad. That looks really close. Really close. The finger goes up. Time to say this given out. They'll surely review it because they have reviews, so there's no point in not. And there's a chance it might be going over the top or it might be going down leg, but to the naked eye, that looked pretty out from we're about 100 yards away. And I'd be quite surprised if Todd Murphy doesn't have to make his way back to the pavilion. He's been a good knock, but Wokes has just got one from around the wicket on the angle. Is it straightened ever so slightly? Well, no, it might be going down leg. I wonder how big that stride is. That's all important.
Okay. Keep it going, please. Keep it going. Gap between bat and ball. Keep it going to the pads, please.
It's going to be clipping leg stump, I'd
Thank you.
say.
No bat involved. Ball tracking,
It's
please.
hit him on the crease line, so his front leg is on the crease. So
he had to stride it because his back
Kumar
leg was
waiting for ball
behind
tracking.
the crease.
Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets. Umpire's call. Thank you. I'll go back to Kumar on field. Kumar, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal out.
Australia lose their 9th wicket, 288 for 9. Todd Murphy's fine knock, a very entertaining one at that, is at an end. He's struck a few marvellous 6s, and he's got a very fine-looking technique. 34 from 39.
He roots around the wicket. He bowls. He has gone for the big one, and Stokes is underneath it. Oh, has he taken it? Brilliant catch by the England captain. One of those where he had to run over the boundary. He threw the ball into play before his foot landed outside the boundary, and he ran back in and caught it. One of those catches that, again, you have to doff your cap to and say thanks to one-day cricket for, because you would never have seen that, well, 15 years ago. Terrific catch. And back in the day, the field would simply have gone over the boundary, that would have been 6. But they practice that these days, almost routinely. I think they're going to check it on the third umpire, but it was right below us. And certainly, I think Stephen and I are both happy that that was out. 295, and that means, let's have a look.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Just listening to it.
He comes inside.
It's a brilliant catch.
Completes the catch. Thank you. I am ready with my decision for the big screen.
That's Mr. Menon who's going to press the button that ends Australia's innings on 295. Cummins did go for broke there, and he was out for a very good 36. So very useful runs added there at the end. He roots around the wicket. He bowls. He has gone for the big one, and Stokes is underneath it. Oh, has he taken it? Brilliant catch by the England captain. One of those where he had to run over the boundary. He threw the ball into play before his foot landed outside the boundary, and he ran back in and caught it. One of those catches that, again, you have to doff your cap to and say thanks to one-day cricket for.
Hello, and welcome to the third day of the fifth and final Ashes Test between England and Australia, with the game absolutely marvellously poised. We've had two innings on the first 2 days, England making 283, Australia 295 yesterday, and a very different day, a very contrasting day to the first day. And now with 3 days left in the Test match, this is perfectly set up. Can Australia force a victory that'll give Australia their first series win in England since 2001? Or will England fight back to 2-2 and wonder what might have been had it not been for the weather at Old Trafford? The teams are out there. They're all going through their paces at the moment. I've got Michael Vaughan alongside me. We'll shortly have Phil Tufnell, but as I was waking up this morning, there was a huge quantity of rain that fell all over Tooting. It's about 5 miles away from where we are now. The covers were out here at the Oval. There's a lot of water, a lot of puddles on the street. Now the covers have gone, the sun is shining, the clouds are high, but are we going to get any more of that horrible murky rain? Luckily we have Darren Bett, who's going to hopefully be able to tell me.
Yeah, good, John. We're not playing cricket in Tooting, I suppose. Well, I can tell you, Dan, it's not going to be a washout this weekend, which is good news, but it's probably not going to be completely dry. Now, there is a chance of some showers today. I don't think they're going to be heavy, and the greatest risk of them will be for the morning session. There could be one or two hanging on into the start of the afternoon, but basically the day's just going to get better and better. The west to southwesterly wind's going to pick up. It'll push the showers through quickly, but we're going to see more and more sunshine as the day goes on, and it's going to turn drier and drier. Not that warm, 22 degrees or so. Now Sunday, there's a bit of rain coming in. It's moving in a little bit quicker, so Sunday's going to turn more cloudy, and there could be a little bit of light rain or drizzle during the afternoon session. I'm a bit more worried about bad light. Floodlights, I think, will be needed, as they have been a lot during this month, and it will be breezy. If we get to Monday, it's now looking drier, quite cloudy, just the risk of the odd light shower, but again, not very warm. Top temperature 21 Celsius.
Darren, that is fantastic news, because we were very worried about Monday, thought that might be a washout. So it sounds to me like what you're saying, especially the way England play, is that we should be able to get enough play in the next 3 days to conclude this Test match.
Yeah, I would think so, Dan, yeah. Things are moving a little bit quicker, and hopefully most of the rain will be after play is scheduled to finish.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Darren. That's magnificent news.
Very polite.
Of course.
Will rain after play's finished. Morning, Dan.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Phil Tufnell is alongside me. Hello.
Hello.
Sorry for joining us. And Michael Vaughan is here. And we're going to just chew the cud a little bit over yesterday's play, because it was, what a bizarre contrast it is. We know these two teams play the game incredibly differently. You characterised it yesterday, Michael, as Bazball v snooze ball, and you asked a very salient question: which of these approaches to risk is actually the riskier? Now, I suppose you might say get a 5 sets here, because there's a 12-run lead for Australia, but they were aided, weren't they, more than a little, by the fact that England missing their frontline spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the snooze ball risk has got Australia a lead. So at the minute, the Bazball risk is 12 behind. But, you know, I was just perplexed by Australia's approach in the morning session. Yes, there was a bit of swing, but Marnus Labuschagne to score 9 off 83 deliveries. It's almost impossible to do that. You generally edge a few to third for a boundary or two, but yeah, he played in a way that I'd not seen Marnus play. I think he's battling, even though he's got 100 at Old Trafford, I think he's battling a little bit with his game of the right style and the right approach, the right tempo. England bowled very nicely. You know, that last session was intriguing, because England went to the short stuff to the likes of Todd Murphy, and he put him in the stand 3 times. That was the only time in the day where I felt England didn't get it right. I think throughout the whole of yesterday, England were magnificent with the ball until that little period towards the back end. Australia, I think they'll look at the conditions today. It looks like a nice day for batting. I mean, it is bright. There might be an odd shower, but it doesn't feel like heavy cloud like it was yesterday. And if the forecast is right going into tomorrow, where heavier cloud might arrive back, England have got the best day to bat today, and then whatever they set Australia, it won't be easy for Australia to chase it.
Phil, in that case, because we've talked about this fair bit yesterday at the close of play, and given there might be the odd shower around, how important is it that England bat the day? There's plenty of time left in the game, because those bowlers, not having Moeen Ali to help them out, must be absolutely exhausted.
Well, I don't think that England sort of think about that anymore. I think they think in respect of overs batted, really. I mean, those days of let's get through, the day and still be there at the end and perhaps do this, I think they just go out there and play each ball as they like, you know what I mean? And if they think themselves, if they're going to be batting 60 overs, 65 overs, they're going to have 300 odd. I think that's the way they go about it. You're talking about Marnus Labuschagne as well. What was Khawaja? Usman Khawaja, he batted 4.5 hours for 40, didn't he, or something? I mean, it was incredible, really, how they went about it. It's so noticeable when you're set up here, isn't it? I mean, it's such a different style.
But it's like, as the series has gone on, England are completely committed to Baz ball with the odd cherry on it, and Australia are committing to snooze ball with the odd cherry on it. It's like, we're playing our way, you're going to play your way, and let's see, at the end of the series, who comes out on top.
But it is a little bit, though, isn't it? I mean, in fairness to Australia, it's their top order that are doing that, and the plan clearly is to bat through those opening few spells because they recognise the threat that England's bowlers can produce. And then, in fairness to Mitchell Marsh, Travis Head, they are trying to get on with it a little bit quicker. But here is an astounding stat for you.
Let's have it.
Harry Brook has bowled the same number of maidens in this match as Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazlewood, Mitchell Marsh and Todd Murphy combined.
Put together.
Now I know it's a statistical anomaly, but actually it was the way they played Harry Brook. It's unimaginable, isn't it, that if the equivalent to Harry Brook is bowling at England's batters, even if it's the last 2 overs before tea, they're just going to take him down, aren't they?
I'm not sure about that, I'm not sure, because, Mike, you'd know more than anyone that it's not nice, is it? No. If you come running down the track and slog Harry Brook up in the air, it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, the Aussies at Manchester and now here, they are playing like a scared team. They do look like they've got fear. And the closer you get to doing something very, very special, let's be brutal. This is a huge moment for the Aussies. This set of Australian players all right, they've retained the urn, but they did that in 2019 where they mucked it up here. And if they do that again here, this set of Aussie players aren't going to get an opportunity to come back here and win the Ashes.
Well, don't you think they're looking like a team that's so determined to do that actually they've got in a rut?
But this is my point, is that the closer you get to doing something very special, sometimes it's the hardest part. The first part at the start of the series, winning those first 2 games, it's almost like the easy part. And since then, the last 3 games, they've been hanging on. They've been on the ropes. And, the way that they batted yesterday, particularly for the first few hours, was a team that was really scared. They were scared of actually, failing what they didn't do in 2019, and they've got a great opportunity here to do it. The one player that I think's been a standout for them, and he's really kind of puffed his chest out and played brilliant with the bat yesterday and the ball, and he did it at Edgbaston. He's the captain. Pat Cummins is back, and he will have a big say today on this kind of pitch that we know there'll be a bit of movement there. England will try and Baz ball it, and if Australia catch better. You go back to the first innings where they dropped 5 chances. There was that run-out chance that they missed. I'll be amazed if Australia give England 6 chances again in the second innings.
No, should have bowled England out for 180, really, if they held those.
Well, they had the best of conditions, didn't they, on that first day?
I wouldn't fancy being a seamer in this Baz ball side.
No.
They only had 50 overs, didn't they?
Well, 54.4 overs.
Now we did the Aussies.
And Australia got 103.1 overs.
I like putting my feet
and they got
up.
12 runs more.
I like a little snooze.
Well, this is my point about, can England try? I know they're going to go after the ball, but can they just try to give their bowlers the chance to have a day without bowling? If they could have a whole day without bowling and 2 nights off, they might need that, because let's not forget, this is the 3rd back-to-back game pretty much for Wood and for Wokes, 2 guys who hadn't played any red ball cricket for a long time. That must take its toll.
And to go back to Australia's style yesterday, it was to try and get England into that last session and they were hoping that there'd be 3 wickets down, 4 wickets down, because we saw England bowling towards the back end of yesterday's, likes of Woakes, Anderson, Broad. They were tired. So Todd Murphy was flicking it into the stand. Wood was trying his best, but he didn't have that same oomph that he'd had earlier in the day. So Australia's method was to try and wear England's bowlers down, but they obviously lost too many wickets trying to do so, and then it obviously brings a lot of criticism because of the way that they played. But that was why they were playing the way, to try and get England into that last session with tired bowlers.
But you're right. England will be feeling, well, we absolutely sort of marmalised them in that first innings and everything. Australia have got a lead.
Yes.
Where did that come from? How did that happen?
I want to talk a little bit
snuck up on them
quickly before we go to Isha. And talking to Marcus Trescothick, I want to talk about Stuart Broad's intervention yesterday.
Beautiful.
I absolutely adored this because I've been saying for a long time now, Labuschagne and Smith are guys who are in a bubble.
Absolutely.
And when they're in a bubble, they're very difficult to dislodge. Now, I know Labuschagne didn't damage England with that 9 off 83 balls, but he wasn't getting out. And they were having to ball after ball. The ball was getting older and tireder. And then Broad comes along and he flips the bails over, changes them.
He's a twitcher, isn't he? He's a twitcher.
Yeah. And Labuschagne is like, hang on, something has changed in my domain. I am not happy about this. And he smiled at the time, because I think he knew what Broad was up to, but he wasn't smiling the next ball when he was out.
Well, bit of genius from Stuart Broad.
How do you feel about it? Because our Supremo, Aggers, thinks this is scandalous. You can't be going there.
No.
You can't be messing with those bails. I take the opposite view.
Aggers thinks that Stuart Broad was out of order.
He was out of order, yeah.
Oh, no, I think that's brilliant. But I do think cricket's gone a little bit too far. When you as a batter go out there, you have to stroke the bail.
Well, it is a bit eccentric, isn't it?
Why are you stroking the bail as a batter?
But where can we go from here, you see? Because they've worked it out at the end of the 5th test. I mean, there've got to be things you can say to Smith. You put in a short leg and you say, after the ball, you say, Smith, I think you've only tapped your box 4 times there instead of 5. And then, the mind games, and no better man to do that, surely, than Broady, who so far this year has invented the away swinger after 140 years of test cricket. He's been the ultimate arbiter of what is right and wrong. He's got rid of a whole series of test matches that didn't exist, apparently.
Yeah, he voided the last one.
He's voided various series. I mean, the man's on a roll.
It's cheeky. It's cheeky.
He's got powers, hasn't he?
He's got powers,
It's the Bazball, the cult of Bazball. I mean, you've got to be a little bit careful, haven't you? Because otherwise it can get a bit carried away, can't you? But I mean, that was just so cheeky and so off the cuff. No one really sort of picked up on it. So, and it just worked like a dream, didn't it? Next ball, he schnicks off. Beautiful.
Can we have a bit of a game between ourselves? Who's going to bat at number 3 for England in the second innings?
Oh, okay.
I'm going to put my bid in early. I'm going to say Chris Woakes will come out at number 3.
Aggers would like that.
Yeah, I'm going to go Mark Wood. Why
Throwing
not?
Woody in there, are you?
Broad, yeah.
Well, Broad.
Dan, what's your bid?
Can I say who I think it ought to be? And I think only for the reason that when he's needed something to be done, he's done it himself.
The captain.
Ben Stokes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, I think back to Karachi, and they were trying to win a game impossibly in 19 overs. They did 180 odd to win in 19 overs, and rather than put poor old Ollie Pope in the firing line, he marched out himself and tried to smack it around. Now, I just think he might do it.
Well, I think that's a sensible and probably
technique-wise.
Yeah, the cricket sense says that's the right decision. But I just think with this Bazball team, they do things slightly different.
Woakes. Do you think it won't be rude? Because obviously everyone's saying, well, surely they just shift up one.
Well, Jimmy, if they were going to have to bat one over last, if they were going to have to bat 1 over last night, which was looking like the case, Jimmy Anderson was going to go and face that last over.
Quite right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Jack Leach did at Lord's when he scored his 90-odd, isn't it?
Well, I think you're right, Mike. Whatever is going to happen, it's going to be slightly left field, isn't it? Because that's the way this side works. So the cricketing sense is technically, Ben Stokes, but
Mark Wood, I like.
I bet it won't.
Now, Andy Osborne's alongside us here. We're on general maiden watch as well, because Australia have bowled an epically few number of maidens. But before we get on to that, you've got up there unfair play, the MCC laws.
Well, it covers deliberate attempt to distract the striker. It is unfair for any fielder deliberately to attempt to distract the striker while he/she is preparing to receive or receiving a delivery. So I don't know if the Stuart Broad Bales thing covers that. Where was he preparing to receive it? Was between balls? Could get the lawyers involved again. But again, as we've learnt at Lords, the laws of cricket don't matter. The spirit of cricket you can make up as it suits you.
Also, Stuart, who was talking about the spirit of the game at Lords.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
obviously, he believes Australia completely broke it. He's actually broken the spirit of the game, has he?
Well, this is what we love
You can
about the
argue
man. He's like Schrodinger's Broad. He's absolutely magnificent. He's doing both things at once.
Yes.
And we love him for it. I'm going to let you go because we're going to find out what England's batting approach is going to be. England's assistant coach, Marcus Trescothick, has been speaking with Isha Guha.
You know, I don't think you'll see too much difference with how the team go about their business when we're batting. We're always looking to be positive, put the opposition under pressure and score as many runs as we can. But, you know, it's always that balance, isn't it? That fine line in what we're trying to do. We are smart at times. It's just getting that balance right on the day.
Yeah, it felt very smart in terms of the approach up at Old Trafford. You must have been pleased with the way they went about things up there. But how do they transfer that to here now, under pressure in a situation where they have to score quickly with the weather around?
Yeah, look, I don't think we can judge too much on the weather. We have, of course, looked at it and seen what's going on, but the mantra is always about trying to put pressure back on oppositions, and if we do that really well, then we can apply pressure by scoring runs, scoring boundaries, you know, ticking over them where we need to. So that's generally the side, the way that we err on how we're going to go about it, and I think we've done it brilliantly over the course of the summer at different stages, and I think there's always that challenge when the ball's nipping around or the overhead conditions are in the bowler's favour, that you've got to try and read that situation, and we trust the players to do that. It's like we've practiced it well enough in days off or during games to get that balance right, and we're doing it pretty well.
And these conditions against this Australian bowling attack, how do you think that the rain might affect the pitch, and how much do you think spin's going to come into play today?
Well, I think over the course of yesterday, I think we saw the different stages of the game. Sometimes when the sun came in and the wind dropped, it did swing a little bit more, but then when we took the new ball last night, it seemed to be a different pitch and didn't really do a great deal. I think you'll see spin maybe into the next sort of couple of days. Again, it depends on how much rain we get and how much that affects the pitch. But over the course of a 5-day test match, I think you're always going to see spinners have an impact in the game. So, and we know it does spin here and break up a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see.
Important day for England, but also today marks Alzheimer's and Dementia Awareness. Why is that particularly significant for you?
Yeah, so I'm supporting it. My dad's in a home now with Alzheimer's, and he's been in there for a number of years, since just before COVID started. So, you know, I've seen the journey, I've seen the impact it has on people, and how it all goes about, how it all unfolds, and you see the gradual deterioration in people. So something very close for me, and something that I can sort of, you know, come and do an interview like this and talk about it, just to raise awareness so that hopefully we can make a difference. We talk about 1 in 3 people that, you know, will suffer with it in their lifetime. 900,000 people currently within the country that, you know, suffer with it at the moment. So the more that we can raise awareness and hopefully try and raise a bit of money alongside, the more that we can get new medications. Only recently there's just been a new medication that's come out that has come through to sort of make an impact into it. So hopefully we can progress that as it goes along.
Marcus, thanks very much for your time and all the best today.
Thank you.
That was Marcus Trescothick, and as Marcus mentioned, today is dedicated to the Alzheimer's Society, and we are joined in the commentary box by Kate Lee, who is the CEO.
Good morning.
Welcome to TMS. Good morning. Tell us a little bit more about what you've got planned for today.
So today is all about ensuring that we all appreciate cricket should be absolutely unforgettable. Every single moment. We've all got so many memories. I was talking earlier about going to see Yorkshire in the pouring rain and Dad forgetting the cool box, and you know, and I think about those memories. Like Marcus, my mum is sadly in a care home now at the end of her Alzheimer's journey, because for so many people, 900,000 in the UK at the moment, cricket isn't unforgettable because their memories are going. These important moments that define our lives, they're losing those moments. And they're losing them because they have a disease, Alzheimer's disease, which gives people symptoms of dementia. And, you know, we all need to know that it's not about getting old, it's about getting ill. We need to make sure we're aware of those signs and symptoms, and we need to make sure that we're there to support everybody who's going through this devastating disease.
So what can the Alzheimer's Society do to help that? As you say, 900,000 people is an awful lot.
Well, dementia is the UK's biggest killer. and I think we underplay it. I don't think we talk about it enough in the UK. I don't think we give it enough thought and attention and care as we do some other conditions. So the first thing that Alzheimer's Society does is works today with the ECB, who've been brilliant in supporting us in just getting the message out there about, if you've got concerns about your memory or a loved one, go on our website, Alzheimer's Society website, look at our symptoms checker, and think, do I need to go and see the GP and talk to them? So raising awareness is really, really important. Alzheimer's Society delivers services directly. We've got brilliant materials online. We've got our incredible dementia advisors. But probably for, the audience listening today, it's the hope we're providing for the future. Our research of 30 years ago, if you were around watching cricket and maybe donated to Alzheimer's Society then, is the reason that we've had these breakthroughs now that have led to these first disease modifying drugs that Marcus touched on just earlier. So we are working on research. We love a simple blood test you can have done to tell you whether that amyloid's forming in the brain that's going to be Alzheimer's disease at some point in the future, and we can get those new drugs that are coming through into people early. But we're way off that yet. Huge amount more work to be done.
Now, when you say it affects 900,000 people, it obviously affects 900,000 people and their families. So awareness, there must be more and more of it as we get an ageing population.
It is. People can develop Alzheimer's disease, dementia, from a very early age. We've got about 75,000 people in the UK living with dementia under the age of 65. So it's not just an old people's disease. And people, it does affect families. You're losing those memories as a collective family of going to cricket together. When you get to a stage that you're maybe not confident to take mom or dad or grandma or granddad with you to the cricket because, they might get overwhelmed, they need a quiet space, they're not sure, they may get lost. So raising awareness of dementia and what that means for people, for families, can only be a great thing.
Now, cricket itself, and I guess sport generally, if somebody who has Alzheimer's, a lot of the time you hear stories about how when they're connected to things that are familiar to them or familiar to their past, that helps bring them into a different space. We had a listener, Patrick Taylor, talking about his father, John, who was suffering from dementia, and he was at the end of his life and was listening to TMS, and that sort of brought him back into the room for a moment.
That is so true. I've seen that so many times. I'm very privileged to do this job, and I've seen that so many times, and I remember being in a care home actually with TMS on in the background, and just a guy who didn't really speak, he didn't really recognize anybody anymore, but he just said, he was just listening, and then there was, obviously the excitement, some sort of, someone caught out, and he just started nodding, and he got very excited, and he said, marvellous, 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 and then went back to not really saying anything. And that is the power of sport, those connections. Someone once said to me that they'd supported their cricket team longer than they'd known their wife, and they hoped they forgot their cricket. They hoped they'd forget their cricket last, which I thought was probably slightly rude to his wife, but she got it.
Now today, I believe there's going to be something happening with the shirts. Can you tell us a little bit about that, the players' shirts?
Yeah, we talk a lot when we talk about dementia. People know about the symptom of memory loss. Okay, so people know about that kind of starting to forget things. But one of the other big signs of dementia is actually, and it's more common really, is when people find it quite hard to process things that they always found it quite easy to process. So this might be when you kind of pick up the kettle and can't remember how to make a cup of tea, really simple things. So today the players have kindly agreed to swap their shirts round during the pre-match event, just because it's to try and give people a reminder or a feel of how you look at something that's so familiar and it doesn't make sense. So you're looking at that, you're looking at Ben Stokes' face, but his shirt doesn't say that, and you're thinking, I'm really struggling to process this, like what's going on there. So we want to give people a little mini feel of what it's like to have dementia, and the players have been incredibly good sports and agreed to join in with us on it.
Will they be doing it while they're actually playing?
Because we thought might give you commentator guys just way too hard a time.
And you actually would have done. It's taken this long for us to get the authorities to agree to put their names on the shirts in the first place. That was hard enough.
Exactly. And now I'm messing around with it already.
You are messing around. Well, all the very best of luck with today. Very, very shortly, we're going to get the Singing for the Brain Choir. They're going to perform in Jerusalem. Singing's very important. Very important therapy.
Important. So singing, music, a little bit like we think about sport, is held in a different part of the brain to that's often affected by dementia. So singing, people can often remember their favourite music way after they can't remember anything else. So that's part of today as well.
Fascinating, isn't it? Absolutely fascinating. And it's these triggers, I think, that are so important. Kate, we're going to let you go.
Thank you.
Jonathan Agnew's going to take us through the start, because the players are out there, and very shortly we are going to get the Singing for the Brain Choir performing Jerusalem.
Indeed, thank you, Dan, very much. The players are all lined up now, caps behind their backs, for a special rendition of Jerusalem, sung by the Brain Choir. Crowd standing for the moment too, many of them.
Please welcome them to the field to perform Jerusalem.
Crowd seated, and the choir seated too now, ready for this special rendition of Jerusalem before play starts here on the third day of this final test. Performance. Well done, everybody. The impact of music. I'll never forget also that email from Patrick Taylor a few years ago about his father. Just what listening to cricket on the radio did for him. Thank you, everybody, for taking part in that this morning. So the ground clears. The umpires are coming out into the middle. And just looking at who's padded up there, just do a bit of a guessing game. Well, Mark Wood's got his pads on, but surely he's not batting at number 3. I was trying to work out who it was as they were lined up there. You can see Duckett and Crawley. There's still a bit of a guessing game going on. I've heard Ben Stokes' name mentioned downstairs in the press area. Surely Joe Root might just move up one place. Mighty or mighty not. He doesn't seem to like batting. Number 3, Alistair Cook's alongside me. Go on, what are you going to do today? Who are you going to put up there at number 3? Whose shoulders are you going to wrap your arm around and say, you're going to do it for the team?
Good morning, Aggers. Good morning, everyone. Well, I think you just got confused with the shirt because that was Joe Root wearing Mark Wood's shirt. And as he was walking up the stairs, so I think Joe Root might be batting at 3.
Ah, OK.
No, I didn't see your man, Chris Wokes, with his pads on.
Well, I'm disappointed about that. This is the obvious moment when the voice of reason has his say, and it comes true. But we shall see. We're not going to know quite who is going to come out until it happens. But Moeen's got to wait 2 hours. So it might be Moeen. If these two see it through to lunch, then Moeen will be able to bat at number 3 straight after that. But what a day this is. And we've said that so many times, haven't we, in this Ashes series. It's just impossible, really, to predict what will happen. I think what we know England will try and do is to bat aggressively. I've had a note from one bowler from within the bowels of the dressing room saying that he hopes he has a day off.
Who was that from?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
I get a good guess.
But they need a break. They do. It's you know... It can't keep going, and it's not just a question of they feel a bit tired. It's the energy, it's the impact. It's actually, you know, what is the point of actually trying to bowl fast when you're actually physically tired? How long does it take? Well, a day with your feet up, a night's sleep, bang, out you go, and you're a different person than having to do it. I don't know, have another spell just after tea, and then you go again.
You've been on it all morning, haven't you? Because I rang you up this morning saying I'm back. I hope you have missed me.
Well, that's very exciting.
I got a very clear, what are you doing ringing me at this time? And that's the first thing you said to me. You said, I hope they bat all day.
Well, you're batting captains, you don't think about it.
He said, it's hard work, this bowling, they need a rest. Well, actually, on this one, I think they do. I think you're absolutely right, especially down without Moeen.
Exactly.
And it's almost, everyone say how slowly Australia bat. It's almost as that's what they're trying to do, trying to grind the 4-man attack down.
First ball of the day, and 5 Live is with us too. Good morning to you all. In comes Stark from the far end and bowls outside the off stump. It's leathered for 4 by Zach Crawley. It's Edgbaston revisited. Full and wide, and Crawley said, I like it there, and he's simply put a long leg down the pitch and swung that bat through the line, which he does so effectively, and bang, the first ball's gone for 4.
Well, it's definitely a loosener from Stark, and I know as opening batsman you're thinking, will it swing today? Will it not? Well, it was full and very wide, and it's gone head high through cover, like a tracer bullet through cover. But for those bowlers who think they might get a time off, they will get some time off. For how long?
I can see Ben Stokes with his pads on. In comes Stark, bowls, and inside edge into the pad, runs away to square leg. Duckett says yes, we'll have a run. And that's a second ball and 5 for no wicket. Yes, so Ben Stokes were captured there on the camera with his pads on, arms folded, and looking therefore as if he is going to come in next.
Yeah, he does. He normally puts his pads on very late. He's a late putter on of pads and thigh pads, so that is the clearest indication. I think Aggers, he's got that one spot on.
You made a nice 80 the other day, I saw.
It was last week though, not this week.
No, a couple of lower scores.
You did remind me though. You normally when I've been in the TMS box and then I get a low score, you very quickly.
No, I know.
So you got your pad in the way of that one, or you edged another one. And this one you let me off this week.
No, I did. I thought it's been too much. 5 for no wicket. Duckett's first ball. Stark running into the breeze-ish, bowls, and Duckett forward, plays to mid-off. Say ish because the clouds are going straight down the ground, and yet the flags are blowing right across it. So it can sometimes be different down at ground level. In a stadium like this with stands and so on, the breeze can take a little direction of its own, a sort of a microclimate.
Have we had much swing the last 2 days?
No. In fact, funnily enough, the only time we saw swing was when England finally gave up of trying to put the ball through umpire Wilson's rings, and gave up, and then the old ball starts to swing. Time and again, poor old Joel, reaching it out, putting it through, down it went. They need to limit it like county cricket, I think. In comes Stark, bowls, and Duckett's forward. It rolls up to mid-off, and it's fielded by Labuschagne.
Yeah, you only get 2 attempts, so you've got to use it tactically.
I think they should do it in Test cricket, because it was just going on all the time.
I do try and ask the umpires whether they can have a quick sneaky look at tea or lunch for us. So say if they go through or not at lunch, like a free hit.
Yeah.
They tend to ignore my request.
It's just a bit tedious when it's clearly a tactic that the fielding team is. I mean, there was a perfect example where Stuart Broad bowled a Yorker, really. The ball was jammed into the ground. He just knew straight away that was going to be an opportunity, and even then it passed through the ring. 5 for no wicket. Stark, long strides, moves in, bowls to Duckett, who punches him down the ground and beats mid-on. That's destined for the boundary as well, and it gets there. 2 boundaries in the over, both through emphatic shots. And England 9 for no wicket already. And those bowlers have been looking on thinking, oh God, really?
That was a lovely shot from Ben Duckett. Just leant on it. Used all of Stark's pace. Cummins almost dived across at mid-on to get it, but it just had enough on it. And
what do you note about the field?
Haven't got a sweeper.
They haven't got sweepers. First time, I reckon, in this series. The men are up. Both sides. In comes Stark. Bowls and Duckett hits it for 4. Punching him through mid-wicket. Here we go.
England have a lead.
It's taken 1 over. 13 for no wicket. The sun's out. It's a perfect day for batting. Listen to the crowd. This is the most animated I think they've been throughout the game so far. If you're standing outside waiting to come in, well, get yourselves in.
Just going quickly back on those balls. So we had those 2 rounds of Kookaburra rounds since I've been on last on TMS. But obviously, because we haven't had much use of the Kookaburra balls, the only spare balls I had were pretty new ones. So there it was attacked. You get to 30 overs, and we thought, so we put it, didn't go through the hoop, and you basically got a brand new ball. Both sides are doing it. It was quite entertaining.
That's very good.
Get through the new ball, and you think, I've done my job. But then suddenly you come to 30 overs, you've got a brand new ball, because there was no spares. There were no spare balls.
Took Australia 12 overs to get 13 runs off the bat at the start of yesterday's play. England have done it in 1 today. Got something on Zach Crawley hitting first balls for 4.
Well, he's facing Hazelwood now. 3 slips, a gully. Hazelwood runs in, bowls to Crawley, thumps into the pad. They amble through for a leg by. 14 for no wicket.
It's the 3rd time in this series that Zach Crawley has hit the first ball of an innings for 4. He did so at Edgbaston, the first ball of the series, in the innings at Old Trafford, and now in the second innings here at the Oval. It had only happened for an England opener hitting the first ball of an Australian bowling innings for 4 in the Ashes 3 times since 1990 to 91 series in the previous 87 Ashes tests.
Of an innings?
Yeah, the first ball of an innings for 4.
I'm having one of them. I'm having one of those at Lord's. Second innings Lord's, and I know the story. And this is because I reckon I hit Mitchell's start for 4. First ball of the second innings, and I'll tell you why I know that in a minute.
Hazelwood over the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Duckett's forward. Head over that, rolls down to mid-on. What little nick through third man or something?
Actually, I was 96. Mitchell started the first innings, and Mitchell Marsh was bowling, and the new ball was about to be taken. And I thought I better get my 100 before the second new ball. And I then played a drive, dragged it on, and didn't get 100, so I was got 96. First ball, the second innings was a new ball. Mitchell Stark obviously bowled my leg stump half volley, hit it for 4, and I was thinking, I'm an idiot. I mean, I'd played all these test matches then, and I still made a schoolboy error trying to get my 100 before the new ball.
Hazelwood in the sunshine, bowls to Duckett, who flicks him into the leg side, finds a fielder in the form of Head.
It's also, you said what was different, a no sweeper. That's 6 balls, we've got a sweeper.
It took an over to get one out there. They tended to have one there for Duckett at backward point. Crawley tended to have it both sides, but at Old Trafford they paid for that because they were picking off the runs so quickly, and in the first innings here. So I think they've had a talk about that, and it just kept the field in. But England got to 60 odd in the first innings here without breaking sweat. 15 for no wicket. In goes Hazelwood. Past umpire Wilson. He bowls, tucked away again off the thigh pad area, and finds Head at backward square leg.
And this Zoltz looks at me as if I hope I've got this right, because I've told everyone this story.
Well, you've nearly got it right.
Oh,
So the
no.
stat I was looking at was the first ball of the team's innings. In that innings, it was your first ball, but Adam Lyth had faced the first 3 balls before that.
Yeah, there you go.
So the other occurrences, Strauss at Perth in 2006, Truscothick at Edgbaston. That day England got over 400 in 2005. And Gooch here at the Oval in the second innings of 1993.
15 for no wicket. Hazelwood carrying his shadow with him, runs up and bowls to Duckett, thick outside edge there, calls Crawley through for a single. They'll make it as well. Labuschagne hurls the ball at the stumps. It's backed up by Cummins, who's got his collar of his shirt up, polishing the ball hard. Goes and has a chat with Hazelwood, and Crawley in conversation with Duckett as well. But what a positive start this is. 16 for no wicket, and there's still 2 balls to go in the second over of the morning. The Oval full. It's the best day so far, weather-wise. Certainly lots of blue sky, a broken cloud. Saturday, view from the boundary. Looking forward to that. In goes Hazelwood again. Bowls, driven straight down the ground, putting pressure on Cummins, but he gets there this time, fields. In fact, our view from the boundary today is a special one, in that I think he's been the unluckiest probably we've ever had in terms of weather. I think this is his 3rd go, isn't it? I think he's been washed out, well, his 4th go. Washed out 3 times. It's quite unfortunate, isn't it?
It is unlucky. You don't reveal it now, do you?
Oh no, I'd like to keep people tantalised for a little while. Oh yes. In goes Hazelwood, bowls, and that's pushed away by Crawley down to mid-off, fielded by Labuschagne, and there is no run. So here we are, Test Match Special. We're on 5 Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave, ABC, and also this morning on 5 Live. We're everywhere, bringing you this coverage of the 3rd day here at the Oval in front of well, it's a near full house at the moment. It'll be chocker within half an hour or so, I'd imagine, when everybody's in. We've got our usual fancy dress suspects. We've got a few Bob the Builders over there, I can see, with their helmets on. Others as well. Saturday, it's always traditionally been a fancy dress day. I don't know if that's still quite as strong as it has been. As looking around, it's a bit of a distance. I see quite a few have come as Australian supporters there, down to our left, which is a good effort. Well done, all those England fans down there who have dressed up in those Australian shirts. They're all our Aussies, of course. Good morning to you. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine down there. Lots of waves coming back. 16 for no wicket. Most of them are in my hotel. You can't, we get it at work all day. Get Glenn McGrath and Jim all day. Go to the hotel, lift opens, Australians everywhere. In comes Stark. Left arm over the wicket, bowls, tucked away by Duckett for 4. Stark's going round the park.
He's close to Todd Murphy, a square leg, who's about 6 or 7 yards behind square. He just flicked it. It was quite full, but it was uppish. How close? No. It was quite a long way behind him, behind square on that line, but God, the timing. Timing, both of these players this morning.
20 for no wicket. We've had 13 balls. And what's Stark going to bowl now? Thinned out a bit in the slips. The deep point has appeared. Stark comes in, bowls to Duckett, very full. Appeals leg before wicket. Given not out. It's a full blast there from Stark. Carey's coming up. He gets halfway up for a conversation. Cummins seems quite keen coming in from mid-on. It did look quite full. But Duckett was playing that towards the leg side. I think it would have to have swung a bit, I think, for this to be considered out, or the thing might have nicked it. Well, anyway, they've timed it out.
Well, Labuschagne at mid-off was very quickly suggesting that he jammed it. Obviously, we can only see the back of it from this end. So looking at the replay, it wasn't the swinger, it was the cross-seam ball. And a clear, almost was the middle of the bat, actually, wasn't it, onto his pad?
Very closed face of the bat as he played that. He's never going to get that off the middle. 20 for no wicket. Duckett over his bat again. It's 3 in that slip cordon. Waiting as Stark from the far end moves in bowls, and Duckett turns that into the leg side, takes a single. And Murphy can trot round to his left there at square leg.
Are you staying in our hotel? As in, like, the same? I've just turned up this morning. Obviously, I've been playing for Essex, Hampshire. But sometimes as you're the leader of our team, you stay in a better hotel.
Okay, no.
Just this time, are you in the same hotel as us mere mortals?
No, I'd like to walk to the ground. So I'm just with a nice, comfortable.
So you're not in the same
stroll
hotel
to
as
the
us?
ground. No.
That's answered my question.
Yeah.
I need to look where we stay in Hull.
You've brought all your clothes with you and put them in the back of the commentary box. Then comes Stark, bowls, and Crawley is forward, playing up to mid-off. And that's where it's fielded by Labuschagne.
Yeah, I've only bought 2 days worth of clothes.
Oh.
I've gambled that from what I've been listening to a little bit.
I think it's no fifth day.
Well, everyone has. Well, Varney has been very strong on TMS the last couple of days. I've been listening in the sheep lorry that it is all over tomorrow no matter what.
Well, it feels like it probably is, isn't it?
If not, I'm recycling everything.
England batter day, Australia batter day. It feels that that's the way, the pace of these games at the moment. 21 for no wicket. Here comes Stark from the far end. Bowles, and Crawley again plays quite firmly but defensively this time, and Stark's able to pick it up and tosses the ball away to Labuschagne at mid-on. Did you see the business yesterday where Stuart Broad just appeared from mid-on and turned the bails around behind Labuschagne and then potted off again? I mean, I just wonder, what would you have done if you were the batsman?
I think I'd have just laughed with him. I was like, what are you doing? Like, as in just, I would have had a friendly conversation. I've seen the keepers sometimes do it, or the bowlers do it, on the way back to their marks. So I've seen Dave Masters just change the bails round, but on their stumps. I've never seen it quite so obvious as that.
Here's Stark bowling again outside the off stump, and it's sliced it away over slip. Flashing hard, it's gone for another boundary, and England are 25 for no wicket. And he just launched himself at that one, really, and a thick edge overslipped down to third man. So the lead is 13. I can honestly say I've never seen it, and I've certainly never seen it as obviously as Broad. And I just wonder what the batsman would think. Hang on a minute, think what the umpires think. It's the umpires' equipment, isn't it? It's not the bowlers.
I've never seen it in the middle of an over quite so, obvious, as you say, obvious. I've seen a bowler do it, and I've seen a keeper do it just for a bit of fun, but nothing he almost stopped the game, didn't he?
He did.
I mean, I wasn't. So all day yesterday I was working on the farm, so I got in late last night. I had to watch all the clips through on the website, just so I caught up with it. And actually, they've had to fast forward, didn't they? They fast forwarded Stuart Broad running in, slowing down, just to get it all in. But extraordinary.
It was extraordinary.
And will he do it? The question is, how early will he do it in Marnus's innings in the second? Because he will do it again.
And what's Labuschagne going to do when he first comes out? I mean, it was a bizarre little side play there. And to get him out the very next ball. Hazelwood moves in, bowls to Duckett, tucks it off his pads out to square leg. And Head is the fielder there. 25 for no wicket.
13 runs conceded by Mitchell Stark in his first over. The joint most an Australian bowler has conceded in the first over of an innings against England. Tied with Ernie McCormack at the MCG in February 1937, also conceded 13. That was an 8-ball over.
Wow. So it's the most expensive 6-ball opening over bowled in the Ashes. In goes Hazelwood. Bowls, and it's tucked away for 4. Out through square leg, another one for Duckett. Just flying all over the place.
A gift from Hazelwood, which you don't see live. What's strange is I faced this bowling attack, and you say they just don't miss very often. And Hazelwood in particular is the kind of that metronomic opening bowler where you think, I've just got to get through his first spell, put some miles into his legs. But the way these two have come out and played in this series, you can see the pressure straight back on them. Back on. So Hazelwood's running in now, really thinking about what's going to happen.
Here he goes, bowls, and Duckett steers it into the offside. The man is back. So they did a lot of this at Old Trafford. Once the men are back, it's pushing it and running. And that's what they didn't do at Edgbaston. They kept forcing and made mistakes and got out. But at Old Trafford, they got this absolutely right. The men back and then just take the 1s, 2s there on that big field.
But while I was saying that, I was just running out thinking about bowling. You'll know more that. That's his stop ball. That's a Hazelwood ball, which he would expect to go for dot. It's one of his better balls. It's not like a magic ball, but it's like trying to build pressure on the batsman. And certainly if he'd have bowled that to me, I'd have maybe left it, maybe back with defence, and he's in. But to duck it with that man out, there.
Yeah.
He's running out thinking, God, that even my best ball's going for 1, and then you overcompensate, search something different. He gets clipped for 4, and that is the effect of this confrontation nature of being on the front foot as an opening partnership.
Absolutely right. Hazelwood again runs in, bowls down the leg side, goes line wrong. And so we said at Old Trafford, the complication is also that you've got Duckett, who's a foot shorter than Crawley, left-handed, right-handed. I mean, from a bowling perspective, you're desperate to stop the bowling and just changing ends every ball. And that's demonstrated that delivery.
Well, the same length you bowl at Duckett goes square. The length you bowl at Crawley comes straight back at you. So that's the difference. But the one thing the Australians have known in these 4 games, and certainly in this game, they will give you a chance, though.
Both back now, offside and leg. Hazelwood, shoulders rocking, bowls, finds a thick edge, and that's fielded by Marsh in the normal Cameron Green position there at a fine gully.
It's the second most expensive opening over of innings in Ashes history, counting 6 ball overs. Darren Gough for England at Edgbaston went for 18.
Did he?
In the first over of Australia's first innings of that game. So starts the most expensive for Australia of 6 ball overs.
Gosh, who was he bowling at then? Who took
That would have been, I think, Slater. I'll get
Or Elliott? Was that Matthew Elliott?
No, he played in 97, not 2001.
30 for no wicket. Hazelwood runs away now, right arm over the wicket is there, and he bowls to Crawley, who feels a bit outside the off stump, but just moved away a tad and safely missed the outside edge anyway, and was collected by wicketkeeper Carey. So we've had 20 minutes, and what a 20 minutes. It's 30 for no wicket. So England lead by 18. Time that I moved on from here and bring in Jim.
And so often the way in this series, when Stark has gone round the park early on after a couple of overs, there's been a bowling change, and Pat Cummins is coming on from the pavilion end. There's a bit of a shuffle in as Jim comes in. He's busy watching Australia versus the All Blacks.
Australia leads 7-5 after 15 minutes.
Perfect.
A penalty try to a try.
I'm sorry if you've recorded it and want to watch it later.
No, I'm going to try and watch it at the same time because I hope there's enough space between 4s in this innings to be able to see it. My goodness, what a withering start. Not surprising from England. 13 off the first over. Come on, Starkers, get your act together. Well, it's Pat Cummins. There you go. Around the wicket he comes in and he bowls a tight delivery on the stumps. You just can't bowl on the stumps to these fellas, though. They work your way. How are you, Alistair?
I'm very well, thank you, Jim. Very well.
That's good.
Well, they've gone on 5-4. So they've got 4 on the leg side. They've got they've got 2 square legs. One just in front of square, one just behind square. A couple of shots from Duckett today had been aerial, more behind square. So they're trying to reinforce that area.
Well, it's probably better to stick to more of the off stump and outside than where a few of these deliveries have gone. But around the wicket, Cummins bowls it, and again it's tucked away on the onside, through square leg, and it's dashing out to the boundary. Well played by Duckett, but why are you bowling there? I don't get it. Sorry, number 34. Is it fatigue? Is it the Baz ball bullying, putting Australia off their line?
Well, they're desperate not to give Ben Duckett any width. You know, he thrives on, as we've spoken so much in this series, about not leaving a ball any width. He hits through the offside, through square the offside. So Cummins coming round the wicket, it's 5-4 to bowl to avoid the width. But this wicket, I mean, I've just turned up this way. It looks
belter.
A very good wicket.
Sun shining. Cummins bowls. Duckett gets one and nudges it. A bit of bounce around the off stump and send it down behind point. And Travis Head dashes in to pick up. But this is an exciting start for England on a very sunny morning here at the Oval after some early rain. None for 35 in the 5th over.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Jim. I think Cummins and Duckett has been out in this series. The ball going across him, nicking off for the gully, 3rd slip, or even the keeper just by fending at the ball. And I think got to trust, Pat Cummins. Trust yourself. Bowl enough balls in that right area that you will get Duckett going that way. But I think Duckett will be quite happy with him coming around the wicket because the margin of error is almost non-existent. Especially as the pitch looks so good that you can score through the leg side.
So Crawley just scratches out a fresh guard with Cummins into the attack down at the pavilion end. 2 slips in the gully. And away goes Cummins. Crawley goes forward off the pad. It squirts out on the onside, and they run off for what should be a leg by. Yes. Umpire Dharma Asena standing down at that end. So they keep it ticking along one way or the other. A boundary here, a single there, a leg by, none for 36. The very exciting start. How are you, Andy? Have you been overwhelmed by all the notches you've had to make on your score sheet?
It does challenge the statistician, this ballistic approach. Just further on, Mitchell Starc, 22 off his first 2 overs. In the entire history of Ashes cricket, opening bowlers in the first 2 overs at the start of an innings. I'll come to it off this.
Another record. Here comes Cummins around the wicket to Duckett. He's forward and he squirts it away on the cut shot. This time just angled his stroke as Cummins got a bit of bounce around the 4th stump, and he played a very good shot. This is a man in touch on a very good surface. None for 40.
It's just that back of the length bowling. He's bowled a good length ball and one day run down to third man. It's great batting. There is very, very little margin of error for Pat Cummins with this field. With this field, he has to bowl very straight. I think he's got to come across and go across Duckett and move one of those square legs over to the offside.
It's a strange field. Cummins runs in again, and he's driven straight to extra cover this time, and Labuschagne stops it. Oh, a dot ball. Relief. None for 40. Andy, what's happening?
To complete that stat, Duckett now 28 off 19 balls. So Mitchell Starc's first 2 overs went for 22 in the entire history of Ashes cricket. Only once as an opening bowler in the first 2 overs so his first 2 overs of an innings, opening the bowling, gone for more runs than Starc's 22. That was Fred Freer for Australia at the SCG in December 1946. Went for 23, but again they were 8-ball overs. So 23 off 16 balls. That was his only test as well.
Only test, that's right. Fred Freer, there's a name you'll remember. Now, if you're out and about today, remember you can take the Ashes with you on BBC Sounds, as well as live commentary. You can hear our podcasts like Ashes Daily and Tailenders with Greg James and Jimmy Anderson. Now, Hazelwood continues here at the Vauxhall end. He comes up to Crawley. Crawley's walking and he's playing quietly in the end. There wasn't the length he was looking for, and he sent it down towards mid-on. So Crawley, as in the first innings, is the junior player here. He's 9. Duckett's 28. It's 40 starting the 6th over. We don't need T20 and 50 over cricket, do we? This is better. Blokes in white with a red ball on a green sward. Just batting. They're just batting. And they're knocking it here and there. Maybe blocking a few. Hazelwood bowls, and he's driving and goes straight down to Labuschagne, who's back a tad at mid-off, and he stops it. But Crawley looks in fairly good nick, you'd have to say.
He doesn't often look out of nick, does he? Because he always plays such good-looking shots.
Even when he's nicking it.
Well, even when he's nicking it, he'd have played a couple of shots before which you make you stand up and just go, how's he hit that? The one way about the way they're playing here, the positivity of it, the third innings, which can be so crucial to balance, how do we play in the third innings, it takes it out of the batsman's mind.
Hazelwood worked away this time by Crawley into a gap on the onside, just a single. None for 41, so Duckett is back on strike. Did you get a chance while you were playing county cricket to watch any of his innings?
Yeah, no, we watched definitely.
He had a bit of rain, didn't he?
Yeah, we had a bit of rain, and I didn't watch every ball, but I do remember. I think I must have been out at a certain stage and just watching some of it. I think it was against Kent, but yes, it was. If England had won, I know you should never judge an innings by the result, but I think if England had won that game, that innings would have jumped a lot of places into.
It would have become Crawley's match.
Yeah,
it would have.
But it was a brilliant innings, and full credit for Stokes, McCullum to continue back him, and the reason they backed him was that only he could play an innings like that.
He was stunning. He went through a couple of red lights up to 50, but after that...
You're allowed to, aren't you, as an opening batsman?
Well, you know all about it. Two slips in the gully around the wicket. Hazelwood short. He tries to whack it away, but he doesn't get hold of it. It bounced above his head, which, well, it isn't all that hard. He's only a shorty, and he went after it down the leg side. But it would have been a top edgy shot the way he went at that, I think, although he was trying to hit it squat it down behind square. We've got a fine leg, a backward square, a man near the umpire at square, and a mid-on. So there's a tactic going here. Two slips in the gully and a deep backward point and an extra cover. So 5-4 field. Around the wicket, Hazelwood goes in. Duckett is defending. He had to. He was aimed at the stumps and he did a little jerky prod away to the onside. This is going to be a very tough day, you would think, for the Australian bowlers if England catch a light like a wildfire.
You're in the change room now. Can this partnership last just a bit longer?
Well, Joe Root's probably in next, and he's hoping it gives him a nice little base.
Yeah, we've got Stokes. Stokes did have his pads on.
Oh, did he?
Did he? And on the balcony.
So it could be pinch hitter time. Here comes Hazelwood pitching up, hits the pad going down the leg side. I wonder if he's got that in mind. It depends when the first wicket falls as to who comes in next. Done for 41.
Could be irrelevant, couldn't it?
6 overs.
Because Mo, with these two, could bat a session, and then Mo can just saunter out of 3.
Like that Cook and Strauss at Lords, I remember that.
Just play ideal cricket, Mo, and he has a bat and doesn't have to field. Right, I've got to go.
Okay.
I think Tuffers is in.
Tuffers. 11:30 the time. And let me just have a look over here at my little tally to see, yes, it's still 7-5 to the Wallabies at the MCG with 80,000 people in. Just giving you an update as we go. A big night down there with the credibility of the Wallabies on the line after 2 losses, and they're playing the All Blacks, the mighty All Blacks, and they haven't beaten them for a while. Now Pat Cummins over the wicket. Crawley goes back and whips it away on the onside down towards fine leg. It's cut off inside the boundary by Hazelwood as they come back for 2. He had to move fast to his right and slide and stop, as Tufnell always used to when he was down there. None for 43.
Steady.
You're in good form, eh?
Steady. Very good form, Jim. Very good form. Morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Well, what a start. Bit of pongo. We used to call it pongo.
Pongo, yes.
Yeah, bit of pongo knocking about here at the Oval. It's going everywhere, isn't it? I mean, Mitchell Starc does have the ability to spray it about a bit. You've still got to put them away at 90-odd mile an hour.
Cummins once again, and Crawley is forward, pushing out into the covers. Dot ball.
I was just listening to yourself and Alistair there. It looks like it's flattened out a bit, doesn't it? It looks like that sun's just taken that little bit of zip out of the pitch. So England have got to be mindful. You know, they've got to be looking to not just crash and wallop. Well, they're going to, sorry, but, you know, you can't get all out again for 280. You want to be looking to get, you know, scores over 300 here, I reckon.
Well, they get over 300 easily if they play with just a bit of calculation, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps.
A bit more. Cummins runs in. Crawley's driving, and he's driving superbly towards mid-off. There's a sliding stop, but not a save by Labuschagne. They'll get a second on the ricochet from his hands as he had to move very fast to his right to stop that going for 4. He managed to do that, but he didn't collect it, and they got 2 runs.
Yeah, well, they've got the right man in the right place there, because he's a fabulous fielder. He's a live wire, isn't he, Marnus Labuschagne? And did well there, otherwise another one was rocketing to the boundary.
He did hit it in the air past the left hand of Cummins, but he hit it very hard. And Cummins didn't get a finger on it. He runs in again. Crawley's forward defending down towards mid-on where Starc is fielding. And the score is 45 in the 7th over.
The Wallabies not doing so great then, are they?
No, they're leading.
Oh yeah, but you said their reputation's on the line.
Oh, my word.
Is it?
It's a huge game for them, the coach, the nation.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
It's at the MCG, which is not a traditional rugby ground, but they have played a few games, and there are more than 80,000 people there watching. Oof. So it's a big night.
Yeah.
Yeah. As Cummins runs in again, Crawley's beaten. That was more like it. That hit the spot and just bounced, moved a tad, and Crawley held his shape. He didn't chase it.
It's been a poor start for Eddie Jones.
Well, they lost to South Africa and then Argentina in the last minute. Yes. You remember Eddie with the English team here and doing all sorts of wonderful things until it started to lose its momentum.
Well, it happens to the best of us. Momentum. England have got it here this morning. Took 3 balls to get the lead.
Yes, 13 off the first over. Cummins is in and Crawley is forward, and he's a bit loose on the front foot there. And Cummins thought he may have wobbled the ball in the air, but he didn't. He hit it in front of Khawaja to end the 7th over at none for 45.
It's been a bit tough for Pat, hasn't he? You know,
Postman Pat.
Well, he's having to come on and sort of save innings now with the ball, isn't he? You know, he thinks his big quick mates are going to sort it out, get a couple of quick ones early on, and within 3 or 4 overs he's warming up and having to get going again. He bowled beautifully in the first innings here. He just got that little bit of bounce outside that off stump. That over just went past Crawley's sort of shoulder of the bat. There is still a touch in this pitch. Andy, sorry mate.
Ben Duckett hit 6 4s in the first 5 overs, and in matches where ball-by-ball data is available, which is most of them, there's only one other instance of a player hitting 6 boundaries against Australia within the first 5 overs of an innings, and that was the great South African Barry Richards in February 1970 at Johannesburg. The only other 2 England openers to do it, Trescothick against Sri Lanka in December 2003, and Graham Gooch on this ground against South Africa 1994.
Here we go, around the wicket, it's Hazelwood, and he cramps him up. He chops the ball down onto the ground. We've had a bit of a chopping into the stumps or down to fine leg on the French cut. And if you... I see. I'm just having a quick look at that. I'm wondering what on earth I'm going to be reading. But I'll just read. Jim Maxwell and Phil Tufnell on Test Match Special on BBC Sounds, 5 Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave, ABC, and also this morning on 5 Live. And Steve Crossman here with us at the Oval presenting today, and he'll have news of all today's sports action after 12. Ooh. Hazelwood goes in, pitches up, driven, down to mid-off. It's collected out there by Cummins, and it's still none for 45. You've got to take a breath watching this because it's pulsating, thrilling cricket, and it's good cricket. It's not wham bam, thank you, man, like the IPL or something, or the, what do you call it, the vital blast, or the other nonsense. What's that called? Oh, the 100. That starts soon, doesn't it? Yes. Are you working on that?
Yes.
On the
100.
doing
100. Yeah, looking forward to
it. Is it?
Yeah. Looking forward
to bowl
to
5 ball overs or something. Is that what they do? Here goes Hazelwood. He's pushed away on the offside. He gets a quick single out there into the covers.
They're not called overs, Jim. They're not called overs anymore.
What are they called?
They're called sets.
Sets? Oh, right.
Yeah, just 5. It's just 100 balls. It's just balls, mate. It's just...
Well, it's... You mean it's T20? It's T20 minus 20 balls. Why don't they call it T20 minus 20 balls? For God's sake. No one else is playing the silly game. But anyway, so I'll keep quiet. I'll keep quiet because I know a lot of people like it, and there's a big audience there on free-to-air radio and TV, so yes.
Absolutely. No, looking forward to it.
I'm just revealing my prejudices. That's it.
It's
now,
good,
Hazelwood bowls short, and he clobbers that away out into the deep, and they only get a run because there's a fieldsman out there. Okay.
Starts up at Trent Bridge on Tuesday.
Okay. I'm sure you'll all be watching and listening, yes.
Live on BBC 2.
BBC 2, is it? Okay.
And 5 Sports Extra.
Very good. It's all cricket, I understand that.
It's all go.
It's all cricket.
It's all go. As soon as this comes to a pulsating, as you said, end, it's all going to be going on with the 100 as well. Looking forward to it.
August in the sunshine.
Yes.
Hundreds for everyone.
It's warm today.
Here we go. Hazelwood bowls, and he's pushing away for another single, just knocking it gently out there on the offside towards cover. And the score is 48, Crawley 15, and Duckett on 30 as Hazelwood gets through this over. Sorry, it's all gone very quiet here. They've stopped hitting 4s in the last minute.
Well, Australian bowlers have just... They didn't start well there, Jim, let's be fair.
Yeah.
And just starting to find that sort of length, and I think that Pat Cummins has got something to do with that as well. They just say, right, well, if you're going to do this and you're looking to come for us, we're just going to slot in, and if you hit us, and if not, it's going to be a good ball.
Hazelwood pitches up, driven smoothly, rapidly down towards mid-off, and who's out in the field? Neeser's out there.
Oh, is he? Who's off? Mitchell?
Yeah.
Mitchell Stark off.
Someone's gone off for a Tosca or whatever, and that's the end of the over. So it's none for, what is it, almost 50, 48. And we've had 7 or 8 overs?
8 overs.
It rattles along, Jim, now, doesn't it?
It's flying. 6 and over. Oh, well, they've toned it down. It was 7. Well, it was 13.
Hazelwood has managed to keep relative control during the mayhem. 4 overs for 11.
11. Oh, well done him, as Cummins is going to continue down there. Yes, he's just manoeuvring the field.
Well, you've got to stay strong as a bowler nowadays. You can't be sort of... You know what's coming, and so you just got to have your mates behind you, and they go, right, well, listen, that's a pretty good ball, and he's just whacked it for 4. Keep going, keep trying to hit the top of off stump, or just a little bit wider, and you just got to keep, not your nerve, but you know what I'm saying. You just
two slips and 2 gullies as Cummins around the wicket draws him forward with a cramped push away on the offside. I think he's got a better line going here.
Yeah.
You've got to be at the off stump, not near his pads.
No.
And they've changed the emphasis in the field with a wideish mid-on, deep backward, square, fine leg, 2 slips, 2 gullies, that mid-off and a deep backward point.
Yeah, I like the 2 gullies perhaps to duck it, because he does have he likes cutting, doesn't he? He likes deflecting through that area. He's got 2 men there for the catch.
He's got a good eye, this fella. He punches them away either side of the wicket as Cummins runs to him, and he drives and misses. That's it. Got to get it up on that foolish length here and there and tempt him to play a shot, because he doesn't like going more than a ball without contacting.
He likes to feel that bat on ball.
Likes to feel it.
Yeah.
Yep.
He does, and if you can dry him up a little bit outside the off stump, that's when he perhaps goes for a little fish and a little search outside there, and that's where you more often than not going to get him. But when he's in form or on a flat pitch, sun out, good place to bat the oval in these conditions.
It's pretty sunny this morning as we watch Cummins try again, and he's cramped on the front foot defending. Another very accurate probing delivery from the experienced Pat Cummins, who's done a remarkable job to sustain himself over the last 7 weeks.
Yeah, he's got to wear some clothes, hasn't he? Your mate's clothes or something that are a bit bright.
There is a little game going on within the game, yes.
Yes, but you're right. I mean, let alone the physicality of it all steaming in. It's the mental, you're captaining, your decisions, you've got press interviews, all of this. You'll be glad for a rest.
He bounds up again. It's short, and it's swatted away down to fine leg for 4. Maybe a bit top edgy, but it was going very safely between the keeper and fine leg down to the boundary. He's not going to miss the invitation, and the 50 comes up for England. A rapid 50, none for 52, and Duckett has made 34 of those.
Yeah, the high bouncer, always difficult to keep control of. This time, top edgy, but just went straight over Carey's head. No fielder there, but perhaps got away with that one, Ben Duckett, but he's in that kind of mood.
Yes, well, Stark's not down there. It's Travis Head.
Yeah.
Remember the one at Lord's that was taken by the fieldsman down there.
Yeah.
When he tried to play that sort of shot with the bat up. He bowls now, and he beats the outside edge with a good one. Hit the pitch, bounced, went past the edge, and thudded into Carey's gloves. But no joy. It beat the outside edge.
Yeah, great delivery. There's that area that he hit so nicely. Just back of a full length bounce, just left Ben Duckett as well. That's what you've got to do, I think, against this sort of England side and the way they go about it. You've just got to keep ploughing away on that line and length. Odd one does a bit. A good ball's still a good ball, isn't it?
Duckett goes for a a brief perambulation in between deliveries as Cummins bowls to him. He's forward and he's slightly on the splice, pushing that back down the pitch. So it's a bit of this and a bit of that, and that over from Cummins, but Duckett's moved along nicely to 38. It's none for 52. Ishikawa is ready to go, and I can tell you that the All Blacks lead Australia 10-7.
Oh dear.
That 50 opening stand came up in 8.4 overs. It's England's third fastest 50 opening stand against Australia, knocking down the first innings, which took 9.5 overs, into fourth place. And it's the first time England have had two 50 opening stands against anyone in a home test since the Lord's Test of 2009 against Australia, and that's the only other occasion in Ashes cricket England have had 50 opening stands in both innings since 1993.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning to you, Tuffers.
Morning, Ish.
How are you?
I'm very well, you?
Yes, very well, thank you.
What a start.
Yeah, what a start. Well, did we expect anything less than this?
No, not really.
I don't think so. 52 for no loss after 9 overs. Run rate of 5.78. This is normal for England.
Absolutely.
In this series.
Yes, don't start getting too excited.
No,
It's just what happens.
It's just, yeah. Here comes Mitch Marsh then. Change of bowling. Zach Crawley on 15 off 23 deliveries, 2 slips and a gully in position as Crawley is on the back foot and punching 2 extra cover, no run. Deep point, 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. Nice bit of multitasking there from Jim Maxwell.
Looking at the Wallabies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Likes
I
his
think I might
rugby.
have offended him a little bit earlier.
Oh, why? What'd you say? You can't offend Jim.
I said, was it your 80th birthday yesterday?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that.
Oh, dear.
No.
Well, listen.
I meant 70. He said, was it your 70th birthday? Marsh, past the stumps. Crawley playing at the ball, but it was sort of a poke, really, playing it to extra cover, no run.
Don't worry.
Okay, thanks.
Don't worry.
I just pretend it didn't happen.
I wonder what the two boys here sitting on there. They're Andes, aren't they?
Yeah.
W.G. Grace. And who's the other fella?
That's Fred the Demon Spofforth.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Dolls that my
He had a
sister
great
made for me
record.
years ago.
I wonder what
He took 14 wickets on this ground in 1882, the game that sparked the start of the Ashes. And
Right. Wonder what they'd be thinking of Bazball.
Crawley trying to slap the ball on the offside, but under edge down into the ground and towards Alex Carey. Yeah. What would they make of it?
Well, I think they'd be enjoying it, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Not bowling to it.
No, not at all. I mean, it's just amazing. We were here yesterday, weren't we, watching Labuschagne leave and bob and weave and grinding. I think what did he get?
9 off 82 balls. The slowest innings by an Australian against England of 75 or more balls since that same 1882 test.
There you go.
The two extremes as
Yes.
Marsh bowls to Crawley, who defends back down the pitch. So this has been a quiet one from an England perspective. We're on course for a maiden result.
Yeah.
Well, that would be Australia's 33rd of the series. They need to avoid having the fewest ever maidens in an Ashes series.
Which was one test.
Which is one test long, 56 maidens in the 1880s. They need to bowl
mad,
25 maidens in this innings.
You've had a busy couple of tests, you had, didn't you? Crikey, there's been some weird and wonderful stats flying about. It really has.
Crawley bounces up and down. Now cuts past gully down to the third man boundary. There's no one down there. It's rolling along the turf, but it will get collected in front of the boundary sponge, the Toblerone, as Crawley comes back for 3. 55 for no loss then England as Crawley goes to 18. Yeah, we've had a few false statements being made this morning.
Go on.
I suggested it was Jim Maxwell's 80th yesterday. I've been called a number of different names walking into the ground today. Aisha.
Yeah, all right, yes.
Anita.
Anita?
Yeah,
Nice.
I've never had that one before.
Anita.
I've been called Mel, Alison, Ebony and Lisa before.
Lovely.
But never Anita.
Oh, well, that's handy. Well, that's good.
Be called Tuffers ever?
No.
That's when he did the Star Maroon.
There's a first for everything.
Oh, there you go. Do you acknowledge?
Mitch Marsh into Duckett, who plays the ball down. He's looking to pull it, and then he kind of like a hammer, just knocks it down into the floor. No run at the end of the over, 55 for no loss.
And what do you do? Go, hi? Or do you go, no, excuse me? My name's...
No, I don't.
No,
I never correct.
No, it's just plough
Never
on.
correct, yeah,
Plough
just
on.
that one.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Entertain them,
That's
you
it.
know.
That's it.
An eventful morning here then at the Oval, and you can watch clips on the BBC Sport website and app, as well as Today at the Test on BBC Two and the iPlayer from 7 o'clock. So much to watch already.
Absolutely. So it's just been great cricket shots, so really, isn't it? It's not sort of like hacking across the line or...
Calculated baseball.
Oh, it's evolving, isn't it? It's evolving every innings, isn't it?
England have already scored more runs in the first 10 overs, and Australia managed in 26 overs in yesterday's morning session. They had 54 for 1. England now 55 for 0, and Australia also had 13 extras amongst that.
Good stuff.
Zach Crawley covering the stumps, bat in the air now as Cummins approaches. Crawley fends at a ball in front of him, a good length delivery, and he is the man, isn't he, Pat Cummins? He is the threat from an Australian point of view as that falls to the offside.
Well, he's the only Australia bowler, now Nathan Lyon's gone, that seems to be able to... Well, and he hasn't been able to really keep any control over it, has
Well, he's
he?
still going at 5s and over, yeah.
Absolutely.
But he
I mean,
looks threatening in terms of taking wickets.
well, he just gets that bit of bounce, doesn't he? He gets that lovely bit of bounce outside off stump. Gets that glorious length. But you've got to put 6 out of 6, otherwise you disappear.
Cummins moves in again, past the stumps. Crawley lets it go in the channel. Gorgeous day here in South London.
Lovely, isn't it?
A few clouds dotted around above us. Some wind blowing across as well.
Nice little breeze there, yeah. Nice little breeze. You can see the flags on top of the pavilion fluttering away nicely. Nice for a bit of swing bowling. No swing at all, though.
No. It's interesting, isn't it, these balls? They just behave in such different ways. England with the second new ball yesterday, they were actually getting
badly behaved.
very badly behaved. Well, they were swinging too much.
Yeah.
It was swinging too much with the second new ball as
Yeah.
Cummins bowls inside edge from Crawley down to long leg. He was late on that shot, had to get his bat down in time as he picks up 56 for no loss, England. Lead of 44 here. Oh, yes, he has. Ben Stokes.
We better explain, sorry.
Yes. Ben Stokes. We can see Ben Stokes in the dressing room. He's got his pads on.
Yes, sorry.
He's got his pads on, so he looks like the man to come in at 3.
Well, yes, Ricky Ponting this morning said, you know, we were sort of high. I said perhaps they might get Wokes in or perhaps even Wood come in and something a bit at left field, but Ricky Ponting said he's the captain. He goes 3 for me, and he's looking to be right, I think.
Cummins round the wicket to duck it, turning it out to deep backward square for 1. Just angled in a bit too much there from the Australian skipper as England take the single. 57 for no loss, lead of 45, duck it to 35.
Not a bad 3.
Decent. Well,
If he gets it.
he has batted at 3 before.
Has he?
I think did he open before in that West Indies test during COVID?
I think he opened. I'll
Didn't he get the
fast?
fastest 50?
Yeah, they were.
He got the
batting-
slowest 50 and the
Butler.
fastest 50. Oh, was that Butler?
No, Butler and Stokes walked down the stairs, and that was quite a sight,
So
wasn't
there
it? It
was
was like,
the
hold on.
third innings, wasn't it, batting to
Yeah.
set up a quick declaration.
was.
That's right. Yeah, that was exciting, wasn't it?
2 slips in a gully then for Zach Crawley. It's Cummins bowls and lovely length, but that's defended solidly to the offside. No run.
It was like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid coming walking down the steps, wasn't it?
How would you describe Bazball in a film?
I don't know.
Fast and Furious?
Well, yes, perfect.
Sharknado, surely.
Rambo.
Okay.
Maybe Sharknado 2. I don't know.
Sharknado?
Well, Ben Stokes watched The Godfather for the first time ahead of the last Test matches. Cummins comes wide of the crease. Crawley clips the ball out to deep square. Slightly fuller there from Cummins as they come through for 1 at the end of the over. 58 for no loss, lead of 46. Crawley on 20, Duckett on 35.
I think you've nailed it with Fast and Furious. Don't get any better than that.
No.
No.
Injection of NOS. That's what they have, isn't it, in the cars to speed them up a bit more. In the engine.
Really watch too many Fast and Furious, I'm afraid. Not really my cup of tea. But I'm a bit more of a rom-com kind of guy on a Sunday afternoon.
I'm going to try and persuade you, Tuffers, by the end of this test match. Go through the whole collection.
Yes.
The men's and women's Ashes have been so entertaining, and the live cricket continues this week across the BBC. The 100 begins.
Yes.
Speaking of Fast and Furious, that begins on Tuesday with every ball on BBC Radio with TV coverage starting Tuesday afternoon as Marsh is in to Crawley, who defends to the offside.
You're there Tuesday, aren't you?
Yep, women's and men's double header. Trent Rockets against the Southern Brave.
There you go. Looking forward to that.
You'll be up there too, Tuffers.
Yes, I'll be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Describing the action.
The Rockets against the Brave.
There you go. Big clash first up.
Well, the Brave made it to the final in the women's last year. The Rockets winning the men's competition. We can do our prep and our breaks, Tuffers.
Absolutely. We've got this game to get through first.
Marsh past the stumps to Crawley, who's pushing to the offside. Comes through for one. Oh, there's a slide and potential throw from Labuschagne, but he decides not to. At the non-strikers end as they come through easily. Crawley to 21, 59 for no loss, leader 47.
You've got to keep your eye on Marnus Labuschagne in the field. I can remember when I played against John T. Rhodes.
Oh.
Wow.
Now, he was a live wire in the field.
Unbelievable, but they were tricky sometimes because you always thought he was at sort of cover point. But then occasionally they just sort of like put him somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, and he'd just go, oh, no! And he'd just
appear out of nowhere.
From behind the umpire, you know, and someone would only be halfway down and just go, oh, I didn't know he was there. Crash, run out. Yeah, so you've got to keep your eyes on him.
Marsh shuffles forwards over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who carves the ball out to deep point for one. Off the front foot. 60 for no loss, England lead of 48. Yeah, it's the same with Trevor Penny.
Oh, excellent fielder.
He used to, so he came and joined us for a bit with the England women's team as our fielding coach. And, oh God, I remember those sessions. They were
tough.
Very tough. You get to the end of the day and your legs would be burning.
Yep.
And he would stay so close to the floor. He was like Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And he would stay so close to the floor, but then he'd have that incredible base to pounce.
Absolutely. Yeah. There is an art. Well, we never used to have fielding coaches. We never used to have one.
Underrated. As Crawley slaps that out to deep point, but there is protection out there. Thinking about the two, but settles for the one as the throw comes in. Lead of 50 now for England.
They also, and I think I might be right here, that there's been a sort of a change of sort of how to catch a cricket ball now. It used to be you rode it, soft hands, and sort of trying to do it. You know, imagine it was an egg, you know, and you sort of go with it and ride it. Now it's almost hard hands and go at it and catch it. They're saying, especially in sort of like gullies and things like that, and sort of cover points.
Well, I mean,
you know,
if you look,
go for it and grab it hard, you know.
As Marsh comes into Duckett, who chops down on the ball out to deep cover. They'll come back for a couple here as deep point runs around. Todd Murphy down there to throw it in.
I don't really know why I've taken it down. the fielder that I was, but you know what I mean? Perhaps I was just doing it the wrong way.
Yeah, you were giving too much with it. Maybe you needed to go a bit harder at it.
Yes, we'll actually try and get your
that doesn't
mitts
sound right to me. You're snatching at the ball.
Well, it's not snatching at it, but it's
Just
sort of
like,
having strong wrist, like those ones that burst through Aussie.
Yeah, right.
You know, instead of sort of going with that, you actually then firm up your wrists and you know, grab it.
Duckett looking to work that down the leg side, but it is too wide for him to get anything on it from Marsh.
He's a ludicrous cricketer, isn't he, Ben Stokes? That little catch at the end yesterday. It was like falling off a log.
Casual.
It looked like falling off a log. I mean, come on.
But he does practice it so much now, doesn't he? And they have to, because the Toblerone, it feels like it's getting bigger by the year. and it is. It's dangerous. It's health and safety. It's Marsh past the stumps to Duckett, who's fending at the ball in front of him. That just reared off the pitch ever so slightly there, off a length from Marsh. No run.
Why do we have a... why isn't it just a rope? Well, I mean...
Advertising.
Is it? Oh, no, okay, sorry. Yes. Okay, gotcha. slid along that rope a few times on the boundary and half
Oh,
burn.
no, yeah, that's not nice.
No, it's not. No, the old rope burn up the side of your thigh.
Yeah, I've had a few of those too.
Yeah, me too. Ouch.
But you're right, Ben Stokes just made it look so easy.
And even the catch sort of coming back in.
It was swag, wasn't it?
It was.
There's a lot of swag in that catch.
Yeah, I would have done that, sort of dropped the one coming in or something. Yeah, some player.
But you just look back to Joe Root's catch.
Oh.
And that was...
Come on.
As Cummins passed the umpire to Crawley, who's defending back down the pitch, no run.
Wrong hand as well. Left hand.
If you watch that back, it looks like he almost attracts the ball towards the palm of his hand. It's like...
A bit magical.
He's a magician. It was very much like that. Watch it back.
Yeah.
It's...
Just sort of finds it.
It's incredible.
It was a bit like the Stokes one against Aussie and Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
In the gully when it was almost past him. I mean, that is some catch. Trent Bridge.
Paul Collingwood used to take some good ones at point. Crawley edges, but in front of Gully.
Why is
and he's probing here. Probing here is Pat Cummins as he's just asking his deep point now to come up inside the circle. It's taken a while for that to happen, hasn't it?
Gave him a little round of applause there.
Don't worry, I think a lot of Australian fans would be with you there, Tuffers.
Absolutely. Well, listen, if you just let them knock it about, they'll do you all day long. You've got to go for some wickets. That's the only way to stem runs.
So he's brought that deep point fielder up. There's two slips and a gully. There's a leg slip, two men back in the deep on the leg side, mid-off and mid-on.
And the way that this England's team plays, it's not only a run-saving position, it's a catcher. It's a catch, someone to catch it.
Cummins bounds in. Crawley tucks it away out to deep square of his hip. Settle for the one as Travis Head loses his cap, rushing in. He throws it in, 65 for no loss. Crawley to 23, lead of 53. Phil Tufnell is stepping out and in comes Michael Vaughan. Good morning to you, Michael.
Yeah, afternoon, I reckon. We've just...
we have. We just ticked over midday.
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. What a start this is.
Well, they need to make a play, don't they, England? There is a bit of inclement weather coming.
Is it?
Yeah, day 4, day 5. Not today, I don't think. I think we're OK for today as Cummins is round the wicket to duck it, beats the edge through to Alex Carey, but that was such a good length.
Well, Captain Pat is the one Australian bowler today that looks like he might get the breakthrough. Just a bit of seam movement from around the wicket. Bit of bounce, movement away from Duckett. It's all about setting the tone. That first over from Mitchell Starc. Oh. Ben Duckett played a couple of nice shots. That Crawley played his usual big drive first ball, smashes it through the covers, but then Josh Hazlewood did following and just bowled some poor balls.
Duckett back and across, this time pushing at the ball. Aerial out to deep cover. He'll come through for one. He almost just put his bat there. Ben Duckett as he goes to 39, 66 for no loss.
Ben Duckett plays as if Australia are bowling at 70 miles an hour. It looks like he's got all the time in the world. I mean, they're certainly not bowling at 70. They're bowling around 85 to 88 miles an hour. I don't think he's left a ball yet, Andy, has he? Maybe that bouncer that kind of went over his head, but he did look to play it and then kind of dropped his hands at the last minute. So you could give him that one leave. He's faced 40.
It is crazy, isn't it?
I saw Graham Gooch this morning. And
oh, yeah. What does he think?
We were just saying it's amazing, isn't it, that you've got an opening batter that doesn't play the easiest shot of the lot, which is the leave. He just keeps playing at everything.
Here comes Cummins, final ball of the over. Crawley beats the edge again. That's twice in the over. As it goes through to Carey, just leaving off the surface, that pitching in line and then leaving away from him. So at the end of the over, it's 66 for no loss. Pat Cummins is bowling his heart out. He's gone for 22 from his 5 overs. Crawley on 23, Duckett on 39, lead of 54. We're going to have a drinks break here, but we'll continue commentary on BBC Sounds, 5 Sports Extra and ABC Radio in Australia. But we'll hand our 5 Live listeners to Steve Grossman next door. And for our Radio 4 long wave listeners, we'll hand you to the shipping forecast.
Oh, you could have given it a bit more unfair.
I know, that was pretty poor, wasn't it? Jim Maxwell was behind me, towering above me. Very disappointed, as I'm going to hand over now to Dan Norcross.
Yeah, drink break for both sides, but I think it's the Australians that just need a little bit of a chat. I'm just having a look to see where Pat Cummins is in the huddle. He's just having a chat to Scott Boland, actually, and Steve Smith. Maybe Boland's just giving him a message or two from the coaches in the dressing room, but England have made a flying start down.
Well, they have. I mean, we had a stat at the end of the first over, didn't we? Which was, it was the most expensive 6-ball over in Ashes cricket. The opening over of an innings was the most expensive opening over of an innings in Ashes history. 6-ball over.
For Australia, Darren Gough had an 18-run over 2001.
Slater.
Yeah.
Yeah, in actual fact, I was next door with Glenn McGrath, and I did say, this just reminds me of Michael Slater, but I didn't know about that record.
Yeah.
Where was that? Was that at Edgbaston?
Yes, that was Edgbaston.
Yeah.
Now, we've been brought a gift, and it comes with a lengthy message. It says, to Vorney and the TMS team, I heard about the TMS cake tradition from my husband. What a wonderful thing. So I've made you a summery lemon drizzle and orange cake. Ooh. Hopefully, it's a better drizzle than we had in Manchester. Nice, topical, I like that. Thank you for keeping both me and my husband entertained through your commentary. I've been fully converted to cricket. There you go. Ashes cricket is the gateway to cricket. All the best, Lily Harris from London. And now I'm going to open this box.
Yes, well, I know a bit about it. Lily is a professional chef.
Is she?
This isn't any ordinary cake.
That's
this is
no
a
ordinary
professional
cake. Oh, yes. Ingredients, cake. That's cake, colon. And then it tells us what's in it. There's orange marmalade on the top. There's edible flowers. Tuffers identified them as nasturtiums. Would that be right? And it looks absolutely sensational. It's got the marmalade dollops around the top with the nasturtiums sort of scattered very artistically. The icing is made of butter, orange, icing sugar and cream cheese, which is it's got this beautiful creamy look. There's 3 layers, and there's 3 layers of icing as well. You're going in for it?
I'm going in.
You're going in, aren't you? You cannot wait. Oh, that looks moist.
I feel I'm getting a good job here in the TMS, but I seem to be the cake tester.
You've gone in very well. It's like the Pharaoh's tester, you see.
Yeah, let's just get a bit of this coming.
And he's taking out a small size. Great for radio, this. We've got a... Oh, that looks... Right, let me just give it a little poke with the knife so I can just test its sponginess. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's very good.
That's ideal.
Yeah, Paul Hollywood would be very delighted with that.
You're having an attack of the vapours.
Very smooth.
Do you want to go in for a bit?
Yeah, let's go in.
Okay. As the first delivery after drinks, Mitchell Marsh into the left-handed Duckett. And Duckett gets thick inside edge as he comes forward to a full ball on off stump. It rolls into the onside, straight to the fielder, Travis Head. England have started, as they often do, with a bang, not a whimper. They're 66 without loss. We've only had 13 overs, so they're going at 5 and over. That's pretty de rigueur. And it's quite... I wonder what to watch.
That is
is this sensational? I'll tell you what, you're going to cover during the end of the over. You're going to talk while I get a bit of this cake. Yeah. As Marsh is in, Duckett comes forward and defends into the onside. Can't get a run. Does look good.
I always think
Lily Harris, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Mitchell Marsh is always, for me, the Australian indicator of swing. Because if it's not swinging for Mitchell Marsh, it's not swinging.
Right.
Because he is the one that generally always just gets a little bit of movement through the air. And I always feel when that happens, Stark gets thrown the ball. And he obviously will swing it back into the right-hander away from Ben Duckett, but there's no swing for Mitchell Marsh.
13 overs old, this ball. It should be doing stuff around now as this ball is defended on the front foot, full outside the off-stump. Duckett as we know, leaves nothing, and he gets no run as it goes out to Todd Murphy at short extra cover.
The data confirms what Michael was saying. This session has had the least swing for seamers of any session in this match. To put a numerical value on it, the average angle of swing is 0.5 degrees, which doesn't really mean a lot other than in context with other such figures. Yesterday during the afternoon session, England were getting 1.3 degrees, so more than twice the amount of swing that Australia have had this morning.
Marsh is in, around the wicket to Duckett, who pushes at a ball outside the off stump, but again picks out Murphy in the covers. There's no run. Well, we did mention yesterday, you tend to get a little more swing, I find, at the Oval in the afternoon, but also those clouds is different, isn't it? We were told by, I think, Darren, that it was going to be less muggy than it had been, and it was a bit more sultry yesterday. Today's just a little fresher.
And the clouds come back tomorrow.
I believe so.
Might be bowling, so...
Well, indeed, if they bat long enough today. Marsh is in, around the wicket to Duckett. Duckett gets a thick inside edge, that rolls through deep backwards square. Head runs in from the boundary to field, and they pick up a single. 67 without loss. Now, one of the issues with Moeen Ali and where he bats is dependent, because he's been off the field since that groin strain, is he can bat after 2 hours or at number 7. Is that correct? Whichever one is. So we've been wondering about who's going to be number 3. At the moment, it still can't be Moeen Ali. But if these two are not parted by lunch, then they can just revert to their previous batting order. That's the maths.
Well, Ben Stokes is ready to go now. So the captain's going to bat 3.
Is he?
Yes, unless he's just padded up just because he likes being padded up, but he's padded up in the dressing room ready to go.
He was my pick.
Yeah, and that was a sensible cricketing decision, but it's the Baz bowlers, so you're never quite sure what they're going to do.
Well, we were slightly worried it was going to be Mark Wood, weren't we, at one point? That was tough as suggesting, as Crawley clips the ball off his pads down to deep backward square leg, or deep square leg. Just goes dead square. One more to the total, 68 without loss. Crawley going on pretty sedate pace, 24 from 41. Duckett 40 from 45. The spectacular start has now settled down a bit.
Yeah, we had 40 runs in the first 5 overs, including 8 boundaries, 6 by Duckett. As I mentioned earlier on, only the second recorded instance of a player hitting 6 boundaries off the first 5 overs of an Australian bowling innings. Barry Richards did it in 1970 for South Africa. Since then, 9 overs for 28, just 1 4. And that's something that we've seen through the series. There's not been a huge difference in the rate of boundary striking. But as we've kept mentioning, the number of balls that England have scored off is way, way in excess of what Australia have managed.
Sorry for the slight delay, but Daniel just having a piece of cake.
While there's cake eating going on, just on those swing figures to compare with Australia on the first day in the first session, their seamers are getting about 25 to 30% less swing than they got in the opening session 2 days ago.
The marmalade is such a great touch. Start of a new over. Crawley on strike, and he just works this ball off his pads to deep square leg. It's Cummins again who's bowling, by the way. This is his 6th over of his spell. Is that correct, Andy? They get 1 more run, 69 without loss. Crawley to 25.
Yeah, I would think this will be his last of his first spell today. I mean, he has looked like the one bowler that might get a breakthrough or two. England, I wonder if they'll think about just seeing out Cummins is you think it'd be his last over, but it's, the Baz bowlers don't generally think like that. There's four grabbers behind the bat from Ben Duckett, 2 slips, 1 and 2, and like a 5th and 6th slip.
He's round the wicket, Cummins, to Duckett down the leg side. He can't catch up with it. He was out feathering one down the leg side in the first innings, and yes, I was thinking exactly that. Can they say to themselves, this is a moment just to survive, to hang in for 4 balls? But then to do that, I suppose you've got to change your whole mindset, because their mindset is never, can we survive? Survival is not on the agenda.
You're not allowed to use that word.
No, it's not permitted. And it's serving them well so far. Andy, what's the average first innings partnership for England in this Ashes so far? As Cummins is into Duckett, who comes forward and pushes the ball into the offside. They go through for a quick single, shy at the stumps, the non-striker's end. Misses the dive in from Duckett. He's safe, home, moves to 41, the score he got in the first innings. And England to 70 without loss, and Duckett is absolutely covered in filth. It's that dive.
It's Labuschagne put it off. just taps it down and runs. And he's a brilliant fielder. The dive saved him. It was a good dive. Well in, Ben Duckett.
I mean, Ben Duckett, bless him, does have to do about 14, 15 strides to get from one end to the other, where Mitchell Marsh and Cameron Green needed about 7. If that, actually. But he's home safely. 3 more balls in this Cummins over. We're just counting them down because I'd be surprised if Cummins bowls a 7th in this spell. Cummins into Crawley. Crawley gets a thick edge to one that's going running down towards the deep third boundary. It's been pursued by 3 fielders, and they're not going to get there. There was a thick outside edge, but it was along the ground, and a boundary for Crawley takes him to 29 and England 74 without loss.
At the start of the day's play, we were talking about Marnus Labuschagne's 9 off 83, and I was saying it's almost impossible to score 9 off 83 because you generally get a few like this when you're at the top of the order. The England fielders were kind of in. There was a few slips. You generally always get 1 or 2 that come off the outside edge and go down to that vacant third.
Was he playing too well then? Was he hitting it off the middle of the bat, but it's going nowhere?
He was leaving everything, wasn't he?
Yeah. He knew where his off stump was. Cummins into Crawley again. And Crawley defends back to the bowler. That's 5 balls of this 6th over. Cummins gone, 74 without loss.
I'm going to put that cake in the top 5.
I am. I think the icing is absolutely extraordinary.
Bit of cream cheese in there.
Yeah. But it's subtle though, isn't it?
It is. It's just it's delightful. You can taste the lemon and the orange.
Do you want to try a bit, Andy?
Come on, Andy.
I'm at work, mate.
Does this work? England on the win predictors at 65%, Australia 25%. The draw is 10% at the moment.
Here comes Cummins. And Crawley gets a thick inside edge, and it works actually out towards mid-wicket. They've run 1, and Duckett wants a second. The throw's coming in, and he's home safely. Good enterprising running from Duckett. Crawley goes into the 30s. He has 31. Duckett 41. 15 overs gone. How many off that over, please, Andy? 5?
There were 8 from that over. You asked about the average.
76 without loss, I should say.
Sorry, you asked about the average England opening stand in this series. They've passed 350 runs. In 9 opening stands now, averaging 44 per dismissal. By comparison, looking at the recent Ashes series, the total runs scored by England's opening stands in the last 4 Ashes series over 5 tests: 2015 at 147, 2017-18 193, 5 tests in each of these series, 166 in 2019 and 183 in Australia 18 months ago. So this is the highest most number of runs England have added for the first wicket across an Ashes series since the 2010-11 series, when Strauss and Cook did so well. And over the series since then, England's average opening stand was just under 21, so much better.
I mean, I think that's astounding, because when we began this series, did you not feel, I certainly did, that one of the areas of weakness against Australia's powerhouse bowling attack might be that opening partnership? As Marsh starts a new over, forward comes Duckett, pushes to short extra cover, Murphy fields.
I guess one of the factors in that is that we've seen less lateral movement for seamers across this summer than in any English summer since the data began in 2006. So it's probably been quite a good summer to be opening the batting.
I think that's absolutely it. I mean, you go back to 2019 and around that period where England tried lots of different opening players, Alex Hales, Jason Roy, the ball was hooping all over the place. Very difficult to play aggressively when the ball's swinging around.
Marsh is around the wicket, and Duckett feels he has to play at a ball in the channel, and he guides it into deep backward point for a single.
Dan, we talked about number 3. I've just thought Moeen won't bat at 3 because he can't run. So he'll be down whatever the situation. If they're not down at left, just don't. He can't run, so you might as well just keep him down the bottom end, and if he can need a few runs down the bottom, and Moeen can go out there and strike it. But it is England, and they do think differently. So they might just go out now and just swing and try and hit a few 6s. If you get out, you get out. You're just never quite sure what they're going to do. But I would think that Ben will just stay at number 3, whatever happens.
Marsh is into the right-handed Crawley. 2 slips in place. He comes forward in very solid defence. Out of the offside, there's no run. So, that lateral movement we're talking about, We saw a really awful batch of balls last year. When we talk about a lateral movement, is it to do as much with the balls as anything? Because we were getting... the older Duke's balls seem to be more potent.
But it must be... yesterday the ball swung.
Yes.
So it has to be. We have had moments in the series. You go to Edgbaston that afternoon when England were bad and it got a bit gloom. They lost a couple of wickets. It started to nip around a bit.
Marsh in. Forward comes Crawley again. Defends up to mid-off. Cummins. Hazelwood, I beg your pardon, will do the fielding.
But we haven't seen anywhere near the kind of real late swing and seam movement that we saw in around 17, 18. I remember being on commentary for around that time thinking, I want to be a batter at the minute. These pitches and balls are doing all sorts. Very, very difficult to try and play and look to be aggressive when the ball's doing so much. But yesterday it definitely obviously swung a lot more than it is today, so that's just conditions.
Marsh in, firmly driven by Crawley out to deep backward point. They've run one, they'll come back for a second. His head moves round to his left to do the fielding. 79 without loss. Crawley to 33. That's reflected, isn't it, in Wokes and Anderson's figures in England in that period. They were the most dangerous bowlers. And Wokes has been dangerous in this series, Anderson's less so.
Well, you're looking at that last ball swung a little bit, it was a lot fuller. So you'd think that Mitchell Stark will get thrown the ball from the far end and try and get some movement through the air.
Last ball of the over. Marsh into Crawley. And Crawley defends again solidly on the front foot. None shall pass. 16 overs gone. England 79 without loss. They're going at almost 5 and over. Duckett 42. Crawley 33. Some more thoughts from Michael Vaughan. And then I'm going to eat some more of this extraordinary cake.
Yes.
And it will then be Jonathan Agnew. I can't recommend this highly enough.
I think you should take that cake towards the back end of the commentary box now, Dan, because it's too inviting. Yeah, the Australians, you can see the body language. They're just a bit flat. They've been a bit spooked this morning. Can't be surprised with the way that England have played, because that's been happening throughout the series. But it's so important to set the tone, isn't it? As a bowling unit, and those first 3 overs were so bad.
Yes.
Suddenly that deficit of 12, well, that had gone inside the first 6 balls. And England, with this momentum shift in the game, they're a hard team to stop. Throughout the series, generally, when a team's got on top, there's a mistake happens or a moment happens, and suddenly the opposition are back in the game, and that might just happen now. But at the minute, England are controlling the game.
Yeah, what a morning. And Duckett and Crawley, can they see it through to lunch? There's 40 minutes to go. A little bit of cloud around still. Stark will come on from that pavilion end. He's bowling to Duckett. There's still 3 people in that slip cordon as Stark comes striding in now. Bowls to Duckett, who drives into the offside. Diving save from Khawaja there at cover. Denies him a run. He looks at his bat a little ruefully. And the score remains 79 for no wickets. So England lead by 67. The crowd loving it. I think they've been the most animated, actually, of the match so far. It's a full house out there. Australia desperate for a wicket. Lots of cakes and goodies, and thank you so much for that. Mark O'Donoghue's the latest to drop the cake off. Thank you so much. It's gratefully received. Thank you. And still got the smell of David Lammy's Guyanese rum cake lurking in the back of the box as well. Cool, that was strong. In comes Stark. Bowls. Played back up the pitch at him. Fielded at mid-off. You had a go at that?
Yeah, yesterday.
It's almost liquid.
Yesterday, I had a little
powerful stuff.
Yeah, I had a little try of that, and the gin and tonic cupcakes. They were very nice.
Why do people assume that we're alcoholics and keep sending us alcohol-fueled cakes?
Because possible, we probably are.
Well, oh, hang on, we've got another ball-changing moment here. Umpire Wilson again. He's the man with the rings, and the ball successfully is passed through, and on we go again. I don't know how many times poor old umpire Wilson's been put through that procedure over the last couple of days.
I think Joel Wilson's ring this week is big. It's not.
Everything's passed through it.
Yeah, it has.
He hasn't changed it once, has he? 79 for no wicket. He's there at square leg at the moment, and Stark has that ball in his hand again. Here he comes, left arm over, bowls to Duckett, who drives up to wide mid-off. It's fielded by Labuschagne. And there's no run. View from the boundary. Looking forward to this today. So our most rained off and cancelled view from the boundary. He's going to make it today. I know he's going to be here today. It's going to be all right.
Actor. Nice.
And I was thinking, I was obviously doing my research on this yesterday, and I saw that he'd been in one of my favourite comedies. 79 for no wicket. In comes Stark and bowls, driven straight down the ground, but Labuschagne can field that. I was once compared to Alan Partridge.
Only once?
Well, yeah. I think it was in a flattering manner, but I'm not entirely sure. It was by the Scotsman newspaper, so it probably wasn't flattering. But anyway, so I thought, this fella's been in Alan Partridge, but I couldn't remember the episode. So I scoured through and had a look, and then it's one of the great episodes that our guest today starred in. In comes Stark, bowls. Oh, beats Duckett there, groping outside the off stump. But he's a massively travelled cricket fan. Nagpur to see Alistair Cook's debut. The India tour that Tuffers was on, that was a disaster.
The one that was on the television where they did a documentary about it.
He was there for that.
That's a great doc.
93.
Yeah,
that was.
Dermot Reeves' mum ended up scoring.
Yeah, she scored for us as well. Shambles of a tour that was.
England played 4 seamers and I think India played 4 spinners.
In Calcutta, yeah. It went wrong. Yeah, went very wrong. It's Stark. Oh, it goes through Duckett again. They're appealing for a catch, actually. Duckett doesn't want to go anywhere. England, well, hang on. Cummins is running in from mid-on. Stark is not, I don't think, entirely sure. Carey's interested.
They'll go for this. They need a wicket.
Yeah, they do.
Gamble.
Cummins has come across from mid-on saying, come on, what are you doing? Yeah, they're going to have a look at this. Duckett is leaning on his bat there with his hand on his hip. The lead is 67. There's a drive outside the off-stump. And he's having a conversation with Crawley. It certainly wasn't a confident one.
Do you think his bottom of the bat hit the ground?
Could have been something like that, because
noise.
I felt that they had to be sort of persuaded into this. Let's have a look.
Ooh.
Hang on a minute. That's not too far from the outside edge, I don't think.
And his bat didn't touch the ground.
No. We need to have another look at this with our snicker. We're not hearing. Oh, here we go. Umpire Menon had a busy day yesterday. He's called for ultra edge.
Keep it going, please. Keep it going.
There's a spike.
Okay, come back.
There's a spike.
Freeze it here. There's a clear spike when the ball is next to the bat. Thank you. I'll go back to Kumar on field. Kumar, you need to change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal out.
Yeah, he gave it out. Funny enough, the umpire didn't seem to hear it. And I don't think Mitchell Stark heard that very clearly either. So a little faint one. It's enough, though. And there was the giveaway spike, and England lose their first wicket. Duckett got away to a terrific start. Just driving at one that moved away a little there. Slightly close face of the bat. Carey heard it. Carey was up. And it was Carey, I think, that persuaded Cummins to review that.
Well, Pat Cummins from mid-on was up as well. You know, he was celebrating, and obviously the finger stayed down. So a good review for Australia. Swing. That's the first ball that we've really seen swing from Mitchell Stark. Ben Stokes, the captain, is coming out at number 3. Good move, sensible move. You know, we're all discussing who else Wokes.
This was the big moment.
Could have been the moment you've been waiting for.
After years.
Well, I think this is the right decision.
Yeah, it is.
You know, he's the best technician, really, that can play that role.
Crowd excited to see him too. Ben Stokes coming out at number 3, which he's done before. He was actually promoted to number 3 permanently, we were told, in Sri Lanka. In the test match at Kandy or thereabouts. And we were told, well, that's it. This is Ben Stokes' future at number 3. We thought about it, and I thought, well, you know, he's he's technically a very fine player. So it could work, but what about everything else that goes with it? How many did he score in that game? It was the Pallakele, wasn't it, near Candy?
Yeah, he made 19. That was his only innings before that experiment was...
difficult pitch. Josh Butler played well on it, I seem to recall.
And then, well, in the second innings, Jack Leach went in as opener as night watchman. And so Keaton Jennings, who'd opened in the first innings, was 3, and Stokes was back down to 5.
Right.
And I think Bairstow came in at 3, didn't he, later in the series?
He did. They had different number 3s for the 3 test matches. And Bairstow scored 100 at Colombo.
This is interesting because Tom Murphy's been brought on to replace Mitchell Marsh. The ball's swinging. The first time we've seen it swing, I thought they might have gone back to Josh Hazlewood just for a little burst, but they're going for the off spinner.
79 for 1, so the lead is 67. And Cummins sets the field. There are 3 men on the leg side boundary, with Crawley on strike on 33. It's over his bat. There's a short leg fieldsman and a slip. And this is on the off stump, defended and played back to the young spin bowler again. There's also a deep third man, sort of a reverse sweep territory out there in the deep. 79 for 1 in the 18th over of the innings. England lead by 67. And this is played into the leg side for a single, and that brings Stokes down on strike for the first time today. 80 for 1. Lead 68. This is only the 3rd day of the game, of course. A little bit of rain around Sunday, Monday afternoons. We might even get a shower here shortly. Just a brief one. But, certainly Monday, which did look to be an absolute write-off a couple of days ago. Let's look a bit better now. 80 for 1. Lead 68. And Stokes looks around the field. There's a backward short leg. There's a slip. And then he goes, bowls. Oh, that's not far away from that leg slip fielder, actually. He just popped up. A catchable height. Went very quickly to his right. Stokes is off the mark. First ball. And it's 81 for 1. Short leg goes to the other side for Crawley.
Little arm ball that darted in. He bowls quite quickly, Todd Murphy.
He does.
Don't give it too much flight. He kind of just fires it in, just trying to get into his spell.
So 3 out on the leg side. Murphy, little towel poking out of his trousers, bowls, and that's swept. And then Crawley's beaten them all. Swept it dead square. And there's a man at long leg. There's one more at mid-wicket. And Crawley absolutely picked the gap there.
That's a brilliant shot. Really is. Safe shot as well. He gets that pad outside the line of off stump.
Rolls the wrist too. You can see that there.
Such a tall chap,
yeah,
isn't he? He can get quite a long way down.
A great reach. 85 for 1. The lead 73. Crawley to 38. And the next one's Fuller. So he clips it down the ground to long on for a single.
Yeah, I don't think this is quite the right move by Cummins, with the ball just starting to move around. The clouds are around. It's the first time really that we look to our right and there's quite a few clouds coming over the oval.
Stokes over his bat, waits, and he shoulders arms. So that we can expect a patient start, I think, from Stokes. That's the way he generally begins his innings. I'm not tempted to play any shot at that. So back to our view from the boundary then. He's been so many things, but it was one of my favourite Partridge episodes, I must say, featuring Dan. If you're a Partridge fan, you'll know precisely what episode I mean. Dan, who didn't quite turn out to be everything that Alan hoped. So, yeah, funny roles, serious roles, television, theatrical roles, but certainly loves his cricket. And I mentioned a proper cricket tourist too. So India that year, the Tuffers year, Nagpur to see Cookie's debut. He's seen the Ashes, Darren Goff's hat-trick at Sydney, is there for that. Into Gaul in Sri Lanka watching cricket. So lots and lots of cricket chat coming up with someone who not least has played Dan in Alan Partridge. So 86 for 1. You'll know who I mean. In comes Stark from the far end. Bowles turned away into the onside. Khawaja picks up and take a single. 87 for 1. You're a Partridge fan, Glenn? I suppose it's reached Queensland yet?
Yeah, g'day Eggers. G'day everyone. Don't know. I do reside in Queensland, but I remember.
A little bit behind there with the telly, aren't you? A little bit behind there with what comes your way.
Well,
when was Partridge? Mid 80s?
You guys watch Neighbours and Home and Away over here, don't you? So I don't know.
Oh, we love Neighbours. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I have seen it a long time ago.
Yeah. On tour somewhere.
Yeah, no, we don't have television in Queensland.
So 87 for 1. And we've got Stark with the pavilion behind him. Striding out now, past the umpire. He's bowling to Stokes, who turns him away into the leg side. Runs the first one as quickly as he can, essentially on one leg. And they just take one in the end. Had that been Duckett, possibly might have taken a second, but Stokes taking it easy on that injured knee.
Duckett's final figures 42 from 55 balls, with 6 of them within those first 5 overs of the innings, and the partnership was 79 in exactly 17 overs, the last of which was Australia's first maiden of the innings. So they're on 33 for the series now. So they're needing another 24 to avoid the all-time fewest maidens in an Ashes record.
A bit of venom in that voice there, Andy. But yeah, good to see Australia fighting back. Yeah, it's a very flat pitch. You know, the clouds coming in, so might start doing a little bit more. But yeah, they haven't been on their game this morning.
Yeah, Stark bowls, Crawley on the back foot, plays that cleanly out to point. It'll chase there for Murphy again, in from point. They take a single, 89 for 1, and the cloud is coming in, actually. You mentioned possibility of a shower.
You thought the shower was 42 minutes ago away, and that was, what, 39 minutes ago?
As you know, I've put my rain radars slightly on hold after Manchester, but I did get one alert saying that it was, coming on. Possibly, just only a light shower, nothing serious. It would be ironic if our most washed out view from the boundary of all time actually had an early lunch. Because of the rain, wouldn't it? Possible. It's only a very small shower, but it might hit round about then. Stark moves in, bowls, and Stokes works him away. A little aerially, but out to Murphy again, being kept busy on that square leg boundary. And Stokes moves on to 3. 90 for 1. They lead 78.
Now they've ticked the scoreboard along, but you always see a couple of wickets can turn things around very quickly. I don't think the Australians started very well today. They bowled both sides of the wicket and gave away too many runs in those first 6-7 overs. They've had to fight back now. Picked up that wicket of Duckett. They needed a wicket. They'd dearly love to take another 1 or 2 before lunch.
Definitely. 25 minutes to go until the break. 90 for 1. Crawley on strike. There's still 3 in the slip cord. Here's Stark, moves in, bowls to him, short, a little short arm jab there from Crawley. Sends the ball out to Travis Head, fielding out at deep square leg. It's another one picked up. 91 for 1, and England are doing what they did at Old Trafford, really. And in the first innings here, once the field back, they're quite happy to busily pick up those singles, rotating the strike virtually every ball.
And especially with right-hand, left-hand combination, it's not a fast bowler's favourite thing. No. Just having to change the line, change the length. Haven't quite got it right this morning.
Acres of spacing, isn't there?
That there is.
Now, Stark was on his way, and Stokes has asked him to go and try again, and just swishing away a wasp or something by the look of it there with his bat. It was definitely some sort of flying object, an insect of some sort there that was hovering over the pitch, so in a kindly way. Wasn't a full fly swatting sort of motion, but just a shooing with the bat. Stokes has cleared the pitch. Now he's ready again for Stark. Left arm over the wicket, moves in, bowls to him. It's a thick edge. Wasn't aiming for that at all. Rolls away to backward point. He was looking to play that straighter down the ground. Picks up 1 run, 92 for 1, 19 overs bowled. And England's lead is 80.
Yeah, they're going along nicely, aren't they? Maybe they need... maybe Pat Cummins needs to go in and just change the bails.
Wow.
It worked yesterday for Stuart Broad, or did it? Or is it just...
Do you think this is going to be the new thing? do you think that whenever a batsman gets set, someone's going to walk in and turn the bails round?
I think the umpires will put an end to that very quickly, but yeah, probably had no impact on the game whatsoever, but those little idiosyncrasies and the superstitions that a lot of cricketers have.
A lot of sportsmen. I was talking yesterday about Rafa Nadal, and it just doesn't seem sensible that you could be so obsessed. He's tossed up and played defensively by Stokes as Murphy continues. They're just so talented in what they do, and yet, in Nadal's case, those two bottles have got the liquids got to be absolutely equal, or he'd obviously lose the next game.
I'd be nipping and having a little drink out of it just to,
you would.
if you're playing against him.
Carefully guarded under his chair. And Stokes flicks that firmly. That's a good shot. He's beaten mid-wicket and sends Cummins on the chase from mid-on for another single. 93 for 1. And the lead is 81. But Labuschagne, I mean, it was next ball, isn't it? I mean, people are going to be coming in and just changing his bails around all the time when he's batting now.
Well, yeah, he's probably thinking, what are you doing, for one? And, it's, players shouldn't be in there playing with the bails and the stumps anyway. I think the umpires
I don't think they should.
That,
I do agree with that. It's not their property, it's the umpire's property.
Did it get into Labuschagne's mind?
There's Murphy bowling, turned away to square leg, no run. It'll be interesting to see when the first attempt is made, when Labuschagne comes out to bat in the second innings, the first time the bails are switched round by a fielder, and what happens. And whether umpire Wilson will actually be on his guard this time and shoo them away.
Well, he just needs to get through the next ball and he's fine.
Yeah, I guess you're probably right. Now he comes down the pitch. That's well bowled though by Murphy. He just dropped his length there a little.
But it's amazing, even in the change rooms where you're watching a partnership, some batsmen will sit in, and you're not allowed to move in your chair. If you're sitting at home, the wife has to sit there and not move.
Not move at all.
But really, it makes absolutely no difference to what happens in the middle. Or does it?
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. Crawley down the pitch. Oh, an immaculate stroke. Perfectly controlled. He came down and he hit the ball absolutely on the half volley. And rather than driving it onside, which he might have been tempted to have done, he's just opened the face of the bat and eased that past mid-off. It's a lovely shot. He plays this stroke so well, but that could easily have gone leg side, but he's just opened himself out a little there and taken that through the covers. Beautiful stroke, big strides right over the ball. 97 for 1. Murphy bowls to him. Now he does go leg side, tucks that away out to mid-wicket. One more run. It's the end of the over. 97 for 1. Crawley 46. Stokes has 5. England really pressing on this morning. They lead by 86 with 20 minutes to go until lunch, and our view from the boundary. More from Glenn McGrath, and then to the break it'll be Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, no, Crawley's quite an elegant batsman. I like the way he goes about it. He's tall, he gets to the pitch of the ball, he likes to play his shots. Doesn't try to overhit it. He just places it into the gap, but just times it so sweetly. He is, and he looks like he's going to score off every ball. He's got that intent, that positive, aggressive intent, and he's now getting confidence. The last two games, he looks a lot more confident. His mannerisms, he just looks like he's enjoying it out there, and as England would be enjoying watching Zach Crawley bat.
We're all enjoying him bat, I suppose, unless you dinky die Aussies or hope he gets nicked off or something. But yeah, he's good. Here comes Starkers, and he's driven wide of mid-off, and it's going down towards the boundary now because there's a fumble out there, and it's just cut off inside by a diving Cummins. He did well. He got across from mid-off towards extra cover, took the heat off the shot, and they picked up a couple. The 100 and the 50 come up at the same time. Crawley is 50. England tearing along for the most part this morning. 1 for 101.
Yeah, no, they've done well. They started well, put the pressure straight back on the Australian bowlers. There's perfect batting conditions out there. Bit of clouds rolled in. the pitch is generally at its best on day 2, day 3 here, especially if you've got sunny skies. But you still have to do the business. Zach Crawley's definitely doing that. He's looking good at the crease. Ben Stokes elevated to 3.
Now it's Stark again. He runs in. Stokes is there, and another one near the pads. It's just meat and drink, and it's knocked away for 4. Murphy couldn't cut it off, diving along the boundary out in front of the Archbishop Tennyson's school in the distance. He dived, he got a mitt on it, but he didn't stop it. 4 more. But Stark, just too many loose ones near the line of the pads. And Stokes is enjoying that. I suppose he's trying to get the ball to swing and hope for something like the first innings when he knocked the off stump out. But his line's not quite right.
Yeah, there's more swing now in this second hour compared to the first hour, but too many on leg stump. The fielding hasn't quite been what we expect from Australia.
And that's more like it. Up and around the line of the off stump, draws Stokes forward, defending down towards mid-off. Well, I have to say, leaving breakfast this morning, Ricky Ponting sitting there. I said, Ricky, question for the day. Who should bat at number 3 for England? He said Ben Stokes should bat at 3. Like there's no other person, just him.
Well, there's a lot of talk that maybe Chris Wokes would come up or Mark Wood, but in Australia it was always your best batsman bat at 3. But we've got Steve Smith batting 4, we've got Joe Root batting 4, and neither want to move up to 3.
Stark bowls. He beats the edge this time. That was on that spot just outside the off stump. Drew Stokes on the push. 1 for 105. The lead is 93. Scintillating batting again at the start. 7 runs and over. Well, 13 off the first over.
But then you've seen those last 2 balls. You get the ball in that right area, just going away nicely. You can build up some pressure, but there's been so few and far between. There's been so many on the pads. Just the scoring's a little bit too easy.
2 slips, a gully weight. The sun comes and goes. It's shining at the moment. And Stark runs in hard and forward goes Stokes, plays up the offside. Now, you were talking about potential gamesmanship with Stuart Broad and the Bale and Labuschagne. There's a story I need to relate, and I'm going to be supported by Andy because I can't quite remember the score, but Rick McCosker's first test was at the SCG against England in the 70s. And he was getting to a point where it looked like he might get 100 on debut. And Tony Gregg walked over and said, gee, you batted well. He said, it's amazing that you've been able to do that, as Stark comes up and bowls again and it's pushed away on the offside. Amazing you've done that with that light shining up above the side screen in the Noble stand. And Rick thought, what is he talking about? And then sure enough, he's had a look. Caught not, bowled Arnold. I think it was 81 or something like that. He did him beautifully. Beautifully.
Well, it's just about getting in the batsman's mind, changing their mindset and getting them to concentrate on something else.
What did he get?
He was out for 80.
80.
On that occasion.
Wasn't Caught not bowled Arnold?
Caught not bowled Greg.
Oh, Greg, yes.
Greggy got him.
Got him, yes, bowling his mediums. Yes, that's right. But Greggy was certainly the one who threw threw the bait to him.
And did Rick say it did have an impact?
Oh, he admitted it. Yeah, he admitted he was distracted, and he looked. And sure enough, he nicked one. Yes, it was Greggy. Good fella, Greggy. Round the wicket. A reverse sweep. Where's that going? Off something. It's gone in between the keeper and slipped down towards the boundary. It's going to be cut off inside the Toblerone at the members' end, and they're off the bat. Bottom edge?
No, he's waiting to see if they're going to refer it.
Or is he? No, I think it's a bottom edge.
Well, there you go, because Steve Smith saw him go for the reverse sweep, started heading squarer. I wonder if he would have caught that if he stayed where he was.
Did it come off the gloves? What did it come off?
That might have gone straight to where Smith was if he hadn't moved.
Couple of runs down the pitch. Crawley hits it inside out. Not as well as he might have, but he's hit it well enough for 4. The intent was there. I'm not sure whether he was going to put it there, but
no,
he got it over cover. I think he was looking to go somewhere into the bleachers at long on, and he miscued. But with these bats and their thick edges, he got away with it for 4.
Yeah, a bit of a cheeky smile there from Zach Crowley. He knew it didn't go where he wanted to. But this square, all those wickets, square, it seemed to have quickened up a lot today because that sort of raced to the boundary.
Murphy again swept hard to backward square and Stark. And they collect the single, 1 for 112. Yes.
I haven't given the figures for Crawley's 50 yet. He reached it from 61 balls. He'd hit 5 fours at that point. His 14th 50-plus score in Test, 4 of which he's converted into hundreds. His third 50-plus score of this Ashes, in which he's now scored more than 450 runs. Before this summer, his previous 25 Tests, he'd averaged just 22.
Yes, it would have been interesting had Smith caught that reverse shot, because it looks like it came from the pad anyway. It's Stokes now defending the ball away towards mid-wicket, and they don't score.
Yeah, it was given a run, but looking at the replays, it didn't hit bat or glove. So if the umpire had given it out, the referral would have come back. Not out.
So we've got a lucky run now. He leans forward to a well-pitched delivery in at the line of middle and leg and pushes it to Labuschagne, who's in that roadblock position, bat pad. So Murphy twirling away here. He bowls quite rapidly and he hits a length, but this pitch is fairly true. There's not much happening off the surface, and there's the reverse sweep. It goes straight to backward point from Stokes. He took it from almost outside of the line of the leg stump, and Stark stopped it, and it's 1 for 112. Crawley's flying again, a la Old Trafford at the end of that over.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what the score at lunch yesterday was.
Lunch, it was 2 for 115.
2 for 115, so...
They went from 61 to 115, 54 runs.
Another wicket here, could be somewhere similar at lunch. I know England didn't have a full session batting the previous day, but you just never know.
So where is this all heading today? The way England are batting, you reckon they'll be 350, 400, unless there's a tumble of wickets.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark working on that ball, trying to get a little bit of swing. It has moved in the air a little bit more since that first hour. Australia will need to also get the ball where they want to bowl it.
Now Stark it is, and around the pad it's knocked to the onside towards fine leg, probably a leg by. I think umpire Damascene is waiting to see if anything happens. No, he's not. He knows it's not going to happen, so he just daintily lifted his leg and tapped it with his hand, which means he signalled a leg by. It'd be good to have a little montage of umpires signalling in the way that they do. Billy Bowden was the most idiosyncratic of the lot, but David Shepherd going back, some of them have these mannerisms.
Dickie Bird, Venkat.
Oh yes, Venkat.
Give it out to the side.
Here comes Stark again, and it's defended by Stokes, back and across away to the offside, and Rudy Kurtzen giving someone out. The very slow death. Yes. Who was your favourite umpire? If you had one.
All umpires, so I try to get on well with all of them.
Good answer.
But yeah.
Which one was your favourite? You must have had one that you...
Well, Shep was great.
Like chatting to and things like that?
Yeah, Dickie Bird. You mentioned Rudy Kurtzen. Steve Buckner. Steve Buckner as well.
Yeah. He definitely was the posthumous finger to his lips, and the gully. Stark is running in again towards Stokes. Stokes around the pad, knocks it firmly to the left of Cummins, and they take an easy single, 1 for 114. I think I've said easy single 10,000 times in this series when England's been batting.
Yeah, no, it's contrast to yesterday morning. Yesterday morning you wondered where the next single was coming from. Here you're wondering where the next dot ball or the maiden over is coming from. So contrasting methods. But yeah, no, there's still a lot to play for this in this game. You wonder where England, how many runs they would like, or if they're just going to bowl until they get bat till they get bowled out. And if they bat all day, they're going to score quickly, aren't they? And score quite a few runs.
The way they're moving at the moment, with some comfort, Stark bowls it, and it's pushed away. Crawley can't get the run because it's picked up by Khawaja. Now, I neglected this yesterday, but I'm remembering now. I walked into the ground, and those young guys were selling those little earpieces, and there was, I think it was Josh and who was the other fellow? It was certainly Josh. Anyway, there were two J's. Sorry, boys, I can't remember everything, but cheerio to you. And because if you're coming in the ground, that's the best thing to have because it's direct. You don't have any delay like a radio. So look after all the fellas around the place who have got those toys for you to use. Stark charges up again and bowls a short ball, and he's on to this, and he's whacked it out to backward square for 4 runs. He got onto the bounce and swung it hard, wide of Hazelwood down there on the boundary at fine leg. Another blow from the bat of Crawley that brings a boundary.
Yeah, no, well played. That was up just around that shoulder height. Need to get it fractionally high, get it up above that eye line. But he's just seeing the ball so well, and he's in that mode where he's playing shots. He's looking to play a shot to every ball that comes along.
1 for 118 as they go on their merry way, and Stark it is, he goes again, and it's punched away by Crawley. Out through deep in wicket across the square. It's travelling quickly. A sliding save out there by Travis Head prevents the boundary. But once it gets onto the square, it's like going on top of a bowling green. It's 1 for 120. How many off that over from Starkers?
We had 7 off the bat and 1 leg by.
So he's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. Yes.
Well, he's got a maiden there, Andy. There.
Yeah. Was that the wicket maiden?
That was the wicket maiden.
Yeah.
So if Australia want to avoid that record of fewest maidens ever bowled in an Ashes series, as I said, they need 24 more. At the rate they've been bowling maidens in this series, they would have to bowl for 5 more days to get those.
Another few test matches, you reckon?
Maidens, yeah.
There was a time in my broadcasting career when you could get away with Margaret Rutherford or Margaret Lockwood for a wicket maiden, but it's on the back foot now, pushed away by Stokes out to deep cover, if you know what I mean. I've said it, it's moved on. It's 1 for 121 with a single to cover. And Crawley is 63 and Stokes is 11. Duckett made 42, caught by Carey off Stark. He faced 55 balls and went via the DRS. On review, he was given out now. Pitching right up, Murphy draws a forward push. Crawley's playing Murphy with a bit of respect here. He's just waiting for something that has the flight, the length that he can have a whack at. And he got away with one in the last over when it went off the edge over cover. Murphy in again, and he's swinging into this, but he changed his shot. He was going to go hard and then realised, whoops, that's a bit too full. And he poked it away on the onside to the mid-wicket area where Labuschagne is fielding. There's a long on in place, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Murphy bowls, he sweeps this, and he gets it for 4. Yes, outside the leg stump, he got onto that. Stark didn't have a hope. Another Crawley 4. 67 now out of 1 for 125.
Yeah, Australia, they just cannot stop the scoring here. Too many options. He plays all the shots, Zach Crawley. He's always promised a lot, but hasn't been able to deliver as much as what everyone had hoped. But the last 2 test matches, he's definitely delivering.
Now, and outside the leg stump again, it's another 4. And he just tossed that closer to the line, but the flight and the length of it was inviting. And another boundary. He's 71. This is turning into Old Trafford, 1 for 129.
And that brought up the 50 partnership in just 6 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Australia haven't been able to build any pressure at all, have they? Can't, like this, them 2 or 3, or get 2 or 3 dot balls together. Crawley's just looking to play every ball that comes.
Murphy goes again, a quicker, shorter ball punched away to mid-wicket, and Murphy's over comes to an end, which was quite expensive. He's bowled 4 overs, for 29. England a flyer from the word go. 13 off the first over, now 1 for 129 with one more over before lunch. Stinging stuff.
We've had a big acceleration from Zach Crawley at 25 from his first 42 balls, then 46 from his last 31.
Yep. He's thrilling the crowd with his Saturday afternoon batting here.
Just a little thing on Ben Duckett, out on DRS referrals in both innings, out in the 40s in both innings. The last England player to be out in the 40s of both innings of a test against Australia was C.F. Walters at Leeds in 1934.
And there was no DRS back then either, was there?
An underplayed English batsman. Didn't play a lot. Yes. Stark goes in and bowls wide of the off stump. Cyril Walters, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't know how many tests he played. I think he was one of those, like our sort of Stuart Law or someone who you probably should have got more, but there are other good players around him. But we're in the last over before lunch. Australia really need another wicket here. Well, they need a wicket of either player, but Crawley would do at this point.
Yeah, without DRS, he wouldn't have been out in either innings, would he? Both times given not out, they reviewed.
Yep.
So
one off the glove and one off the bat. Yes. Stark in the sunshine, runs in, Stokes defends along the line of the off stump. That's about the spot to be bowling. So can we say the pitch flattened out under the sunshine today?
Well, I think it has, and it does in England, and especially here. We saw yesterday when Cummins and Murphy were batting and Smith in those two partnerships for the 8th and 9th wicket. It looked a little easier. The ball was coming on, the scoreboard was ticking over. There's been a lot said about Australia's batting yesterday morning. Overhead conditions was doing a bit. England bowled, I think they bowled exceptionally well, but Australia lacked the intent to score, and that's why it looks so bad. So conditions do play a big part.
Stark bowls just outside the off stump, and Stokes lets it go through. Alec McCarthy emails us. You're getting into it now, Alec. Is this the worst a team have ever played and still one regained the Ashes?
Little harsh.
Bit harsh. What about the first couple of tests? Who won those, Alec? Come on. You get too excited, you fellas, when you see England as balling like Crawley did at Old Trafford. But you forget, it's wet in England. It's wet. And you have draws at Old Trafford.
Was the rain forecast? Oh, that's right, it was.
Stokes bowls. Yes, and Stokes defence down towards mid-on.
I got a letter yesterday from someone saying that I know the weather better than anyone in England. No one knew the rain was coming the last 2 days, even though it was forecast at the start of the match. And it was very nicely written.
Yeah.
And it wasn't abusive, but having a go at me the whole time. And then he sent a little sheet of sandpaper in and asked if he could get Steve Smith and the team to sign it. So there's a lot of feeling in over here. They love well, it's good to see the Ashes is still held in such high respect, and it's the ultimate for any Australian or English cricketer.
It's good to see people with a sense of humour, I suppose. The Stark bowls wide of the off stump, Stokes lets it pass.
That's one way to look at it, Jim.
But everyone needs to remember, on that whole issue of sandpaper or Velcro, whatever it was, there was no penalty for ball tampering. It was for bringing the game into disrepute by telling porcupines at a hastily arranged press conference at the end of the day.
Well, they shouldn't have done the press conference, really.
Exactly.
No one else has done press conference.
That was bad advice. It was probably Steve Smith saying, I'm going to take one for the team.
Little naivety. But no one's disagreeing that what they did was wrong.
Little naive, yes. His Stark bowling again, right up and punched away by Stokes. Out towards Murphy in front of the scoreboard and the crowd in the distance. And that's lunchtime. Oh, there'll be relief. 1 for 130. On the first day, England was 3 for 131 at lunch, and Crawley's had a wonderful 2 hours in the sunshine, and the crowd are loving it, well, most of them. He's 71, 25 overs bowled, so just a touch over 5 runs and over, and it started with 13 from the first Stark over, and it's kept going for the most part. Okay, we're going to have a little break here. We've got some chat coming to you at lunch that you'll enjoy. Andy's got some numbers there before Aggers slips into the chair for our view from the boundary. 1 for 130. Stark is on, Crawley's on 71. And Stokes 12.
Yeah, just quickly, comparison of the last two morning sessions. Yesterday, Australia 26 overs, lost 1 wicket, 54 runs for that 1 wicket, 41 off the bat. Today, England also lost 1 wicket in 25 overs, 130 for 126 of them off the bat.
Thank you, Andy, very much. So there we go. What a session that was. 130 for 1. And the lead already 118 as the players troop from the field, with Zach Crawley leading the way. 71 not out, another handsome innings. And Ben Stokes batting at number 3 in place of the injured Moeen. Although Moeen did have a net this morning, he's not completely ruled out of contention, I don't think, but he wasn't able to bat for 2 hours before he could actually resume, as it were, because he'd been off the field for so long. So that's why Ben Stokes came out, and he's on 12 not out, and Ben Duckett, the last man, dismissed for 42. So that's where we'll leave it for a little while. It's Saturday. Time for our view from the boundary. And yeah, we're joined by a real all-rounder, actually. Actor, comedian, presenter, writer, and a great cricket fan who's travelled around the world watching the game. His breakthrough TV role came playing Adrian Mole in the BBC series The Cappuccino Years, before appearing in the comedy series Green Wing on Channel 4. He's been in Alan Partridge episodes, starred as Postman Pat. Didn't realise that. In the Postman Pat movies, played Tony Blair, was Nathan Stern in The Split. Regular presenter, Have I Got News for You, Pointless, Landscape Artist of the Year, host The Confessional on BBC Sounds, on and on and on. You know who it is. Stephen Mangan, finally.
It's been a long time coming.
Wow, we were trying to work out how many, because you are easily our most washed out and cancelled guest.
I don't know what it is about me. Every time I agree to come on the show and look forward to coming on the show, the heavens open and it rains. I think this is the 4th or 5th time.
It's nothing. Do you think so many?
Something like that, yeah. So
I mean, it's nothing personal.
Well,
I promise you.
You know, you do. I was at Lord's actually early this year, and I did volunteer to come along on the Saturday. But you had somebody else. You had
the Prime Minister. Yeah. No, I'm sorry about that.
Bumped for the Prime Minister.
Well, we could, if I'd known you were there, Stephen, I'd have moved Mr. Sunak to one side.
We could have split it, couldn't we?
You could easily have split it. But hey, well, look, you're here, and that's fantastic. And I've just been obviously doing some stuff. I know how much you love your cricket, which we'll talk about in a moment. But first, what are you making of this game?
Well, I mean, what is going? I mean, how are we losing this series for a start?
I don't know. Ask Jim Maxwell; he'll tell you.
I mean, apart from the Manchester weather, we just look so dominant, and this scoring 130 runs in a session is that what we're going to have to expect from now on? It's extraordinary, because always 100 runs in a session was always considered a very, very good morning, wasn't it?
Well, you're a bit younger than me, but though you probably go back to the days when, I know, Boycott and Edgeworth pushed out, and good luck, lads. See you at lunch, 50 for no wicket.
Yep, Tavaret, absolutely. Those days. I had a geography teacher when I was about 10 or 11 who put the cricket on during geography lessons, knowing that none of us would watch it because nothing would happen for vast periods of time. And then we'd all look up every 10 minutes and someone would have pushed a single to cover and run.
So he actually had it on in the lesson?
He had it on in the lesson, Mr. Hallam, he was an absolute cricket nut. And one of the reasons why I think I enjoy the game so much. But yeah, he would. No geography was done when England were playing cricket during the summer.
That's brilliant. Though,
it's good, isn't it?
When you hear stories of people listening or whatever, but actually have the telly on.
This would have been in the late 70s, I suppose. 79, 80, that kind of period.
And
so occasionally there was some excitement.
Yeah. Not as much as this, though. I mean, I think even those players. Well, actually, probably Ian Botham wouldn't concede that it's more entertaining now than him. But even so, I mean, the way they're playing their cricket it's extraordinary, isn't it?
The way they're playing the cricket, and the fact that, because we were all wondering, I don't know if you knew that Stokes would be coming in at 3, but we were all wondering who was going to come out at 3.
Whispered it.
Was that the rumour?
It was.
I mean, what a crowd pleaser that is.
Yeah.
And how set up we are for the rest of the day. I mean, I know the forecast isn't great for Monday, is it? But I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but what a great position we're in at the moment.
Do you? I mean, it's easy to say that you like Bazball, but do you see the risks of Bazball
I think Bazball can be very frustrating. I mean, it's wonderful to watch when it's working, and it's very exciting to see England playing on the front foot like that, and intimidating teams like Australia have just won the World Test Championship. You think they genuinely are slightly freaked out by the way we're playing, and you've got to admire that. It's when it just tips, and it's a fine line, and I understand that line, I mean, it seems to be about individual responsibility. Cricket is a kind of individual game within a team sport anyway, but they seem to be leaving it up to the individual batsman to play in the way that they think is most effective, and sometimes that it does get contagious, that slightly reckless play. And some of the first innings, even in this series, you just think we've squandered a few runs here.
Yes.
But they seem to, as the series have got on, just got that balance better and better between aggression, staying on the right side of recklessness. And I think the way we're going about it this morning, I mean, again, that first ball 4, and just looking to score all the time, looking to rotate. We're sitting over there at sort of deep square leg.
Oh, yes.
And we enjoyed watching Travis Head having to run from third man back every time the strike got rotated. So
I know.
I know.
Well, it's interesting that you've detected that they've changed a bit, because I battled with Ben Stokes before this game to just concede that they just tweaked things a little bit.
Yeah,
he wouldn't say it, but they have, haven't they?
They have, and I think that seems to be a sort of mentality thing where they're not going to allow that doubt in. They're just going to say, we're going to go for it. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. And I think to come along and say, well, should you try a different route? I think they're trying to sort of almost get rid of that little man on the shoulder saying you're not doing it quite right, and just having confidence that of all the talented cricketers in the team, one of them will come good in each innings, or at least 1 or 2 or 3, and score some runs, and that seems to have happened so far.
And in a way, watching Labuschagne and Australia back yesterday morning adds fuel to England's argument of saying, what's the point of hanging around all that time? Labuschagne, he was 80 odd balls for his 9.
Yeah.
What's the point? 80 balls.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's not entertaining. The only thing I suppose you could imagine them discussing, and I don't know if they've done this, but England's pace attack isn't the youngest. If we make them bowl, England are going to bat for a short period of time. They're going to get on with it. They're going to score at 5 runs and over. So are they looking to create a tired England bowling attack for the 4th innings?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a risky strategy if that is the strategy.
It is. It's a good point, though.
Will Anderson and Broad, will they all, run out of steam? Because, obviously Wood can't bowl that many. We've seem to have lost our spinner.
Yeah.
What's the word on him? Is there
unlikely to bowl, I think.
Unlikely to bowl. So, they're going to have to do a lot of work. Stokes, will he bowl? That's the other big question, I suppose. He doesn't seem to have...
because he's bowling his off-spinners in the nets.
Right, okay.
Well, he might bowl his off-spin. You never know with Ben. But, yeah, you're right. I mean,
but we're lucky to have Root as well. We've got Joe Root there, who seems to be holding his own pretty well.
Yeah. It's so set up for a brilliant couple of days. What's your favourite era of English cricket? I mean, would it be this? Because what they've achieved is remarkable.
I think it has to
be.
Yeah, I think the type of cricket we're playing at the moment. We've Wood and Wokes coming into the team seem like brand new players, even though they've both been around for a while. Sort of rediscovered them in this series. I think it's hard to beat, isn't it? You've got attacking talent like Stokes and Brooke and Pope when he's fit. We seem to have found a pair of openers that can actually put some runs on the board before losing a wicket, which we haven't done for a long time. I mean, the 2 greatest fast bowlers or medium fast bowlers of all time. You could... Glenn McGrath's not here, is he?
No, he'll let you know if he hears that.
Potentially. I mean, it's certainly a number of wickets, so it's very hard not... this is thrilling cricket, and long may it continue.
Yeah. Do you feel a sort of a one-day limited overs influence into it as well? I mean, do you like one-day cricket?
I do like one-day cricket. I don't watch as much of it. You definitely do. You see in the variety of shots that are played, the ramp and the reverse sweep, and you see it in the fielding, the way Stokes took that catch on the boundary. That would have once upon a time been, once in a decade kind of manoeuvre.
That would have been 6.
Yeah. But now the fielders know how to do that sort of stuff. I think we do. And I think for the better, I might even say. I think, the aggression, the fast scoring, the intent that they've taken from one-day cricket and 2020 cricket, and the fielding prowess as well. I think that's all good. But, there is no finer I mean, it's an extraordinary game, cricket, isn't it? You can have all these different formats.
Yes.
I can't think of
They
any
all
other
work.
sport. They
No.
all work.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other sport that can be played in with different rules under different conditions and different time spans and still work. As well as, I think one of the things I also love about cricket, and I can't think of another sport where this happens, is that at the highest level that the sport is played, the cricketers have to come out and do stuff they're really not very good at. I mean, in what other sport would you see a batsman come out who doesn't know how to bat? I mean, Tuffers isn't here either, but
No.
another one.
No.
The comedy involved in that is fantastic.
Well, it was. I mean, and you're absolutely right. I mean, we were actually having this conversation last night with David Gower, my old captain, and the times that he would try on our car journeys to tell me how to play the short pitch ball. And he'd say, let's go look at the hand, John, let's look at the hand. Let's go there, it's a full-length ball, a little bit lower, it's a bounce. That's all you got to do. You know what to do. But they said, David, I can't see it.
No, can't see
it. He just could not... He couldn't actually understand that.
Yeah.
And he would just say, well, I can't help you. And off you go out to your own devices, facing someone like Sylvester Clarke here, when he's playing for Surrey. It's terrifying.
It's also why sometimes the very best players don't make the best coaches, because they
Correct.
just can't understand. I mean, look at Glenn Hoddle in football. He couldn't understand why people couldn't do what he did.
He can't put it into words.
Can't put it into words. He would
Yeah.
say, look, just do this, and he'd get the ball and do it himself. And they go, well, good
Yeah.
for you, but I can't do that.
No, it's absolutely true. Have you ever faced anything that was fast by your standards? Have you actually been out there batting and thinking, I'm not sure I can really see this?
Yeah, I faced it sort of at the level I played at that felt fast, but I mean, I just can have no idea what it must be like. I haven't tried this bowling machine that replicates great balls in history.
It does. Well, I can show you some footage of how you deal with facing Mitchell Johnson, if you like.
Oh, really?
It helps to have been... Well, actually, you mentioned Tuffers. Tuffers forewarned me.
Right.
Of what was to come. No, but...
so you don't know you're getting the worn bulb?
You know you're getting... Yes, you know, but you don't know when it's coming.
Oh, I see.
And... You should do it.
I will.
They'd love you down there. There's a big crowd.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
that's slightly
Mitchell
terrifying.
Johnson.
Yeah.
He had to go. No, but it makes very
Did you
ordinary
clonk it
batsmen.
back over his head?
Well, along the ground.
Okay.
I controlled it.
Right. Good.
It makes ordinary batsmen look rather good.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I've seen footage of Brett Lee bowling at Piers Morgan, which
did
is
you see that?
quite enjoyable because you could see him how
I was
awful
there.
that was.
I was there.
Yeah. Did he actually get hurt?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Regrettably. His bowler actually ran through the crease.
Did he?
Yeah, his bowler for 18 yards. I mean, I thought Piers was mad, to be honest.
Yes, that is crazy.
It just shows, however much club cricket or anything you play, this is different.
Yeah, it is.
I remember I took Glenn McGrath into a pub at the start of this summer. He came and stayed with me, and you've got the usual people in there, who know all about club cricket and so on. And Glenn walked in, and just silence. The size of him. You know what I mean? You think it's just a different.
And it's not very far, is it?
No,
about 22 yards. It does feel.
Well, you definitely need to go down there and give it a go.
Get my pads on.
Yeah. Who's your favourite? If you had to nominate your favourite cricketer, I'm thinking of your time span, and would it be both of them, or is it?
I started off as a Gower fan.
Gower?
I mean, that was like a lot of people I hear on View for the Boundary. My first test was that Lord's Test in 1981, sitting on the grass between the boundary rope and the stands with my scorebook. Scored the whole thing.
The proper little one.
Yeah. Does anyone do that anymore? I don't see anyone doing that, which it makes me feel that I was maybe a bit weird.
No, I think I think people do still do it.
Yeah.
That little fold-up book.
Little fold-up book.
Yeah.
Every now and again, you'd jump up if someone hit the ball towards you and try and be the one that
It
caught
was very special, wasn't it?
as it popped over there. It was fantastic.
Is that the first time you'd been to Lord's?
That was the first time I'd been to any cricket match. It was the second day of that Lord's Test. And so, Gower was my guy in that from that period, from England. His elegance and his style, and just the whole sort of myth around his lifestyle, the tiger moths and the frozen lakes.
It's not a myth, I'll let you know that.
He just was, extraordinary.
Yes, he was.
He was of epitome of cool.
Yes, and very. I mean, I was going to ask him last night actually, if practice would have made much difference to him, because he didn't practice very much.
No.
He only ever went for a net if he was in really pretty ordinary form. Otherwise, he'd just have a few little throwdowns on the side, just play it a few times.
And
then
fitness work?
Very little.
No.
Then just go back to the Telegraph crossword and you'd sit and do that. What was it like watching Dennis Lilly from grass level as a youngster?
Side on.
Oh.
Yeah. incredible. I mean, he didn't take any wickets that match, as far as I'm aware, or that innings anyway. But this, again, the charisma. And I think I think I would have been 12 at that point.
That must have been amazing.
You know, these guys are gods, aren't
Yes,
they?
they are.
They're just the natural charisma they have when they appear on the field, and especially Lily with his shirt billowing.
Yeah, the gold chain going.
Yeah, the gold chain, and coming in and just inhuman speed. And of course, from side on, the ball looks like it's travelling twice as fast as it does from the end. So yeah. Lovely. I mean, a great start, and you know, lucky to sort of. And of course, that summer exploded, and I think there are those seminal series, the 2005, hopefully this one. I mean, we were deprived the ultimate showdown, but there are those certain series that really sort of capture the mood of the country, and I think recruit a whole load of new cricket fans. And I was certainly one of them in 1981.
And that was the Botham pair game, wasn't it? Where he actually walked off at the end of the members.
He lost the captaincy, didn't he? Yeah.
Did you get any grip of that then or not?
Not really, because I think those sort of politics are kind of beyond you when you're first discovering the game. I mean, I've got my son Frank here with me, and I've been busy just in his ear. I don't know if he's bored with me, but all morning, you know, because knowing who the personalities are, knowing what their traits are, knowing the fact that Crawley's nickname is Creepy, for example, all those little details, they kind of help, don't they? You know, otherwise it's just lots of men running around in a vast green
space. Is he getting Test cricket? There's a lot of kids around. I've noticed yesterday when I was out the back, there's a lot of young kids here.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's an easy sell.
It is when you score 130 runs in a morning.
Yes.
You know, if we were 50 for naught, it would have been a much more difficult sell. But there's always something going on. And now Stokes is out there as well. So, you know, I think so. We'd have to ask him. But thumbs up, thumbs up. Frank at the back there.
Right. So you yourself playing, you talk about your geography teacher.
Yeah.
And the television in classroom.
Yeah.
So what was the young man?
I was a batsman
right.
and an off-spin bowler. I was a beautiful. I mean, I had elegance, high elbows.
Right.
I looked like a dream.
Did you?
Never hit the ball, but I had elegant. I had it all. I mean, if you saw me without the ball, I had a beautiful square cut.
Yeah.
I could flick it off my ankles, and an on drive, but always playing down the wrong line.
So
always playing over the top of the ball.
Why was that?
I think I was just more concerned with looking good than actually really watching the ball. You know, there's cricketers who look agricultural, but they are laser focused on the ball, and they always seem to hit it. I was just too busy trying to look like David Gower. I think it's all his fault.
Right. Was that the sort of the actoring side of you coming out already?
I was playing the part of a cricketer without actually, because of course, I mean, I've played a professional tennis player in a film, and it doesn't matter where the ball goes in a film, because as long as you look like you're hitting the ball like a professional, you never actually see the ball because it's whizzed past the camera. So I think it was that sort of, you know, look the part, but hopeless. I mean, I started at number 6. Started at number 5, and I ended up at number 8 as the series went on.
Could you have acted being a batsman? Because some of the stuff you do occasionally see a cricket in a film, don't you?
Yeah.
And there was that Bodyline series, of course, that was brilliant back in the day. I used to love watching that. And they were obviously absolutely hopeless cricketers.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whenever you see sports, you know, big sports events shown on film, you just pray that the people can vaguely look like they know what they're doing. I mean, when I played the tennis player in a film called Confetti, we had a professional tennis player, and he said, right, you can do a forehand, you can do a backhand, and you can do a forehand volley. Don't do a serve.
Right.
That doesn't look real, but the rest you're getting away with. So I think the same with cricketers. You know, you need to... I mean, it's horrendous when you see someone coming in and pretending to be Jardine.
Well, it does.
And they clearly have never seen a cricket ball in their life.
I mean, Harold Larwood in that. I mean, it's a lovely series, but they clearly got as far as coal miner Harold Larwood, and he must have had size 15 feet. The chap who played, who came running in and bowled as Harold Larwood. But it was still a great.
Yeah,
it was still a great series.
I was in a play at school, Outside Edge. You know that play?
Yes.
So I did that when I played. You know that, but that's all set in the pavilion, so we never actually got out there. But that's the only cricket-related thing.
Really popular.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
probably mid-80s.
Yes. Oh gosh, I didn't realize you'd been in that as well. So, any particular landmarks? I mean, notable achievements in this career in which you...
The cricket career?
Yes.
Not really. I mean, I had a team for about 10 years in my 20s, comprised mainly of actors and musicians and writers, and trying to get 11 actors to all turn up at the right time on a Sunday morning in the right place is a headache. Let me put it. You know, we used to play at the Bank of England ground quite a lot down at Roehampton, which is very nice. And we played lots of teams. I played with Harold Pinter a few times.
Did you really?
Yes.
He was legendary with his cricket.
Terrifying.
I never met him.
Absolutely terrifying. I stood next to him in the slips, and the bowler ball down. I think I applauded and said, nice one. And he turned to me and said, "Are you going to do that all day long?" So that shut me up very quickly.
Is that right?
Yeah. But yeah, playing with actors was fun. But then you have to deal with things like our fast bowler, one match, he had a ferocious appeal, which would scare most umpires into giving it out. But on one particular match, he turned around and kept whispering, saying, "How was that?" I said, "What's wrong with you?" He said, "I've got a massive voiceover tomorrow, and I don't want to wreck my voice."
Well, no, they couldn't get injured at all, I don't suppose. It would be
Injuries
a disaster.
are a problem.
Yeah.
A problem.
Yeah. Now, these tours you've been on, I was just looking at the ones. I mean, that's you've done some proper, quite hardcore tours there. I mean, the first one that I had noted down was, I call it the Tufnell tour. It was the England tour of India in '93, which was a shambles.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a disastrous tour from England's perspective. And which matches did you see in that? Did you do all the 3 tests?
I did all 3 tests. Yeah.
Right.
So
Why?
Why? Well, the thing is, when it got to about November time, if I wasn't working, I knew as an actor there would be no work coming over Christmas. I never did panto. No filming would be starting. So you just look up and see where England were playing,
right,
get a ticket and go. So I happened to be unemployed at that point, so I had no choice in the matter. Off I went. And I've done a couple of tours of India. I also did I was at the Nagpur game that Cook.
Yes, that was the Cook's debut. Monty Panesar got Tendulkar out.
Tendulkar out, that's right. And it was his debut as well, wasn't it? Monty's debut.
And there's quite a good possible run chase at the end, I seem to recall.
But India is a fantastic place to go and watch cricket.
Yes,
because
of course it is.
You go and in those days there used to be a week and a half between games. It wasn't quite as desperately tight schedule as it is now. So you'd meet a couple of people. I always used to go on my own because no one else could just pick up and go like that. So you'd always meet people. You'd have a week or 10 days to travel from one ground to the next.
Yeah.
And, it's a fantastic way to spend a month or two, the cricket notwithstanding.
That tour, there was a plane strike.
Yes.
And so we went up, so you did the first test in Calcutta.
Yes.
Okay, so we had come up from Bhubaneswar. Mysteriously, the Indian team found some sort of airline that was still operating, but we had nothing. We were on a train overnight with the players in a sleeper, and we chugged up to Calcutta. And that was how our players prepared for that match. So you just flew straight in there? How did you?
I flew to Calcutta and then I trained it around.
Yeah. And Eden
They're
Gardens
quite exciting,
as well.
aren't they, trains in
They are. Well, they are. There can't have been many English people sitting in that ground.
It's hardly anyone. I mean, you're all. I was desperately worried before I went, thinking, would we get in? Would we get a ticket? But actually, I think it was the end of that. Not where was it? It was Mohali. Where was the tour where they played Mohali, Ahmedabad, and Bangalore? That was a few years later, maybe 10 years later.
Yes.
And I remember sitting in the stand. We'd lost in Mohali, and I stayed on, and I think I was probably the only England supporter left at that point, and the whole stand stood up and sang "London Bridge is Falling Down" at me. Which is joy.
Yeah, it is. And sitting there, and that is one of the biggest cricket grounds in the world, isn't it? I mean, I'm about to take it over. Yeah, but to sit there and to sense it, and just even arriving. I mean, can you remember what it was like your first day turning up for a test match?
I mean, India is very discombobulating anyway, isn't it? It's a quite an overpowering sensory experience. You are bewildered almost from the moment you get there, and entranced, and and just trying to find the ground, make your way in.
Yes.
And then to be, because I've seen it so many times on telly, especially during geography lessons when I was 9 and 10. It's an amazing experience. I think it's one of the great grounds to go to in the world and see a match played.
Yeah, I mean they're there this winter.
Right.
It's perhaps not quite. It's more challenging.
It's a bit more challenging, and it's a bit more difficult now. I have 3 children.
Yes.
To just pick up and go. It doesn't go down that well.
Do you remember the Madras test of that series when a large number of the England team went down?
Yeah.
Ill, so Gooch was ruled out ill.
Yeah.
And others.
Yeah.
Mike Gatting dropped a catch. I don't remember it.
I only managed one day because I got ill as well.
You went to the same dinner, were you?
Phantom illness.
Yeah.
But I spent some very uncomfortable times in a cheap hotel.
Right.
Not feeling very good.
So you did it sort of properly, did you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I had no money as well because I was just left drama school. So I was scratching around trying to get acting work.
So everything was done on the absolute cheap.
Yeah. The Bombay or Mumbai, there was this brilliant run out involving Alex Stewart and Mike Atherton, would-be England captains. That was one of the most extraordinary things.
You were commentating on that whole series?
Yes, we were there. Yeah, watching. I mean, it was a tough tour, wasn't it?
It was a tough tour. How much of that sort of, behind the scenes stuff do you? Because you always wonder as a cricket fan listening to you guys, how much are we getting? How much gossip are you? Obviously, you can't pass on.
Well,
you think we're getting most of the.
You listen to us, I mean, it helps if you stay in the same hotel as the players.
Right.
You obviously pick up stuff. And so generally on a tour, I do it sort of every other hotel if we can, because it's important to be in touch with what's going on. But that tour, in every way, was a shambles. And not helped by the plane strike of getting people around and on the trains. And it's not what you'd normally expect. Then Goffey's hat-trick.
Yes.
At Sydney, you were there for that.
I was there for Sydney, the test we lost, Goffey's hat-trick, and I was there at the MCG for the test we won. So I actually saw England win a test in Australia.
Oh, that was an amazing game.
It wasn't amazing. I think we won by 12 runs.
Yes, with Steve Waugh batting on and choosing to bat on.
Absolute treat. My dad took us. My mum was my mum passed away by that point, so my dad decided we needed a bit of a break. And my dad's Irish, never played cricket in his life, but became friends with several journalists, and actually became an honorary member of the Press Golfing Society. I think he's maybe the only non-journalist ever to do that. And we became friends with Ian Wooldridge and Bill Bateson.
Right. Okay.
So
Wooldridge is a great sports writer for the
Great
Mail.
sports writer. So we went down to. He said, "We're going to go to Australia. I'm not interested in the cricket, but you go if you like." Right. And a couple of days before Christmas, he said, Ian's asked if we want to have Christmas dinner with a couple of people called Ian Chappell and Richie Benaud. So do those names mean anything to you? I was like, are you kidding me?
Is that right?
Yes. I said, what? So we had Christmas lunch with Ian and Barbara Ann and Daphne and Richie Benaud, and Ian Wooldridge and his wife. My dad had no clue, really, about cricket at all, and couldn't sort of quite comprehend how this, for me, was the most extraordinary thing I'd ever had. And then all the way through the next two tests, Richie would meet me for a drink after every day's play, and we'd have a drink and he'd discuss the play. It's sort of...
Just a glass of white wine for Rich.
Exactly. Sort of pinch yourself stuff.
That's incredible, though.
Yeah.
And Dad had no idea.
Dad had no idea. And someone had brought, I remember for Christmas lunch, those sort of things that girls like dealy boppers, those sort of plastic things you put on your head with sort of boingy. And everyone had been...
Don't say Richie wore one of those.
Richie was the only one who declined.
There is no way.
He declined.
There's
he
no
said,
way.
Would you mind if I don't?
Even on Christmas Day that Richie would wear one of those.
Ian Chappell did, though. And Ian Chappell kept telling me that he'd only just recently started drinking wine, because this was a new thing for him.
Okay.
He'd drank beer his whole life, and he thought wine was not a drink for him. But
two very different characters.
Very different characters, indeed.
Did you meet up with them subsequently? I mean,
yes. Well, not Ian, but Richie. And another good friend of mine, David Norrie, who's a journalist, would host these lunches in London every summer, and Richie would come along, and there would be a whole array of incredible sort of sporting people. There may be only 8 or 10 of us at the lunch, but I remember once being sat between Peter O'Sullivan and Richie Benaud. So we had the voice of horse racing, the voice of cricket, and the voice of Postman Pat.
Wow, but that's remarkable, really.
It is for sort of someone who's not involved in the game in any way.
Yes, but who loves it.
But who loves it. So that was fantastic. Goff's hat trick.
Yes.
I remember standing up and screaming my head off.
Were you down
joy.
at the hill end, or
I was the opposite side.
You're the posh end.
I was kind of on my own. Well, I got whatever tickets I could scrounge or beg or borrow. So I was in all sorts of different parts of the ground each day.
Did Richie tell stories? I mean, I knew Richie fairly well. I worked with Richie, but I was always a bit scared of Richie, simply because when you're in my profession, that is just someone he's up there.
Yeah.
So I was always a little bit intimidated by Richie, really.
Yeah.
So I socialised with him a couple of times with a glass of Chardonnay, as you'd like, but I mean, would he tell stories? Would he sit back? I mean, the stuff
constantly.
with the silly hat, he would never wear that.
Never wear that, no.
But was he good company?
He was great company. I remember asking him when was the last time he saw a winter. He said 1963. But yeah, you know, we would meet in a bar and there would be a stream of Australians queuing up to pay homage to the great man and say hello to him, and then give a cursory glance at me, think, who are you? To be able to sit with this demigod.
Well, that's an absurd story. That's incredible.
It was joyful.
Well, lucky you. Steve Mangan's our guest, and we've got, look at the time, flashing away towards the end of the lunch break. It's not there yet. We've got lots to talk about, but England had an extraordinary session there. They lead by 118. They're 130 for one, with Stokes and Crawley due to resume. We've got to talk about acting. I mean, we talk about all-rounders. I mean, you have done so many things, and in every format.
Yeah, I don't know how that's happened. It's not been planned, but I think if I'm asked to do something and it intrigues me, I'll try and do it. I think it's partly the challenge. So I started off as an actor and refused to do any acting apart from stage acting for 5 years. I just decided that was the way to be a great actor, was to play the great parts.
Serious stuff?
You know, mostly Shakespeare and Shaw and Molière. And so I didn't want to be the fifth person from the left at the National, the RSC. I wanted to play so I'd go all around the country, playing. I did that for 5 years, and then round the world on tours. Toured Much Ado for 9 months to New York and Moscow and Barcelona and Sweden, Paris. So that was fantastic. And then I got the chance to audition to play Adrian Mole. And I'd loved those books. I am the sort of same age as Adrian was. I'd read those books when I was 13 3/4. I was brought in to meet the great Sue Townsend.
Who's lovely, Leicester woman.
What a woman.
She's a view for the back. She was a lovely lady.
Loved it. And she was losing her eyesight at that point.
Yeah.
And she explained to me in the audition that Adrian Mole could not be played by a good-looking actor. And then she brought out a massive magnifying glass and came up to within about 3 inches of my face and perused me all over and said, "You're perfect." so that was when I sort of moved into television. Played Adrian Mole, ended up playing a doctor in a show for Channel 4 called Green Wing, and that was then I realised that it wasn't just the great parts; it was the people you're working with that are just as important. You learn as much from as the part you're playing. So then I've just taken whatever stuff has interested me, and it has led to a lot of different stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's partly because I've got a sort of itchy brain and I want to try stuff if it comes along. It's partly because I've got 3 big sons who clean me out for food every week.
So you've got to work.
And I don't trust the acting industry to be there for me. I don't think you ever feel comfortable as an actor that you're going to be working. So I suppose you just try and diversify a bit so that if one area of your life doesn't quite come through for you, there'll still be food on the table, I suppose is the idea. But yeah, so I've ended up doing presenting. I do that art program for Sky, Portrait Artist of the Year, which is great fun with Dame Joan Bakewell.
Right. You've been to the gallery, by the way. Now it's reopened.
No, I haven't.
Go.
Oh, really?
Oh, we're in National Portrait Gallery.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah.
Just recently reopened.
Yes, it
Magnificent.
Has. Right.
Go.
So we've got the final of Landscape Artist of the Year on Monday at the Royal Opera House. We're on the roof of the Royal Opera House. They're painting the kind of piazza. We should try. We were at Ascot last summer. We did 2 days at Ascot, and I've always wanted to get them down to a cricket match, but they have these huge, great pods that need kind of 40, 50 feet of width, and unless we stick them around the edge of the boundary, I don't quite know where they would go, or whether there's room on the roof of a stand somewhere. So I'm not sure that's going to work. But yeah, I do stuff on the radio. I do a confessional show on the radio, which I'd love to get you on one day.
Oh, really?
I get.
I've heard about this.
Yeah, Radio 4.
Well, you've come on mine. I'll come on yours.
Will you? Yeah. You have to confess 3 things that you're ashamed about.
Where do I start?
So,
okay, all right.
Or you feel guilty about.
That's a deal.
And we've taken our cue from because, you know, in the Catholic Church, when you confess, you can't see your confessor. You're both in separate booths. So when we record it, I make sure that we're in separate booths so we can't look into each other's eyes. I think there's something about not being able to see the eyes of the person you're talking to that makes you open up a bit more.
Is that your idea, that programme?
That it wasn't my idea. It's a good idea, but it wasn't my idea. No,
yeah, all right. That's a deal.
Okay.
What's it like? I mean, Richie Benaud in my case, you know, demigod and everything else. I would think for an actor, if you come up with someone who's really well known and very, very famous, is that quite intimidating? And that you've actually got to prove to them too that you're worthy of being on stage with them or in a film with them, or whatever it may be.
I think there's two different. There's one which is when you work with someone and you hope that whatever the initial impressions might be, that you'll have a good working relationship and there'll be sort of mutual respect, or at least, you know, a way of living together. It's when you meet your heroes that it can be tough. I was at a film festival in New York, and Robert De Niro happened to be in the same room as me, and I'd never met him. I never worked with him, but what an actor! Yes. I always wanted to meet him. And I'm not the sort of person who can go up to people and go, "Hello," you know,
can I have a selfie?
You know, or just a chat. So I really sort of girded my loins. And I had a couple of full starts of walking over to him. And then I saw him on his own and I thought, do it now. So I walked over to him and I said, "Hello, I'm Robert De Niro." And he looked at me, slightly confused to start with, and then a bit annoyed. And he said, "No, I'm Robert De Niro." And I had to go, yeah, sure, sorry. And that was it. I had to walk away. So horrendous.
That's disastrous.
Terrible. Don't meet your heroes and don't be an idiot when you do it like me.
No. You seem a funny fellow. You know what I mean? I mean, do you like comedy?
I do like comedy, yeah.
And you also play straight. I mean, The Split was kind of a bit of a tragic sort of fellow, really, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But you do have a great sense of humour, and therefore I would assume you lend yourself to more comedic situations, or not?
I think I started off doing drama on the stage, but the audience are 40 feet away on the stage.
Yeah.
Once the camera came in and I started doing television and film, I got a lot of comic work, which I can only assume is because I've got a funny face or something odd about my face that makes people laugh rather than feel sad or whatever. So, but yeah, I do more drama now. I think you just go with the way the wind blows. And I played a part in Alan Partridge fairly on in my career.
That was
which has, set me off in that sort of path.
When I was reading you and researching it, I saw that you'd been in Alan Partridge. Which one's he been in then? Went through it, and there it was, Dan. I mean, it was just that was one of my favourite episodes, and it must be like dear old Joe Mangala we had on here, and Roger Lloyd Pack, right, Dave? With him, Dan must.
It follows me everywhere I go.
Must do.
I'm a Tottenham Hotspur fan, and I gave an interview on the pitch at half time, and I had 60,000 Spurs fans all shouting down at me. I've walked inadvertently into, dining rooms or places or, arenas if I'm at a gig, if this chant gets going. Damn. But, there are worse things people can shout at you.
Well, there are, but it is affectionate. Dear old Dan didn't quite turn out how Alan wanted it to be, really.
No,
it disappointment.
He was.
What I'm Pointless, which is a programme I love watching. I know lots of people do. And again, that's big shoes that is it sort of temporarily?
Literally big shoes.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
But in and out a bit. But are you enjoying that? That's
I love
a different sort of a role.
I mean, I love a quiz. I will go anywhere and travel anywhere and do anything. I've been in every quiz I've been asked to do on telly, Mastermind, Catchphrase, Pointless, 15 to 1, Weakest Link, name it.
Did you Celebrity Mastermind?
I did.
I'm doing that in a couple of months. I'm quite scared now.
What up? What's your subject?
Not allowed to say.
Okay. I felt it was like doing an A-level. I worked so hard.
Did you?
Making notes.
How did you get on?
I did all right.
Did you win?
I did.
But the general knowledge...
The general knowledge you can't do anything about. You're either going to get it or you're not. So, it's fun. And it's more fun now that John Humphreys isn't there being terrifying.
Yeah, no, I'm anxious.
Yeah.
Stephen, look, the players are in the middle already. Wendy Leston, following on from Stephen Mangum's view from the boundary with Aggers, can I suggest he invited to be a guest commentator, very knowledgeable about the game, a great voice for radio, and he'd been an entertaining addition to the team. Great. There you go. I think you've passed the voice and the boundary testing.
Great face for radio too.
That's our well-worn line.
Yeah, I bet.
Lovely to have met you, and I'm
Thank you.
so glad you finally made it.
I am so delighted.
After
Thanks
all
for
that
having me.
disappointment. Thank you. We'll go for a grand tour. We'll take you around. Stephen Mangan, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everybody, and what great fun. And Dan and everything else. Cheers. And another Dan here is going to take over.
Thank you, Aggers. Absolutely marvellous. We don't need any more commentators. It's hard enough getting to do this job as it is without flying in completely random new ones. But thanks ever so much for coming on, Steve. It's great to hear from you. And England are resuming on 130 for 1, a 5.2 and over. They went in that first session, which is continuing a trend that we've all got very used to now. It was a marvellous session for England. Just lost the 1 wicket. Ben Duckett for the second time in this match, given not out on the field, caught behind, and then overturned on review. A thin little feather off Stark. He's the only wicket taker today. And starting up from the Vauxhall end is Josh Hazlewood. 2 slips and a gully in place, point extra mid-off. Round the wicket comes Hazlewood, and Stokes defends. Back to the bowler. If you're just joining us and you're wondering how is Stokes in, well, because of the injury to Moeen Ali, he couldn't bat at 3, even if he'd wanted to, and not until 2 hours had passed. He can come in now at any point in the game, but we're speculating over who might take his role at number 3, and I don't think it's a great surprise. It's the skipper. He does that sort of thing when required. Andy Zoltzman's alongside me, with Crawley on 71, Stokes on 12. England's lead 118 off the first over of the day. They got past that 12-run deficit. 13 off the first over. As Hazlewood is in. Down the wicket comes Stokes, and he flicks away out to deep backward square leg. They've run one. He's coming back for the second, and he'll just make it back. The throw was a little wayward. Not cleanly taken by Carey. Another couple of runs to Stokes. He goes to 14, 132 for 1, and the lead 120. Just let me look to see who it is that's going to join me shortly. Ah, yes, I see. Good afternoon, Andy.
Afternoon, Dan. Just digging out some most number 3s in a series of stats. I'll get back to you on it very shortly.
Oh, the most number 3s. That's a good idea. Hazlewood around the wicket to Stokes, and Stokes pulls high in the air, fielder underneath it, and it sails over the head. It does. Well, I say sails over the head of Stark. He was very close to taking that catch. He was right on the boundary's edge. It went high in the air. I'll have to see the replay to see how much of 2 hands he got on it. And it's just gone over the boundary for 6. Michael Vaughan joins us at this opportune moment. He was in position, but he got 2 hands to it, but it was away to his right. He wasn't in the perfect position to be able to take it and then throw the ball up in the air. And his foot actually landed on the boundary sponge pretty much as it cannoned off his 2 hands outstretched. So 6 to Stokes. Explosive start. Hazlewood in, defended by Stokes. Full ball on off stump into the covers. What a surprise. Stokes has come down a wicket already and hooked a 6 at the first over after lunch.
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it was a tough chance, that. I mean, we have seen them take, and we saw Ben Stokes take one last night on the boundary edge. Stokes was a brilliant catch, but it was a lot easier because it went straight to him. This one was a swirler. And I think at the last minute it kind of swung away from Mitchell Stark, and he got his feet in a little bit of a pickle. Look at the guy behind.
Hazlewood is in. Stokes defends on the front foot. Back to the bowler. Andy.
That was England's 40th 6 of the series. That ties Australia's tally from the 2013-14 Ashes for most in an Ashes series, and joint second most in any series. India hit 47 in just 3 tests against South Africa in the 2019-20 series in India.
How many overs, though, did Australia take to score those in 2013-14? I'm imagining quite a lot more than England. I think England's balls per 6 ratio is going to be a bit better than that. As Hazlewood is into Stokes, who's beaten by a ripper that flies through high to Carey. That has absolutely flown. It's only 86 miles an hour, but my word, it carried above the head of the keeper. And that completes an eventful first over. A couple of runs and then a 6. And then that, 138 for 1 at the end of the over.
We're just seeing Mitchell Stark's catch again on the screen. Yeah, he gets himself in a pickle, but it's the guys in the stand when he drops it. You just look at them here now. Oh, he's copping it. It's Mitchell Stark pointing at him, they're laughing at him. That's what you get in, I guess, any cricketing venue when you're on the boundary and you drop one.
Those aren't young men either.
No. No, they were middle-aged, should we say.
Yeah, they were very much my vintage.
Well, they were having a bit of a laugh at Mitchell Stark. It wasn't an easy chance, was it?
No. I mean, I think even if he'd been in the right place, he would have struggled because his foot just about touched the sponge at the same time. But he didn't quite get in the right place. And there is a bit of a wind here, and it's blowing from right to left. So if you're going to hit towards the gasometer side, it's going to carry a little further. First ball after lunch from Cummins is worked back to him by Crawley off the front foot. He had a great first session, Crawley. No run off that first ball. 71 from 74. He's really speeded up as well. His last 38 runs, I think, come in about 26 balls or so.
Yeah, he was 25 off 42, and then up to lunch 46 off 31.
46 off 31. 2 slips a gully, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, forward deep square, long leg and a deep point. Cummins has had his deep point and his deep square for much of this series as he runs into Crawley. And Crawley pushes into that gap. He's going to get at least one. He might get a second here as the ball's just gone angling to the left of Murphy at deep backward point, and they do come back for an easy 2. Crawley to 73, 140 for 1. Crawley has scored more runs in an Ashes series than any other England Open of this century, I think. Is that correct? Apart from, obviously, in England. Obviously.
In England, yeah. I was just getting
I mean, no one's getting anywhere near Alistair Cook's, was it 766? But it's quite the achievement, and one that I don't think any of us really thought likely at the start of the series, perhaps unfairly. As Cummins is in to Crawley, who drives, edges and is gone. Caught at second slip. Smith with the catch, a loose drive to a ball outside the off stump. Crawley looking to be aggressive as ever and gets that thick edge. It was a sharp catch around about sternum height to Smith, who took it with fingers pointing up and fell backwards, took it safely. And in the second over after lunch, England have lost their second wicket. Crawley goes, that's the end of his series for a very brightly made
73 from 76 balls with 9 fours, and his final tally for the series 480 from 9 innings, average 53.
Well, it's Cummins with the breakthrough, and he's been the most likely bowler today, hasn't he, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, that's a Zach Crawley method of getting out. I think if you were going to say in the afternoon, how would Zach Crawley get out? You would say playing a big drive to a length ball just outside the off stump. So, yeah, no surprise in terms of his dismissal, but he played fantastic. You know, he played a real delightful innings once again. You know, that momentum that he creates at the start of an innings has been really good for England throughout the Ashes. He'll be disappointed because I'm pretty sure at lunch you generally get a little bit of plum chicken here. He'll have had a bit of plum chicken and thought, you know what, Manchester last week was nice. I'm on my way to another century against the Aussies, but it's the way that he plays.
Well, it is, and he's averaged over 50 in this series, and for all the stick that he's got beforehand, I think we've all got to take our hats off. He's up against a world-class attack, the #1 side in the world, and he's scored more runs and a better average than any other of the openers in this series, so hats off.
Well, there was wickets that fell yesterday afternoon, just after lunch. Stuart Broad had that spell, got the 2 left-handers out. I'm not saying it's similar in terms of conditions because it's a bit brighter today and there doesn't seem to be as much swing, but this is what Australia will be hoping for. 2 or 3 more quick wickets in the next hour.
And what a difference a wicket makes. Very different field. 2 slips, 2 gullies and a backward point. Root's first ball from Cummins. It's full and defended back to him along the ground. Now, Root had a great start to the series. Had some contributions in between. But on the pacier pitch of Headingley and on the pacier surface of the first day here, he struggled ever so slightly.
Just leant back a bit, Zach Crawley, on that drive. He's been getting that head going towards the ball beautifully. And I think he tried to hit it a bit too hard, actually. He doesn't need to, he just needs to time it like we've seen him do consistently throughout the series. Just lost his shape.
Cummins in to Root, who defends back to the bowler, full delivery. No run once more. Root's had his troubles with Crawley in the past, of course, and although England are 128 runs ahead, these are not perilous moments, but it's a moment that Australia can change the momentum of the game.
Yeah, Cummins has had Joe Root out 11 times. He only averages 23 against Pat Cummins.
Indeed, and he's at the start of a new spell, so he couldn't be better placed to try and get his man here. As Cummins runs in from the pavilion end. And Root gets up on his toes and defends solidly into the covers. End of the over, successful wicket taking one, just a couple of runs from it. The wicket of Zach Crawley as well, and England are 140 for 2. Root yet to score. Stokes has 20. But really, so some thoughts on Crawley, because, you know, it's been very hard for all the pundits and all the writers not to point out the raw facts of Crawley's numbers. But in this series, do you think he's cracked the code, he's come of age?
Yeah, well, I think he's a real talent, and he's a player that I'd want in my team. You know, you'd love him to just dampen down one or two of those huge drives that he plays early, just to say, look, you're too good a player to gift the opposition wickets. But, you know, this England side just want momentum. They want him to go out there and create momentum early. In this series, he's done it really well. Let's see if this is the series that really pushes him on and he becomes a consistent momentum setter for England.
Hazlewood comes round the wicket, starting a new over to Stokes, who guides this on the bounce to Gully. What I would say is that in his previous iterations, he's gone harder earlier. And I just get the feeling that in the last few games in this series, he might just have played himself in a bit more, you know, going at around 54, 55 runs per 100 balls in his first 30 or 40.
Yeah.
And it's been Duckett, actually, who's been the more aggressive in the latter half of this series.
I'll be interested. And in the winter, I'll go to Australia and probably be a bit closer to the Australian bowlers. I'm going to ask them who of the England players was the hardest to bowl to. And I bet Crawley's near the top of that list.
Hazlewood into Stokes, who lets this go by outside the off stump into Carey's gloves.
Because, you know, you kind of watch him bat, and I don't think I've ever watched that Crawley and thought, oh, he's out of touch. And he just gets out. But you never look at him. Sometimes you see a player, Joe Root, when he's out of touch, you can see that he's kind of losing his balance. That left foot goes over and his head follows it, goes outside the line of off stump. With Zach Crawley, I never watch him and go, oh, he looks out of sync. You know, he always looks okay, and then you're suddenly surprised that he gets out.
A bit like James Vince. And
yeah, they just look pure players. But there's not a lot of margin for the bowler. You know, you look at Zach, and I think he's got fortune in the last year or so because of the conditions as well. The ball's not been swinging around. And he's got that stride. He can play the ball on the up. He's got the pull shot. He's got the balance to play on the onside. He's a very, very difficult batter to bowl too, I think.
Well, when he goes straight, he just whips it away, doesn't he? Hazlewood around the wicket, Stokes, who defends solidly into the offside, picked up in the covers.
And the other thing is that, and we go talk about partnerships and combinations, but, you know, I think the height of Duckett helps Zach Crawley. You know, you're bowling to a left-hander at the opposite end who's very small. You know, the bowlers have got probably a 3 or 4 yard difference in terms of where they need to bowl to Ben Duckett to where you bowl into Zach Crawley. And it must be so different, particularly with the fields that rotating the strike. Pretty much every other ball they're having to change their length by quite a good distance.
It's line and length, isn't it? Because of the left hand, right hand.
Yeah.
So and the way that they've set the fields, they're frequently rotating the strikes, as you say. So as Hazlewood is in to Stokes, and that's short and crashed away for 4. A shot not dissimilar to the one that won the Headingley Test in 2019.
Just about to say that, absolutely. The identical shot. Cummins on that occasion was over the wicket. Hazlewood around. This is a really poor ball. Very rare that you see Hazlewood bowl a ball like this.
Yeah, that was dripping with Proustian nostalgia.
All that was lacking was the arms in the air.
That's right, yeah. And Jack Leach.
Jack was here the other day. He was on the balcony.
On 44 for 2 with that boundary. Hazlewood into Stokes, and he tucks this off his pads out towards deep square leg. Just ambles through for the easiest of singles. England 145 for 2. That lead advances to 133. Still going at a heck of a pace here. We say that 145 for 2, and that feels comfortable. We've got to remember that Moeen Ali, he's on one leg. And when he comes out to bat, there should be not many expectations that he's going to do anything more than thrash, really.
Yeah, well, you put 2 on it. You know, lead of 133, so you say 144 4, and the game is in the balance once again. It's been a series, hasn't it? That every time you think a team's going to really kind of capitalise, a couple of mistakes coming.
Hazelwood into Root, who advances, gets struck on the pad, and the ball balloons out to Gully. There's no run. End of the over. 28 have been bowled, 145 for 2. Root yet to score. Stokes 25. The only game really that the side has dominated has been England at Old Trafford. You'd say, really, that was the only one which, from the moment England started batting, they were in control of. Andy, sorry.
Just finally on Crawley's stats for the series, 480 from just 541 balls, a strike rate just under 89 runs per 100 balls. That's well over 5 runs and over. In the history of Ashes cricket, there are only 3 recorded instances of a player getting more than 250 runs at a faster strike rate. 2 of them were Adam Gilchrist in 2001 here in England, 340 runs at a strike rate of 90, and in Australia in 2002-3 he got 333 at a strike rate of 102, and then Ian Botham in his heroic 1981 Ashes, 399 runs at a strike rate of 93 per 100 balls, including 2 pyrotechnic centuries, and I think he took 34 wickets in that series as well.
Yeah, quite a good one in 1981, didn't he, Botham? Yeah. Cummins starts in again, round the wicket to Stokes. Stokes works this off his pads, fine, but it won't beat the fielder, won't beat Hazelwood at deep, fine leg. As the throw comes in, hits the stumps, and get through for a single. Stokes to 26, Root yet to score. The crowd just beginning to come back in after lunch. I wonder if we're going to get a bit more of an atmosphere today, Michael. Because the first couple of days, they're pretty corporate, which is part of it. But on Saturday, Sunday, you start to get a slightly different mix.
A little bit more raucous.
More raucous,
suggesting.
Yeah.
Well, I think they will get going. And I'm just judging on the reaction of the stark drop on the boundary. I think it's more of a point the finger at the Aussies day. And a bit of chanting will arrive. Mid-afternoon they'll start.
Cummins into Stokes, who is hit right on the, what is that, the hip. He's trying to evade a ball that didn't really get up a great deal. He got into a very awkward position. The ball's plopped out in front of him. But that looked momentarily quite painful. Travis Head is pointing at his own buttock, his right buttock, as if to say, I think that's where it's got him. And no, it's a bit above that, actually. It's sort of above the waist. Not a million miles from the kidneys.
Yeah, it was a nip back a long way. Just above the thigh guard, I reckon. Yeah, Cummins nipping it is a real threat for England.
Well, he bowled a pretty good spell in the morning session. He's bowled a pretty good spell so far in the afternoon. He's into Root, comes down the wicket and defends back to Cummins. There's no run. Root will be very conscious, will you? I mean, try not to think about it, but conscious of the fact that Cummins has got him cheaply, frequently.
But again, you're looking at Joe Root. He's already kind of moved his feet outside the line of off stump twice now. One to Hazelwood, that last ball to Pat Cummins, to try and nullify that decent length that Cummins is trying to bowl to Joe Root. You know, we didn't see anything like that from Marnus Labuschagne yesterday morning.
Still got this extravagant slip, Gordon. 2 slips and 2 gullies. Cummins in, he goes for the pull, does Root, and he's got it away. It's running away towards the boundary, and it will get there. Hazelwood couldn't get round from long leg, and Root is underway, and England's 150 comes up. 150 for 2. Too short from Cummins. Doesn't need to put it there. It's not getting up particularly on this surface.
It's a good shot. It's not a quick pitch, but perfection of technique from Joe Root. Just watching the ball all the way onto the bat, gets his hands nice and high as soon as he sees it short. Just allows him to get over the top of the ball and play it down.
Field change. Travis Head is going out to the Steve Smith position for the short ball. It's at backward square leg, but in off the boundary. Cummins is in. This is defended by Root, again moving across to his off stump. Just pushes it back up the wicket. So the 4 slips in place and 2 boundary riders. One at long leg and one at this position that I've seen more this year than any other year. He's a backward square leg, deep, so giving one, but about 20 yards in from the boundary. I think we had a game earlier on in this series and Steve Smith fielded about 6 balls in the over. Fielding exactly there. Might have been an Old Trafford. Cummins is in, and this strikes the pad of Root and goes out into the gully region. End of the over. Root has survived against his nemesis, England. 150.
I'm going to give you credit because you mentioned the fans singing, and what's happened?
Hey! Who knows?
You're like Stuart Broad. You've got power.
Cause or effect? I don't know. Michael, more thoughts from you. I'm going to get out of the way, and hopefully the crowd will continue to sing. And Jim Maxwell will come and join you.
Yeah, come on the Oval. Let's get it going.
What are you singing?
That piece of equipment that we see from the ground staff around the country is out there. That I think it's called the tamper. Just whacking down the footholes for the seamers. Obviously, there's some kind of damage been done, so they're just flattening it as much as they possibly can. Afternoon, Jim. The Aussies need some wickets.
Well, they got one since lunch, and I suppose if ever Crawley's going to get out, it's like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
He dies, he lives by the sword, and when he gets them, they zing as they did in the first over with 13 coming, and the first ball from Stark this morning went for 4. Very entertaining, scintillating batting. Now around the wicket, Hazlewood draws a defensive shot from Stokes away on the offside. So you're happy with Stokes coming in at 3?
Yeah, and I'm going to throw something to you. He looks comfortable. He's a good player. Does he just stay at number 3 now for England?
Well, he's not going to bowl much, is he?
You know, Ollie Pope will be probably listening, or what do you think? No, I'm number 3, but he's such a good player, Ben Stokes.
Why not? Yeah. He looks the part. He keeps the game moving. He takes the bowling on when he can. It might make him play a little bit better, actually, if he can say that, as he defends away on the offside. Because sometimes when he comes in at 6, he's a bit sort of flirtatious and all over the place, isn't he? But at 3, you just get into your rhythm.
Well, the next Test series is in India, and if Stokes is put to number 3, you could throw in someone like a Will Jacks in that middle, because he bowls a bit of off tweak as well.
They'll need someone. Was Jack Leach back by the Indian series?
Yeah, Jack will be back.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so. Pretty sure he will be.
It's a bit of time off, though, and Stokes probably needs it with his knee problems, as Hazlewood pitches in line and draws a good defensive reaction from the batsman at 2 for 150. Root is 4 and Stokes is 26.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that Indian.
There's Monty. Monty's in the box.
Monty Panesar,
yeah.
Great to see
that remarkable Cardiff batsman.
Yes.
Yeah, we remember.
Yeah, he hung in there with Jimmy Anderson, didn't he? There was a bit of a, the 12 men were running out the gloves. Ricky Ponting was falling out with everyone.
I remember they had Horrocks and Marcus North trying to spin him out. 2 slips in the gully. Around the wicket, here's Hazlewood, and going forward, he gets a run. He wasn't looking for that. He wanted something pitched up. He was on the move, but it was banged in, and he just pushed it square of the wicket on the offside and took the single. So 2 for 151, and they've been coming at 5 and 6 and over. But Hazlewood and Cummins have pulled the game back a little bit after the early excitement of Baz bullying of the bowling, particularly Mitchell Stark, who went for 22 in his first, his only 2 overs at the start, and then he came back and picked up that wicket, as Andy mentioned. Duckett out twice, not given out, and given out on DRS twice in the match. Unusual. You'll have to look that one up. As Hazlewood bowls in line, he hits the pad and appeal for LBW. Did he get a little nick? Was it outside the line? Steve Smith's very excited. He wants Pat Cummins to come into the conversation and refer this.
Or did it clip the pad first? That's the first thing they'll have to decide.
Is it buff tick or tick buff?
Well, they've got 3 remaining in Australia. It's Joe Root. They're going for it.
They're going, yeah. You may as well, I suppose, in the way this game moves nowadays. You take the 50s, have a crack.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin.
Yes, I remember Farney de Villiers had invented that line because of the disappointments he had during his career pre-DRS. As we see the ball hitting the pad, and then the bat. Didn't you say? Hit the knee roll.
Can we have a try?
Did it hit him in line or outside the line?
Okay. Keep it going, please.
He's
Just freeze it here.
Just showing it.
Definitely pad first.
Hitting the
Bat
pad
is behind
first.
The ball.
It's close.
Thank you. No bat involved. Ball
And what do you reckon? Is he in line or
I reckon
outside?
impact umpire's call.
It's hit him in line.
Outside off. Impact is umpire's call. Wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Joel on field.
Not out.
Joel, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
He's lucky there.
Yeah,
Another day.
You're always lucky when umpire's call saves you. Australia won't lose a review because of that, but it was
that was hitting the stumps.
Yeah, that was a good review from Australia. Just gets the ball nipping back.
Yeah, that was the boof tick, pad then bat, rather than the tick boof. that, as I say, Farney de Villiers invented that after years of disappointment without any DRS in his career. Over the wicket goes Hazlewood, and it's short, and he's after it, and it's gone off an edge of some sort, and it's gone down towards the boundary. Maybe it came from glove. He threw his hands at that, and he miscued and didn't get over the bounce, and he's got away with a single to finish the over. So he's 5. A bit happening in that over, 2 for 152.
Yeah, and Hazlewood's bowling a bit quicker. He's just getting a bit of zip, getting the ball to angle back to Joe Root. Hazlewood in his first spell was nowhere near what he usually bowls like, and I think Australia might have had a bit of a volley at lunchtime. Maybe the coaches got stuck in and said, come on, got to pick your game up.
Well, they could get the collective ahead. They've only got 807 people in the dressing room apart from the players. Yeah, have a group bollocking.
Yeah, I'm picking teams for India already, Jim. I'm thinking about India and what England may do. And I reckon Stokes at number 3 just lengthens their ability to play more spin.
Yeah, well, the situation of the game is changing things for England, perhaps. Here's Cummins again, just outside the off stump, and Root lets it pass through to the keeper. Andy, while he's mulling over his selection, what have you got?
Just on Zach Crawley, 480 runs in the series. Chris Rogers had 480 in England for Australia in 2015. Before that, for more runs by an opener in an Ashes series in this country, you've got to go back to the 20th century. Matthew Elliott in 1997, 556 in a 6-test series.
Right. What was Alistair Cook in Australia, that 10-11 series? Captain Cook, he had a very good circumnavigation of Australia. Here comes Cummins, wobbling in it. Rudy squirts away off the inside edge, pushing at the line. It goes down to fine leg for a single.
Cook in 7 innings in that series in 2010-11, 766 runs, average 127.
Is that more than Chris Broad? He had a big series in 86.
3 centuries, but not as many runs as that. He had 487 in 5 tests. Michael Vaughan 633 in the 5 tests of 2002-03.
Of course. And Ubbs and Sutcliffe, what about them? They scored buckets. 2 slips in the gully. I'll let you dig through the stats. Now around the wicket, here comes Cummins and bowls it. Stokes leaves the ball at the death. It bounced through outside the off stump.
There's definitely a little bit more action since lunch for Australia, whether it's just that they're giving it a bit more and they're getting a bit more out the surface. It was certainly a little bit more bounce and a little bit more movement off the pitch.
Yep. There's one just in that first over when Stokes hit the 6th last ball of Hazlewood's over. It just took off like a squash ball bouncing on the surface. So Pat Cummins leading the attack, and Hazlewood giving him a very good support at the moment. Cummins goes up, Stokes defends back and across, but they will know that if they hang around, as Australia failed to do yesterday, the bowlers will tire. There's some sore legs out there at this point of the Ashes series, and Cummins is just extraordinarily resilient, I have to say, to keep going in like this.
Yeah, he's a champion, isn't he?
Yeah.
Have you tried that cake, Jim?
I haven't yet. 100%.
Fantastic.
Top the bake-off. The big... They should have a TMS bake-off. Here comes a short ball, and he swivels into it and gets it down onto the ground and to Travis Head at fine leg for a single. So Stokes is 28. It's 2 for 154. And and that's not the end of the over. No. Where were you before? You interrupted yourself? Nowhere? Oh, good. Oh, I know what it was. Orbs and Sutcliffe.
Yeah, they were highly productive for England. Jack Cobbs had a very long career either side of the First World War. Herbert Sutcliffe played in the 20s and 30s together in Australia in 1924-5. Sutcliffe 701 runs, Hobbs 454. They both scored nearly 500 in the 1926 Ashes, 800 runs between them in the 28-9 series in Australia. So they were a fine opening pair.
The most productive opening pair in Ashes history, I would have thought. As Cummins is in, a bouncer, and he's taking it down to fine leg for 4. Yeah, it wasn't a very awkward one. It was short, just outside the leg stump, and he just helped it on its way down to fine leg for 4. So they're testing Root out here after he got away with one on the LBW and then parried it next ball to fine leg. He's 10. That's the end of the over. And Tuffers, one of the great all-rounders of the day.
Thank you very much, Jim. Afternoon, everyone.
The lunchtime friend.
What's that?
The view from the boundary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't hear it. No, I've done a couple of shows.
Steve gave you a rap.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he said one of the great things about the game is that some people just don't even look like cricketers. Think about Phil Tufnell when he comes out to bat.
He's given me a mention.
It's good. Hazelwood bowls and it's allowed to pass outside the off stump.
It was 25 years ago nearly, or 20 years ago.
Well, you know, it just
stayed with him, obviously.
It did. He was talking about 1981 at Lord's.
Right.
Was his first test with his scorebook and everything else. So
he's a top man.
So I'm sure he saw all of your career.
Well, he probably did.
Because he went on tours
and
as well.
It's affected him probably.
It's probably affected his cricket from the sound of it.
Yes.
A couple of slips in the gully, around the wicket, Hazelwood's bowling, and up and over the bounce, pushed away down towards mid-off.
Well, it's just got a bit quieter, hasn't it? That loss of that wicket. Just that they don't want to make the same mistake, do they? They don't want to be, what were they, 180?
To fritter their position, yes.
What was it, 180 odd for one at Lord's?
Yeah.
And I think Edgbaston second dig as well. They were rocketing along and then all of a sudden fell in a bit of a heap. It looks a good pitch, Jimmy. You want to get over 300.
Hazelwood in the sunshine. Goes in towards Stokes back and pushes the ball carefully away down towards mid-on. But this could be the changing of the guard in the batting order for England. Is this move going to become permanent? Because we know Moeen Ali's not going to be around. Who else is going to be at 3?
Yeah, and I saw it. I saw Ben Stokes practicing his off-spin yesterday. You never know. You never know. But I mean, it's not a bad number 3, is he, Crikey O'Reilly? But they just want to be a bit. Well, I suppose it's good to be remembered for something, Jim, isn't it? Even if it's your diabolical batting.
Around the wicket, full straighter, pushed away down the onside.
But it was diabolical. It was.
You're being harsh on yourself.
It's not very good.
Just not very good. It sounds much better than diabolical.
Yeah. Well, I used to bat number 11 because I didn't like walking off on my own, you know.
What was the highest position you ever batted?
Well, here we go. Careful. 9. Here, I think.
9?
Yeah, I think it might have been against...
Didn't you have in the batting at school or something?
Oh, sorry. Yes, no, I used to play all right at school.
Yeah?
Yeah, got some 50s.
It's only when he got found out in Test cricket. Around the wicket, Hazelwood bowls short. He's tugging that away. Down behind square, and it's a sliding save from Travis Head. They take 1.
It's when everyone started having growth spurts, you know.
All right.
And they would have suddenly came back the year later and they're all about 6'8" and bowling 90 miles an hour.
Did fast bowlers frighten you?
Well, it was. I wouldn't say frightened. I'd say sort of made me a bit apprehensive.
Jumping?
Well, remember, mate, well, you know better than me, mate. Yeah. There were a few. There seemed to be.
Oh, there's a lot of quick stuff around for you. Yeah, no helmets, of course, in the early part.
Well,
that
I had my helmet. I think it was just came in. Thank the Lord.
4 in the slips. Hazelwood bowls, pitching up and worked away by Root for 4. Delightful shot. I mean, if there hadn't been a Toblerone to stop it, or a fence or the crowd, that'd be heading towards the River Thames. He struck that so well, didn't he? Sweet timing to deep mid-wicket. Another boundary for England in this total of 2 for 163 at the end of the over.
Great wrists, wasn't it? Just a shimmy down as well, a little couple of small steps, and he just turned it into a half volley and clipped it through mid-wicket.
Superb. Just superb.
Yeah.
When did you first wear a helmet? At school?
No helmets at school.
No.
But then we got them. I joined Middlesex in, crikey, 85, 84. Can't remember. Sometime around there.
So yeah, they were on the way then, well and truly, of course.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
But you didn't, in those days, you didn't have to wear that protective gear at school, did you?
No, mate. I got everything on when I became a professional, I can assure you.
Well, you remembered your box, of course.
First thing on, mate.
Here comes Cummins around the wicket there, and back goes Stokes and pokes it to the onside for a single. You never forgot your box?
No. The old soap dish. Get it in, mate. First thing on. Followed by the lid. And then
what about gloves?
Had my valets sort of put my armour on for me.
Did you have your own bat?
Yes.
Yeah?
And not many. I didn't have many.
Yeah?
I didn't have many. You know, all these guys have got about 10 or 15 in the bags and everything, like the tennis rackets and Djokovic and all that. No, I used to get one at the start of the year, and funny enough,
was linseed oil still part of cricket in those days?
Well, we used to knock them in. We used to knock them in,
yeah.
with the old sock, with a ball in the sock.
Yes, on the clothesline. I remember that. Cummins bowls pushed away by Reid, a quick single out towards point, and they make it comfortably. 2 for 165.
I know I look like I've had a hard life, Jim, but, you know, wasn't that long ago.
My wife said that to you one day. Yes. Hello, Jen. She's back home now.
Yes. She might be listening.
She flew on the bird yesterday, and, well, she's probably asleep with jet lag or whatever. But yes, she might be listening.
Lovely to see her.
Yeah, yes.
Always
no, she remembers meeting you behind the box at the at Leeds.
Steady.
I think it might have been in the football stand. Yes. Yeah, it was a very quiet meeting.
I think I had a bit of tummy trouble.
That's right, tummy trouble. Cummins runs in now, and Stokes is flashing and missing and almost got the edge of the bat at 2 for 165. Stokes is 30, Root's 15, Duckett out for 42, and since lunch, Crawley 73, giving Smith his 57th catch in Ashes cricket.
Wow.
Which is the record.
Oh, that's just gone past the outside edge. England just need to be a bit wary.
What's that? Is that a no ball?
Oh, I think it is.
There?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. A belated no ball.
That's more posthumous than Julius Caesar, that one.
Absolutely.
Gee.
A bit late in the day, that one.
Very late. So it's Cummins again. He bounds in, and Stokes is forward. Almost got the inside edge into the stumps. Cummins throws at the bowler's end as they take a slow single, and there won't be an overthrow. Stokes was looking at the ball, and Root was going. I mean, he was almost down the other end before Stokes took off, and so Cummins chased the ball to sort of square leg and picked it up and threw it at the bowler's end.
Yeah, it just didn't. It was the wrong sort of side for him being a right-handed thrower, wasn't it? That just gave Stokes a bit of time. But you know, you feel that England are in control, but you lose a couple now, and then all of a sudden that sort of third innings hoodoo all of a sudden starts creeping up on you, doesn't it? You know, 167 for 4 all of a sudden. Oh, I know.
But these two bowlers are going well, but they can't go all day.
No.
2 slips, 2 sort of gullies as Cummins bowls and Root defends and gets a run, easy run. They're pushing slowly away in front of mid-on, and the score ticks over to 2 for 168. And we had a no ball, didn't we, in this over? So that's why we're lingering on a little bit longer. But Stokes really had to scurry there, and that's not something he enjoys doing at the moment with his wounded knee. But he's brought something to the number 3 position for England.
Well,
that's for sure.
Well, it keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? Walking in at number 3, you can't just cruise into your spell. You've got to be spot on, otherwise he'll put you away.
Cummins bowls, and he's forward defending down the onside, and Cummins is looking a bit dusty because he chased and went all over the shop on the floor there to collect and try and run him out at the bowler's end. And Mitchell Marsh is warming up there in the gully, about to come on. So a quiet Saturday crowd enjoying the contest, and every now and then a punching stroke, or the 6th that Stokes hit when he got under a ball from Hazelwood just after lunch, and it went through the hands of Stark trying to catch it down there on the boundary. Very difficult to get the balance. Now he's forward to Cummins, runs it away down towards third man, and he collects a couple of runs on that guided stroke. It's 2 for 170. Root 16, Stokes 33. That is the end of the over. Ishagua's coming in to join you, Toughest.
Lovely. Yeah, they're enjoying themselves today. Been having a little wander around at lunchtime. Everyone's chatting away and the sun's out. It's nice and warm. England are rocking and rolling along at the Oval, so hopefully they can keep it going. Nisha, afternoon.
Rocking and rolling around the clock. This England team. But as we've seen in this Test match, it feels like the afternoon session after lunch. There's a bit more in it for the bowlers.
Oh, okay.
Don't you think? I just
think something happens to the pitch.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's the heavy roller wearing off.
Something.
But yeah, I've definitely seen a little bit more movement. I really enjoyed that passage of play. Pat Cummins and Josh Hazelwood against Root and Stokes there. That was a really nice contest building. Joe Root in particular.
Yeah, they've just wrestled back a bit of initiative, but as Jim was saying, you can't bowl all day.
No,
two big lads.
That's true.
You've got to change up, and here we have Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah, you're right.
Mitchell Marsh, sorry. Crack your eyes.
It's been a long series.
What's the other way out?
170 for 2 then, England leading by 158. Root on 16, Stokes on 33 as Marsh approaches the crease. He bowls short to Root. He covers the ball, just swivels and keeps it down to long leg for 1. And the lead now goes to 159.
And we were asking about, Bazball and has it evolved and everything. It has, hasn't it? Because they're consciously looking to tap it on the head now and keep that short ball tactic sort of down, keep that ball down. When Lords and Edgbaston, they were looking to hit it up, and that's when they went boom, 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 and lost wickets. So something has changed.
The difference at Lords, though, I felt like it was too pace there,
Absolutely,
wasn't it? So it was a lot harder to play the ball shot. And it is quite tempting for Joe Root when he's playing it down to that side.
Short, isn't it?
Yeah, the shorter boundary is Marsh bowling from the Brian Statham end as Stokes drives to mid-off on the charge, looking to pierce the gap there, but he only finds mid-off.
I've got Sir Alistair here, and he's just sitting there going, well, I don't know, played all those years, never used to run down to the quicks, but it's just like, oh well, there you go, it's all part and parcel of the game now, isn't it? They really have ripped up the rule book, Mr. McCullum and Stokes.
Well, the stats that Andy Zaltzman keeps churning out as Marsh round the wicket to Stokes, backing across and defending. Now, for me,
yes,
we don't see it all that often.
Go on.
But I think Ben Stokes' forward defence is a thing of beauty.
Okay.
There's just something about it, just the way he plays it with an angled bat.
What sort of
gets in and behind it, solid.
What sort of posters did you have on your wall when you were growing up?
Did you have the same Chris Tavare one I had 10 copies of?
I had a Lamborghini Countach.
Stokes bat waving in the air. He tucks that off his hip out to deep square for 1.
And Pan's people.
160 the lead.
You had an immaculate forward D from someone, didn't you? Oh dear.
It is a rarity though these days from this England team.
Listen, we were just discussing earlier as well. Could be a new role for Stokes. Not bad. Number 3, is he? Yeah. Technically, could do it, as you say.
I've always thought he could be at number 3, but
yes, I remember you saying that early on in the series.
He likes batting down the order, doesn't he? As Marsh bats, the wrap comes out, up and over slips, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Is it a 6? It is. It's over to the pavilion, and not before time. Joe Root gets the ramp out. It's been so successful for him. England moved to 178 for 2, a lead of 166.
Gets my heart racing. He's got down there so early, and he's got into the position so early. You know, we're just trying to get ourselves a nice lead here. Come on, and then he's ramping. Oh, what a shot, though. Goes for 6.
Root this time, down the leg side. Goes for the full ball at the stumps. Mitch Marsh gets it wrong. And Root, easy pickings. Backs up the 6 with a 4. Lead of 170 at the end of the over, 182 for 2. That first Marsh over back. How many did it go for, Zoltz?
Went for 12, and that 6 was England's 41st this series, which is a new record for an Ashes series. Australia hit 40 in the 2013-14 5-0 drubbing.
That was a New York captain, Cookie. Cookie remembers every single one of them. It's a lot of 6s. I mean, but that shot now, it's going for 6. You know what I mean? It's not sort of like, you know, a spinner trying to manipulate fields and everything. It's a genuine 6-hitting shot.
To be fair, he can play it from that end because that is, again,
shorter.
it's a shorter boundary.
Slightly downhill.
With the wind.
Yeah, but I mean, it sails off, doesn't it?
Yeah. Plenty of highlights already today. And remember, you can watch digital clips on the BBC Sport website and app. And today the test is on BBC 2 and BBC iPlayer. We've been moved, Tuffers.
What's that?
7:25 tonight.
Really? What?
Yep.
What for the highlights?
Dad's Army. Far more important is Stark is in to Stokes, who clips that away out to deep square for 1. Casually comes through for 1.
Is that a documentary about England's ageing bowling attack? I assume it is.
Old Play. That was one of the band names for the quartet of Quicks.
Don't tell him your name, Pike. Remember that, Mr. Mannering. Oh, right, OK.
Well, you can catch that at 7 o'clock, and then the highlights at 7:25.
We've been eased out, have we? OK.
Yeah.
Well, I shall watch that.
183 for 2, England. Root on strike.
Well, it's worth watching. I mean, the stroke play before lunch was just, I mean, it's just phenomenal, really.
Root, open stance. The left arm quick approaches, start bowls. Root defends, 2 mid-on. There's 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. There's 2 slips and a gully waiting. And Spider Cam zoning in just behind the slip cord in there. What a vantage point Spider Cam has.
Yeah, they should put a seat on it. What a view that would
Oh,
be.
yeah.
Eh?
Or a mic.
Flog
They
that.
do in Australia. We have a mic on it. In Australia, we get to chat to the players in
Like a
the
slip?
interval.
They just sort of lure
Yes.
down. And, oh, there you go.
All right, Steve.
That's a good idea.
How you doing
A
there?
little bit distracted. Just as you're batted.
I do always wonder what slippers chat about for long periods of time is start bowls to Root, who's covering the ball on off stump.
Well, I
Defends
should
back down the
imagine.
pitch.
I should imagine the same things that sort of flip-flops talk about.
What about thongs?
Oh, that's a different conversation. Well, no, I mean, I always was very jealous about, you know, I always used to sort of stand there on my own, getting abused by the crowd down at third or...
Did you give anything back?
Well,
or no?
a little bit. But they all seem to be having a wonderful time in the slips, all chuckling away and talking to each other and everything. I was very jealous of that. I was out there for hours on my own.
Root clips this to wideish mid-off.
Hurry.
Mid-on, he sets off and it hits the bat as he comes through. Gets in comfortably in the end, 184 for 2 in England. John Macclesfield in Wales emails, I am in total agreement with Isha on Ben Stokes.
Well, I said
Nothing
it as well.
so rare these days. It's perfect as the forward defensive.
I said I liked his forward defensive as well.
Did you?
No, it is. It's good, isn't he? He's some cricketer, isn't he? He's some cricketer. I've been so impressed, not only with his... I mean, we always knew that, you know, Ben Stokes was a wonderful cricketer, but he's just seemed to have, you know, taken to the captaincy role and the leadership role and everything like.
I know it's bad to think this, but
go on.
I'll be sad. I'll be sad when he's no longer playing.
Well, yeah.
Stark is in to Stokes, who whips the ball out to deep square for another single. Not that I'm saying that he's, you know,
writing him off, really.
going to retire anytime soon. I hope that he's talked about surgery, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, there's someone else always comes along.
Yeah. Who's it going to be?
Well, I don't know yet. You never know, do you? But You know, you always sort of, you know, Broad and Anderson, oh, what are we going to do without them? Someone else, or might take a bit of time, but someone else always pops up. But you're right.
How dedicated are they going to be to wanting to play Test cricket is the other question.
Well, there you go. Who knows? Yeah, there you go.
Stark, past the stumps. Root drives beautifully to mid-off. And Pat Cummins pulls up there as he collects the ball. He looked very weary fielding that one. 186 for 2 then at the end of the over. Lead of 174. Root has gone to 29. Stokes on 36. Nice partnership here.
Yeah, no, they're just ticking it along nicely. As you said, I think they might have just learned. Yeah, he looked a bit weary there, though, postman Pat, didn't he?
Captain Pat. It's been a long old slog for him.
Cool.
If you're out and about today, remember you can take the Ashes with you on BBC Sounds, as well as live commentary. You can hear our podcasts like the Ashes Daily and Tailenders with Greg James and Jimmy Anderson. Is Greg here today? He usually is.
Yeah.
And Felix.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's loads here. As you said, I've been wandering around at lunchtime and having a little look about.
Have you?
Oh,
Okay.
there's some proper celebs.
Weren't you out with Mick Jagger last night? I'll just drop that one off the floor and pick that up.
I might have nipped out for a glass of Coca-Cola with him.
Entertaining, was it?
That was very good, lovely, very good. And his keyboard player, you know all about keyboards, don't you?
My husband does.
Well, I'm sure you do a little bit then as well, don't you? You must be surrounded by him at home.
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good fun. Everyone very excited about today.
Is he here today?
Might be. I think they've given him a box, you know, here at the Oval.
Decent.
Not sure. Decent. Nice. No, huge cricket fan.
Well, Mitch Marsh has come and gone. Todd Murphy is into the attack. Bowling to Root, who guides the ball out to deep backward point for 1.
Got to be a bit careful at the Oval playing shots like that, because the odd one kicks. Sweeps are always a bit tricky as well. Top edges and things like that. Got a few myself out cutting at the Oval. Not that the balls were short.
Were you cutting half volleys?
Yeah, I lured them into playing the shot. No, but you just got to be careful because it just gets big on you sometimes.
Root to 30, lead of 175. So Murphy on from the Bryans.
I think he might be looking to take him down, Ben Stokes.
As Stokes advances
There you go.
and goes past mid-wicket to his right, out to mid-on, who's set back
You
for 1.
you still have that feeling as a spin bowler. You just sense when they're coming down. Even from all the way back here, yes. I would have done that a little bit wider, a little bit slower. But there you go. He's only a youngster, isn't he, Todd Murphy? 22, isn't he?
Entertained with the bat.
I think he's decent, you know.
So he's through to Root, who sweeps fine to fine leg down on the boundary.
And what a mentor just to have knocking about as well, Nathan Lyon. I think he's, well, as we were saying, someone else always comes along. How are we going to replace Nathan Lyon? Well, I think this chap's pretty good.
Stokes leaning on his bat, taps it down. Murphy round the wicket. Stokes on the back foot, punching to point. No run.
He's got a funny little skip just at the beginning of his run-up. Look, he lifts one of his legs up.
You had a nice rhythmical entrance, didn't you?
There you go, a little kick up this.
It does. As Stokes turns that to mid-wicket, stops in his tracks as Marnus Labuschagne dives to take the ball, no run.
Well, mine was a bit of a hop and a skip, wasn't it? Sort of just to get me going.
Get that momentum coming forwards.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the run-ups are crucial still for spin bowlers, you know. A lot of people don't do that. Only the late, great Shane Warne used to sort of walk up.
Reverse sweep comes out, plays it onto his pad and falls in front of him at the end of the over. It's 189 for 2. 36 overs have been bowled in this innings. Lead of 177 then for England. Root 31, Stokes on 37. And even though they're going at such a quick rate, it feels like this has been a bit of a consolidatory period for England.
Easy for you to say.
Yes.
No, absolutely. And I think that, they're just managing the situation at the moment. Still lots of intent, and if the ball's there, they're looking to get on with it. But it's just not that sort of crash bang wallop all the time, which can get you in a bit of stuck. So they'll be very watchful. Andy?
Ben Stokes has reached 400 runs for the series. It's an interesting facet of this series. No one player has had a sort of completely dominant series, but lots of players have done some good things. We've had 12 different players get on the honours board, 7 Centurions, 5 wicket Holsters.
Yeah.
But no one's got on the honours board twice, which is a bit of a rarity in an Ashes series. So the top performances have been really spread around the teams.
Yeah. I think perhaps that might have something to do with the sort of back-to-back nature of it,
Stark in, and Root nearly chops on as he did in the first innings. He manages to get his bat underneath the ball as it jumped up in the air. He played it into the ground, it went in the air, and it was about to bounce onto the stumps, and he got his bat to move it away in time.
It's a bit cheeky, that, isn't it? It's too close to cut. And because he's such a wonderful player, you feel that you could just sort of, just glide that, but it can get in a bit of stuck, that, as it did in the first innings. No need, there's a man down there, really, so you're only going to get one for it. Me give it Joe Root bat tips.
Root, bat waving in the air,
That's
drives
better.
to mid-off.
Yeah,
No run.
Why not have one of them? Why not do one of them? You got all day.
Well, you've watched him enough. So
I
you probably
have.
could. You probably could give him some batting tips.
Well, there you go.
Just
So-
a different perspective.
Set of eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, mainly closed. Yeah.
Cat by name.
There you go.
Cat
there
by
you go.
nature.
But still loads of time left in this game. There might be a bit of rain around, isn't there? There's
I think that's pushed away, maybe.
Has
That's
it?
the latest I've heard.
Good.
As Stark bounding in, Root drives to extra cover, no run. Kawaja diving across the field to stop that one.
Well, the thing about the way that this England side play, they just got bags of time. They get so ahead of the game so quickly.
Well, okay, here's a question then,
Go on.
Tuffers. Right,
Okay.
if you're trying to set the game up, England want to win this Test match.
Yes.
So we've got a bit of time until tea.
Yes.
They're 177 in front, 2 days worth of play afterwards. What are you doing? Are you trying to bat as quickly as possible and maybe have Australia in by the end of the day? Is Stark bowls to Root, working the ball to mid-on, no run? No?
No, we've still got...
With maybe a bit of rain coming on day 5?
You can't sort of legislate for that rain. Hopefully, as you say, it wasn't as imminent.
Oh, here we go. Latest forecast suggests some rain tomorrow afternoon, but Monday looks much better.
Good.
Okay.
So, we knew it was on its way, didn't we, in Manchester, so that was a bit of a different kettle of fish, wasn't it? But you keep batting and you look to get to tea, as you say, and then look to just, and still be positive, and then after tea look to kick on, and then perhaps have a little go tomorrow. Well, that's what I'd do.
Stark to Root, who pulls beautifully, bisects the two fielders out on the boundary. That's raced away across the turf. And the crowd appreciate that one. That is like a knife through butter, isn't it? 193 for 2. That just melted onto his bat.
And that brought up the 50 partnership in 10 overs and 2 balls. It's only the second time since 1995 that England have had 50 stands for the top 3 wickets in an innings against Australia.
Joe Root made the Mitchell start look like he was bowling about 70 mile an hour there. I mean, he's sharp, Mitchell. He's quick.
Well, what does he do now? He's coming again. Mitchell Stark. He bowls a good length that Root drives to mid-off. No run.
Some shots being played here today.
193 for 2. Lead of 181.
So got another little one here.
Go on.
England's top 4 have all reached 35. Crawley 73, Duckett 42, Stokes 37 not out, and Root 35 not out as drinks come onto the field. It's only the second time since 1985 that England's top 4 have all made 35 in a Test innings against Australia.
Does that make your top 10 stats?
No.
Oh, have you thought about it?
No, I haven't. No, you have set me this challenge, the top 10 stats of the series. I don't think that's top 10, but I think it's got to be again. It shows how this team has played very well as a team. Not too many massive individual Individual scores 150 by Stokes there, 189 by Crawley, but lots of contributions throughout the side, and we're seeing that again here today.
Thanks, Andy. Well, it is bright sunshine here at the Oval. As Phil Tufnell has stepped out, in comes Glenn McGrath, and I'm going to make way for Jonathan Agnew as the players take a drink with England on 193 for 2.
Yeah, thanks, Ish. Yeah, no, England going along at an incredible rate of knots, as we've seen this whole Test match and pretty much a whole series. So they're setting this game up. I'm wondering what they're thinking, how many runs they want, how long they want to bat for. Is the weather a concern?
Well, actually,
all these things, I guess.
The weather's interesting, actually, Pidge, because Monday, which a couple of days ago just looked like a disaster, like sort of Manchester 2, has improved.
Well, you found a website that says it's going to be a good day?
I found one. No, I mean, there might be a little shower late tomorrow afternoon, according to this, but Monday looks
good.
Looks all right. So that's very good news. And so England, therefore, you feel haven't quite got to, think about pulling out quite so early. They can go on, get 400, 420 lead.
I think they'll try to get as many runs as they can, especially when they bat as quickly as they do.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Anderson did say yesterday that, how many do you want? He said 800. Obviously tongue-in-cheek, but...
They'll get 400. And then it's a tall order for Australia, but of course we don't know about Moeen, but the longer that England bat for, the more time they've got to work on him. So, and of course the fast bowlers get a break. So there's lots of reasons for England to be pleased by the latest from the Met Office. Anyway, it can change, of course, but at the moment it's lovely here now too. 193 for 2 on Saturday afternoon. Many thanks to Stephen Mangan for being such an entertaining guest at lunchtime. Could have talked to him for hours. And so glad that he finally made it on after all the cancellations. But a proper cricket lover, and great to have a chat with him. So drinks being taken, ground staff doing their bit. Off they go. Familiar pieces of equipment. There's usually 4 vital pieces of equipment. There's a plank of wood, and there's a bucket, and then there's a broom, and the bucket full of the paint. To mention that the View from the Boundary will be a podcast soon on BBC Sounds. So if you've missed it, I thoroughly recommend. We've got half an hour to kill at some stage. That's a good way of doing so. 193 for 2, and Murphy is going to continue up at the Vauxhall end. Umpire Wilson says play to start the second hour of this session. In he goes, bowls down the leg side it goes, brushed away by Stokes, and down into the boundary for 4 runs. What a great start for the Australians after a break. You just need to start well, don't you? Whatever session it is, start of a day, start of the afternoon session, or just after a drink. It's beginning well, but that's not a great ball really, and Stokes has just flicked it away.
Yeah, no, England have got off to a great start nearly after every break, and you always think Nathan Lyon, the difference he would have made in this series.
Murphy bowling, and Stokes on the front foot. Well, indeed, I mean, this would be sort of made for him in a way, wouldn't it, to try and keep an end tight. They'd be after him, no doubt. But Murphy's got a lot of promise, but he's not got the experience of Lyon bowling in these circumstances. 197 for 2. Murphy bowls flat down the leg side, hit hard, but only as far as Head, who seems permanently to roam out in that part of the field. It's right-hander, left-hander bowling from this end or that. That seems to be sort of Head's territory out there.
You designate certain parts of the field to certain players, don't you? The Smith, you call it between square leg and fine leg. That's the Smith
position. And Head's always out there. In goes Murphy and bowls to Root, who's on top of the bounce, flicking it away to David Warner. David Warner, who announced the other day that he hasn't actually seen any Bazball yet. Well, I think he might have seen some today, Davey.
I think he's been watching. He's just seen batsmen playing the shots. Is that Bazball or is that normal cricket?
Murphy again, and there's Warner. He's seen that one. He's picked it up.
Well, cricketers these days, I don't know. We saw Jimmy Anderson say yesterday afternoon went exactly as they planned when 9 and 10 put on 100 runs. But Yeah, you got to wonder. He hasn't seen any Baz ball yet.
Here's the next one, flicked away down the backward square leg. I think the most honest one we've seen so far, heard from, is Harry Brook.
That's
bless
nice.
him.
Yeah, bless him.
He just comes out, I think whatever Danny Rubin, the media man attached to the England side who we know and love, whatever he sort of drills into him not to say, I think Harry just kind of just says it anyway.
Yeah, just keep it simple, say it how it is. Yeah.
Very uncomplicated.
Well, it's good to have strong characters that are comfortable where, saying how it is.
He certainly makes interviewing interesting. 199 for 2 is the score, and a rather tired looking Stark is going to continue up there at the far end. Pavilion behind him looks absolutely packed. He's got the committee room just above the sight screen. It's rather like the Royal Box at Wimbledon. You sort of sit there just at the perfect height. It's above the sight screen, all the great and the good up there of Surrey cricket. Had a lot of their former players here yesterday, apparently, which was nice. 199 for 2. Stark on his way, left arm over the wicket, bowls outside the off-stump. Root tries to run that to third man. There's no one down there, so it's tempting. But he missed that one, and the ball scuttles through low to Carey.
That's a rare miss. He loves that shot. That's his trademark, nearly. Mitchell Stark probably just got a little bit tight on him, or whether it didn't quite bounce as much as he was considering.
Gets a bit low, doesn't it? 199 for 2. And Stark swings round in the distance, then sight screen behind him there. And the KP slamming a 6 into that area in 2005. In comes Stark, bowls, and that's driven in straight down the ground, really, towards long on. Labuschagne's after it, rushing down to the boundary. Great long dive. He probably takes the ball with him. He does. That's the one flaw in that technique, I think. If you dive full length like that, like a racing dive, towards the ball, you're going to take it with you.
Well, there's no other way you're going to get near it, though. Sometimes you do have to do it, roll and flick it back. But that's a 200 up for England. Outfield looks a little quicker today, while with the sun out, and it does quicken up everything, doesn't it? So good cricket conditions, good batting conditions, you could say, but there's still a little bit in it for the bowlers.
I've got 3 out on the leg side now. Stark moves in, bowls to Root. It's short, wide of the off stump now. That is an unusual stroke. Going for his favourite cut. Again, it didn't bounce as much as he thought it might, and he's cut the ball off the bottom edge into the ground so hard that it's gone way over Carey's head on the bounce and gone for 4 behind his head.
When it rains, it pours sometimes. Australia think they can't have any luck. There's no luck at the moment. Everything's going England's way. But that old saying, fortune favours the brave. They're backing themselves here, England.
I've never seen that before.
Haven't you?
I think so.
You've been watching cricket for a long time too.
That's however many times you try and play that shot again, you couldn't do it. That's a 1 in 1,000. Stark again moves in, bowls. It's short. Oh, it's uppercut this time. Almost for 6. And Stark's not had a great day today. He got hammered in his first spell. Now Root's after him here. 3 boundaries now. One a little fortunate, to be honest, the bottom edge. Well, not a little fortunate, but just different, unusual, a little bit fluky. But that is beautiful execution of the ramp shot.
Yeah, they're playing with confidence, this England team. Joe Root well and truly got himself in now, sitting at 48. What do Australia do here? When they've bowled good areas and got that length right and the line right, there's been something there, but they haven't been consistent enough, and I think they're paying the price too.
Well, they're adjusting this leg side field because Root, again, basically knows what was coming with that strong leg side field. So taking the fielder out of there, there's still the option of the bouncer. There's 2 back, but it gives Stark the option here of pitching up. In he comes, bowls, and he does pitch it up, and that's just run away down towards the gully by Root. And there's no run. And I mean, back to basics is usually the way to go. I happened to be in the skybox showing Stephen Mangan around when Crawley was out. And there was a bit of an explosion from Ponting about, something about that's not rocket science or something about the going back to the basics, getting the edge and the catch at slip.
Yeah, and that's what they haven't done in the Australians. Haven't been consistent enough, and you've got to make the batsman play good shots off good balls more consistently. I know Baz Ball puts the pressure back on the batsman, but you can't fall in the trap to change your game plans. You're still about execution.
Stark bowls, and very late. That's dabbed away into the offside by Root. He'll keep the strike. And the lead now exactly 200. They were minus 12 at the start today. 212 for 2.
And Andy, has there been any more maiden overs? I know we had one earlier today. Did we get another one at all?
No. Just the one that was so close, Glenn.
I know.
The last over before lunch, the 6th ball went for a single.
It only went for
agonising.
15. It was so close.
It's a good stat that you're monitoring, Andy. I like that one.
You love that stat, don't you,
I do.
Andy? And you too, Angus.
Oh, absolutely. Anything that keeps you on the back foot, Glenn, has to be a good one. 212 for 2. Root's looking round the field. He's got Murphy bowling to him. And now there's only one person out on the leg side. Murphy comes in, bowls, and Root tucks him away into the leg side, finds the gap, working it away for a single for his 50. Beautiful innings. You just saw in that innings everything about Joe Root, actually. Every shot that he plays. The old and the new. And the tap of the gloves from Ben Stokes. Root will have his eye on some more. It's only taken 42 balls. Late falls in a 6, that ramped 6, reverse ramp. Murphy bowls, Stokes clips it away into the leg side, finds mid-wicket. And there's no run. Blue sky on the way. Looking away to our right. It's a good day to bat, certainly the conditions. Working with England today. Much of the first 2 days have played under floodlights. Murphy bowls, big one from Stokes, but is it big enough? No, he's holed out. And Cummins there clenches his fist as he takes the catch at mid-on, quite deep. He was almost doing a Stokes there in lingering halfway back to the boundary rather than going all the way back. Stokes tried to clear him and failed. And so England's captain is out. Well done, Murphy. Not an easy time to come on and bowl for a young spinner. Stokes had tried to take him on, tried to clear Pat Cummins. And he's just picked him out. Stokes out for 42. And England lose their 3rd wicket.
Yeah, well, he tried to go long, take him downtown. Didn't really turn, just skidded on a bit, took the inside of the bottom of the bat. And Stokes can't believe it. Big wicket for Australia. They needed something there to keep hanging into this game. That's 3 wickets down, but 201 on the board in front.
So disappointed Stokes is shaking his head. He's waiting for Harry Brook to run past him. Gives him a little tap on the thigh there as he goes on his way down the steps. And Stokes, I can see, walking up. Disappointed to have holed out there. 213 for 3. The lead is 201.
Stokes, you mentioned, 42 from 67 with 1 6 and 3 fours. The partnership was 73 in 13 overs. Joe Root's half century. 42 balls, as you said, a 6 and 8 fours. It's the 4th fastest of his 90 50-plus scores for England, 30 hundreds amongst those. It's his 22nd 50-plus score against Australia, just 4 centuries amongst that, so that's a conversion rate he would want to improve. But in terms of total 50s, he's now tied with Alistair Cook on 90 50-plus innings for England in Test cricket. That's the most by an England player. He's also level with Alan Border and Kumar Sangakkara, joint 6th in the all-time list. 29 50-plus scores behind the leader, Sachin Tendulkar, at 119.
Some serious names there, aren't there? He's in outstanding company.
Yes, there's Tendulkar, then Callis and Ponting, 103, Dravid, 99, Chanderpaul, 96, and Border, Cook, Sangakkara and Root now on 90.
Well, he's the non-striker's end as Brook. Some fairly careful-looking gardening there. He looked very relaxed when I saw him on the screen 20 minutes or so ago.
Do you think he gets tense and nervous?
No.
Oh, well, then he should be relaxed.
I don't think he gets tense and nervous about anything.
Why? Why would you bother getting tense and nervous? It doesn't really help, does it? As long as you're up and ready for the battle and ready for the and out there and batting, that's fine.
It's about making it a positive thing rather than a negative thing, isn't it? Because everyone feels a bit tense and nervous when you're doing this sort of thing, but you make it work for you rather than work against you, and that's where the really good players where they're successful. They draw something from that nervous energy.
Well, I remember Inzamam Huq was pretty relaxed. Looked like he was asleep with the first 2 deliveries. And then he'd wake up and...
Here's Murphy bowling, and Brooks' first ball. He steps back, steers the ball away behind square on the leg side. Oh, well, I go ooh because the fielder there slipped. Actually, as he tried to throw that, it's Labuschagne, the sort of slip that could do a bit of damage if you're not careful, but I think he's okay. And Brook off the mark. First ball, 214 for 3, and trusting the pitch when he played that shot, to be honest. It wasn't that short. 214 for 3, the lead 202. And in goes Murphy. Bowls, tucked away in the leg side, going for a single there. Root picks up another one. 215 for 3.
Yeah, Australia need to follow this up with another wicket now. Kick the pressure on. 2 right-handers on strike out there in the middle. So
Australia fancy knocking off here. I mean, what, 320? Do they think they can get those?
Oh, I'm sure they'll back themselves to get whatever they have to. But yeah, you don't want to be chasing 350 plus, really.
No.
The pitch out there looks very good.
Murphy bowling, he's down the pitch. This is his second ball, he's hit it for 6. Ridiculously. That's Harry Brook. And it's a big one. First ball, he stepped back, dabbed away for a single. And the second ball, his face, he's come down the pitch and clumped it for a huge 6 straight down the ground.
Yeah, you said he keeps it simple.
He does.
And that's it. You got the ball, picked the ball, right one in the slot. Didn't try to overhit it, still hit it with reasonable power.
It's a beautiful shot, actually, isn't it? It's totally controlled, and given that it's just come in, there's no suggestion of leaning back or the head going back or anything. It's everything's in the right place. Perfectly balanced. What a shot.
Well, that's what Ben Stokes was trying to do.
221 for 3, the lead 209. You can hear that murmuring amongst the crowd. I sense some excitement coming here. The ball's gone, I think. I see David Milnes out there with his attaché case.
Oh, change the ball. England tried to do that 37 times yesterday, and maybe the best way to do it is get it hit into the crowd.
I think it might have gone under the covers. This is the problem. Oh, here it comes. It's been retrieved.
Yeah, oh, there's one that was 500 overs old.
Yes.
It's been sitting there for 3 days.
That would be a good way of doing it, wouldn't it? But I think that's the original one. It might be a bit damaged. Umpire Wilson said, giving it here, let's have a look. But it disappeared under the covers.
No, I think it went along the gutter, along with the covers. It sort of bounced on the roof. There, bounced down, hit the top of the cover, then rolled down the gutter on the side. Whether it then rolled down and
down the hose.
Went down the hose. And
well, the umpires are talking about this, and David Milnes is waiting just in case he should be called upon, but he's retreating now. No, the umpire said that's fine, you can get on with that. That would have been 6 anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, it was good hit, good strike. Got a good piece of it too, so cleared the boundary by a long way. Maybe Adelaide in the with it probably still would have been 6 there. It is long ground, Adelaide, without the ropes.
221 for 3. Hazelwood's about to continue from that from the far end. Just going to flag up the tea break. Looking forward to that. We're going to meet somebody you don't often get the chance to talk to in and around the England team. In comes Hazelwood, moves in and bowls, and that's driven straight down the ground, challenging mid-on. He manages to get there, but Root's already through for a single. So, looking forward to introducing our guest at tea time to you all. And I shall leave you in the capable hands of Dan Norcross.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to that.
Cryptic, eh?
Hey,
very cryptic.
It never gives too much away, I guess, does he?
No.
Well, good to see you, Dan. How are you travelling? You must be pretty happy with the situation.
Well, I don't know what I am, really. I'm trying to interpret it. I'm not seeing a lot in the way of lateral movement. Andy might be able to confirm whether my eyes are deceiving me or not. It feels like really good conditions for batting in, and England are just being very positive in using these good conditions at the moment. And
so you're like David Warner. This is not baseball. This is just positive batting.
Just positive batting. Yeah.
Batting to the conditions.
I think, but I mean, it's been extraordinary to watch. But England are not out of the woods. The lead is only 210. They're on double Nelson as Hazelwood is into Brook, who defends a full ball back to the bowler, no run, and not just adding a couple of wickets. The total, got to remember, Moeen Ali, if he comes out to bat, is just going to swing. I mean, he might be good for sort of 0 or 20 odd, but he's not in a position really to play a lengthy innings, you wouldn't think. So England have got Bairstow left, and then Wokes.
You never know.
The bowlers. So Australia have got to still believe a couple of wickets here. And
without a doubt. Pick one or two here. You just never know.
They're right in it. As Hazelwood is in, Brook waits. And then plays at one of the channel outside the off stump, a little groping prod that goes through to the keeper. Yes, Andy.
The deviation, very little in this session, very little off the pitch. Only on the first afternoon was there less in this match, and by historic standards, very little in pretty much any of the sessions. In the air, we saw quite a lot of swing yesterday in sessions 2 and 3, but very, very little in this session. This has been the least swingy session of the Test match so far.
Well, I suppose there was a lot of cloud yesterday. We're expecting more cloud to build up later on in the match through the last couple of days as Hazelwood is in and Brook defends rather uncertainly. A full delivery into the offside, picked up in the covers as he makes his way in his innings. I say he makes his way in his innings. In his second ball for 6, which is sort of the way these days. Has come to the wicket because of the loss of Stokes, who just rather shanked a would-be lofted drive, looking for another 6, and was caught sort of 2/3 of the way back at mid-on off the bowling of Murphy. Now the field spreads, deep backward point goes out, and there's a long leg. Otherwise, 2 slips and a gully extra mid-off, mid-on, and the mid-wicket. Quite a fine mid-wicket, not far in front of square. As Hazelwood is in, and Brook is beaten again. Oh, he's edged and gone. That's a ripper of a delivery from Hazelwood. It's taken the outside edge of Brook's bat, and England have lost 2 in quick order here. 2:22 for 4. Double Nelson strikes. Brook goes for 7. Edge through to Carey, comfortably taken. And this is a decent ball. He's just played inside the line of it and gets a good piece of it. It flies through to Carey, who's relieved to take the catch. And England lose their 4th.
There's still a little bit in this pitch on certain areas, so Australia have to believe, like you were saying before, Dan, Harry Brook, the dangerous Harry Brook, departs for 7. Double Nelson strikes again, but it's on at the leads. What's the lead? 210.
Yeah.
So if Australia think if we can, get a couple of back-to-back wickets here, get them 5, 6, 7 down. You just never know.
No Deebens in this pitch. You wouldn't have thought in this modern age that 300 would be a daunting task. Now then, who's coming out to bat? It's going to be Bairstow. Still no sign of Moeen. He can bat from this point on, but with that groin problem, he's not going to. And Bairstow's come skipping out to bat, whirling his arms. He's had a very in and out series, played some very fine knocks, not least that tremendous unbeaten 99 at Old Trafford, but he comes in a slightly different situation here. He scores 78 and 20, 16 and 10, 12 and 5. It seemed to be getting worse. Then 99 not out, but he didn't do one in the first innings. What did he get in the first innings, Andy? It wasn't many.
4. Bowled by Hazelwood.
So it's very much feast or famine with Bairstow.
Yeah, England are in good position here, but they don't want to lose too many more wickets. Put a bit of pressure if they can form a partnership here, get it up over 250, 270 plus, start feeling a little bit more comfortable. But it's just in that this whole series has been one team looks like they're taking away, and then the other one claws their way back.
That's the first failure of this England innings. Top 4, 73, 42, 42 and 52 not out. Only the second time since 1965 in an Ashes Test that England's top 4 have all made 40.
Oh, I knew it would be something. Hazelwood, his first delivery to Bairstow is outside the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper. End of a successful over from Hazelwood. Beat the bat a couple of times, then got the edge, and England to 222 for 4. Route 52, Bairstow yet to score. Will this change the way that Root bats, I wonder? As we just see the replay of that ball, did it really deviate, or did he just play slightly down the wrong line?
I don't know. It pitched. It just probably bounced a little bit more. The bat was angled. Whether he was looking to run that down to third, they just pushed the guy back and opened up the gully point region. Whether he just thought, I'll just sort of push that down there and I'll get off strike, get myself a single.
We're having a look here at the replay. And it was a thin old edge, but it obviously was a good enough one because he looks around straight away. And he disappointedly to the heavens as he walks off.
We got Pat Cummins coming on now. Todd Murphy's had his stint, picked up the vital wicket of the captain of Stokes, and now Pat Cummins brings himself back on. He knows it's a big moment in the match, this one.
Switcher ends on the Vauxhall end, and forward comes Root, takes a pace down the wicket and pushes the ball up to Labuschagne at mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, if they could jag Joe Root out here, Australia would be pretty happy with the situation of the game.
Very much so. Well, it would put a very different complexion on it. It's been the way all series, only really at Old Trafford as one side got heavily on top. In the other games, the pendulum has swung one way and the other. It's been one of the reasons why it's been such a scintillating, absorbing series to watch. As Root twiddles his bat, looks down, now looks up. As Cummins is in. And Root just angles this past the diving gully down towards the boundary. It'll be pursued by a fielder and cut off just inside the sponge. Deep third, couple more to Root. He goes to 54, 224 for 4. Does he modify his approach at all, Root, here, now that he knows that England are sort of one wicket away from just more than a spot of bother, really?
Chris Wokes is handy. Mark Woods, made a difference with the bat.
Biff,
yeah. So it's things could collapse quite quickly, or the tail can wag, and we saw Australia's tail wag yesterday in these conditions, even when they took the new ball. So you got to keep backing yourself and play the way you think you should be playing in this on this pitch.
Cummins in. That's worked away off the pads down towards deep backwards square. They run the first quickly. No, he's not going to come back for a second. Deep third's been put in position for Root. He does like to access that area. Sometimes think, though, 225 for 4, that it's not a bad call to keep that position open, because there's a certain risk attached to it. He's got out playing that shot, hasn't he?
Yeah, he loves that shot, just running it down a third. There's nothing worse than someone who runs it down a third. Doesn't really do much, but goes for a boundary.
Annoying for a bowler,
It's annoying. It used to annoy me.
Yep.
So, cut it off or put another slip in, so it makes it hard to get through there.
Well, because they did that in the first innings, didn't they? They had 4 split slips, and he got out trying to access that area. Cummins into Bairstow, outside the off stump, full, left alone, taken quite high, around shoulder height by Carey. The hum is back at the Oval. They were in quite good throaty voice about 2.5 overs ago, when England were going so well.
2 wickets. Wickets can change the vibe around the ground, can't
they? They really do. Anxiety suddenly comes back. I don't know that they're super anxious, but they're suddenly just keeping their eyes peeled. The complacency has gone. The expectation of a run every ball has gone. As Cummins is into Bairstow, who drives firmly. He's going to go through, scampering through for a single. So he went to the right of Labuschagne at mid-off. He didn't really time it. So he gets off the mark. 226 for 4. The lead 214.
Yeah, I think the key here is Joe Root. He's such an experienced, quality batsman. He'll know how to keep this score ticking over. He's the key here.
He is. He had a couple of lean tests in the middle at Lords and Headingley. He didn't get beyond 21. He came back into form a bit at Old Trafford with that 84. Didn't get many in the first innings here. Half century so far. 55 not out. Cummins into him. He works another ball into the onside. The thick inside half of the bat. Down towards deep backward square. Another run. Completes the over. 42 gone in England's innings. At 227 for 4. Root 56, Bairstow 1. England have now batted 96.4 overs and have scored 510 runs.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. The proof will be in the pudding. If they take a win away, then you'll say, well done.
Yeah.
They reached 200 in 38.2 overs in this innings. That's the 3rd fastest in Ashes cricket. The quickest was England at Old Trafford, 35.3 overs. Australia, 38.1 overs at Edgbaston in 2001. But in this series, England now have 5 entries in the top 9 fastest team 200 scores in Ashes history.
I hope so. Bazball, that's what Bazball's about.
That's what it's about. Well, it's entertaining, but I think those bowlers are just getting a little fidgety now because it's only 10 past 3 and they bowled a lot of overs in Australia's innings, 103 overs, and they didn't have a spinner to help them out. As Hazelwood is in, that's pulled by Root down to deep backward square leg, a short ball which he fetches from outside off stump, gets a single, 228 for 4.
There's still 3 entries in the top 15 quickest team scores of 200 in the Ashes from the 1902 series.
Oh yeah, which, Gilbert Jessup,
yeah. Australia had Trumper, Clem Hill, one of their great batting lineups, and yeah, that period of cricket, there were some extremely fast-scoring matches and series. Probably the closest. Maybe
Off how many
seen.
overs? Well, they weren't 6-ball overs back then, were they?
They were in England.
Oh, they were?
Yeah,
well, there you go.
In the 43rd and 44th over, 200 up.
Good effort.
Hold back to big boundaries.
Bazball, it's not new.
Hazelwood into Bairstow, who works it into the onside, picked up though by Head, close in, the onside. So why did it all go wrong? Why was that exciting cricket in the early part of the 20th century replaced?
Maybe they got better at bowling.
Maybe they did. Well, I suppose actually that probably did happen, didn't it? Because the professionalisation of cricket meant that batters got to face more balls. And you see a little bit in women's cricket, the inflation in scores in women's cricket has happened as the game has been professionalised, and the bowlers sort of have to catch up, don't they? Hazelwood into Bairstow, who defends a full ball back to the bowler, bends down and picks up with his right hand. So I suppose there would have been a bit of that, and then you got those pretty, run-drenched eras in the 1920s.
Well, they didn't cover the pitch, they covered the bowler's run-up, which I always found was interesting.
It's a weird one, that, isn't it?
Very weird.
Yeah.
Well, back when bowlers were important.
Yeah, yeah. But those uncovered wickets didn't necessarily result in very low scores.
Lanka only topped 19, didn't he?
As the 50s, yes. When we get to there, this is edged and goes out towards backward point. As Bairstow just slightly got turned around by that ball. Glenn McGrath is leaving us. Alistair Cook's going to replace him. As we've got around about 27 minutes to go until the tea break. England 228 for 4, the lead 216. Again, the over rate almost criminally pitiful. We're not even halfway through the overs to be bowled today yet. And we're really not far away from tea. 2 slips and a gully in place. Deep point has gone out after that ball. Hazelwood into Bairstow, reaches for one, drives through extra cover. It's running away to the boundary. He's being pursued eagerly by Murphy. He might get there. He does very well. He had to make about 30 yards to his right. And he keeps the scoring to 2. 230 for 4. Alistair Cook is alongside me. Things were going so comfortably for England about 20 minutes ago. And now there's just a sense that they're on the precipice of the innings folding. That's quite
it was
mad.
never going to be plain sailing, was it? It was never. No. England don't just dominate it totally.
No, that's not permitted, is it?
No, it's not entertaining enough.
Hazelwood into Bairstow, defends a foolish ball back to the bowler. End of the over, 230 for 4, Route 57, Bairstow 3, the lead 218.
Obviously not been here for the first couple of days. This pitch looks fantastic from what I've just seen.
You're looking at the
43 overs I've watched, and obviously when you're not here and you're kind of dipping in and out of games, the game as I was the first 2 days. Yeah, it's just nipping about, seaming around a little bit. It should turn. Well, I haven't seen a huge amount of that today, although it has done, I reckon, a fraction more after lunch.
After lunch, well, I have said here at the Oval, it does do a little bit more after lunch. The morning, not so much. I don't know. I've watched a lot of cricket here, and I've come to not question it. It just is. It just is.
It's the mighty Surrey.
The mighty Surrey, top of the table, league leaders Surrey, yeah. Being rather irksomely pursued by your men, by the way.
Yeah, we're trying.
You're doing very well. You won 4 in a row, is it? 5 in a row. Cummins starts a new over. Forward comes Root, pushes into the offside. Yeah, can't beat the field. There's no run.
Yeah, we had a 5-game block with a couple of T20s. We're like, right, this is where we start. The charge through. I thought if we'd have won 5, we might have been a little bit closer to you boys.
You're only 17 points behind.
I know, but I think we started the 5-game window 40 points behind. So we've won 5, and yet we've only gained 23 points on you guys.
Well, Surrey lost one of them, didn't they, against Lancashire, and they drew one against Notts. But they tend to do quite well on the bonus point front. As Cummins is in, and that's guided away by Root past the right hand of Gully down towards deep third for a single. He goes to 58, 231 for 4. So the game is just, I mean, it's not on a knife edge. England, you'd say, are still a little bit ahead. And with the expected overheads coming in the next couple of days, what we saw really, Alistair, in the first couple of days was on the first day, it was quite spicy. Bit of grass left on the pitch, and it was grey. Australia had the best of the conditions on the toss. Yesterday, Australia just didn't attack England, and so by occupying the crease, eventually when good balls came around, they'd sort of gone nowhere. Cummins is in, and this is clattered away by Bairstow for 4. Through backward point. That was squarer than Root's previous guide. It was a little bit wide, and he was able to get latch onto that and go to 7. England 235 for 4.
Yeah, that's a Joe Root-esque kind of that late cut. You know, you normally expect Johnny Bairstow, that power, the brute force, but that was more guile. Quite as aesthetically pleasing as a Joe Root shot. I'm sure Johnny Bairstow won't mind me saying it, but just as effective. Joe Root, has he scored 70-odd% of his runs in this inning so far behind square?
Is that right?
Which is a huge number, and I'm trying to work out whether Australia have bowled just a smidgen short today in general. That kind of reminded me of Bairstow then.
Cummins is in, and driving is Bairstow, but there's no power in the shot. It just dribbles into the offside.
Maybe that's Zach Crawley's first shot of the day, you know, off Mitch Stark, kind of crunch to the offside, whether they kind of and then Duckett playing an on drive for 4, whether they've just kind of dragged their length back and haven't quite had the confidence to push it back up to that kind of nicking length, you know, that one that got Brook out.
But I mean, at full length to Bairstow is not a bad move, because he is a candidate who gets bowled. I'm sure Andy can let us know. He's one of the most boldiest people in Test cricket. As Cummins is in to him, and he clips this away nicely out towards deep square leg for a single. Boldiest, yes.
Is that a word?
No, but I don't know how to describe it otherwise. How are we going to... Andy's pretty good with words.
So I'll just say the most bold.
The most often, yes. Yes.
De-stumptingist? He is just over a quarter of his test innings, his test dismissals have been bowled.
Feels like a lot for a top order batter.
Yeah, out of players who've been dismissed 100 times or more, he's 8th out of 176.
Cummins is into Root now. And Root drives elegantly, but up to mid-off. Labuschagne will do the fielding. That is the end of the over, the 44th of the innings. England 236 for 4. The lead 224. Root 58. Bairstow 8. And it's you, Jim. It's you. So more on the boldiest cricketers of all time from Andy Zaltzman. And then it'll be Jim Maxwell to take you through to the tea break.
Yeah, this was top 8 players only. We're looking this up in a previous year, so I've got the list here. Some pretty good players in the above Bairstow in terms of highest percentage of innings bowled out. Neil Harvey, great post for Australian. Gundappa Viswanath, one of India's finest players. Wally Hammond, Ted Dexter, 2 England greats. So it's not necessarily... I don't know what you can read into it necessarily, Jim.
The most bold. The game's a bit on the precipice here. England lose a wicket here with Moeen Ali injured. You wonder where it's going to go. It's good to watch. Hazelwood bowls, and he flashes this through the cover point for 4. Robust shot from Johnny Bairstow. A little bit of width, and he leapt on it, loved it. And he moves to 12, 4 for 240.
Yeah, that's the Johnny Bairstow we all know and love. The shot, the over 4 was more guile, more using the pace. That was just bludgeoned. It was front foot slap through the offside, and he whacked himself on the pad. It's like, come on, this is... He knows how important these runs are going to be. I mean, I was just trying to work out, with this pitch looks a pretty decent one, what total Australia could chase. Either whether the overheads today, I know there's talk of it being cloudier tomorrow, that might play into England's hands.
Now there's a shortish mid-wicket as Hazelwood has him swinging at a short ball, doesn't really get a hold of it, drags it towards Travis Head, his out there near the umpire in front of square. So just a slip in the gully here, and the Australians trying to keep it tight in the hope that there may be a mistake. And often Bairstow in the series has dragged it into his stumps, as you've been talking about. So he's just got to be a bit judgmental about how he plays some of those deliveries near the off stump. When they're a bit wide, he's mashed them. Now Hazelwood goes up to him and he gets a full ball, which he punches away down towards mid-on. So although England have scored at a furious rate, they really haven't put themselves in a spot where we're saying, well, you know, you're going to have to chase 400 here. They mightn't get that far.
No, but then if at the end of the day, it's because they score so quickly that the runs look different. If this was coming into the back end of the third session, England were 240 before, they say they had a good day in the third innings and building a total up. Because it happens so fast, it just changes your perspective of it, I think.
So Hazelwood again, and Bairstow forward drives him firmly towards mid-off, but there's no run as it goes down there towards Labuschagne, who's in there to field. It's been wonderful cricket to watch, but there are times when you think, with England going like this, can they have some steadying significant partnerships in the lower part of the innings?
Well, the Stokes and Root had done a lot of damage, hadn't they? And then, as so could happen in cricket, you play one false shot, then the next one gets a good ball, and the old adage, add two on the scoreboard, has just come back and just changed, isn't it? At 2-13 for 2, as it was just before the wicket. You're thinking England in total control, going to set Australia 400 by the end of the day, and those 2 wickets happen so quickly that it looks very different.
It was a pretty good bit of captaincy there when Stokes was out. Cummins put himself in that sort of three-quarter position, and he knew Stokes was going to have a crack if the ball went up, which it did from Murphy, and he dragged it. He didn't really get hold of it. So he's in just the right spot to pick up the slight miscue. But it could have gone for 6 had he middled it. He got out. Now it's short, and back goes Bairstow. Guides the ball down towards third man. A scurrying effort on the boundary from Todd Murphy. They collect 2 runs. Johnny Bairstow's, he's in good rhythm at the moment. He's 14. It's 4 for 242.
Yeah, just unusual for Ben Stokes to cloth it, wasn't it? You know, you saw how much the bat twisted in his hand. I just wonder, obviously Joe Root had just those 2 or 3 overs before gained a bit of momentum, and what did Stokes actually end up? 42 of 60 odd balls?
42 off 67.
Yeah, so the strike rate, you know, was that playing on his mind, thinking, well, Ruchi's got just about to get a 50 or less than run a ball, and I'm striking at 60. Do I need to get on with it? You just don't know, do you?
And then Brook got out fairly quickly. In goes Hazelwood. A short bouncing ball. Is that okay? Yes. It's not a wide. He let it go in the end. It did bounce fairly high, but umpire Wilson didn't give the cue to Kumar about a wide delivery, and that's the end of the over at 4 for 242. We're approaching tea in about a quarter of an hour, but we've really only gone, in terms of time, an hour past the halfway point of the game, potentially.
Are we dragging up over 8, are we?
This series, I actually see the umpires at breakfast. I said, I don't know what you're going to do about it, boys, but these captains are paying lip service to the over rates. All they worry about is the spectacle, it seems, not the over rates.
And what are they saying?
Shrug their shoulders. I told you that I spoke to Maria Erasmus after Edgbaston.
No.
He told me the story. He said, I spoke to Ben Stokes. I said, Ben, 12 overs in the last hour. No. And Ben looked at him and said, well, they're all enjoying the game. You know? So that's the way it seems to be. As Murphy comes up now, tosses up, and it's punched away for a single because mid-on's a little bit deep. In fact, Andy was going to give me the stats on the overs per day average, or the overall in this series, remember? Because it's been 84, sort of.
He's forgotten, isn't he? He's forgotten to do.
He doesn't forget much, you know.
Well, I'll tell you why he's forgotten, because this morning I've come in here, obviously getting early, haven't been here.
Yeah.
Salt's wanders in, camera crew following him. He's now the big star. He's got like a day in the life of Andy Saltzman.
And Murphy bowls, driven hard straight back to him. by Bairstow, and he stops it.
Keeping up with the Kardashians, it'll be...
Ooh.
I don't quite think of something which rhymes with Z. I'm not quick enough.
You wouldn't
For your
say, I
reality
tell you, you wouldn't say that to Bill Frindle. You'd get a scorebook when you mush.
Well, you're in the way. Hopefully you'll take the... you'll take the...
There's a man at slip, and there's a push, and he's beaten him on the outside. Lunging forward, the Joe Root, Nathan Lyon curver. Missed the edge of the bat.
Todd Murphy doesn't get a huge amount of turn on. There's a lot of revs. It just glided on past the outside edge.
Nicely bowled, sir. Murphy bowls, tossing up, pushed away by Bairstow towards mid-wicket. It's like you can get caught up in the rhythm of the game. You're scoring so freely, so easily, and then make a mistake, another wicket.
I like it when Murphy bowls that slightly slow. Even that was 57 miles an hour. I would like to see him down at 55, 56. I think that gives more chance for that ball to grip the surface.
He bowls and he nudges it away. Wants a single, won't get it. Smith's after it from slip. So he's just a bit in between here, Bairstow, and his approach to playing this bowler.
That's better. That's a better pace. That had more. You could actually see the drift on it. He's got a great wind for it. Now it's 54 miles an hour. I know I keep going back to speed, but he darted it in, didn't he? A lot on his first spell.
He's in again and he's driven, and because mid-on's back a tad, they get an easy single. So Bairstow's 15. It's 4 for 244. Good game, this. Good game to watch. And I troubled you for another stat too, but I'll come back to that. Which one would you like to do with first?
What's the over rates according to Andrew Sampson's database thus far this series? 12 overs and 5 balls per hour.
So we can say 13 if we're being kind.
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't... I've obviously watched a lot of it, but the players do kind of rush round. It's not as if they, like the keeper goes and runs round. It's not everyone just strolls round, wait. It doesn't feel a slow game, and then you look how many overs they actually have bowled, and it is very slow.
Not as many United Nations meetings after every third ball in this game as there were at Old Trafford. Now Hazelwood runs in and bowls a ball that's flicked away by Bairstow, pushed firmly down there towards Whitish mid-on. Another single. He's keeping the board moving. He's 16 from 23, 4 for 245 now.
I suppose with the scoring rate of England, there are lots of change in the field all the time for Australia, left hand, right hand.
Yep.
And if you do bowl a maiden, they must be a quicker. There you go, Zoltz. The pace of a maiden from a seamer to a pace of like a run of over 6 or 7 minutes. There you go. Get your camera crew to follow you doing that one.
12.5 overs per hour. Hazelwood bowls now. He's back and he's turning and he's getting another run, knocking it around the corner. So this is more the method, perhaps, if you're going to build a substantial score. Just take it along as it comes. Play each ball on its merits. Don't get too exotic with your shot making. So out today was a whirlwind start. 13 from the first over of the day. Crawley mainly versus Stark, but Duckett was caught. Kerry bowled Stark for 42. Is he the first man to be given out on review when there was no umpire decision on the initial appeal? Both innings. Hazelwood bowls tight. It's played down the pitch. So Duckett's out for 42. Crawley after lunch caught Smith his 57th Ashes catch, which is the record of Cummins for 73 from 76 balls. Stokes caught Cummins, bowled Murphy 42, and Brooke, he hit a 6, but then he nicked off to Carey from Hazelwood for 7. Now Hazelwood down at that pavilion end, 2 men deep on the onside, a slip and the gully, and he runs in, and Bairstow off the pad or the bat, it's flying down to the boundary at the fine leg, 4 runs. He hit that. He was trying to whip it a squarer, I think, but he got it. And he sent it shimming away across the turf to the boundary to the right of Stark at fine leg.
Yeah, Hazelwood took a big kick of the ground after this ball, because this was a genuine leg stump half volley. Would have probably hit fist stump, leg stump as that wide. And very full. And all Johnny Bairstow had to do is get a bit of battlement. Lanced it lovely away.
Hazelwood again, and he's forward, steering the ball on the front foot out to deep cover, coming back for the second run. as Murphy throws it back from deep cover. Bairstow is continuing from the 99 knot. He's 22, 4 for 252, and Bairstow's got Hazelwood's gone for a few in this over. So they got a short mid wicket, one slip in a gully.
The last 150 runs, I've come 160 balls.
Oh, painful.
for you, Jim.
Oh well, the batting, England's batting has been very attractive, with a bit of risk, but it's very attractive to watch. Yeah. Hazelwood comes up and it's short, and he plays it up and over and down to the boundary for 4. Helped it on its way. Just kind of half ramped it. Just used the bounce and helped it over the slips for another 4. So Bairstow is on a flyer here. He's 26 from about as many deliveries, and it's 4 for 256. Racing along again.
Yeah, the uppercut. There's a bouncer from Hazelwood. Kind of apologises to I don't know if it was Pat Cummins, as if I just lost the plot there for that ball. Like, it was the field set very straight. He's been striving to be straight. He's got 2 straight in the over being clipped. He kind of trying to get out of the over with the bouncer. And Johnny Bairstow just helped it along his way. It results.
The 47 overs gone 256 for 4 in England's first innings. They were 234 for 7 at this stage. Australia were 96 for 2 after 47 overs. So very different approaches.
Well, those stats would suggest England are in front of the game, but you can't altogether say that at the moment. They're in a good spot, obviously, as Murphy bowls and Root does what he does, works the ball, manoeuvres it through the field out into deep mid wicket. He's 60. He's the rocker, 61, 4 for 257.
Well, it was about this stage. It was that Joe Root ran down and tried and hit Nathan Lyon into wherever, into Birmingham on that second innings at Edgbaston. I just wonder whether he just knocks it around now. He's done all the hard work and he's getting greedy.
Murphy over the wicket. Bairstow swings, gets a good piece of this. It's going down the ground on the bounce. Straight hit, 4 runs. That was tossed up, and Bairstow, like the look of it, is left the hand and spanked it high handsome for 4 runs.
I like this from Todd Murphy. Got both mid on and mid off up, and he's just bowling a little bit slower, and they've got a little bit of grip from it, and I like it. I know it's encouraging him to play shots, but Australia need wickets, don't they? They've got a couple.
Might buy one.
Yeah, but Johnny Bairstow's right in the mood. He walked away as soon as he hit that.
Starkers is going to long on. Yeah.
And he kind of, as he walked away, he punched his thigh guard. He is determined.
So Smith stands at slip. Murphy at the Vauxhall end goes in. Bairstow quicker ball turned away. No chance to score there as it's collected out on the onside by Khawaja coming in. A backward square, a square leg, a deep mid wicket. A man on the square, Warner at mid wicket, a long on with a slip, deep backward point cover and mid off. Murphy bowls it on the back foot. He forces the ball down towards Travis Head, who's backward point third man. Another run. Bairstow 31 from, what's that?
30.
30, yes. 4 for 262. England's attractive batting continues. They need a strong partnership there just to consolidate as he goes back here. Joe Root doesn't get a run this time. He hits it straight to Khawaja.
Yeah, I mean, this is where exactly the same. An off-spinner bowling around the wicket to Joe Root. He could just pick him off at ease here, couldn't he? Because the next 42 overs... There won't be 42 overs. We won't get more in, Jim, but...
Is it 42 more needed today?
Yeah.
I got very excited about television audiences for cricket because so many people on the ABC watched the day.
Just the last day?
Just the last day. They hadn't done... No. It's just the last day of the series. And Australia, the start of the day needing 240, and they got got them 5 down, I think.
Were they expected to get 240 back in those? Will that have been a good chance?
Well, they had to get it to level the series. They lost on the fusarium disease at Leeds in the previous game when there was grass everywhere except on the pitch.
So what were they moaning about? Unlike you guys to moan?
They doctored the pitch, obviously. It happens.
Not allowed to. What, at the end of the day? At the end of the game? During the game?
Before the game.
Well, it was just a bare wicket. Same for both sides.
Underwood was brought back into the team, hadn't played, and he won the game. Like Jim Laker in 56, really. As Hazelwood runs in and he's pushed away up his sleeve down towards mid-off. Yes, every dog has his day. I'm sure it's happened in the Antipodes as well, somewhere in the history of the Ashes.
I've totally lost you, Jim. I don't understand the. I don't understand.
Cummins bowling. Sorry, yes. Yeah.
Also, actually preparing a wicket to suit your.
Yeah. India does it all the time.
Well, everyone does it, doesn't it?
Not everyone. No. Here comes Cummins running in and is pushed away by Bairstow to the onside. I think the bowlers' union to be complaining about most of the pitches in this series. They've been pretty flat, haven't they?
Yeah,
the kryptonite Jimmy Anderson called the first test pitch.
Yeah. Turned out to a good game of cricket, didn't it?
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah.
I think the series had a great balance of wickets, haven't we? And that's actually one of the great things about Australia used to be.
Used to be.
Was that every wicket was different, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it really tested how you play. We'll just talk about a little bit of. I remember the 2010-11 series here, Jim.
Here comes Cummins forward. Pushed away on the offside. Well, you should. He scored over 700 runs.
Well, surprisingly, I remember this one more than I didn't remember the other ones. But the Melbourne wicket was changed, wasn't it? You guys wanted a slightly different wicket, and they had to dig it out, and it was a
the drop in.
Yeah, they changed the drop in, wasn't it? Are you gonna? And there was all that fuss before the game. And the chief exec came out and said, "No, we always wanted to play on this wicket."
Yeah, that's where you knocked Australia over for tuppence on the first day.
Oh, I can remember what happened in the game.
Yes. Here comes Cummins, and it's pushed away to the onside. It became more of a problem thereafter, I think, when the pitches were so flat in the next few years that they did bring in some marshmallows or something to put in the pitch to give the bowlers a hope. Yes.
And I hope they do as well. Keep it nipping around all over in MCG.
Well, it nipped around in the last Ashes series when Boland came from nowhere and took, 6 or 7 for Zink. It's 4 for 264. It's Cummins who's bowling, and it's nudged away by Bairstow in this enterprising little partnership pushing up to tea. Bairstow's 34 and Red is 61.
I just think it's nice. Cricket played on different wickets because it challenges the side in different ways. And if all of the wickets had been like Edgbaston for these 5 games, we wouldn't have enjoyed it. But you had Edgbaston Lords was obviously a different wicket than Edgbaston, and then suddenly you had Headingley, which was
a ripper,
a great cricket wicket.
Yeah,
but if everything was on like that, you'd think, well, you've seen the same game on repeat. So I think the variety of it, I think, is important.
Yep. So how is this pitch going to play out over the next 2 days? It looks good to bat on at the moment, with Cummins bowling and Root playing defensively, watchfully back down the pitch. And is that tea, or are we going to get another over? I think the bails are going to be tipped off. Yep, it's just gone 15-40, 20-4. So it is tea. And England in that session lost a couple of wickets. In fact, they lost 3, didn't they? They were 1 for 130 at lunch.
Yeah, so they've added 135 for 3 in 24 overs.
That is surprising. With the loss of wickets, I thought they would have been scoring slower, but they haven't. 2 fantastic sessions of batting. They still haven't batted their 50 overs. That's 49. 4 for 265 at the break. Alistair Cook, what do you make of all this?
Well, it's been a superb entertainment. Just Australia, that glimmer of hope with those 2 wickets very quickly. Stokes and Brooke, just when England, you would think, I was just thinking, if these 2 stay for another half an hour, 40 minutes, it could be carnage later on in the day as the bowlers get tired. and that last 2.5 hour session, if you've got batters in there at the end of that innings, it would be carnage there. But still, 135 runs scored in a 2 hour session. If England carry on at that rate or close to that rate, in 2.5 hours, that'd be a lead of 400 by the end of the day.
So we go into the tea break with Root on 61, I think. Where am I finding that?
Got 61, Bairstow 34.
Thank you. Stark, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 64. Hazelwood, 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 53. Cummins, 13 overs, no maidens, 1 for 64. Marsh, 5 overs for 26. And Murphy, 9 overs, no maidens, the big wicket of Stokes for 55 runs. Jonathan Agnew's about to come in and join you during the tea break. Still a lot of overs to go today. If Joe Root gets his way, we will be here at 9 o'clock tonight to get through the Maggers. I'll leave it with you. Have a happy cup of chai and a cake. We'll do the same in the boxes, Aggers, and tells you what's happening next.
Lovely, thank you, Jim, very much. The ground being ringed by the stewards. They've got some people going and have a look at the pitch, actually. Lots of photographs being taken. I'm not sure who they are, special guests of the club or something or other anyway, as we enjoy our tea break. And David Milnes there, the fourth umpire, patrolling. He's got his hands behind his back and he's looking... very important, actually. My old colleague there from Leicestershire, making sure that everything's done correctly and properly. And the pitch is prepared for the final session of the day. 265 for 4 is the score. So it's been a brilliant series so far. And there's more to come. And I mentioned that the weather forecast, certainly for later, Sunday, Monday, looks much better, particularly Monday, than it did look a couple of days ago. Now, I kind of previewed, dropped a hint about our guest at tea time today. There's going to be someone sitting in that dressing room down there who's going to be very worried about the next 20 minutes. It's been a very special summer for Stuart Broad. He took his 600th Test wicket. He's played a key role throughout the Ashes, and I know that throughout his achievements are being enjoyed by his family, not least because he's told me, he sent me a message the other day saying Molly has become Test Match Special's biggest fan this summer, and it's got one of those weeping emojis after it. She's listened to every ball and thinks TMS are having the best possible time.
It's true.
Molly King, it's lovely to see you. Stuart's fiancée, mother to his child recently as well.
Yes.
He was telling me all about regressive sleeping the other day.
Oh, has he been boring you with that?
Yes. He has. I thought, Stuart, come on, you're this big angry fast bowler, you strap your bandana on, you stick it up the Aussies, and I went out there to talk to him, and he talked about regressive sleeping.
I bet that's just what you wanted to talk about.
Well, I'm a bit sort of beyond that now. Your kids have all left home and so on. But, we'll talk about Stuart in a minute. We'll let him relax over there. Have you not really been to cricket much before?
Not too much. I mean, since obviously being with Stuart, I've tried to come to as many games as I can because I absolutely love it. But, I wish I could come to all of them. But,
do you love the sport or you love the kind of the atmosphere and everything that goes on around it?
I do love the sport. I love the competitiveness. I think that's rubbed off on me from Stuart. But obviously it's an amazing day and everybody's so lovely and it's just nice to kind of be around it. It's Stuart's whole life. So, it's nice to be here and to support.
And it's nice. It's lovely up there on the top, actually, where I found you, because when all the families are there, parents and partners and kids and everything, all up there in a little area, you can actually, I suppose, get to know each other a bit as well, because it's quite an itinerant thing, isn't it? People coming and going.
Yeah, everybody has been so welcoming. I was so scared, actually, on my first day coming here a few years ago, and I said to Stuart, are all the girls nice? Are all the families nice? Like, what am I going to say? Are they going to talk about cricket? How do I need to be technical? And he was like, Molly, don't be technical. Just talk about normal things. I was like, oh, thank goodness. So, everybody's been so lovely.
Good. Well, I'd hope so. And see, you are a broadcaster yourself. Aren't you? On Radio 1, 3 days a week, in you go. How does it compare? I mean, I think, I would find Radio 1 terrifying.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's buttons and knobs and faders and things. And you do it all yourself?
We do it ourselves, but you don't have any songs that you can go to. If you've said something silly, we can play a bit of Beyonce or something. No. Whereas when you're on and you're chatting for a really long time.
Feels like it sometimes. Feels like it to the listener, I think.
Honestly, I have loved listening across the summer. It just makes me properly belly laugh hearing you guys, because obviously you can just hear how much fun you're having, and obviously I love it hearing you guys talk about Stuart, and then I love when I catch up with Stuart in the evening and I can tell him some of the bits and he's like, oh God, you've been listening to TMS, have you?
But I'm always taking the mickey out of him.
Of course. That's the first thing I like to tell him.
No. Well, I have to be very careful. I do like taking the mickey out of Stuart. But I have known him a very long time.
Yes.
To be fair.
Yeah.
So I guess what you don't get on Radio 1 are all this confectionery. I mean,
I can't believe the cakes. Yes, so I hear you guys talk about the cakes. And, I mean, they're massive cakes here. And you're properly tucking in, aren't you? You're not sort of being polite and having just one fork.
No. You seemed a bit surprised that we actually ate them at all.
Well, I thought you would sort of be like, oh, that's lovely, and not get stuck in. Because, you know, you're here doing a serious job, but they've been demolished. You don't quite know what's in
them either.
Well, exactly. You don't know what people have said.
It could be a bit dodgy. So when you are doing what you do to many millions of people, I hasten to add, I mean, are you really relaxed? I mean, I don't like studios.
Yeah.
I mean, this is my environment.
I mean, this is a view, isn't it?
It is, and there's noise, and there's clatter, and there's people coming and going.
Yeah.
There's activity happening that you can talk about. I always really find it difficult going into a studio because it's silent.
It's silent, and we don't have any windows where we are.
No, that's not.
So there's no view aggers there. No. I mean, you've really lucked out here. I guess you couldn't do your job without the view.
Well, it helps. It helps see what's going on.
Exactly.
But in terms of the actual broadcasting itself,
it
feels a bit like an operating theatre in a studio.
Yeah, it does feel quite serious in a way, I guess. And when I started, I was so terrified. I'd been on the other side of the desk when I was in a band called The Saturdays, and we'd been interviewed, but I hadn't actually been on the side where you're running the desk and you're pressing all the buttons. I felt a bit like a pilot up there. I was like, there are so many buttons. What if I press the wrong one? But over time, I've got used to it and starting to feel more relaxed.
I need to ask, obviously, for a friend, where are the Saturdays now? We're keen to know.
We're on hiatus, Aggers.
Right.
And I know you're desperate to get the next single bought.
Yes, I am. I've got all of them. I mean, so have you been mothballed, or what's the?
I think our last gig was in 2015 or maybe 2016.
Wow.
So it's quite some time ago. Stuart often says, I wish I could have come and seen you do that, but it feels like a lifetime.
There was no connection then. That was pre-Stu.
It was, although Stuart and I, the way that we got to know each other, this was many moons ago, was Stuart had become injured in a game, and I think he'd said to somebody that I quite like the look of the blonde one in the Saturdays, and I'd been.
That sounds like Stuart.
And I had been at a concert with the girls, and this lady came over and she was like, there's a cricketer, Stuart Broad. He said he quite likes the look of you. He's just become injured. Could you possibly send him a get well message on Twitter? Oh. So I did, and that's where it all began.
Was it really?
So, a long time ago.
So, right, sort of internet dating, but not really.
Well, exactly, yes. Yeah. We actually looked back over some of our messages, maybe like a year ago when we were just laughing. And, oh my goodness, Aggers, if you could hear how I was trying to flirt with Stuart, it was incredibly embarrassing. I think I was trying to chat him up by saying, "Oh, you have the same birthday as my mum."
Oh, that's nice.
And that's not the best chat up line, but no, we're a few years down the line now, so thank goodness.
Yeah. And how was it for you then? So I mean, you come out of a band that's well known and a huge following, but as you say, you're in your hiatus. Starting up a new career, it's not going to be easy, is it?
It's quite intimidating.
From scratch? I mean, you don't get much training to be a Radio 1 DJ, let's be honest.
No, exactly. Well, I was only meant to be on for 4 shows. I was meant to be on for a month each Saturday with Matt Edmondson, who had his own show.
Right.
And I absolutely fell in love with it. The minute after that first show, we put the mics down and I was like, oh my goodness, this is incredible. And I remember saying to my mum after it, I was like, oh my God, Mum, I would love this to be like, I guess kind of like my next chapter almost.
Why? Connection with people?
Yeah, just being able to have these open conversations and, the texts that come in, you just feel so connected to people.
Yeah, you do.
And I just love having a good chat. So I did that for the month, and then Radio 1 said, do you fancy coming back for a few shows? I was like, yes, please. And then they said to me, do I want to come back officially as a co-host on the show? So it was honestly a dream come true. I absolutely loved it. Yeah. But it is intimidating, I think, doing something new, because like you say, you don't really get proper training. You sort of learn on the job. And I'm definitely
It's quite easy to be labelled, she's only got the job, she's that girl from the Saturdays.
Yeah.
There's that kind of element, I guess, in some people's minds.
Yeah, of course, yes. And, I'm sure that did help. But I've just always been someone who, if I'm doing something, I throw myself completely into it and I want to learn. I used to go and watch people like Scott Mills and Annie Mack and Matt and Greg James. I used to watch them run the desk, and I just would listen all the time and just see how they would start telling stories and how they'd finish telling stories, because I just would want to just be the best that I could be, I guess.
Yeah, like Stuart.
Yeah, gosh, he...
What's he like at home, Stuart? I mean, I've know him a little bit, but nothing like when he comes home. I love the way because we know him, I love how he works himself and makes himself grumpy out there. I mean, he deliberately does it sometimes, doesn't he? He'll get cross. He got cross the other day, and I better be careful now because you go back and tell me everything that I say.
Oh, of course,
He got cross with a painted line. And he made the groundsman go and get some green-coloured paint and paint it out. He makes himself angry. And I know the fast bowler's mentality, which I do have a bit of. Sometimes you do have to make yourself a bit cross about something to fire you up and so on.
Yeah. Well, remember when he got mad about the... was it in Australia where he got mad about the camera that was in his eye line?
Yes, I do.
Brilliant.
Yes.
But
it's
you know
typical.
At home, he's so relaxed. He's so chilled. And then I see him, I watch him on the TV, and I'm like, is that the same person? Because he's so relaxed and just gentle and sweet. And then I see him out there being so competitive, and I'm like, is that Stuart? But my God, he loves it.
Yes,
he
I know this.
Absolutely loves it.
He's had a brilliant summer.
Oh, amazing. He's just, I mean, I don't think he ever thought that he would play every single test, but he's just been amazing. He's done so well, and I obviously don't know much about cricket, but I'm so proud of him, and just his enjoyment for it. He just adores it. He just lives it and breathes it. And even when he's not playing, it's at home, he's watching it. And he just loves it.
Actually, it's quite good that if you're not massively into the game, he can just come back and just switch off. I guess, I mean, you're not going to tell him that he bowled a rubbish fourth ball in the fifth over. What were you doing thinking there, bowling that bouncer?
I say I would have done this, no, but Aggers, I'm terrible for I'm like, oh, so what happened there? Oh, and what was he like when he came back in the dressing room? Was he upset? And what did the lads say? And I'm sure it's the last thing he wants to talk about, but I can't stop watching it. It's addictive. It's such an amazing game, and I just want to ask him all the questions after it when he's trying to switch off, Yes. I'm like, what did you think of that, though? Did you think he was out? And all of this. He's like, Molly, please, no. I just want to relax. So, yes, I can be that annoying person for sure. Yeah.
What about the bandana look? This is something that came in during lockdown, didn't it?
It did.
COVID.
I think it did, because he wasn't able to cut the hair during COVID.
Oh, that was the reason.
So he started the bandana, and then I think he had a really good summer, didn't he?
He did.
When the first time he wore the bandana, and then he hasn't taken it off since.
No, sort of a lucky thing, is it?
I think so. I mean, what do you think of the bandana?
Well, actually, I quite like it. Because you're right, he was getting a bit straggly, wasn't he? So
I did try and trim it for him in lockdown, but obviously I've never used a razor like that.
No.
So I had the razor the wrong way, and it did the tightest possible cut just above his ear.
Like a zero.
Yes, and he was like, stop right there. I was like, I can't stop right there, Stuart, because you've now got one side that's a zero, and the other side, it's all got to go. So that wasn't a great afternoon for us, that one, no. So hence the bandana coming in.
Well, I like it, and it clearly brings him good luck. Well, it has. How do you cope with all the time away? I mean, that's sort of part and parcel of all our jobs, really, isn't it? I mean, and cricketers are away a lot. Were you prepared for that? I mean, I don't just mean in the winters, but I mean summers too.
Yeah, do you know what? To be honest, I think when we first started dating, I had no idea how much he would be away, and now it's something that I am used to. But it's still really hard when he goes on the long tours. I really, really miss him. But I know that he's doing what he loves the most in the world. So it's one of those things where we speak every night, and thank God for FaceTime. Yes. We're always catching up. So he's very, very good at checking in, I have to say that. But yeah, it's something that I've definitely got used to. Yeah. And I'm quite, well, I like to think that I'm quite chilled about it now, I'm quite relaxed, and I get it. But
you're working as well, so it actually must be quite hard juggling Annabella as well. And I'm not not literally juggling Annabella, but I mean juggling life with Annabella. Because you've got a serious career yourself, so it can't be easy.
There's a lot going on, definitely. There's definitely lots going on, but we just try and, without sounding corny, we try to make as much time to kind of support each other and be there for each other. Like, there's no way I ever would have missed this. It's amazing to be here and to support him, and I was down at Lord's as well. But it's nice for us both to keep busy. So it's just nice to come and see him do what he loves so much. So yeah, it's great to be here.
Well, he's certainly a doting dad. I've seen him in action at Nick's 70th. I mean, you can't accuse him of not. I mean, he's hands-on, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's so proud of her, isn't he? He really is. Yeah, he likes to sort of parade her around a little bit, doesn't he? He's amazing. He's very hands-on. I mean, I'm sure she'll get into the cricket when she's older. Yeah. Let's see if she has a little bandana. He actually came home the other...
What do you think?
If Stuart's got anything to do with it, then I'm sure she will. But he came home the other day with a little England Ashes shirt that has Broad on the back. So adorable.
Nice.
But no, he's very hands-on, absolutely adores her, and she adores him as well. Her face lights up when he comes in the door. So, that's just nice. Adorable.
How long does it carry on for? I mean, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, he just seems to be ageless. I remember a conversation with him 4 years ago, and he was kind of talking about, will I make it through? I don't know. What shall I do? Sort of chatting about things.
Yeah.
And here he is, 4 years on, and he's bowling better than ever.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like
Does he ever give it any thought about how long he's going to carry on for?
Do you know what? It's just a decision that's for him. It's his whole life, so it's such a big decision. But he's playing, I feel like, better than he ever has. But yeah, it's his whole world, isn't it? As you know. So who knows?
Umpire's coming up, Molly. I told you it wouldn't take long. 15
You've
minutes.
been very kind, Aggers. I've been terrified about this.
No,
and I
you
know
haven't.
Stuart's going to listen back and go, oh my God, Molly's on TMS.
I don't think that you've given too much away. A little note here. So you've got to tell us about the giant DJ hunt, apparently, which I know nothing about.
So this, Aggers, was something that we did on Radio 1, where Greg James, who you know, he hosts the breakfast show, and he basically came into work last Monday, I think it was, 2 Mondays ago, and every single Radio 1 presenter was hidden across the UK, and he had to find them and piece them back to come back to do their show. And if he couldn't find you, it meant that he was basically covering your show. So he had from Monday to Friday to find every single presenter, with the help of the listeners, who were amazing and got so invested, so into it. But
not easy spotting radio people about, though, is it?
No, exactly. But the listeners, they got so stuck in, and we were able to kind of give clues out on our Instagram.
Right.
And the guy who I host our show with, Matt Edmondson, he was lucky enough. He was hidden at Old Trafford. So I was like, how have you been hidden at Old Trafford? So, he was lucky enough to come and see some of the cricket. But, I think Greg loved it.
We're not going to get Greg bursting in here searching for you. No, that's
I've been found, thank goodness.
Good.
Yes,
Well,
but Greg loves his cricket, doesn't he?
He does. How do you feel when Stuart's about to come out to bat? I mean, he's not quite there yet. He doesn't have his pads on. I mean, when he walks out...
I love it.
Stuart Broad comes out, and the crowd goes up. Are you nervous?
I do. I always get that kind of feeling in my belly. I get the butterflies. But I just think he looks so adorable in his in his batting outfit.
He will
Shouldn't
be
call it an
cringing now.
outfit.
Exactly. He'll be cringing, Stuart, won't you? When he listens back to
Sorry,
this.
Stuart. Yeah. But no, I love seeing him out there. So I always give him a good sort of whoop, and then I realise nobody else is whooping in the crowd. So I stick to the clapping. Yeah.
Molly, it's lovely to see you. And I really mean thank you for coming to see us. Because
thank you for
we
having
very
me.
rarely get the chance to talk to the other halves who play such an important part in it all.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I've loved seeing the studio and meeting everyone.
I'm afraid you've got Andy Zoltzman there as well. So there we go. Molly, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Aggers.
Lovely to see you.
And
I'm sure Henry will escort you back upstairs. Molly King, Stuart's fiancée, and it just really is really lovely to make contact with wives and partners and girlfriends and so on, of those that we sit here and chat about all day. Thank you, Molly. we're ready to go. 265 for 4. Route 61. And Bairstow is on strike. And he almost edges the first ball behind there. He's made 34 very quickly. But, Murphy pushing one outside the off stump. And Bairstow just followed it there. He's going to nudge it away through a vacant slip. But Carey whips the bails off. And there's no run. 265 for 4, so the lead is 253. And then goes Murphy again. Bowls short. Bairstow cuts. Gets it away fine. Maybe a bit finer than he intended. Away down into the distance. Toss back again, inevitably by head down there. That's very much his territory. Didn't stray much from there. And it's 266 for 4.
Jonathan, how are you?
Well, I've been looking at Molly for the last 20 minutes. Now I'm looking at you, Michael. But there you go. She's a really lovely woman. It's great. It's so good to actually talk to families and so on who are so connected to the players, isn't it? Here's Root coming forward and pushing out into the covers.
And in true TMS style, I've made sure she's had a piece of cake.
Oh yeah. Which one's she having?
She's having the one that
got a whole box. You can't take all that, Molly. That's mine. I've got a whole box of it. It's a full selection. God dear. Let these people into our box on Radio 1. 266 for 4. And the next one's pushed away off the front foot by Root and runs away out to point. And there's no run. But you do forget, I mean, the tension and the nervousness of when your husband's going to bat or whatever. It's all very much part of it, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I know how nervous I get just watching my young son and Andy's young son's play. It's horrible being a parent. Never mind a wife.
Yeah, there's a little sweep from Root. Nice dinky stroke there over his shoulder. Runs down to Stark at fine leg. They take a single, so 267 for 4. The lead 255.
I tell you what, you were telling me yesterday about the formation of the security.
Yes.
Did you see it today? Yeah, I saw it.
You wouldn't take that inner ring on, would you?
No,
you wouldn't.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah. No, there's real serious athletes. Here's the next one. Floated up, driven into the offside. On the bounce out to cover, though. And it ends that Murphy over. 267 for 4. There's lots of cricket left today. So, I don't know if we'll get through the entire allocation. I rather doubt it. But England lead by 255. There could be... get on for 400.
Well, they scored
maybe 350.
Yeah, they scored 135 in the middle session. So you'd think that's about the going rate. So they might be just shy of 400 if they bat nicely. Australia need wickets. That's what they'll be thinking. I've just been downstairs into a hospitality suite. Vegas. There's some lively characters in there.
Who's in there?
You've got Lawrence Dallaglio. He looks like he's ready. Dean Saunders from football. He's ready.
I saw Lawrence in a lift the other day.
I think I saw Alan Brazil in the distance. He was sat down. I think he looks thirsty.
I think he's always ready. I've seen Mick Jagger's here.
Yes, I was. I had dinner with him last night, actually.
Did you?
Just to throw that in there. Yeah.
You had dinner with Mick Jagger?
Yes, I did. It was at Mark Nicholas's house. It was lovely in the garden. Beautiful. With Phil.
Did he sing?
No, he didn't sing.
He must get asked to sing wherever he goes. Stark's on the way and he's bowling, and that's tucked away by Root into the leg side. Bairstow wants a single. He's urging Root through. The throw comes in, misses the stumps, and Root runs his bat into his ground down there at the far end. Quadra backs it up.
He was telling us about his training about singing, how he just sings an hour a day and just keeps the voice.
He sings for an hour a day.
And then when he gets towards the stage of doing a concert, he goes and does 2 or 3 hours and makes sure that his voice can.
He looks incredibly fit.
Very fit. Does 2 or 3 hours of training if he can.
Is he?
Yeah, does all sorts of training to keep fit. Doesn't drink too much.
No, he certainly likes
cricket. He looks great.
Yeah,
he looks fantastic.
Have you seen them in concert?
I haven't. No, but they're going on tour next year again.
268 for 4. And in comes Stark and bowls, and it's pushed up to mid-off. And there's no... Well, I'm devastated to learn that the Saturdays have been mothballed.
Have they gone?
No, not gone. They're in hiatus.
Yeah, but all these bands do that.
They'll come back.
Then they'll come back.
Spice Girls,
yes.
I think they'll come back.
Oasis, they'll be back eventually. The brothers, they'll start to get on.
I thought they didn't like each other.
Well, they don't.
All right.
But I think they will eventually, because I think it's quite a nice earner, isn't it?
The Drifters are interesting ones. I had a very good night out in Hamilton, of all places, in New Zealand.
With the Drifters?
It's a quiet town. And the drifters were in town. In comes Stark from the far end, moves in, bowls, Bairstow drives down the ground to mid-off.
Up on the roof, isn't it? That's
Well,
the
there's
drifters.
all that sort of stuff. There goes My First Love and Saturday Night Night movies.
yeah.
I thought, yeah. So Brian Waddle and I went to see the Drifters live in Hamilton. I suppose the first disappointing thing was that actually there's only one drifter left. Some old boy who's one of the original drifters. And I mean, they sang it. You would have known, I suppose, a bit. And I mean, the acoustics, it was like in the sort of the Hamilton Village Hall, really. It wasn't in a, you know, big pucker concert hall. 268 for 4. In comes Stark, bowls. Bairstow plays that away into the offside. He wants 2, but he'll only get 1 because third man comes rushing up and throws it back. But that's an example, I suppose, of sort of a mutating. You know, they've got the name. But there were
I thought when you said you went out with I thought you actually went out with the drifters. You know, out.
No.
For a night out, you know.
They were actually very, very hard on things like photographs and stuff.
Really? What were you trying to get, a selfie or?
No, there were some bouncers around. You couldn't even take a photograph of the band on stage. And it's quite low key, Hamilton, isn't it? Not a lot happens there. 269 for 4. In comes Stark, bowls, fiddled away by Root, going for a quick single. Bairstow has to run, he'll make it. Again the throw. This time from Labuschagne, misses the stumps. He's backed up by Marsh at point.
I remember in 2607, I was in Perth and Noel Gallagher was playing, and I was injured. I was invited and went to watch and ended up in the dressing room, and there was quite a few in there. And I remember one chap with Noel, he was drinking out of a bucket.
What, literally?
There was no glasses, so he just thought, well, there's a bucket there, I'll pour a drink in there. He was, drinking out of a bucket. Which was all a bit, it was a late one.
270 for 4. In comes Stark, moves in, bowls, Bairstow drives down to mid-off. And there's no run, so the lead 258.
Last night, Mark Butcher was there as well, and his daughter. And they were doing a little bit of singing.
But does she sing?
Yes, very, very good.
Yeah, because Mark's a proper musician, isn't he?
Very, very good, yes. And Matt Clifford, the pianist for the Stones,
yeah. He's here today, so he's been on this end, actually.
We had a bit of a sing-song, and then our friend Phil just kind of ruined it. You know, he would turn up singing different things to what was required and dancing around. Yeah. He was he was just showing off his dance moves.
Oh, we've seen those. 270 for 4, and now what's Pat Cummins up to there? He's talking to umpire Wilson about something. It didn't last very long, that conversation. And Murphy starts a new over. Oh, he almost taps that back. A return catch. And Root is immediately going to garden the pitch as a result of that. It just must have just stood up a little bit. And it almost popped a return catch back to Murphy. In he goes again, over the wicket, bowls, and that's steered square into the offside. And Labuschagne fields that. 1 more to England, building a lead steadily. 259 that now stands at.
When you're with Phil at night and there's a new crowd, it always comes back to that over that he faced from Shane Warne around the wicket.
Oh,
and that was Mick Jagger was shown that, just the way to play the late great.
Now this is pushed off the back foot. He does bowl quite flat. Played away off the back foot. Lots of lovely responses to Molly's interview there. And well done her for coming on. To comparing the Saturdays to the Nolans. So is that a fair comparison? It's outside the off stump, no stroke offered by Bairstow.
Not sure about that one, Angus. Gets a bit of drift, doesn't he? Todd Murphy gets a bit of shape away. He's bowling that Australian line, the off spinners attacking line, quite wide outside off. So I'm trying to find the outside edge.
The next one's floated up, flicked away down the ground a long on. That'll be a single. Hazelwood ambles in. Partnership 50. They keep knocking them up. This one from 66 balls. The lead 260. Nowhere near enough yet for England, but another 100 or so might make it interesting. That's what they'll have their eyes on. They'll have their eyes on more than that, but they've had a very good day so far, but they've still got a way to go. And goes Murphy round the wicket this time, and Root is forward, opening the face of the bat, steers it away to cover, and there's no run. So 272 for 4. The lead is 260, and again, thanks for all the cakes we've had today. The latest of Forget-Me-Not cupcakes is from the Alzheimer's Society, and that's supporting the work of the Society. And as we know, today is all about that work. We heard Marcus Trescothick talking about his support for the charity earlier on, so I hope that's been a big success today. And many thanks for all the culinary offerings, which there are many. Thank you so much.
That 50 partnership between Root and Bairstow is their 18th 50-plus stand-in test, slightly ominously for Australia. They've converted 11 of the previous 17 into century partnerships and are now into joint 10th most 50 stands for England in Test cricket. Cook and Strauss lead the way with 35.
Stark will bowl round the wicket to Bairstow. He's just doing a bit of gardening there and just making sure everyone's sitting down. Still one slip. Nice big gap down here at third man if he can just run away down here, but Stark looking to run the ball into the right-hander. Here he comes now and bowls, and Bairstow tries to swing that away into the leg side. They'll get a leg by. Bairstow wasn't actually aware of to start with, but Root urged him through.
England has scored 250 more runs than Australia and the same amount of overs that Australia batted in the first innings. So they batted 103.1 overs and got to the end up getting Australia 295, and England and that took 103.1 overs. Once England had batted 103.1 overs in this game, it scored 250 more.
Yeah, it's been remarkable. I mean, there are lots of observations to make. The only observation I will say, and people can have a go at me if they want, they probably will. 273 for 4. Comes Stark round the wicket, bowls tucked away towards deep backward square leg. Again, there's Head, throws it back. We sat here and watched Australia become World Test champions against India. They haven't played in this series like World Test champions.
No. They actually haven't played in this series with the same intent with the bat like they played in that Test match against India here at the Oval. When the ball, you look at the amount of movement on day one in that series, it was doing all sorts.
You'd think you'd be so filled with confidence that you win that. It's quite something to be the World Test champion. You'd think that would have been a very positive thing, but then you go back to that first day at Edgbaston, the field back. It's very strange. It's been that way ever since. In comes Stark again. Bowls. Bairstow gets one that keeps a little bit low. It dabs it away through the line of a gully fieldsman. There's no one there. So it's another single.
It's a bit like the waiting game here, isn't it? Australia just waiting for a mistake.
Yeah.
England are just at the moment happy to just knock the ball around, just play the ball late to the left armour, big gaps on the offside, square of the wicket on the onside. It's a bit of Bazball with brains at the minute. It's nice, just take the runs, England, take the game deep.
Yep. 3 in that leg side again, that hook trap, if you like. Out to our left as Stark cruises in, bowls, it's pitched up and Root drives. No real power in the stroke, which is fielded at mid-on by Pat Cummins. 275 for 4, and the Oval bathed in sunshine now. Very contented crowd. Australians to our left there, caps pulled a bit lower over their heads now because the sun just starting to shine more brightly on that side of the ground now. Huge aeroplane circles overhead. Do a left turn on its way to Heathrow, right overhead the Oval. In comes Stark, bowls. Oh, goes straight through Root this time. Again, it kept a little bit low. 275 for 4. You often get a great view of the Oval when you're coming in to Heathrow. Sitting on the left-hand side, although that one there's a little bit in a different position. You used to get Concorde coming over here, you know. Regular as clockwork every afternoon. The New York flight, and you'd hear it. You couldn't really see it because we're the other end of the ground, but you'd hear tremendous noise. Concorde would come in. They'd always show it on the telly. Here comes Stark. Bowls driven with an open face of the bat by Root. Looked disappointed there. I think he's trying to hit it a bit straighter than that out towards the boundary, but he's found Murphy at deep square third man, 276 for 4. It was in the afternoon, so 4-ish, I think. You remember, Andy? No, before your time.
I don't have flight times in my database,
No,
Agus.
and I think probably old Concorde times. But people will remember on that flight path, it made us win after 4 o'clock. And it would come in and you'd hear that tremendous rumbling sound of that beautiful sight. What are you peering at, Michael?
I'm just having a look at the spider cams just going over the pitch. I'm just seeing, when you get that kind of view above the surface, you can see the footholds a little bit better. Just seeing if any kind of footholds are prominent or looking dangerous for the second inning. Thinking about Joe Root bowling his off spinners. Looks pretty good to me. It's a pretty flat wicket now when the sun shines. Not a great deal of spin. Very slow, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And this is floated up, pushed away by Root out to cover. And there's no run. A lot of people perched up at the top there. That new stand. In fact, there are actually 3 balconies. One above the other. They're all full. Murphy bowls in that direction. It's flicked away, going for a quick single there. That's good cricket. With Cummins just hanging back there a little bit. Which is Hazelwood at mid-on. Just a couple of yards maybe too far, and Root spotted that, hit the ball in his direction and immediately ran. Frustrating for the bowler, a change of batsman again. Field changes with Hazelwood dropping all the way back now. There goes Murphy, bowls short, steered square through the offside. Runs here for Bairstow. Heads on the run again. He's put some work in out there. But, another couple. Bairstow into the 40s now. Root has 68, the lead 267.
Well, the milk in the off spin, they're almost playing in a way that they're keeping him on. I wonder if it's worth a bit of Mitchell Marsh.
He goes again, bowls, and is dabbed into the offside. No single this time. Root says no. So the score remains 279 for 4.
Well, England have learned, because you go back to that first test at Edgbaston in the second innings, they played some horrendous strokes. Joe Root getting stumped. Johnny Bairstow, I think he was out. Was he reverse sweeping or?
This is short, poor ball. That's got to go for 4. Long hop outside the off stump, and Murphy looked disappointed with that. Kicked at the ground. Sure enough, Bairstow's not going to miss, and goes to 44. The lead 271. Very easily put away. Cut hard. 283 for 4. So it drops back a little. And the next one's floated up, too short again. Oh, he's missed out this time. He's hit it straight to the fielder there at cover. So it ends the over. The lead 271. More from Michael Vaughan, and then Dan Norcross will come in here.
Yeah, England playing the off spinner nicely. He's dropping the odd one short and the latching onto it. Lots of beach balls being passed around the stands to my left. There's plenty of them. I've seen that, Dan. There's all these beach balls that are being passed around the stand.
Well, we're getting to that stage, aren't we? I went out to the crowd and it's starting to sound a bit more.
Well, you are
engaged.
the local kind of orchestrator of the singing.
Yes, get singing, lads.
Yeah.
Well, England are about to go past their first innings total in possibly 3 balls fewer than it took them in the first innings. Stark is round the wicket to Root, and there it is. That's the single that takes England to 284 as he dabs that ball behind square on the offside. Marsh does the fielding, and Root goes 269. Andy.
Yeah, 5 of England's top 6 have made 40, Dan.
Oh, right.
For the second
You're very
innings,
excited.
Well, for the second match in a row. It happened at Old Trafford, in England's one innings there. And it had not happened in a home Ashes test since 1926. England had 5
England
top
won
40
1-0.
scores in the top 6.
That was the year they won after 14 odd years in the wilderness, was it? Yeah. Thank you for that. Stark into the upright Bairstow, who defends back at the wicket. The bowl. There's no run. Yeah, there's a little bit of hum out there, Michael. I met a member of the Ibiza Cricket Club. He pronounced it Ibiza, so they're probably right.
Oh, that'd be a good team to play for.
Well, interestingly enough, they are bitter rivals of Henry Blofeld's side, Menorca. And Mallorca and Ibiza, they play in a triangular tournament.
Do they?
I was out in Menorca.
And is it on turf or turf? Turf wickets?
There's a bit of grass knocking about.
Concrete matting, I reckon.
Stark in short, and that flies through to Carey, left alone by Bairstow. And they have this triangular, and I went to their ground in Menorca, and it's absolutely charming, you know. Got a lovely clubhouse. This lovely sort of part that they've carved out just for cricket, and it utterly bemuses many of the locals, but they're starting to get engagement, and some of the young local Spanish kids are starting to play.
Good.
And I believe Blowers is a very regular patron of the bar there. It's got some fine wines, as you can imagine. Stark is in around the wicket to Bairstow, down the leg side. Can't catch up with it. And Carey takes, just moving to his left. So yes, so I've got a cap. Ibiza have given me a cap. It's a green thing. It's a natty looking piece of kit.
Are they on tour, or are they just...
I think they're just here for the test match.
Right.
But, you know, one of the things that's been a problem for them all is getting kit into the islands.
Right.
Because Spanish authorities go, what is this stuff when it arrives? All these cricket balls and pads, gloves. You can imagine it's quite the operation. Stark in, and that's chopped at by Bairstow. He doesn't really time it. He'll get a run as Smith moves to his right from slip and gets it on about the third bounce as it went behind square on the offside, and Bairstow moves to 45. Yeah, that's Ibiza. Yeah, now that is on a sort of Astro, isn't it? Yeah, and it's a green cap. It's a very nice livery. Very impressed with it. So I don't know who to support now, because I went to Menorca and was very well looked after by them. I went to pop in, watch a bit of a game. And now I've got an Ibiza cap. I need to get all three. I need to get one from Mallorca next. As Stark is in, and Root drives square of the wicket. Marsh comes in from the deep backward point boundary to field. One more to the total. Root to 70, end of the 55th over. England 286 for 4. The lead 274. There's a bit of a wobble there, Michael, when they lost those 2 wickets of Stokes and Brook. But this partnership getting things back on track.
Yeah, they've played nicely. Bairstow's come out and played a few shots early, as England generally always do. But Joe Root's just playing exactly how Joe Root plays. He played beautifully in Manchester and then got that grubber. He was well on his way to 100.
It's unplayable, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's 70 here and playing very nicely indeed. Yeah, I just look at the Australians. I mean, it's been a long tour. It's hard, but they're so close to doing something special. They've got to find the energy now. They've got to just realise that, you know, if they allow England to win the next 2 hours of cricket, you know, you'd have to say that England are going well on the way to winning this Test match and drawing the series.
But if they do, Michael, then England could be 380 to 400 ahead at the close of play unless they do something. There was an open door when that 4th wicket fell, just a little chink of light for them as first ball of a new over from Murphy is just dabbed into the onside. It's a packed onside field, saving one. There's a slip in place, no short leg or anything of that sort. Deep backward point, extra cover mid-off.
Josh Hazlewood is getting loose at mid-on. He'll come into the attack.
In comes Murphy. That's swept fine by Root. There were hands on heads there as it goes fine down to Stark at fine leg, because if he hadn't hit that, there would have been a very loud appeal for LBW, but Root got bat on it, plays the sweep very well, moves to 71, 287 for 4.
Yeah, it was straight. Nearly went under the bat of Joe Root because it was so full. Just managed to get the inside edge of the bat onto it. Yeah, the Aussies have got to find something here in the next hour. They've got to get a couple of wickets.
Murphy, at the top of his mark, just flicks up that left leg. He's in. Bairstow's beaten on the outside edge. Just pushing in a ball on the channel. It's not really turning especially for Murphy, but he's bowling at quite a challenging pace. I mean, that's just sort of gone straight on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just the straight honour. Nice bowling from Murphy, gets a bit of shape on it.
He's in again, and Bairstow waits and clips this out towards wide long on, where Hazelwood does the fielding. One more to Bairstow. He moves to 46, 288 for 4, the lead 276. If you're just joining us, it's been another raucous day of baseball. The tone was set right from the outset as Murphy is in, forward comes Root, defends into the offside. 13 runs coming in the first over, which wiped out Australia's lead in no time. And I think I heard you say, Andy, that it took 12 overs for 13 runs to come off the bat yesterday morning. Is that right? You're just going to double check. There are so many numbers that you give us that some probably don't stick. Murphy is around the wicket, short, clipped away, but straight to square leg, end of the over. 288 for 4, England. Root 71, Bairstow 46.
Yeah, it was 12 overs to get 13 runs off the bat. There were a couple of lots of 4 byes in that time. And yeah, Australia had just 8 scoring shots in those 12 overs. They were followed by 3 consecutive maidens. There were 12 maidens in the first 19 overs yesterday.
12?
Which, as I said yesterday, was as many as Australia had bowled in the previes
we've got a
2.5 tests.
Oh,
we've got a streaker.
Well, we've got an intruder. He's not wearing much on his top, but he's fully clothed from the waist down, and he's running from one side of the ground to the other. And any minute now, he's going to be intercepted. Oh, well, he's evaded, and he's made it to the other side. Well, and now he's been clocked on the head with a beach ball. So, as if the over rate could have done with.
Do you think that was worth £10,000?
And it'll be that, won't it? Yeah.
What do you reckon it lasted? 20 seconds?
Yeah, probably that. Probably that just slowed the game down. He went from one side of the ground to the other, and now he's going to be considerably worse off. It wasn't particularly spectacular. I mean, he was moderately nimble, but that's all I'm going to give it.
There's been better streakers than that.
Didn't really commit to the art.
Didn't commit to the art. It was a very disappointing effort indeed. Josh Hazelwood's coming into the attack, which is considerably more interesting from the pavilion end. And I mean, what are you making of this, Mike? You're the skipper out there now. You're just waiting. What it looks like to me, and it's looked like there's quite a lot for Australia actually, is that they've been waiting for wickets almost since the first innings at Old Trafford.
Yeah, I mean, they're just hoping for mistakes, and England are not making the mistakes that they did in the first test or the second test. That's what they're hoping for. That they're almost just saying, come on, England, make the mistakes, and we'll just keep running in and hoping that you do so.
Bairstow works this off his pads into the onside, and there's no runs. It goes straight to.
I'm staggered
wicket
that Australia haven't bought into that bouncer theory a bit more.
Yeah,
particularly someone like Johnny Bairstow, because he would certainly take it on. Joe Root's a brilliant player of the short ball, but Joe Root's got out playing the pull shot a few times in his career, so it's now particularly bowling from the pavilion end with the bigger side. I think bowling from this end, it's quite an easy flick into kind of the dressing room corner area of the ground. But hitting towards I know they're hitting with the wind, so they'll be a bit wary of that, Australia, but I do think it's worth a go.
Hazelwood is in. This is worked away. Back with a square on the onside. Murphy runs in from the boundary. Now, Bairstow's herring back, and he's going to get back to the striker's end. Very well run too. Takes him to 48. England to 290 for 4.
Australian cricket teams are generally a team that make things happen. Generally, that's when you watch Australia for many years. You go, they generally are always out there making things happen. I think this team has been the one Aussie team that I've kind of watched, particularly in the last 3 games, that they're hoping something happens rather than trying to make it happen.
Hazelwood into Bairstow, drives through the covers. It's running out towards the boundary. It's being eagerly pursued by Labuschagne, but utterly pointlessly. And Bairstow brings up his half-century off just 60 balls. A lovely way to do it as well. There's a little bit of width
But he came in when England, they weren't in trouble, but there was a danger that had they lost him, then wickets could have tumbled, and they might have set Australia a sub-par total. But now, this partnership between these two Yorkshiremen, Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root, has got England right back on track. They lead by 282. Bairstow's to 52, 294 for 4.
Yeah, that was his 7th 4. It's his 38th score of 50 plus in Test cricket. 12 centuries amongst that. It's his 8th 50 against Australia. 200s in Ashes cricket. Narrowly missed out, of course, on a third when he was stranded on 99 all out in the last Test. Since the start of 2022, it's his 10th 50-plus score. 6 centuries amongst that, all of them last year. He's averaging 59 since January 2022, having not reached 60 in his previous 19 Tests over 3 years.
What a turnaround. Hazelwood is into him. Bairstow cuts away for 4. And how he's got that between gully and slip, totally deliberately. He's got that fine, played it late, along the ground, a wonderful shot down to the boundary. 298 for 4. He's looking very dangerous here.
Yeah, he's just starting to tick, Johnny. You can see it in his eyes, his body language. This is a brilliant shot because it's not that bad a ball. It's a little bit short, but he just lets it bounce. He plays it late. He knows exactly where the space is. Just a little touch.
Lovely hands.
Lovely.
Lovely
Yeah,
hands.
he's got nice hands.
Lovely hands. Hazelwood's into him again, and he defends a full straight ball back up the wicket end.
At the end of Hazelwood's previous spell just before tea, Bairstow at the last 3 balls for 4, 2 and 4. Then has begun this spell with .2, 4, 4. So 20 off 7 balls from Hazelwood, either side of tea for Bairstow.
But Hazelwood's not the kind of man you expect to go for those kind of numbers, is he?
No, he's generally Mr. Consistent.
Well, it's been thrilling stuff to watch. He's on the threshold of bringing up 300. Zoltz is eagerly waiting for it so that he can give us fastest 300 sets on you. You're poised. I can see it. Like a coiled spring. Hazelwood's in, beats the outside edge. What a beauty. That is the lot of the fast bowler. End of the over, 57 gone. England 298 for 4. Root 71. Bairstow 56. There have been plenty of highlights already today. Remember, you can watch digital clips on the BBC Sport website and app. Today at the Test is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7:25 tonight. Different time. 7:25, BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer. And I urge you strongly to watch How to Win the Ashes on the iPlayer, featuring interviews with Ben Stokes, Steve Smith and Mitchell Johnson. So, I guess the question I'm going to pose to you, because you said you've not seen an Australian side that waits. Like, is this the Bazball effect? Is it that actually it's a legitimate tactic to wait because you know England are going to gift a wicket at some point anyway? Or are they just shell-shocked as Murphy is in? This is driven up to mid-off. Thoughts of a run are expunged as it goes too quickly to Cummins.
Yeah, I mean, and at the start of the series it worked because England did make mistakes, but in the last few games they've got better at playing the situation in terms of when the field's spread. They've not played as many real risky shots.
Murphy round the wicket to Root, tucks this up to mid-on, who's set deep his start.
And by doing so, they've actually scored quicker.
Yeah.
Because they've just knocked it into the gap. So the best balls from Australia have been going to 1s and 2s. And this England side are always going to hit boundaries because they're very talented and they've got a few mavericks that go out and strike a ball. But they've just learnt a better tempo.
Murphy in. This is worked into the onside. There isn't a run there as it goes slightly just to the left of Usman Khawaja, who runs from square leg to do the fielding. Yeah, but it's been consummate, really, isn't it? It's a sort of Bazball with a refinement to it. Murphy in. Bairstow thrashes this up to mid-off, but he can't beat Cummins. He hit it too firmly, even though Cummins is quite deeply set. Is deeply set. Couldn't get the run.
I'd love to know in Pat Cummins' mind what he genuinely believes his team can chase. Well, he might be thinking that the pitch is flat, it's a road, and they can chase 400.
Yeah.
I'll have to wait and see, but we know that the clouds are due to arrive again, and no doubt the ball will swing a bit more tomorrow.
Murphy in. It's been driven firmly through the offside for 4. To the left of Cummins at mid-off. A wonderful shot from Bairstow. He's picked the spot perfectly and hit it with great power. And it brings up England's 300. In
57.5 overs. 303 for 4. Bairstow to 60. This has been a scintillating partnership between the two Yorkshiremen. It was full outside off stump, too much width, but Bairstow had to find the gap, which he did with consummate ease. Michael Vaughan has left. Phil Tufnell has joined us with a grin on his face. Murphy in. Has been driven again through the offside. It's 4 more.
That's why.
Another great shot. This time a little bit squarer. Through extra cover, but a wider extra cover, if you will. So 2 fours to finish the over. Poor old Todd Murphy, 1 for 77 in 14 overs. England 307 for 4 at the end of the over. Root 72. Bairstow's almost scored him up on 64. Phil Tufnell, what a time to be alive.
Yes, I said that. Here, actually, when I gave David Milan
his cap,
and Toby Rowland-Jones. Yes.
I'll never forget it.
Yes, that's
You
right.
came up slightly concerned, and I said I thought that was the best speech I'd ever heard.
Well, Gucci went first and nicked all my lines.
Right.
But there
it's
you
a great
go.
honour to play for your country.
It was.
Yep, all that,
And
yep.
I was chalking them off as he was going through. I've got nothing left. But there you go.
What a
Well, it
time
is
to be alive.
what a wonderful time to be alive. And it absolutely, I just can't wipe the smile off your face. Can you watching this? It's just scintillating stuff.
It really is. Andy, have you? You're about to tell us something, aren't you, about 300s?
Well, 300 in 57.5 overs. The second fastest in Ashes history, behind the 51.5 overs it took England at Old Trafford.
They're slowing down
to reach 300.
Hazelwood starts a new over from the pavilion end. More of this in a moment. Root waits and pushes into the offside square of the wicket for the easiest single you can imagine, because the field is set back and Root doesn't need to take any risks, and he just dabs it backward a square.
It's a feast.
308 for 4.
Just a feast.
Feast, I tell you.
The first test at Edgbaston, it took England 62.5 overs. That's now 4th on the all-time Ashes list. So 3 of the top 4 have been this series.
Which was the other one then?
That was Edgbaston 2005.
Well, yes. Of course, when they got 400.
When
Glenn
Glenn had done his ankle.
Yeah, 59.5 overs it took England to reach 300 that day.
Right. Hazelwood into Bairstow. Bairstow defends on the front foot and to the offside, straight to the fielder at short extra.
In terms of England's fastest 300s, this is 7th on the list. 7 of the top 8 have been since Stokes and McCullum took over last
7
summer.
of the top 8 fastest. And the other one being Edgbaston, was it in 05? Is
yes.
that the other one?
Crikey,
well,
Riley.
that in a nutshell is the transformation in England's fortunes.
Well, I mean, it's just been incredible.
Yes, well, you know, cricket has a sort of existential angst all the time about how it's going to get people involved in the game.
I don't know whether it gets any better than this.
Let's wait and find out. This is ball to the
Yeah.
onside to short mid wicket, no run. I didn't think these sorts of scores were possible, but who knows this time next year if they're not getting it in 45 overs.
Well, there you go. I mean, it's great here, isn't it? We're so lucky to watch all of this and in the media box and everything. I keep bumping into all my old mates, you know, Adders and what have you, and I just keep seeing them walking down that corridor going,
what were we doing? Could we have done this?
I know.
Was it our fault? I mean, really, don't fixate too much on it. It's not your fault.
No. But
Hazelwood is in. This is worked to the onside, but too close to the field. Another full ball on the pads.
Just seeing a lot of people just sort of shaking their heads, all these old players going, well, I just don't know quite what's going on.
But in a sort of good way, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, definitely. But just sort of like, you know, and someone, you know, could we have done this to Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh?
It seems unlikely.
I don't know.
I just wonder if the balls are a bit different, the pitches are a bit different, or if really, you know, if you play a lot of T20 cricket, you have to be able to play, because you have to play these shots against Rabada and Nortje.
Correct.
Hazelwood in. This is driven firmly through backward point for a single. There's a man out there, Marsh, on the deep backward point boundary.
Yeah, you can't do this without that
Practice.
T20, without that sort of T20 attitude. And also, you know, when we played them, I don't think they'd invented the ramp. You know what I mean? The reverse sweep had just popped in.
Well, Mike Gattigan managed to get out at a crucial moment in a World Cup final playing it, didn't he?
Yeah,
and then everyone put it away
yeah.
for the next 15 years. Let's do that again. Because you get vilified and the press waiting outside your front door.
Yeah. Burning effigies of you.
Exactly. Exactly. So you thought twice about
on
it.
your door.
Yeah. But seriously, you know, they have to play these shots against genuinely quick bowlers in T20, so I suppose
so it's just
part of your armoury.
It's just an evolution. I mean, the fielding, we've always said it about the fielding after T20, how that's kicked on. Well, it's just, I suppose, rubbed off on the batting.
Hazelwood into Root, who clips this away nicely through mid-wicket. They'll only get a single for it, but it's another productive over for England. They go to 310 for 4. The lead, 298. The partnership, 88 from 109 balls. It's scintillating stuff to watch. Oh, breathless as well. There's going to be a change in the commentary box. Andy Zaltzman is poised with his microphone, and then to take over from me, it'll be Jim Maxwell.
Well, just further on those stats of England's fastest 300s in terms of how long it's taken to reach 300 in an innings. 7 of the fastest 12 have been this year since the start of their 2-test series in New Zealand. So that's 7 times in now 8 tests. They've reached 300 in under 63 overs.
Amazing, amazing. Can't take your eyes off it. You really can't. Jimbo, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Yes, it seems to be getting away from Australia at the moment. The pitch looks flat, the batting looks very proactive, and the bowling looks as though it's tired.
Yeah, a little bit tired. I mean,
tired.
It knocked the stuffing out the Aussies. That first session, you know, you're going out there.
The rate of scoring.
It's just, you can't.
No control.
You can't stop it, though. I mean, you know, you can set fields out, you can bowl it slightly wide of off stump and hang it and everything, but it's just that, you know, that first session, Aussie would have gone out there and saw themselves cry, come on, boys, we've got the lead here, come on, let's roll them out, let's get a 2 or 3 in that first session. The game was almost up in a session.
There is one mitigating factor I'm coming to slowly. Here comes Marsh, pushed away to the onside wallaby. Lions half the attack, as we're seeing here. But there are some substantial scores in the last innings here. Not all of them to win. Famously, the Gavaskar innings that almost got India scoring over 400. There have been some big scores to at least get close or get out of a game. But I'm clutching at straws. I'm sorry about that. There's no slip. There's a gully. Marsh is bowling, and off the pads, Root says, thank you, I'll have a single to mid-wicket. It's 4 for 311.
It's a good deck. It's got a better deck, hasn't it? It's a beauty. Just as his sun's popped out, it's warmed up a bit, it's just taken that little extra zip out of it. The Oval's always been a bit of a batting paradise, hasn't it?
And Andy will tell me how many times we've had big fourth inning scores here. Not all of them, as I say, to win. But if the pitch plays like this and the sun stays out, you should be able to get some runs. But how many? And the way Australia are going, trying to control the game here, they'd be 450, 500 unless England declare.
Yes. No, well, I think they'll keep going to about
lunchtime.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a slight threat of rain. But what it does do is, because the rate of scoring is so quick, they get so far ahead of the game.
There's a short mid on now for Marsh as he bowls a ball that's defended by Bairstow straight back down the pitch.
It's given you an extra session to get the 10 poles, isn't it? You know, because usually you're sort of like, come on, 4 sessions or something, and that's what in the back of your mind you're trying to get to. But I think England now are going to think themselves, well, we've bought ourselves an extra session.
It could be Joe Root's big fourth innings, 3 or 4.
That's not a bad shout.
It could be. He's 75 at the moment. He's just getting ready for a bowl in another day or so. Here comes Marsh bowling, and it's pushed away by Bairstow to mid-wicket, and it's fielded by Warner. 75 Root, 65 Bairstow. And what have they added for this wicket now? 99 or something?
89.
89,
in
sorry.
Just ball under 19 overs, and that's going at 4.7 and over.
4.7? What's wrong with him? Get on with it.
Put your toe down.
No.
I feel a bit sorry for old Todd Murphy.
Yeah,
I think he bowls all right.
He's
right.
okay. He just lacks experience.
Yeah.
Marsh goes in again and bowls the ball that's knocked around the corner by Bairstow to deep backward square. Another run, 4 for 312. So on any examination of the proceedings, you'd have to say that England are dominating this contest, and it's just a question now of how far in front they can get, because Australia is struggling to find a way to get a wicket. They did pinch a few after lunch. Stokes had a crack at Murphy and holed out to Cummins for 42. Brook nicked one to carry off Hazelwood for 7 after Crawley was caught in the slips for 73. Now there's another one down the leg side. It's flicked fine by Root, and that's 4. And that's the other thing that happens. The bowlers lose their line, as Marsh did then. It was full just outside the leg stump. An easy flick to the fine leg boundary. 60 overs bowled, 4 for 316, thank you very much. And Root is 79.
It's just fabulous entertainment, isn't it? I mean, you want to get your ticket to come and watch England bat.
You're holding that microphone like an ice cream.
Well,
What's happening?
We've talked a lot about the balance in baseball in terms of attack and accumulation, and we've seen it from Root today. He had a 6 and 8 fours in his first 39 balls, but that's his first 4 since then. His last 21 scoring shots before that had been singles. Still kept it ticking along neatly, allowed Bairstow to attack at the other end, but it's been an innings of 2 distinct phases so far.
Baseball with brains, we've been calling for it, and it's starting to evolve.
Yes, it's looking fairly forlorn for Australia at the moment. There's an inability to create sustained pressure of any sort. They just seem to be relying at the moment on an error from the batsman. They might get a run out. We haven't had one in the series. Very near yesterday, but when you start talking about teams in the field bowling for run-outs, you're getting a bit desperate. But Hazelwood is running in, and he's bowling short, and it's tugged away to backward square, and out there is Travis Head. They get a run.
I tell you, the old boundary riders get through a bit, don't they, nowadays, against this England side? He's been sprinting round there all day.
Yeah.
Throwing himself to stop boundaries.
He's got a few fans down there. I don't know whether those fans were applauding his fielding or Bairstow's shot. Maybe both. I've got to think like that. 4 for 317. And 100 partnership is nearby. Hazelwood it is. He bowls to Root, and Root's forward, playing the ball back down the pitch. So if Australia are thinking that the second new ball might be the trick, it could have scored will be 400 by then.
Yes.
It's another 20 overs away, so.
Yeah. And that's what batting slowly does to you as well, because the next thing you know, you're grinding it out, and you're getting the score, and then also, we've got another new ball coming our way. It sort of doesn't matter that it's at the moment. Listen, they're playing some wonderful stuff, Jim, and you've just got to enjoy it.
Yeah, they're playing really well as Hazelwood draws him forward. He hits him in the midsection, as they say, when they're not telling him that he's been hit in the box. I think that's where it hit him.
Yeah, I think so.
It was certainly in his mid-drift, if not somewhere else, as he pushed at the ball that cut back. Oh, we've seen the replay. Yeah.
Bullseye.
Yes. When to forget your box is worse than forgetting your wife's birthday. And that would have been the case.
Done that a few times.
That's from the speech of Humphrey Tilling. Now it's forward and he's pushed away on the offside. He thought he may have got onto the pad. The speech to the 40 Club made by Humphrey Tilling in about 1960.
Right, okay.
It's one of the most memorable after-dinner speeches.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And that was one of the lines.
Yeah.
When your box reposes on your dressing table, a receptacle for spare collar studs. This is talking about the various ages of cricket.
Yeah.
When to be asked to bowl is a deliberate and calculated insult. I mean, the definition of a quick single is a slowly hit ball to deep extra cover. Here comes Hazelwood, he bowls, and he pushes him back onto his stumps.
I didn't think they had deep extra covers in those days, did they? You do now.
Well, yes. They certainly back in the days of Ranjit Singh, all they had was offside. I mean, it was an offence to play an onside shot. You only had, classically, you played everything on the offside.
High elbow.
But Ranji changed all that by playing these onside shots, which were considered very improper.
The polite side is the offside.
Yeah, well, the sinister side is that side, you see. Here comes Hazelwood. He almost hits the pad with a pitched-up delivery. It's pushed away on the onside.
Isn't it Sinistra or something?
Sinistra.
It's Sinistra.
Sinistra.
Yeah, which means...
dexterous, yeah. Left and right.
Left-handed.
Left-handed, yeah.
Yeah. Got to be wary of it.
That's why, kids years ago could never play golf left-handed unless they were geniuses, because they only had right-hand clubs.
Yeah.
It's 4 for 317, by the way, in case you'd be interested.
Yeah.
Bairstow 67 and Root is on 79. Now, did you find that mirage I was looking for of 1972 in Australia's run chase? This was the first time Ashes cricket was shown live in Australia from England. The last day of that test when Australia made 240 or 50 to win.
Right.
And it levelled the series after, the big fusarium excitement at Headingley with Derek Underwood. Now, Marsh goes in and bowls straight and is defended by Bairstow on the offside.
It was a fluctuating game. England batting first were 145 for 6 before Alan Knott made 92 and took England to 284. Australia
284, 283. Yeah.
Australia replied centuries by both Chappell brothers and 79 by Ross Edwards, took them to 399 all out. Derek Underwood 4 for 90. Dennis Lilly took 5 in England's first innings for just 58. England batted again.
Yep.
Runs all down the order.
Marsh is bowling from this Vauxhall end. He runs in and the ball is hit back loosely, bottom, the hand coming off the bat as he hit that back down the pitch off the inside edge. Yes, sorry.
But a lot of unconverted starts. 90 for Barry Wood, and then a lot of
Barry
scores.
Wood, yes.
I think it was his highest test score. A lot of scores in the sort of teens and 20s. So 63 from Alan Knott in the second innings. 5 for 123 for Dennis Lilly. 10 in the match. 356 all out. Australia needing 242 to win. Despite a little wobble, and they fell from 132 for 1 to 137 for 4.
Wait for it. Here comes Marsh. He's bowling now. And it's defended down towards mid-off. And
won by 5 wickets. Paul Sheehan and Rod Marsh both not out in the 40s to get them across the line with a 6th wicket stand of 71 to tie the series at 2-all, which was the most recent drawn Ashes series before the one in 2019. There hadn't been a drawn Ashes series for 47 years before 4 years ago.
Well, you'd have to say that's what you're looking at the moment. The way England are building their pile. Marsh bowls accurately again. A number of dot balls there as Marsh hits the length. But England in occupation, stylishly, efficiently, and fairly remorselessly, not ball buzzardly, building here. It's not really bullying the attack, it's just batting. Good surface.
Yeah, yep.
That's all you have to do.
Yes, we must not confuse Bazball.
Marsh bowls, and it's pushed away towards mid-off. They go for a quick single as Cummins comes up and misfields. Bairstow gets a run.
Yeah, with just, wildly sort of, playing rash shots and slogging and across the line heave-hos. I mean, it's just been clinical. Good shots, hitting gaps. When you fancy going after one, go after it. But, the shot selection has been top quality.
Can you see Stokes batting at number 3 again?
Yeah, well, where'd you put Ollie Pope?
Well,
the vice captain.
Yes, that's true. It's pushed away on the offside, off the back foot by Root, and that's a dot. Good over from Marsh, was tight. 4 for 318. That's a point. Yep. But it worked quite well today. Just seemed to steady things out, and well, the rest is as it is on this excellent surface for batting, with Australia's ammunition looking a bit weary in trying to go about the business. But it was 4 for 222. It's now 4 for 318, and Hazelwood is going to go again. down at the pavilion end.
How would you counter-attack it, Jim? You've seen a bit of cricket over the years, mate.
Oh, Cummins is bowling. I'm sorry. I'd get Pat Cummins back on. I'd tell him he's got to bowl. Yeah. Oh, he's the captain, so he can bring himself on. But seriously, the only time you look at this game and you think Australia's going to get a wicket somehow is when he bowls.
Stark, what's he got, 300 Test wickets?
Yeah, he's a bit in and out at the moment. I think he's...
Hazelwood, how many is he got?
Yes, they're both very good bowlers.
Yeah.
But the more likely bowler appears to be Cummins. Here he is. He's running in again, and he's steered off the back foot by Bairstow for a single out to backward point. It's just the easy nature of this pitch. The ball's not doing much. It's getting older and softer and all that. But
yeah, they've been flat pitches, haven't they? They've been some real sort of lifeless pitches. I mean, Edgbaston didn't particularly do much.
Jimmy Anderson called it kryptonite.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Where else did we go after that?
But they've produced some good games.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, the pitches have been pretty docile.
Here's Cummins pitching up, pushed away by Root out towards mid-wicket.
I suppose that, hence, those stats about the fastest 300s and everything. You're not doing that on fruity pitches. Even Lords, even though it was green and overcast conditions, it's pretty flat.
England's highest score is 582 at Old Trafford, and Australia's 416. But most of them have been sort of late 200s.
Yeah, 592 England.
592, sorry. Smith stands at slip, and Cummins runs in and bowls to Root, and Root watches the ball on the stumps and plays it without any air of getting exotic and carried away.
He's got a certain look about him, Joe. He's sort of got that sort of...
This is it.
Almost
grind it out.
Yeah, even a bit angry,
Yeah.
Even a bit sort of angry about everything. He sort of, you can really see it in the way, in his body language that he feels. I reckon he feels a bit cheated, or something. I don't know.
Cummins tries again, and Root leans forward and checks his drive down towards mid-off. Yes, he did have a flippant moment earlier when he went the ramp, and it went for 6 from the bowling of Mitch Marsh, it was. But since then, nothing exotic, really. He just batted. Because he knows that on this surface, you're less likely to get winkled out by one that does a bit off the seam, because it's not doing that. Cummins in again towards him and Root forward. He's beaten outside the off stump. He fanned the air there as he looked to drive it out through the offside. 4 for 319. 97 runs added. Pretty much a full house here again today at the Oval. And most of the day has been played in clear blue sky sunlight. There's no lights on today, and England enjoying, as we often see in this country, when the sun is shining, batting becomes a little bit easier, a lot easier. Cummins runs up, pitches up, right up, and he goes forward and, sends it down the pitch to end the over. So we're moving up towards 5 o'clock. Isha Gu is here with a cup of coffee and a cheerful smile, and she's ready to have a chat to you, Tuffers.
Yes. Looking forward to that. And been looking forward to the way England have been batting. They've just been masterful out there. Joe Root seems to have a bit between his teeth. Johnny Bairstow, always you feel has got something to prove. Hello, Ish.
Hi, Tuffers. Me again.
Yes. How you doing?
Good. We've been on together a bit, haven't we,
We
today,
have.
on the highlights as well?
Yes.
Can't get away from each other.
No, we've been enjoying it, haven't we?
We have. Here at the Oval, they've been treated to some wonderful batsmanship. 319 for 4 then, England, after just 63 overs. A lead of 307, Root on 79 and Bairstow on 69. And Australia just trying to find a way for stemming the flow.
Yeah.
As Marsh comes in to Bairstow, who defends to silly mid-on.
Yeah, well, the way that England go about it, it's almost that. You forget about wickets, there's no slip, there's no gully, that sort of thing goes very quickly, and it's just about, well, crikey, we've just got to stop them going at sort of 5 and 6, 7 and over. And it takes away from you then, as a bowler, as you probably know, Isha, you know, you then almost, you lose your plan of how to get people. Well, I want to get it driving.
Well, because you're so worried about stopping the boundary, you forget about taking wickets. As Marsh has passed the stumps to Bairstow, who defends once more.
And then once that's taken away from a bowler, all of a sudden it's just sort of like damage control, isn't it?
They had an opportunity, Australia, after the lunch break. There were a couple of quick wickets. Harry Brook out cheaply. But that's why this partnership's so important, because quite easily, if they'd have lost Johnny Bairstow, you're then into the likes of Ali, who's injured, and then Wokes and Wood, who can hold a bat, but you can quite easily get through them quickly as Marsh is in again, and Bairstow playing it 2 extra cover, beats that fielder to mid-off, no run.
Well, that's what, you know, happens, isn't it? You know, you all of a sudden you find yourself, as you said, with a couple of quick wickets, and you come together as a team, and you go, right, come on then, boys, here we go, couple of ones now, we're right back in this. And then 25 minutes later, it's all gone.
Airs out the balloon.
They don't give you any time to build anything as a fielding side, this England batting lineup.
And before you know it, you've bowled about 25 overs as Marsh is in full down the leg side. Goes through to Carey. He bowled 20 overs. It's late in the day, your legs are tired, you're fatigued, and that's where the batsman can really capitalise.
That's what they've done. The good work was done in that first session for me. You know, what was it, 120 for 1?
At the same stage, we're having our afternoon lull, reaching for a coffee.
A bit tired.
Well, I've been doing lots of different filming today, Tuffers.
Have you?
Have you done some filming? No, you did yours yesterday. Your bit on the balcony for the highlight show was Marsh is into Bairstow, who turns that round the corner down to long leg for 1.
What have you been doing then? What have you been up to?
I'm about to do a life in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
or a day in the life.
You know, socials. It's so important these days, isn't it? Social content.
Yes. And what was your day like? What's it been?
Yeah, it was busy.
Been wandering around.
Been wandering around. Popped over to the other side of the ground for a little snack.
Oh, nice. Oh, I know where you mean.
Brett Graham, Michelin star.
Oh, is it?
Tried a few of his canapes.
Lovely.
Which was lovely. There's Mitch Marsh past the stumps to Root, who's pushing at the ball. There's no slip, gully, point. There's no one there. In fact, there's only someone out at third and deep point. So he comes through easily for 1. 321 for 4 at the end of the over, leading by 309. Root 80, Bairstow on 70. And Andy Zaltzman as well. Saw your piece. Life in the day for Andy Zaltzman as well, lining up his pens. That'll be available on the highlight show tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's coming to the end, isn't it? Only 2 or 3 more days left of Test cricket, anyway.
He's a popular man, Zoltz.
Well, of course.
Whenever we have people visiting us in the commentary box.
They all want to know Andy.
Yeah. But they don't care.
They
don't care about Aggers or anyone else. It's all about Andy Zaltzman.
Yes.
As Aggers is slotted in next to you, Tuffers, as Cummins is into Joe Root, driving to mid-off, no run. But Cummins, well, he's tried to lead from the front. 1 for 65 into his 15th over now. And he just keeps coming at you, doesn't he? The Australian captain, plenty of heart in the way he's gone about his business. And he just finds something here. Just bring some life back to this Australian attack. Slip in position as Cummins bowls and Root covers that, works it past mid-wicket out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll push back for a couple. And another 2 to the score, taking England to 323 for 4, a lead of 311.
And that's the 100 partnership in 23 overs and 3 balls. The 12th time that Root and Bairstow have added 100 together, which puts them pretty high up the England list of most century partnerships. They're now in 4th. Hobbs and Sutcliffe had 15 and just 39 partnerships. Cook and Strauss 14 and 132. Cook and Peterson 15 and 58, averaged 64 batting together. And then Root and Bairstow averaged down 51, 12 century partnerships and 56 stands.
Tracking it down as Root on 82 guides the ball to a man that's just pushed himself into 4th slip there, no run into the ground to him. So 100 partnership for these two, the Yorkshire duo. They do love batting together, and perhaps the perfect time to bring Glenn McGrath into the chair.
Yeah, hey Ish, g'day everyone. I'm not sure if it's a perfect time. I'd rather see a few more wickets falling. It's been a tough day for the Australians. They've toiled hard. I don't think they've been as consistent as they would have liked, but hard work out there.
Root, well, he's just got underneath it, uppercut it, down to the 3rd man boundary. I actually think he got himself into a bit of trouble there. It was a short one from Pat Cummins, and the way he's looking at Bairstow, I don't think he was sure about where that ball was. Just banged it into the pitch. He leaned back, and it just kept coming at him, but it hit the top part of the bat and went over.
Yeah, you're right, Ish. He went to pull that and then got in a bad position and just let the ball run off the face of the bat. So that's how well he's seeing it, even when he gets it wrong. He's still able to get it to the boundary.
Stands tall, bat waving high as Cummins comes in again, and Root this time drives beautifully, classically, out to the deep cover boundary for 4. Now that was more characteristic of Joe Root. He was well in control of that one. It was a length delivery from Pat Cummins. He's just leaned on it, and it beats that fielder at cover. Goes in between him and mid-off for 4.
Yeah, no, this is quality batting, isn't it? Didn't try to overhit it. There's no demons in this pitch. It's good batting track. So you might as well make as many runs as you can now. Already got a lead of 319.
Cummins in again, pulls, does Root, but there's a man out there, Steve Smith, who tosses the ball in. He's about halfway back at backwards square as they come through for 1 at the end of the over. 332 for 4, then that lead extends to 320, Root to 91, Johnny Bairstow on 70. But you just have a look at that cover drive from Joe Root. If you're watching on the highlights, that is the perfect textbook cover drive. The way he leant into it, beautiful.
Yeah, there's been a lot spoken about Bazball. I reckon this is Bazball's more, I think, how you go about your batting, intent, looking to score, be positive, picking the gaps. I don't think they've really intentionally hit one in the air since tea, and they've gone along at 5-6 runs and over. I know Australia's sort of tried to dot them up a bit more, but it's been positive, good, positive, aggressive cricket from England, and they're scoring at will, and they don't look like they're getting out.
It's a mentality, isn't it?
It is.
And Bazball has evolved. You add that composure to the attacking style and fearless approach as Murphy is in and Root is on the back foot punching to mid-wicket, no run. Just a reminder today at the Test, 7:25 tonight on BBC Two, and the BBC iPlayer making way for Dad's Army, Glenn McGrath.
No, we've been called that
7
before.
o'clock. Murphy has passed the stumps to Root on the back foot, looking to punch the ball through the offside, catch the inner part of the bat, and makes its way back down the pitch to the bowler. So no run there.
Yeah, you wonder where this next wicket for Australia is coming from. They're just trying to dot it up. We haven't seen all-out bouncer barrage, which we've seen in other games.
Root.
Bowled.
Root's bowled through the gate. He leant forwards to try and drive it, and Todd Murphy has broken through. So a fairly innocuous delivery. Joe Root reaching, he's livid with himself. He's out for 91, but what a knock it's been as people get up on their feet. A gentle bit of turn there was, and it stayed low as well, reaching out in front of him, and he's muttering to himself underneath his helmet. Joe Root. He's so angry as he heads off But it has been a fine, fine knock. He goes for 91, 332 for 5.
Wow, just said we don't know where the next wicket's going to come from, and all of a sudden that actually did turn quite a bit. Hit in the footmarks, and it pitched and turned and kept low and got a bit of a cheer around the ground as Moeen Ali steps out.
Yeah, they're looking forward to this bit of entertainment. Well, they've been entertained all day, to be fair, but we know what Moeen Ali's going to bring because he is injured. And he picked up the injury in his last batting innings. As soon as he did, he started to play some shots.
So no quick singles here, you think?
I have a funny feeling there might not be that many quick singles here. Andy?
Root's final figures, 91, 106 balls, 1, 6, 11 fours. The partnership, 110 in 24.4 overs. As I mentioned, you have the 12th 100 stand Bairstow and Root have shared together.
So that's the last time we'll see Joe Root bat in this series.
And his final figures for the series, 412 runs, average 51, with 102 50s. Stokes and Crawley also have 102 other 50s and over 400 runs. Crawley 480, average 53. Stokes 405, average 45. So lots of players have done. I mentioned earlier on, we haven't had a single player get on the honours board twice in this series yet. 12 different players have got 100 or a fifer. But no one's had a sort of massive series, but lots of players on both sides have made significant contributions.
Yeah, but importantly, 3 of England's players going past 400, just 1 for Australia, Usman Khawaja. So that was the opening that Australia required. Todd Murphy bringing about the wicket. He's got Moeen Ali to bowl to now. And that was very encouraging for him, that bit of turn we saw.
Yeah, even though Joe Root got bowled off that, he'll be thinking, because he'll be doing a fair bit of bowling, I would have thought, in the second innings. It might be encouraging for him too.
Murphy bowls and Moeen Ali works the ball to the leg side. He comes through for 1. It's a casual one,
okay.
yes. Looks all right coming through. So he comes through for 1. He's off the mark. 333 for 5 then England. Lead of 321.
Yeah, I think for comfortable singles he might be okay, but if he has to push it and run hard, that might be asking a little bit too much.
So Bairstow on 70. Will it look to change the way he plays? As he sets himself up, Murphy in on the back foot and defending the ball again. A bit of turn, bit of bounce there. As he covers the ball, Johnny Bairstow.
On 3-3-3, triple Nelson. They lost a wicket on 2-2-2.
Richie would be proud of you, Glenn. As Bairstow lets that one go in the channel. At the end of the over, it's a successful one for Australia, if I can get my word out. 333 for 5.
Yeah, just that one of Root. It turned, kept low, took the inside edge of Joe's bat. Joe Root's bat straight onto the stumps. Todd Murphy pretty happy with that one. It's a big wicket. Australia needed something. They looked down and out, wondering where the next wicket was coming from. Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck like that or something special. Just give your team a bit of a lift and then come back. If you can pick up another one now and get on a bit of a roll. They're 321 in front. It's not out of reach of Australia if the conditions stay similar to this.
Fighting talk from Glenn.
It's never over, is it? Until that last ball is bowled.
You just got a very interesting look from Aggers there.
Yeah, Aggers, give me daggers.
Here comes Pat Cummins round the wicket to Moeen Ali, slipping a gully in position. Ali defends comfortably to extra cover, no run. Flags blowing in the distance above the pavilion on the far side of the ground. The Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Lots of people dotted in there, firmly placed in their seats as they watch the action unfold. It's been a wonderful day of Test cricket here this Saturday afternoon. It's been fabulous from an England perspective. And there are plenty of England fans here, Glenn.
Yes, there are.
Cummins bounds in once more. Ali defends to mid-on, no run. Tell the fatigue of the man, because he wasn't moving too quickly to that ball that he quite easily could have stopped Pat Cummins.
Yeah, it's still 23 overs left today. Hour and a quarter. We're going to lose overs again today, but it's been a long old slog for the Australians. Only the 5 wickets in the bank.
Moeen Ali still in his crease, back and across. Now guides the ball out to deep point. There is no point fielder inside the circle. It's an easy single for Moeen Ali. Does that grate you, Glenn, as Ali goes to 334 for 5?
What grate me?
Does it grate you when they get an easy single through point?
Well, it's the state of the game, isn't it? It's good batting conditions, overhead, blue sky. We saw when Australia took the new ball yesterday. England took the new ball yesterday, bowling to Steve Smith, Pat Cummins, and then Todd Murphy. They went along at 5 runs and over quite comfortably. So the conditions, they play a big part. But England here, they've batted it sensibly today, positively, aggressively. They're going along at about 5 runs and over, which is standard for them these days.
Cummins in, as that's worked past mid-wicket out to deep square by Bairstow off the front foot. Comes through for 1 as those fielders are just pushed back ever so slightly. Bairstow goes to 71, lead of 323.
So how's Moeen Ali going to play this? Are they just going to take the long singles? Or do you think he's going to start playing a few shots once he gets his
Well,
own?
he played perhaps the shot of the Test match when he whipped Pat Cummins over the leg side for 6. He might just give himself a bit of time just to have a look.
That would be the smart thing to do.
He's having a quick look over to the leg side. There's 2 men back there, deep backward square and fine leg on the boundary. Third is just coming down to a fly slip. There's a gully and a deep point. Cummins bowls onto the hip, and Moeen Ali turns it around the corner for 1. Comes through casually. He's not sprinting. He's gently coming through as he moves to 3. Lead of 324.
Yeah, you might be right there. He could have slightly more attacking fields to Moeen Ali, because you don't want him to get in just doing it easily, just pushing singles where he could quite easily dot him up and build a bit of pressure and see if and when he's prepared to play the attacking shots.
I heard you on commentary on highlights earlier, Glenn. There's
Good or bad?
always good. As Cummins bowls, Bairstow defends the ball, good length delivery on off stump to extra cover, no run. 336 for 5, lead of 324. Ali on 3, Bairstow 71. You said as they take drinks on, one of the most overrated things, bowling all day without a wicket.
Yeah, very overrated.
Can't have happened too many times for you.
Twice. Yeah, twice that happened. One in the West Indies in '99, Jamaica, Brian Lara, Jimmy Adams, and once that famous match at Eden Gardens in 2001 where
Lakshman.
VVS Lakshman and Roll Drive had played an incredible innings and kept us out there all day. Yeah, it's not my favourite way to play Test cricket, just bowling all day. And only once in my career did we bat all day. And it was against South Africa. I think it might have been 90, I'm trying to think when it was, 97, 90, somewhere around there, 97. Greg Blewett and Steve Waugh batted all day. It was one of my favourite days of cricket. Just sitting there, not even looking like having to put the pads on and just relaxing, enjoying the day's cricket.
Was that you? You used to just sit there and watch the cricket?
Just relax.
Yeah, just relax. Or did you go to sleep like a lot of other bowlers do?
No, I didn't go to sleep. I just chilled.
Yeah.
We chatted with the other bowlers about this and that. The batsmen, well, we weren't allowed to talk to the batsmen. So, and especially the next 2 in, you couldn't speak to them at all. Except when you were bowling, when you were about to go in.
Yeah,
I remember
okay.
Damien Martin coming over and goes, they're bowling quick out there. It's doing plenty. You're probably going to be eating through a straw tonight.
It's swinging in, out.
It's doing everything. But you didn't really have to do a great deal to knock me over. Just full at the stumps was enough generally.
We've seen something that doesn't happen very often in Test cricket. That's Joe Root being bowled out.
How many
by
times have you said
right-arm
that?
Spinner. Well, quite a lot this summer, to be honest. That was make it the 3rd time in his entire Test career that Joe Root has been bowled by a right-arm spinner.
Wow.
He averages 65 against right-arm spin. He's faced almost 3,800 deliveries. He was out to Ramesh Mendis in Sri Lanka in 2018 bowled, and I think the only other one is Andy McBride at Lords earlier this summer.
How many times has he been out-stumped to a right-arm spinner?
Oh, hang on. I couldn't find that out for you, Glenn.
I thought that might have been once, was it? Not very often either. I think Nathan Lyon got him out in the first test, which I think was a bit of a rarity.
Oh, I think from memory, looking that up at the time, that was the first time he'd been stumped in Test cricket by off any bowler.
That is crazy, isn't it? I mean, he is such a good player of spin, and probably why he was so disappointed with that dismissal. So England 336 for 5. They've taken on a drink. They're now dispersing, and I'm going to hand over to Jonathan Agnew with a few more words from you, Glenn, about how you think the rest of this session is going to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough session. Australia only have 5 wickets in the bank. England 336 this innings, and just wondering what England are thinking, to be honest. How long they want to bat for, unless Australia can pick up some quick wickets here or some wickets before the end of play and try to knock them over or knock them over early tomorrow. Agus, what do you reckon? Do you think England will bat till, say, lunch, or will they go after lunch? Bat until they get bowled out, because they're going to play shots. Moeen's going to play some shots. Bat for another 2 days? Not as long as that, Glenn. your moments will come. Don't worry, when England are ready. But the way they bat, they'll get bowled out, won't they? Sometime tomorrow morning, I would imagine.
Well, they've been a little bit more circumspect in the last 20 minutes at least. Yeah. So just a bit more watchful.
Alicia paid me a great compliment this morning. I had a photograph taken with her. She's done this social media thing, a day in the life of or something. And I was sitting beside her, a photograph and a video, and she referred to me as her work dad. And I thought she might have said granddad, if I'm honest with you. Here's the first ball from Murphy, and Moeen plays into the offside.
You're not that old, though.
Well, no, but she could have said granddad. Anyway, work dad.
What, colleague? Work dad.
Yeah, I thought it was rather nice.
You're okay. You're happy with work dad.
I'm happy with that. I thought it was quite a compliment. 336 for 5. In goes Murphy. Bowls Moeen's forward, carefully steering into the offside. Now this is interesting, isn't it? Moeen. Discuss. Does the fact that he's out there batting at number 7, which is the highest I think he could come in because he had time to see off and so on.
2 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or not before number 5.
It was roundabout. Anyway, he's coming at 7. Here he comes, playing off the front foot, and looks comfortable. Now, is he out there to bat, to play some shots, and just get a few because he's not going to be able to bowl? And so they might as well just go out there and use his batting. Or is he out there batting because he's fit?
He's fine and he's going to bowl.
And he's fit to bowl. Then goes Murphy. Bowls. Jimmy swings across the line, finds deep square leg. Now, he's trotting up here. He hasn't had to sprint because that's gone for 4. Out at deep square leg. So he didn't have to rush, but actually got a big stride in there and played a sweep shot with a bit of energy that I think if you've gone in the groin, you're going to struggle to play that shot, aren't you?
Yeah, so it was controlled, which was good, and he's only sort of run long singles, nothing hard and really forcing it. So it might be a positive sign for England that he might be able to roll his arm over a few times.
Well, I think he might.
He won't be able to chase hard in the field.
Murphy bowls. He's on the back foot and says no as that rolls out to point.
It'll be quick. The test will be to see if he's going to take a quick single.
Yeah. Which actually, I mean, that's Stark's left-handed there, so that was always a no, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree.
340 for 5. Murphy moves in again. Bowls still on the back foot now. How's he going to go here? No, he just pushed it away out to deep point and ambles that one. I mean, they could hide him in the field.
Yeah. Well, when he first did it, it'd be still a bit ginger, and that they've had a day and a bit to work on it, and probably what is it? One and probably nearly 2 days. So it would have settled down a lot. That he'd have treatment. He would have been icing it, plus physio.
They work so hard,
and also
these days,
sort of bandage it up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him out there.
Yeah,
I think he will bowl and field a little bit.
It's very interesting. So they've either sent him out there to have a fling because he's got a bat with batsmen rather than just with tail enders, or it really is because they think he can get through some overs as well. So he's checking his guard now, and he's going to face Mitchell Starc from the pavilion end. Let's see what field they set here. I suspect they'll go short. But, that seems to be the way with Moeen. We've got two on the boundary. Got a very fine third man. That sort of fly slip. There's a deep backward point. Travis Head, who's not had any different view of the oval other than that one that he's been patrolling for both of England's innings. Out there to our left. He'll got to know the stewards, I think, on that side of the ground by now. And every blade of grass. 3:41 for 5. And Starc cruises in from the far end, comes in, bowls to Moeen. He drives his first ball immaculately for 4. He just stands there. We won't know much about his groin strain after that shot because it didn't move. There's a loosener from Starc, a bit of a rangefinder. Moeen has just driven that back at him. Wasn't the big elaborate flowery follow through that you see from Moeen sometimes. Just bang, and held it.
Yeah, it was nice of Mitchell Starc to bowl him a half volley to start with.
It was, wasn't it? That was pretty gentle. So Moeen's over his bat again. 3:45 for 5. Here's Starc, long strides, comes in, bowls to Moeen, who this time does play that sort of flowery drive with a lovely follow through, a wristy flick that sends the ball down to Head, who tosses it back and he resumes his position. It just doesn't matter whether it's right hand, left hand, Vauxhall end, pavilion end. That's his area out there. Got a GPS map.
He wouldn't be travelling very far.
No, it would just be a huge number of lines, up and down, up and down.
Well, they say a fast bowler in a day's cricket for a test match, if he bowls 22, 23 overs, is travelling about 35, 40 kilometres, so nearly a marathon.
Really?
So, running, bowling, then fine leg and up and down. So you travel a fair way. I'm not sure Travis Head has travelled that far.
No.
Okay.
Starc bowls, Bairstow defends, playing with a little bit of a punch there into the offside. And Labuschagne just walks in, picks it up. 334 is the lead now for England, who lost today. Duckett for 42, Crawley 73, Stokes batting at 3, 42, Brook 7, and Root for 91. And they've really stepped on the gas. Although they just slowed down a little. The last 10 overs are under 4, but they're still going over 5 runs per over in the overall innings. Here's Starc. Past umpire Darmasina, and that's driven hard out to Labuschagne. Aims to throw the ball at Moeen, but he's going nowhere.
Yeah, Moeen wasn't even out of his ground.
No.
He's not backing up.
Got David Warner standing. He has to use Warner as a roundabout there, really. In fact, Moeen's coming to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, we saw Joe Root and Steve Smith in similar position when they were bowling from this end, and they were in conversation a lot of the time. They're very friendly.
They are
today. Both these teams, aren't they?
David Warner and Moeen are having a proper conversation there.
Oh, the only conversation when we played wasn't very friendly.
No, I thought as much. Here's Starc bowling to Bairstow. He picks up a single, playing that way into the offside. I was going to say, I wonder if Warner will have the same conversation with Bairstow, because he's not going to field there for Johnny Bairstow. He's going to a more orthodox position in the offside. 3:47 for 7. But apart from that Bairstow incident at Lord's, there's been no real...
I know, if Bairstow had stayed in his ground, both teams would be very friendly still.
Well, there's been no flare-ups. Oh, what's going on? There's some booing down there.
Smith going to Smith, fielding position, as you call it.
He is. He's taken that up. It's that rather unique position. And the crowd making him feel welcome down there, possibly for the first time today, although they're moving the deep square leg a bit squarer now. Starc was on his way there, but Carey's seen something. So Smith, he's on the boundary edge.
You'd be disappointed if the opposition crowd didn't have a little dig at you if you're fielding on the boundary.
Yeah, he's turning round and smiling.
Got to have a bit of fun with them.
Yeah, I think he wins them over in the end. 3:47 for 5. Here's Starc, moves in, bowls. Moeen tucks it away into the leg side, finds mid wicket. And Labuschagne, who fields a lot of balls in the course of an innings. 3:47 for 5. 69 overs gone, so The good news for Messrs Stark and Co. is they've got a new ball in 11 overs if they want it.
I'm not sure they'll want it, to
I
be
don't
honest.
think they could have it just before the close tonight.
Well, England took it yesterday and went along at 5 runs and over to the tail, so why would you take it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a little more of that. Todd Murphy wicket bowling out Joe Root. Between them, Nathan Lyon and Ravichandran Ashwin have bowled 237 overs and 3 balls at Joe Root and never hit his stumps. So that's a nice little feather in the cap for Murphy in this game. Root averages 54 against Lyon, 72 against Ashwin, so he's been a superb player of the elite off-spinners of the age. So a good wicket for young Murphy.
I'd love to know the thought process that led you to that, Andy. In goes Murphy, the off-spinner, bowls short, cut away for head to go and retrieve in the distance. So why have you chosen those 3 spinners in particular? Because they bowl the most at Root?
Yeah, and I guess they're the 2 great off-spinners, both near 500 Test wickets. And it just struck me when Root was bowled out. I thought he's not often bowled by right-arm spinners. In fact, it's happened twice this summer. Andy McBride got him at Lords, but only once previously in his entire career bowled by a right-arm spinner.
The satisfaction you must gain from that little surge when you say yes. It's brilliant. 348 for 5, and we've got a couple going out into the lakeside area now, out on the boundary. Well, Head's already there. He lives out there. He might as well camp out there tonight. He's not really moved, and there's a deep mid wicket as well. This one's floated up outside the off stump. Moeen thinks about a single. He might have got one there if he had to run. He would have taken one there. Being a bit cagey. Alistair Cook is back.
Good evening. I'm not having this tactic by Pat Cummins to Moeen. Like, it's almost saying, well, we think you can't run, so actually playing that sweep shot earlier, maybe not quite as bad as...
Here's Murphy as he stands up, just flicks that away. For a single, he seems to be moving all right. I mean,
not brilliantly, but not too bad.
I've got 2 theories here, and you can tell me what you think is correct. Either they think, well, he's not fit to bowl, but he can go up there and he can accumulate runs, he can play a few shots while there are still batsmen around, so we'll just make the most of what we can get out of him. But he's not fit enough to bowl. Or, plan B, he's actually fit enough to bowl, and so he's fit enough to play a full part, and that's why he's out there.
So you're saying he's either injured or he's not injured?
Yeah, and I don't know which.
A bit like me then, I'm either injured or I'm not injured.
Well, I don't know, because it's not obvious at the moment, but he's not showing any signs of any issues. It's just tossed up by Murphy, flicked hard to mid-wicket. That sweep shot that he played, I mean, you're the left-hander, you can tell me, but if you've got a groin strain, you're not going to play that shot, are you?
Well, you might play it, but it'd take you a long time to get back up, and you'd show...
It would hurt.
Show some pain, and actually that's what I'm saying about Pat Cummins. He's put everyone back for Moeen, and Moeen...
Murphy bowling. It's Bairstow who sweeps this time, and that's going to go for 4. Down towards the groundsman's area. Down at deep square leg. Really getting hold of that nicely. The lead goes to 341. Bairstow 77. The 350's up for England. All of these runs, of course, have come today, and there's still an hour to go.
And the last hour has been quite sedate.
It has, 3 and over. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just Moeen, like, they say if he wants to against the off spinner, he can just knock ones. And actually, he has just knocked ones. Yeah. And it's, you want to, beginning of any innings, you still want to challenge the batsman to play some kind of shots. I know they're in a tough situation in Australia, but get a couple more wickets.
Well, that's Bairstow waiting as Murphy bowls on the off stump. Played out to cover. And there's no run, end of the over. So are you going down the injured route or not injured route?
I think he is sore. I think bowling anything more than 3 or 4 overs will hurt him. I think this will probably end up hurting him.
And where he's going to field
tomorrow. Exactly. I don't think we will see Moeen on the field tomorrow.
It's a little Johnny Bairstow stat for you. It's his 3rd score of 70 or more in this Ashes series. First England wicketkeeper to have 3 70-plus scores in an Ashes. Only 2 Australians have done it. Brad Haddad in 2013-14. And sorry to keep bringing up that series, Alistair. And Ian Healy in 1993.
Are you not saying that wasn't that series in 13 in England?
No, in Australia.
So I missed the last 2.
Oh, no one remembers that series.
353 for 5. And we've got Mitchell Stark who's going to bowl to Moeen. They've got the men back for the short stuff, but he hasn't had one yet. Let's see. In comes Stark, runs up, bowls short one, hits him. That hits him. He didn't take on the hook, which again you'd think would possibly test that groin, swivelling, and that hit him. I think it's hit him on the helmet, actually, on the grill. So there's a concussion test here, and Moeen looks at his helmet, and the physio will come out and make sure that he's okay. He looks fine, but that's not always. No, you can't always tell that. But anyway, on comes the physio. Let me just remind you on the BBC Sport website, they've got the text commentary and video clips. We're going to have an article from Matt Henry on why Duckett and Crawley have cemented their place as England's openers. Well, there you go. That's something to read up there when you have a moment. It's come glove grill, that has, so that will have taken a bit of pace off, all being well. But we have a physio having a look. A woman physio, actually. I don't know her. Is she a new one in the camp? I don't know. Anyway, she's making sure everything's okay. In fact, it didn't take her very long. She's having a conversation with Johnny as well, and off she goes, having her bag with her. As Australians are in a group there, some of them anyway, having a drink. 3:53 for 5. 3:41 is the lead. As I mentioned, there's an hour of play to go, so maybe 12, 13 overs, depending on how much spin is used. But the over rate again, desultory.
Is he bowled? How many overs has Murphy bowled? 17.
17. 2 for 89.
And they managed only 70 overs.
Yeah,
with an hour to go.
It's mad, isn't it?
Well, and taking away the fines and not so many points is just not going to help, is it?
So there are no fines?
The max is 50%, I think, at the moment. In comes Stark, bowls short again and fended away by Moeen into the leg side, and Stark looks rather tired there as he runs through to pick the ball up. He's not had a great day, Mitchell, really. His first ball got banged for 4, and he's getting on for 6 and over.
13 from the first over, the most an Australian bowler has ever conceded in the first over of an Ashes innings of 6 ball over. There was a guy, Freer, in 1946-7, who conceded 13 and an 8 ball over. He has taken his 20th wicket of the series, so he's tied with Stuart Broad for most wickets in the series. He's only played 4 tests, so he's been pretty effective, but also taken a bit of tap at times.
Yeah, which is Mitchell Stark, isn't it? You know, that's kind of the way he bowls. He's a wicket taker, not always totally controlled, but I guess in a way, Cookie, that makes it a bit harder to face, does it?
It's harder to line up.
Yeah.
The fact that you know you're going to get scoring options. But he's got also like a Jaffa. It's only the left-hander. That ball, he gets that late swing.
Yeah.
The ball to Ben Stokes in the first innings. That's what I found hard against him, because you know he's still got his straight ball, but when he swings it,
short leg, in comes Stark, bowls, and Moeen does take it on. It's got a top edge to it, down towards fine leg. It's dropped. But I'm not even sure he laid a hand on it. And I'm not quite sure why Smith didn't go for that. So it went down to where he was fielding, and it was Hazelwood, the fast bowler, who came round to his right there. That surely was Smith's. I mean, he's quick, he's agile, he's got a great pair of hands. And I do think that was Steve Smith's catch, actually, and Hazelwood didn't get a hand on it.
It just kept going away from him, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think he called early. You see him called early to put Smith off. So no, this is my catch. I think as it kept on going, he kind of realised he was in trouble the last 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah,
good dive.
It was a great effort, but it was only 10 yards to Smith left, I'd say, looking at it. And then comes Stark again, bowls, it's full. Oh, he's hit that hard back at him. A rasping straight drive. When Moeen, I suspect, was expecting a short one again. He was hanging back. Got a very full ball, and he drilled it back at the bowler who fielded it well.
That last one was a 92 mile an hour, the full one. So I think it's just got Mitchell Stark going, yeah.
3:57 for 5. Stark walks slowly back again. What's he going to get this time? 3 fielders waiting. He's taken it on once. You're going short, aren't you, Cookie?
Going 6.
Okay. Here's Stark, bowls, short, goes for it. Doesn't really get hold of this. And the ball rolls right down to Hazelwood. He'll get a big cheer. There you go. He's picked it up and thrown it back in again. Horrible feeling when you're down on the boundary and drop a catch and the crowd's there. And you know when the ball comes down your way, you're going to get exactly that sort of reaction. Young lads down there, look, clapping their hands. Sledgers of the future down there, having a word. They're all age these days, isn't it?
And you've got to stand there, and you know you're probably going to get another chance in a minute with Moeen to Mitchell Stark.
So Warner's resumed his position, his sort of roundabout position there, at very short, straight mid-on. So Moeen's got to run round him. In comes Stark. Bowls. Bairstow forward, plays straight to Warner on the bounce. And that is the end of the over. So a changing commentary here. We've got Dan Norcross coming in. We've got 50 minutes to go of play on this third day. And there's been runs in the sun for England. 358 for 5. They lead by 346. More from Cookie. And then Dan.
Yeah, not that I had the pleasure of fielding on the boundary too often in front of riotous crowds. I was normally hidden at short leg. So if you did get some stick, it was quite a brutal place to field. You drop many on the boundary, Dan?
Well, I was captain, so I seldom went on the boundary.
You can't have gone straight into captaincy.
I dropped them closer to the much closer to the bat. I didn't like Skyers. Terrible at them. Murphy in, starts a new over. Forward comes Moeen and presses the ball back to Murphy along the ground.
Yeah, I was at Deke's third man in Hampshire, bowling a few bounces, and suddenly I realised I hadn't practiced a Skyer all season in practice.
You sort of need to, don't you? Murphy in, Moeen drives on the ground back to Murphy. There's no run.
Yeah, you do need to. I suddenly realised that I should have some. I normally just go straight into slippers and then let the youngsters have a feel on the boundary.
It was always very surprising to see you on the boundary. It always came as a bit, what was he doing out there? Didn't happen too often when you're playing for England, did it? It's attempted cut. Gets a thick inside edge and rolls into the onside.
He's bowled better slow, isn't he? When he's bowled slower, he's bowled better. Murphy.
Is that the sort of England condition thing? You know, when you go to India, perhaps you might want to bowl a little bit quicker into those dusty surfaces, but here, do you need a little bit more flight and guile, perhaps? Murphy in, that is tossed up and defended by Moeen. Back to the bowler. This is a curious passage of play. 4 dot balls on the verge of the lesser spotted maiden here.
Well, I think any time a spinner gets it has the skill, isn't it, to get the ball above a batsman's eye line and still get the dip and the spin on it.
He comes, that's a little bit flatter, and it's carved away into the offside. It won't be a maiden because he finds the gap, Moeen. And there's a single.
When you're
out into the covers.
When you're bowling so flat, there isn't that element of trajectory for a batsman to look. He can't get done in the fly. And actually, the line and the ball to Joe Root, yes, it caught the rough, yes, it kept low. But it was the first time for a period of time he'd been bowling outside the off stump, challenging both edges rather than just darting it in. And let's be honest, his first few overs went for runs, but he was trying not to go for runs. Actually, you watch Graham Swan, he is really attacking off spinner. Yes, you've got to have control, because if you drop length, you get hit to the offside. But I've liked Murphy this last 6 or 7 overs, just bowling slow, trusting his spin, because one thing he does do, you see a lot of revs on the ball, don't you?
Well, his action reminds me a little bit of Swan.
Yeah.
As this is full and clipped into the onside by Bairstow. He's going to take the single, it'll keep him the strike. Hazelwood is doing the fielding, you can tell, because of the rather sarcastic cheers. End of the over, England 360 for 5, the lead 348, Bairstow 78, Moeen has 20. What do we make of the fact that Moeen is moving sort of all right? Do you think this means he might bowl?
Well, I don't think he will. I'm just judging what a groin injury to suddenly recover like that. I mean, he's now playing ideal cricket in my eyes. He just has to bat and doesn't have to field.
Yeah.
But Aggers was pointing out in his last stint is that if you play a sweep shot and you show no pain at all, like he did,
that's a stretchy shot. That isn't it?
That is a shot which is going to, any lunge. Anyone else does a lunge and you put one foot in front of the other, and you're quite explosive. So a lot of strain goes through there. And he didn't wince, didn't do anything. So I've got some amazing painkillers. He was not quite as sore as he could, but the adrenaline's going now. He's got to start bowling quickly, and then tomorrow morning it might be a lot sore, and that's what he'll be telling the lads, and he'll be sitting down watching.
Stark starts a new over. The field is spread, and Bairstow just works a full delivery up to mid-on. There is a mid-on inside the circle, so mid-on and mid-off, if you hit it firmly enough, there's not a run there, and there is a shortish extra cover. Other than that, there are 3 men out the boundary on the leg side from deep mid-wicket round to long leg. There's a sort of fly slip, it's that fine on the offside. I mean, very, very fine, and a deep backward point. So 5 men on the boundary, and a really tricksy short mid-on gets in the way of Moeen running, unless he were to move long way away. To his right. Stark into Bairstow. Ooh, struts on a pad. This looks really close. Damascena says no. And Cummins comes running in now because they might have a little look at this. They've got plenty of reviews left. And the game is dawdling a bit. They might want to have a look. They do. I'm not surprised by that. Alistair Cook, umpire Cook's given it not out down the leg side, or clipping maybe.
I was just saying the angle for how wide he is to go leg side, with a bit of a clue always is where the keeper was. And he didn't move down leg side.
Right.
So that's what I thought, leg side in my mind, because how wide of that angle.
And he is really wide. Actually, just seen the replay there. It's really wide, but it's hit him in front of middle. Is there any bat on that? Very close to the bat. Yes. So, the inside edge. The inside edge, I say saves best. It was given not out by umpire Damascena. We should give him some credit for that. And a review has been lost.
You shouldn't sound too surprised, should you?
Well, you played in the Bangladesh series in 2016, didn't you?
I did.
Yes. Which was bedeviled. DRS got a good outing there. If you were sponsoring DRS, you did very well out of it. Starks starts in again, and the attempted pull. It's a shorthand pull. And hits the pad. Stark rather amusingly turns to the umpire, and joke appeals. The crowd get involved, and it was going way down the leg side. And Stark still laughing because he decided to appeal very, very late in the piece indeed. And I wonder if Bairstow got bad on this as well. Well, it was, yes, it was on the fleshy part of the upper thighs, inside.
It could be even closer.
Yes, Stokes found that amusing.
Well, something's good. It feels like the game's ticking now, isn't it? Start bowling with a short-pitched theory.
He's in again, Bairstow. Flashes at one outside the off stump, gets an edge through to the keeper and is gone. Alistair Cook was absolutely right. The game is ticking and Bairstow is gone. 360 for 6. Bairstow goes for 78. Again, another England batter who gets in, does really well, but can't make it to 3 figures. It was wide of the off stump. He went after it. Thin little edge through to the keeper. Actually a decent sized edge, and it went through low to Carey, who took a comfortable catch. And Bairstow's series with the bat is now over. He walks off, and England that lead of 348. Maybe all thoughts of declarations will be moot after all.
Well, he played really well. He'll be annoyed. Actually, he was controlled in the latter part. He came out at a real tricky time, actually. Like those 2 wickets, Stokes and Brook getting out just when a lot of momentum was built, that Root and Stokes partnership. And then he came in and got a took the attack straight back to Australia, and then actually just becalmed himself. And I think kind of learning from Edgbaston, and both him and Joe Root thought we're going to try and really hammer this advantage home to Australia. But he played beautifully. I think I just saw a stat on the screen. That's his 1,000th run, averaging 62 since June 2022. I don't know why June 22.
That's Bazball.
Is that the first game?
Yes, against New Zealand at Lords. Yeah.
That's the first game. So 1,000 runs under Bazball. Is he the only batsman to get 1,000 runs in Bazball?
No. But I'll tell you, I'll get the full list of Baz Bailey and
Harry Brook for a start.
I think Root will be pretty well past that. 78 from 103 balls, 11 fours, only one of them in the last 35 balls of that innings. I mentioned earlier on this rare achievement, 3 scores of 75 plus in the Ashes. Only 2 Australian keepers have ever done that, Paddin and Healy. Bairstow is in fact the first England wicketkeeper ever to have 3 scores of 75 or more in a single Test series.
Well, and you know, there's been a lot of spotlight on Bairstow, both with the gloves and with the bat, and whether having the gloves might have affected his form with the bat. So, you know, he'll be entitled to let the written press and broadcasting press know that.
Unlike Johnny did that.
Well, I mean, he might keep it to himself as he often does, but or not. Yes.
but you feel something, as I was just saying, the game is ticking, and the game's going to be ticking now. Stark's got his tail up. He's going to bowl short at the rest of the England lower order. So it's either going to be sixes, or some blows, or some wickets.
Well, Wokes has strode out to the crease, and his first delivery is on the pads and flicked away.
into mid-wicket. Now then, there could be a run out here for direct hit, and it would have been. Wokes and Moeen had a bit of a mix-up there. It looked like, from Wokes' angle, he was going to thread that through mid-wicket, but actually a really terrific piece of fielding at mid-wicket to dive, stop the ball, and then fling the ball at the stumps when Wokes was halfway down, sent back. He put the dive in, and we might have had our first run out of the series if Labuschagne had hit direct. Let's take a look. Yes, he would have been out by about a metre, despite the valiant dive from Wokes. Only just got out there. He played a good, decent shot there, but Labuschagne did really well late in the day. He's such an eager fielder, Labuschagne. Dive to his left, get it, get up, throw, but the throw wasn't quite accurate enough.
Serious bit of fielding, isn't it?
Really
Serious
good.
bit of fielding.
This time of day as well. I mean, especially when runs been scored in really quite large numbers.
He'll probably be disappointed that he missed, won't he? He's one of those cricket, isn't it? I would have just been happy that I dived and stopped it and actually went into my left hand nicely.
Well, he saved 4 runs, didn't he?
That's what I'd be thinking.
Yes,
I'll be taking the...
You just stop the ball, that'll do.
That'll do, that'll be the applause. Thank you very much. Totally up forgetting there could be a run out.
Now, where Chris Wokes has broken the world record for the fastest change of gloves in a in a test match, because after that dive, he needed a new pair after facing 1 ball.
Right, in the dust. On this one, I can.
Yeah. Oh no, it's fine.
I can give this one, but then sometimes I see a batsman change gloves after 6 balls. I'm like,
well, I think the bringing out of equipment that infuriated me most, I will come to shortly. I think it might have been in the World Cup 2019. And Stark is in. This is driven into the offside, but straight to the fielder on the short extra cover. End of the over. 73 gone. That rate's gone below 5 and over. England's going a bit slowly here at the back end of the day. 360 for 6. Yes, Andy?
It's a maiden.
It's a maiden. How many is that in this innings? Two.
Both wicket maidens for Mitchell Stark.
Well, there you have it. There was a game, I think it's in the World Cup, where MS Dhoni walked out to bat, and I think he had 1 more ball to face from... It was a World Cup, it might have been a T20, it doesn't really matter. He had 1 more ball to face from Adil Rashid. So he walked out without a helmet, and he faced the first ball, and then he called for a helmet. And I thought, do you know, you could have anticipated, given that there are going to be no more overs of spin to be bowled, maybe just bring the helmet, do 1 ball. I mean, he only defended it.
And then called for helmet and then carried on.
And then he called for the helmet after that first ball. So it was a wonderful waste of time. It was an absolutely typical crickety waste of time, that. But we have to let these things go. Although I haven't. No, I haven't from years ago. Just infuriated me. Murphy starts a new over. Moeen goes hard through the offside. It's being pursued by a couple of fielders. It was aerial for a while, and then it's plugged, and they've jogged back for a couple. And the lead is 350. Moeen Ali moves to 22.
Mitch,
so Moeen's going to go after him, by the looks of it.
I think so. I think we've got some entertainment on the way. I think Mitch Marsh, field deep point, didn't pick that up. No one seemed to move. I mean, it wouldn't have been a catch, but...
Murphy's into him again. And Moeen just pushes into the offside, finds a gap to the right of extra cover. It goes out to Marsh, who trots in from the boundary. 1 more to the total, 363 for 6. Moeen to 23. As Jim Maxwell is smashing the walls of the studio down. You don't need to be that frustrated, Jim. There's still plenty of opportunity for Australia in this game. 400 with this much vaunted batting lineup. It should be a walk in the park.
My stat sheets had fallen off the wall. He was sticking them back up for me. I don't think it was a tantrum.
A cry of rage. He's at it again. Murphy, at the top of his mark, to Wokes. Mid-off is up. And Wokes defends. And the front foot is a big appeal for LBW. It's clattered into the pads. He likes it. I think he wants a referral here. Now, what does that gesture from Steve Smith mean? He seems to be pointing to the offside. I don't think that's the issue. Now there's a conclave. I'm not sure they're going to be listening to a great deal of what Marnus has to say here. Cummins is taking it back. He's going for it. Here we go.
I go in height. Height was my first initial thing.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision 2.
Yeah, I thought my first initial, Murphy got up and down on it, but where's it hit him? Oh, it's just above the knee roll.
Can we have one touch, please?
It might be in line.
How much of a stride has he got in?
Keep it going, please. Gap between bat and ball. Keep it going to the pads.
It's going to be quite close.
Thank you. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Just above the knee roll. Here we go. Here's ball tracking.
Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets. Umpire's call. Thank you. I'll go back to Joel on field. Joel, you can stay with your decision. You are on screen now. You can signal not out.
Well, it was a bail trimmer. I don't think... It was a very marginal decision, that. In real time, I felt the height was going to be an issue because he got a stride in. It hit above the knee roll. It bounced up, which is often a good indicator. But ball tracking suggests it would have clipped the bails. Had it been given out on field, it would have stayed out. As Murphy's in again, and Wokes just flicks this with his bottom hand to get it to the left of mid-wicket from outside off stump all the way up to long on where Khawaja will field. And England are playing very differently at the end of the day today. We wondered if Stokes was going to fancy a funky declaration. I mean, he didn't the first day at Edgbaston. But today it looks like England are settling in to bat through the day and come back tomorrow. Murphy round the wicket to Moeen, who pushes forward in defence. It's fielded short extra, there's no run. I just wonder, do you think the fast bowlers might have just had a word last night and said, guys, just this once, can we have a day off?
I don't think so. But I think that Ben Stokes will be hoping that they will get a day off. I don't think...
Murphy in, and it's languidly driven by Moeen, but straight to short extra cover. Ends an over with, how many runs on that? 4 runs off that over. England 364 for 6 at the end of the over. Moeen 23, Wokes 1. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra at BBC Sounds and on ABC in Australia. But for long wave listeners, you're leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Were you happy with that, Jim? Pretty good. That's pretty good, apparently, yeah. He's a hard taskmaster, you see. If you don't do it properly, he comes at you.
And so you should.
Yeah.
I listened to the little clip about talking about the shipping forecast.
Oh, yeah? It's a fascinating thing, isn't it?
I kind of thought I knew what it was about.
Yeah.
Well, I did know what it was about, but actually just someone explaining. Actually, they still rely on it very heavily.
Yes, they do. Well,
that surprised me.
They wouldn't keep doing it, I'm sure.
I'm not sure. I thought they'd have an app or something. Anyway.
That's a valuable resource. Valuable tool. 364 for 6, start of a new over. Stark in again. Tail up. Into Wokes, who drives in the air and is caught at mid-off. A rather limp dismissal. He's picked out mid-off. He didn't get it high enough or indeed low enough. He's blocked it straight into the hands of Usman Khawaja. And England are losing wickets at the back end of the day. They're 364 for 7. Wokes goes for 1.
Well, that was kind of a tame shot. And I think probably the one shot which Ben Stokes doesn't like the half-heartedness of it. I think he'd much rather him or anyone of the England batting lineup to get out going whole hog for it. But he did give himself a little bit of room, and you think, oh, here comes a big shot, and then he just timed the ball lovely as if it was just catching practice to mid-off, and he didn't have to move. I think he would have, that's so unlike the way England normally bat.
Well,
but they do need a few more runs, would feel, just to feel comfortable. Not comfortable, but I think at 400, chasing 400 in the last innings of any game is someone's got to play extraordinarily well. But say if Australia go bang 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 very quickly, 360.
Well, 352 at the moment, and they could go bang 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 pretty quickly. I wonder, he might not have intended to declare, but if they go bang bang, and it's sort of 10 past 6. Do you think what's the point in sending Jimmy out, have the 10 minutes and take 2 overs?
But then last time Jimmy and a batsman, obviously Johnny, and they put on 60 odd, didn't they? So.
Well, yeah. Although Moeen is still a bit discomforted, isn't he, by what he's got? So look, we'll wait and find out. The way Mark Wood plays, I don't think he'll be blocking, but I wonder if Wokes' dismissal there was ever so slightly a function of the fact that England have just lost a bit of momentum there. They were sort of not quite sure how they're playing. And the rest of the day, and indeed throughout the series, there's been a terrific clarity of thought in England's batting for the most part. But just in the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes, they just sort of slightly lost their way. Not quite sure what the plan is here. But fair play to Mitchell Stark. He's picked up 3 wickets in this innings. with his sore right shoulder, and he's running in now to the new batter, Mark Wood. And Wood gives himself room and clatters it into the onside without timing. It's an ugly shot, but he gets a single for it as it goes to the right of mid-on, and he's off the mark straight away, 365 for 7. So I think we always knew how Wood's going to play. We certainly know how Broad's going to play.
I think we're going to know how Moeen's going to play as well. So I think it's all going to be all action for the next half an hour. So if they get England, I think will either score. I'm just going to say they're going to score a lot of runs. We're going to get out. I mean, that's what cricket is.
Steady.
Sorry, it's a bit like Maggers was asking me earlier whether he's injured or he's not injured.
When you say that, though, I mean, if you watched the first session yesterday, there were neither runs nor wickets. Really, not a great deal did happen. Some splendid bowling, but not a lot else. Stark's going to be over the wicket to the left-handed Moeen. Field spreads. And he goes for the pull. He's hit it high in the air. His fielder's coming after it, and they're not going to get there. It's gone for 4 through deep backward square leg. Played that very well. It's great to watch two fielders scurrying round. One of them, Steve Smith, all getting into a bit of a tangle. And you're right, we do indeed know how Moeen Ali's going to play. 369 for 7. It's been a day of terrific action. You can catch it all on Today at the Test on BBC Two at 7:25. And of course, in-play clips and highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. Get onto that. You can take a look at the wickets that have fallen, the 6s and 4s, Joe Root's ramps. There's been a lot happening. Alistair Cook's going for a lie down. Phil Tufnell's in for the rest of the day. And you've come at just the right time, because it's going to be crash bang wallop, you think?
Yes, evening Dan, evening everyone.
Good evening. Stark into Moeen, he comes down the wicket, doesn't really time it at all, gets the under edge of the bat and it rolls back to the bowler.
That looks crash bang wallopish, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Isn't it great when crash bang wallop results and the ball just dribbling rather pitifully back to the bowler? But yeah,
he's given himself a bit of room, a couple of shimmies down the pitch, but just didn't quite get it.
Just taking a look at the replay of that 4 that Moeen hit.
He might have hurt himself there, Steve Smith.
Steve Smith had to do a dive. He was trying to pour it back, but he couldn't quite. He probably landed sort of on the coccyx. Not a nice old feeling, that.
No.
Bang on the tailbone.
On the tail, yes.
2 balls left in the over. Stark into Moeen. There is a forward short leg. And he bowls a full shortish ball that's flicked away down to fine leg, where Labuschagne is not normally fielding. Someone surprised me. Get a single.
Taken Hazelwood out there, hasn't he? He was down there, dropped one, and he was getting a bit of stick, so I think they might have just given him a bit of a breather and stuck Marnus down there.
370 for 7, the lead 358. Field will spread again, and deep mid-wicket needs to be on his toes here, as well as shortish mid-wickets. Could go straight up in the air. The keeper. And fly slip. There's a lot of fielders who need to be on their toes here, because Wood has signalled his intent off his first ball as Stark comes in with the sun shining to the back end of this third day. Bowls a full ball, which is driven back at Stark. He gets hands on it, nearly deflected it onto the stumps of the non-strikers, then nearly caught it. And Wood gets a single at the end of the over. There's a lot happening out there. 371 for 7.
There is.
There's half an hour to go in the day's play. It's going to be fun. Go nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. 75 overs bowled. Moeen has 28. Wood has 2 more from Phil Tufnell. And then it will be Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, England lead now by 359, which is a lot of runs, that is for sure. And they've still got another half an hour to go. Anything else from here you think will be a bit of a bonus. I was thinking at one stage they might be looking at bat up until lunch, but it doesn't look like that way. It looks like they're going to be going hell for leather until the end. And if there's a few left standing, they might have a bit of a blast tomorrow morning. But it's been a rip-roaring day, Jim.
Well, why hasn't he declared?
Steady. He's made a couple of those decisions and might not have necessarily got them right.
75 years since Australia scored 404 to win at Leeds. Are we going to see something extraordinary in the final gasp of this series? Now Murphy is bowling and Wood is fiddling the ball away off an outside part of the bat towards third man. It's running down to the boundary, but it will be intercepted as they collect a couple more. So it's been a day of typically frenetic scoring on this assertive English batting. that kicked off with Crawley making 73 before he could blink. 130 before lunch, 135 up to tea, and now back goes Wood. Wants the single, doesn't get it, pushing it out into the cover. So we need to find out from Andy, of course, what is the highest score ever achieved on this ground in the fourth innings to win a test match. And I have a feeling it's probably more than us, or not quite as many as Australia will be chasing, but we'll see. Now, he swings at this ball, smashes at the cover, well stopped out there by Labuschagne, and that was flying across the turf. Now, Khawaja out there. There's a long off and a long on, a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep point, the third man. And back goes Wood, hit on the pad as he got across and behind. It bounced. And Australia run out of reviews, so he maybe got a little inside edge onto that one, but it did turn, didn't it?
Took a bit of the piece out the turf, out the pitch there. Just a little explosion.
Bowls again. He hits him on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW. The finger's up. He's out. LBW. There'll be a review for sure because England have got some left, but England's sort of flaking away here, even though they've got a big lead. It's 8 for 373 at the moment because he has been given out LBW, and a couple of turned there from Todd Murphy, and that delivery as he went to aim a luscious shot, hit and turned, a bit of puff of dust.
Ball is very close to the bat.
Well, it's hit him in line, I think. Anyway, the finger's gone up. What can save the batsman here? Well, it's not an inside edge.
Going to the pads, no bat involved. Ball dragging, please.
Whether it's going to be going down. Did it turn a bit too much? I don't think so. It looked
knee roll, height looks good.
Here it is.
Here we go. The ball turns, it hits.
Impact umpire's call.
Missing.
I'll go back to Joel on field. Joel, you need to change your decision.
You got your head in your hand.
Not out.
These umpires have been challenged in this game. How many of those have we had?
You haven't had a lot of luck with the umpires' calls, mate.
Dear, oh dear. So he survives just on the bounce and the turn. 7 for 373. Back in your seats, everyone. But Wood's still going to have a lash, isn't he?
Yep.
Murphy bowls to him. Oh, he pushes forward. He says, I'll just play out that ball and leave it to Moeen Ali to have a crack. Okay, Andy, what's the highest chasing score to win at the Oval in Test cricket? Because at the moment, the lead is 361.
At the highest to win at the Oval. Oh, no, I haven't put the over. Give me one more minute, Jim.
Okay, no worries. Listen, Jim.
Cover for me, Tuffers.
Jim, yes. Emergency punditry instead of emergency stats. You're ready? No, you're not. No, listen,
I'm ready.
They won't mind.
You got a screen problem, sir?
It's all gone wrong here at the end.
It's a match we talk about a lot, Jim. 1902 at the Oval. 263 for 9.
Yes, Gilbert, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah, Gilbert Jessup, 102 in 76 balls, 70 minutes. I think it was after England had lost, I think they were about 49 for 5. And that was the last wicket stand of Hurston Rhodes, adding them 14 or 15 to win that game.
Get him in singles, yes.
As you mentioned earlier on, there have been some big
some draws.
Innings.
There have been some big fourth innings scores more than this. Now, Stark runs in. Moeen Ali swings at the short ball, misses it down the leg side.
Tell you something, Jim.
What's that?
A couple of turning there from Todd Murphy. Just puffs of dust coming through. You would have thought with the big boots of Mitchell Stark.
What, you're saying Joe Root's going to get 5 for?
Well, I mean...
Moeen Ali, will he be able to bowl?
He's moving all right.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be...
He doesn't have much of a run-up, does he?
No, so he might just stand there and try and fizz a few into that sort of area. But, yeah, England won't mind seeing that just bit of turn. You know, it usually turns up at the Oval later on.
7 for 373. England have had a big day with the bat, but they'd like to get 400, I think, as Stark charges in and he swings and misses. That wasn't far from the stumps. He was trying to lather that into the scoreboard or somewhere on the mid-wicket boundary.
Archbishop Tennyson's was looking in danger there.
Yeah, that came up at 91 miles an hour, that ball. The highest fourth innings score here, India 429 for 8 in 1979. I think they were chasing 438 in that game. 150 overs and 5 balls they batted on that occasion.
There's no problem with the overs for Australia, that's for sure.
South Africa made 423 for 7 here in 1947 to get a draw. More recently, England 396 for 6 against India in 2007.
So that sort of score is achievable, you would think, as Stark goes in. He gives himself room and he ladders it down towards mid-off, and a very good save prevents 4 runs. He stepped way to the onside, gave himself room, then clouted it, and Pat Cummins down there did the dive and stopped it and prevented 4.
Of course, a good effort there from Captain Pat. As you say, Moeen Ali absolutely walloped that. That's it. And he had to make some good ground, and he's still throwing himself about for his side. The skipper, he's had a long day in the dirt with his bowling. Great effort.
Stark goes in once more towards Moeen Ali, and he gets a short ball. He swings it away down to fine leg. It's saved there by Marnus Labuschagne. Went hard to his right and stopped that well-struck delivery from going into the Toblerone. 7 for 374. Moeen Ali is 29, and we've got Mark Wood on strike. So a day of rapid scoring, a day probably when Australia have been played out of this game, but maybe not.
You never know. You got to keep the faith, but I mean,
the pitch is pretty good, apart from a few that have turned.
Yeah, a few that have turned. There's not a lot of life in it for the seamers, but it's just that scoreboard pressure, isn't it? How can you handle it? You've got to do it in little chunks. That's what Australia will be doing, taking every ball on its merits, but it's a lot of runs.
Stark around the wicket, and Wood gives it room and slashes it down to the boundary. No, it's cut off by Labuschagne again. He nicked that wide of Smith at slip. It flew towards the cushion down there, but again, Marnus Labuschagne was quick to pounce and stop, and they got 1 run. 7 for 375.
Well, you've got to be fit nowadays to do some fielding. The boys have been throwing themselves around the boundary.
So we've had 130 in the first session, 135 in the second, and 110 so far in this session.
Still with 20 minutes to go.
Yep. Free flowing, fast scoring, entertaining batting. It's Stark again. He goes in. Moeen Ali this time goes back and plays the uppercut in the air. He's caught. He's caught underneath us at the fly slip by Hazlewood. He just followed the ball and uppercut it, and Hazlewood was fielding very fine. Well, a deep slip, fine third man, came around the boundary and took the catch comfortably. It's now 8 for 375.
There you go, and a little bit of reward for Mitchell Stark. He's got 4 for lovely little. It was a beautiful shot, but a well-placed fielder there. Josh Hazlewood, he was almost sort of on a first slip line, really, and he's just sort of ramped it and uppercut it straight to him.
Applause for Moeen Ali. This may be the last time that he gets to bat in a test match.
You're right.
And he's getting some appreciative applause as he leaves after making a very handy little 29. So the lead is 363 at 8 for 375. And Australia have been taking some wickets here, and they're all going to Mitchell Stark. He's now got 4 in the innings after going for 13 in the first over of the day.
I love watching him go out, Stuart, that is, in his batting outfit. And, well, here he is, Molly said, to Aggers this afternoon. Well,
his batting outfit.
Yes. So here he is, the Nighthawk.
What's he going to do in the last 20 minutes, 15 minutes here?
What do you reckon, Jim?
Well, they're going to have a mow, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This is the way they go.
You're right, though. Another 20 might be handy, just to really sort of put the seal on a really dominant day.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a pitch other than, as we said, maybe if you were turning.
Yeah.
But if the sun's out tomorrow and Monday, if we get that far, who knows?
absolutely.
So, hang on to your tickets, fellas.
Without a doubt. Yeah, it's going to be cracking tomorrow.
So Cummins is wheeling them around in the field. Murphy's about to start a new over after that stark success. He comes up, a reverse sweep. It paddles the ball away down to third man, and it's going for 4. It was a loose delivery from Murphy, and Wood picked up a boundary on his reverse.
He's improved, Mark Wood, hasn't he? He's actually got a few shots in the locker now. It was a full toss.
Full toss.
But he caught up with it. He got himself in a great position to play the reverse sweep. It's not the easiest shot in the world to play, I can assure you.
Well, it's caused Smith to disappear to backward point from first slip. So there's chaps everywhere. Quite a few on the boundary for Murphy. So it's interesting that Cummins has kept Murphy going. Probably got tired legs for the rest of them. Murphy tosses and he swings. He's got a piece of that. It could be caught in the deep. He should be. He is. Taken by Mitch Marsh at deep mid-wicket. He went the hooray Henry and got under it not long enough out towards that boundary. So he's out. It's 9 for 379, and Wood is out for 9, and Broad runs the risk of being stranded, not out.
In his batting outfit.
Yes.
Yeah, a bit of a hack, wasn't it, really?
This is a bit weird, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's still a quarter of an hour. You're not going to get much. What is it, 10 minutes of the changeover?
Well, he could, if he gets out straight away, have 1 over.
Yeah, so you don't want just to sort of toss away all the good work that the boys have done and the England batters have done. You could do with just another 10 or 15, and they've been a bit frivolous, I think, just at the end.
Well, they were 4 for 332, right? So they've now lost 5 wickets for 47. 5 for 47 in trying to blast some bonus runs. Jimmy Anderson's coming out. Will this be his last test match? I think it'll be his last Ashes test anyway. So he's getting some applause as he comes out.
They're on the feet, Jim.
Yep. They love the man, and of course they should. What a great player he has been for England. And it may well be his last test, it's hard to say. But it's certainly his last Ashes test, you would think. It's unlikely that he'll be in Australia in a couple of years' time.
Yeah.
I think, did he turn 41 today?
Yeah, I think so.
Or tomorrow. 41 tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's 9 for 379, and Anderson is taking his guard, and Todd Murphy's just taken his 3rd wicket in this extraordinary burst of frenzy in the last hour of the day.
Well, of course, Jim, as well, it could be the last time these two bat together in a test match.
Yes, that's a very good thought. Yep. There are a lot of potential lasts looking around this playing arena on both sides.
Yep.
There are a number of players who will never play in another Ashes test after this. And what a game it's turning into. Now, Murphy is going to bowl after a bit of a chat between Smith and Cummins and Murphy about where to station everybody. I don't know whether Jimmy Anderson is going to have a launch. He likes the reverse sweep.
Well, he's got 2 men. He's got 2 men on it. I think they've twigged him by now. He's got 1 on the boundary and 1 at 45, sort of saving 1. It's one of his shots. He can play the orthodox one as well.
The clock ticks along here. Strader mucking around with the field. Smith and Cummins are working out what's going to occur, and Smith has a friendly one it would seem, with Anderson as he moves to first slip, and they're still thinking about what the best place is to put them as we move along to 18-19.
I think they don't fancy just having a 1 over.
Correct.
I think that's what they're doing. So they've gone out, they've got the shin pads out, they're having a chat. They could declare.
Well, if he wanted to have the over, that's what he should have done.
Yeah, too late now, isn't it?
Well,
yes.
We really are wasting time here.
Yeah.
Now they're bringing out a helmet. It'll be 20 past by the time Murphy continues to bowl. Andy, you've got something gripping?
Mitchell Stark's now taken 23 wickets this series, just 4 tests, averaging 26.9, but his strike rate a wicket every 32.9 deliveries. His economy rate of 4.88 is the highest by any bowler who's taken 20 wickets or more in a series in mitigation. None of the other bowlers have faced this particular style of England batting. But his
strike rate, yeah, that's what he is, strike bowler. Now they're still fiddling with the field, and it's now 20 past, so that's that in terms of a change of innings tonight.
The game is up.
Probably Anderson and Broad are quite happy about that.
Yes.
As Murphy bowls now, and Anderson leaves a very professional leave from the number 11 outside the off stump. He darted that delivery through. So the lead is 367. But England have been flailing at the bowling in the last 40 minutes, and more losing wickets than getting runs. Murphy goes in. There's the reverse, and he doesn't get hold of it. Maybe got bottom of the bat and dragged it into his pad, and it trickled out on the offside.
He likes it. He plays it nicely, Jim. He plays it nicely. Jimmy Anderson still ringing round the oval, echoing round.
The hero for a lifetime in English cricket, Jimmy Anderson. He watches, he goes the shot again, and he's almost caught behind. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, I think, there. He missed it. It almost cleaned him up. But they were confident about, what were they confident about?
I don't know.
You can't go for a review.
Did it flick a boot or something?
Did it come back onto the stumps somehow from the keeper? I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like he aimed the reverse sweep shot. We are getting a review on the basis of what happened. He went to smack that away.
The bat is hitting the ground.
He's looking at a catch,
or
a stumping.
Yeah, a little bit of a stumping, perhaps.
Gap between bat and ball.
I think the last review was an umpire's call, so they did have one left.
Keep it going.
There's no sign of it. Nick,
or
it's come off his body, hasn't it? I think
bat
it's.
is hitting the turf.
What's it?
Joel, you
what's
can
it
stay
come
with
off?
your
Anything?
decision.
Nothing.
You're on screen now.
It's gone
You can
straight
signal
through.
out.
Right. So I think they retained the last review because it was an umpire's call. So we've still got one ball left in this over, and Anderson's trying to improvise with reverse sweeps. Murphy bowls to him, and he pushes away and says, "It's up to you, Stu. You can have a crack." So the game bobbles along towards stumps. What a day it's been, and Jonathan Agnew's going to come in and tell you about the last gasp of it all.
Yep, you're right. It has bobbled along at a bit of a furious pace as well. The Aussies are looking a bit weary. Stuart Broad and James Anderson won't mind having a day off, though. They'll be primed and ready to go tomorrow with some fresh legs, hopefully, for England. But it's been another spellbinding afternoon here at the Oval. Some of the batting has just been electrifying. Aggers, evening.
What a day. 379 runs scored. A bit surprised, given Stokes' declaration, particularly at Edgbaston, that he didn't have one over there. I mean, nine down. What's Jimmy going to add? And again, it's that question of what you could gain by just knocking over. Well, it wouldn't be an opening batsman, it'd be a night watchman. I guess he'd be shovelled out there. But anyway, it didn't happen, and England have got a couple of overs at before the close of play here, and Stark's on his way looking for his 5 wickets, moves in, bowls to Broad, who steps away to the leg side, clips that away out to mid-wicket. Big cheer there for his single. He's off the mark, and the lead moves to 368. 380 for 9. He comes down, shares a word with Jimmy Anderson. They're all chanting his name. What's Jimmy going to do here? He's faced an awful lot of short stuff as well, hasn't he?
Well, I think he might cop a little bit now. No one wants to be out really. He ain't got a lot to gain as your number 11. All he can do is cop one in the ribs or something, and perhaps put you out of bowling in the last innings.
Well, Australia have been focused, dreaming about being the first Australian team to come here and to win in 22 years, and that's going to be challenged tomorrow. The lead is 368. It's a lot of runs. think England might have got up to 400, but they've kept playing their shots. In comes Stark, bowls a nasty short ball. That hits Anderson. And again, this is the second time Old Trafford being the same. You've got to wonder quite why they're putting him into this.
I know. It can only...
That's hurt him. He's thrown his bat on the ground.
Pop a finger.
Well, you just wonder what runs he's going to add here. You know, he's down on one knee now. That has really hurt him.
Yeah, now that's well, it's kind of ideal actually for the Australians now, because they can just get rid of someone who's going to do some bowling at them.
Yeah.
It's got him elbow, isn't it?
I don't really get this.
Yeah, that's
got him up on the right arm, and so his bowling arm has been hit by a very quick, hostile ball. They've got possibly Moeen, we don't know if he can bowl or not.
There you go.
And so you need all your resources.
Soppy.
Well, I'm just a bit surprised. It's
bit of ice.
Yeah.
Bit of arnica or something.
But they get hit on muscles, they strain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Size strain. Anyway, he's up again, and he's going to carry on. 380 for 9. Short leg crouching there. Stark again, looking for his 5th wicket. Comes in, bowls another short ball, and Anderson almost falls onto his stumps. As that again hits him somewhere around the stomach, I think. He's looking towards the dressing room area, saying, "Are you sure about this?"
Yeah. I tell you what he nearly did. What Ian Botham did all those years ago.
Oh, yeah. What was that? On this very ground.
On this very ground.
Well, he didn't. He managed to avoid the stumps.
Yes.
380 for 9. And we've got a short leg there. There's 2 back for the hook. Anderson is in the firing line here. As Stark moves in again, bowls very full, fired down the leg side. Anderson tries to scuttle off for a run, but Carey's got the ball in his gloves. And Broad.
92. It's 92 at 6:30 in the evening. That's a good effort for Mitchell Stark. He's smelling a 5 for though, I suppose.
It's at Old Trafford they did this to Jimmy.
Yeah, I don't think it is,
and here
he doesn't seem a very... Listen, I think he's a wonderful captain, but he might not be very sympathetic to the old number 11.
I wonder if he understands what it's like for number 11 being bombed like this.
Absolutely.
It's not achieving anything.
No.
380 for 9. Stark again runs in, bowls to Anderson, a perfect Yorker. He's in on the boot and bounces up into the leg side. Appeal for leg before wicket. It's been given not out.
Well, he's getting bits chipped off him here, Jimmy Anderson. He's been one on the bicep, one on the boot.
I think they look at this, but a reverse swing.
Ouch.
It's right on the foot.
Yeah, you don't need that. You really, really don't. We know how hard it is bowling, John, and you don't need bangs and scrapes all over you.
It is odd. But, anyway, he's still out there, battling on bravely. There'll be another over after this. I think with the spinner. Stewart's given the impression of a man who's very keen to get down to the other end, but actually can't quite get there. He's hanging on his bat down there at the non-striker's end as Stark comes in, bowls, and another bouncer whistles over Anderson's head.
Well done.
A lot of hostile fast bowling there, which is fine. I mean, that's the game these days, but he is a precious asset to England, and he's just like a coconut shy there.
Yeah.
7 to 9 overs gone, so one more until a new ball is available.
Yeah, I mean, you don't.
Can't wheel him out there against that tomorrow, surely.
I'll be having a little word in my captain's shell like tonight. Excuse me, Skip. You know the new ball's due tomorrow. How many more do we really need? Come on, mate.
It's a question of how many will they can score. I mean, let's see what Broad does here. He's got the spinner.
He's having a dart.
He could just have a go here. Australia can't bat tonight.
Yeah,
the field's being set, and it's a field that suggests that Pat Cummins think that Broad might have a swing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think probably if I was Jimmy Anderson and my long time friend Stuart's down there, he might be saying, Stuart, you know, if we come back out here tomorrow there's a new ball, can you fancy having a little bit of a dart at the spinner?
Well, they're putting out a deep mid wicket.
Well, that's where he likes to hit it.
I mean, there's basically everyone's on the boundary apart from a slip, and one on either side saving the single. Otherwise, it's everybody out. Now, what's Broad going to do? Let's see. He's over his bat. And Murphy, the off spinner, Goes in round the wicket, bowls, and Broad goes for his favourite sweep shot. He's got it away square into the leg side. Can they get two? Heads after it. Broad says no. He says no. Well, I think he might have made that. I don't know. It'd have been tight, but it certainly didn't suggest that this is going to be the last over of the innings and they're going to have a go.
Oh, he's got a nice new bat, Jimmy, by the looks of it. You see, that's absolutely just out the wrapper.
Not a mark on it.
No, sparkling, that is.
Well, again, there's a lot of fielders out. Reverse sweep is Anderson's shot. There's a man there for that. He does play the orthodox sweep as well, and Head is in his place for that. You don't often see him go for the booming drive over long off, which is where Labuschagne is. Way out here. So in goes Murphy, moves in, bowls, and Anderson has a swipe. A sweeping swipe, I'll call that.
Yeah.
Aiming somewhere into the leg side, but missed it.
A lash.
Missed it by a long way. Already in the crowd out there, possibly for a catch late in the day. There's 4 balls to go. I don't know if Anderson's hit many sixes in his Test career, but he's gone for the reverse sweep. He likes that. He's got it away.
He's got it.
Beating star. That's his shot. And they put a man there, but he wasn't quite in the right place. 385 for 9. Anderson's off the mark with a boundary, and it's a reverse sweep. Just a faint trace of a smile, sort of a watery smile there through the grill. He's not, I don't think, enjoying this particularly.
It's a lovely shot. Plays it really well.
385 for 9. Murphy moves in, bowls to him, and then they go a big hit into the leg side. That's gone. That has gone for 6. No, it's not. It's gone for 4.
Oh,
just dribbled. Just got there. The way the crowd were up, it looks like they're about to catch it. Successive boundaries. Has he ever hit a 6? He's going for it.
Well, he got 80 odd, didn't he, against the Indians at Trent Bridge?
Yeah, he might have hit a 6 in that. Anyway, what a noise here at the end of the 3rd day. Warner's coming out of slip. Crowd loving it.
God, they've had a day today.
They settle down again, yeah. Here goes Murphy, bowls, reverse sweep again. There's a peel flag before wicket. Umpire Wilson says not out. Ball runs away down to...
Oh,
he's given it out now. He's got to the other end.
Wow.
He got to the other end. Well, Jimmy's now reviewing it, but he's reviewing it from the non-striker's end. Not seen that before.
No,
that was umpire Buckner. And then some.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Well, he's obviously thought about it as Joel. But let's have a look and see what the replay reveals. And we're seeing the reverse sweep. Little bit of spin. It's hit him on the arm.
Ball seems to hit the elbow. Can I have the ultra edge just to check if the ball is hitting the glove or the bat?
On the arm.
Got another bruise.
Yep.
Right, that's out, mate. Pretty well bowled by Murphy, to be fair.
Yeah, gap between bat and ball. Keep it going.
He's missed it by a long way.
Keep it going.
Don't think it's anywhere near the glove.
Bat is hitting the turf. Thank you. Keep it going to the elbow, please. Okay, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Right, here we go. I think this could be out. Let's see where it pitches. In line.
Pitching in line.
Impact in line. And missing. It's going over the top.
Thank you.
It's going over the top.
On field. Joel, you need to change your decision.
Australia are aghast.
You can signal not out.
They really can't believe it. And I'm afraid Mr. Wilson again has to swing his arms.
Well.
Oh, to be fair to him, that was... I mean, it always looks a lot on the graphic. It was probably going over by an inch. That he thought about it long and hard. And Todd Murphy's saying, well, how can that not be out? Well, because the computer said so, I'm afraid.
Yes.
And if you put your faith in the computer, then there can be no arguments. Well, here we go again. Murphy moves in, bowls to Anderson, a ferocious swipe. He misses it, he ends up in a heap.
He's going to put him back out.
That rather sums up how the day ends, really. A lot of thrashing, a lot of it successfully. And some terrific batting by England. A little bit ungainly at the end. They lost some wickets there as they pressed on, but they're 389 for 9, so they lead by 377 runs. Will they bat on tomorrow? Well, absolutely no idea, but Broad has 2, Anderson has 8, and they lost their last 5 wickets, Andy, for
47, so from 332 for 4 to 379 for 9.
Yeah, little collapse there. So, well, that was all rather fun at the end. And Anderson, he is managing a smile as he walks off. But, with a new ball due immediately, do you really push him out there? One of your most precious assets, and what could win you the game. And it's a bit like an Aunt Sally out there, as any number 11 would be against Mitchell Starc bowling at that sort of pace. He's going to have a new ball tomorrow. Anyway, that's all for tomorrow. For now, England lead by 377 and 389 for 9. All of those runs scored today in 80 overs, so 10 overs light of what should have been. I see Jimmy Anderson getting a slap on the back there from Ben Stokes. Jimmy might have said, well, thanks very much, mate. Look at my arm. Horrible bruise on his bicep. So just to run through things, if people want to disappear before we have our review of the day. England started, of course, batting today. They lost Duckett for 42, Crawley 73, Stokes 42, Root a very good 91, Brooks 7, Bairstow 78, Moeen 29. He was able to bat at number 7, Wokes 1, Wood 9, and Broad 2, Anderson 8 are the 2 not-out batsmen. And bowling figures-wise, Mitchell Starc 4 for 94 from 19 overs, 2 maidens. He was expensive, but as usual, Mitchell Starc, he gets people out. Hazelwood 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 67. Cummins 16 overs, no maidens, 1 for 79. Marsh 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 35. And Todd Murphy 22 overs, no maidens, 3 for 110. So in other words, there were just 2 maiden overs bowled all day. And England's overall run rate was just under 5 runs per over. So we'll have our review of the day. Lots and lots to talk about. I'm surrounded by the usual suspects: Michael Vaughan, Alistair Cook, and Glenn McGrath. Let's start with you, Cookie. You know Jimmy Anderson pretty well, former England captain of recentish times. What? Anderson got out there fending off that short stuff. I mean, he's quite a prized asset, isn't he? Would that have been taken into account? It happened at Old Trafford as well.
I think it'd have taken into account, but I think every run is going to be important. I think
they need some more.
I don't think they need more, but you always want more. I know Ben Stokes gives off this attitude of, it doesn't matter to kind of get through how his captaincy style, but you sit there as a captain and you're like, God, just give me another 60, 70 more. No matter how many runs you got, because it just gives you some more comfort in the field. You know, if there is a partnership, and certainly this pitch today, I've turned up and it looks an absolute belter. Obviously, the first couple of days, maybe due to the overhead conditions, it has nipped around them. So, you know, the extra 10 runs that this partnership has put on already, you know, how important it is. Hopefully for England, it's not at all, but just a blanket, I'd say.
You batting captains, spare a thought for the poor old number 11s, Michael.
Well, I'm with Cookie. You just want to get as many as you possibly can. The pitch is playing well. There's been a bit of spin for Todd Murphy. He's bowled quite nicely, actually, in the end. You know, you've got to fancy England to win the Test match, because England have, over the last 5 or 6 innings, have bowled Australia out for around 260 to 300. That's what Australia have been able to get. But in a funny kind of way, I think this is what Australia need. They almost need the draw to be nullified. And I think they'll play better trying to chase the total rather than thinking that they only have to bat 3.5 sessions to draw the game. I think they'll get into a negative mindset. I think we're in for a cracker, because the pitch is still pure. There should be 100 for someone on that kind of pitch. You know, there's not the huge swing, and there's not the seam. There's a bit of spin, and Joe Root will bowl tidily, but you shouldn't really fear Joe Root as a spinner, even on a pitch with a little bit of something for the spinner to aim into. I think England are clear favourites, but I think we could be in for a classic.
Yeah. How do you assess that day, Glenn?
Yeah, no, I'd sit here and watch Jimmy Anderson go out there and get absolutely peppered. I'm thinking, how can you enjoy that? Like, seriously.
I don't think he does he?
Oh, he copped one on the arm there.
Nasty on the right arm, yeah.
So, in that respect, yeah, it's... you would have thought England have enough runs, but the thing is, Australia just have to go out there and score 11 runs less than what England get, and they win the game. So it's a simple game, isn't it? So, yeah, a lot of time left. I think the pitch today was probably at its best. We saw yesterday afternoon when the sun came out, England took the second new ball, and it did hardly anything. and they went along at 5 runs and over, and that was actually Steve Smith, Pat Cummins, and then Todd Murphy at the end. So, there's still plenty of runs up for grabs there, but it is turning. Joe Root getting out the way he did, first time in his career get bowled by an off spinner. He'll probably think, there's plenty of wickets here for me. Moeen got through, so whether he's going to play a big part in this game, we'll wait and see. But it's I think they'll come out and bat and try to score a few more runs.
We're waiting to see who will appear before the microphones tonight. Still no word of that from either side, so keep an eye on that. We'll bring you reaction from both camps, hopefully before 7 o'clock. They'll certainly be in the podcast later. So how long do England go on for then, Cookie? Or are you going to say that's enough? And indeed, in a way, given Ben Stokes' declaration at Edgbaston, there was an opportunity there to have had. I mean, Australia didn't want to bat. They wasted time. They were calling helmets. They were all these sorts of things. And often, usually, you try and do what the opposition doesn't want to do.
Well, I think they'll bat again tomorrow morning, just more for the inconvenience maybe for the Australians. And if they can burgle another 10 runs or so, another a couple of edges of the new ball flies, they try and get that lead up to 400. But England had a really good day, in general. That was third innings. It's a tough time to bat.
Yes.
Because of the do we try and bat a bit of time? This is the old school thinking. Do you bat time, the tempo of it, and suddenly before the uncertainty, and you can be, you could be 80 for 4, 100 for 5, and you've lost that game in that hour. And actually, the first 40 minutes of batting from Duckett and Crawley just went out the window. It was a kind of like, I didn't break the back of Australia, but they took that away with some quality batting. I don't think Australia bowled particularly well, but I'm going to put that down to them knowing that this England side have got the skill on a good wicket to match this quality bowling and put them under some pressure. And Hazelwood's a good example of that. A guy who, when I face him, was missing a lot more than he does, and that is just down to the fact that Duckett, Crawley, Root, Brooke put them under some pressure when they bowl. And when you're running in as a bowler, Glenn will know far more than I do that when you've got a guy who knows how he's going to play and he's not going out after you, and there's not many people who can do it to quality bowlers, it's a tough place to be.
Yeah. Is it especially hard to open the batting in that third innings? Because there's a lot of responsibility on that, isn't there? When it's pretty much even Stevens, that start is so important.
Absolutely, because that sets the tone. And Gucci always said to me, the best thing about opening is you have the opportunity to influence a game before anyone else has. You bat middle order, you could go in at 30 for 3. You're under the pump, no fault of your own. But as an opener, you get to go out there and you can dictate terms. And these two in particular in this series have dictated terms and played and actually more often than not, I don't know what the actual average is or how many times they've got to 40, 60, 80, they've set England off on a really good path.
It's interesting, Glenn, isn't it? Because actually at the start of that innings, Australia did have the field up, and we've been quite critical of them having the field back. Ones are easy. Inevitably, I guess, because of the start that England got, they had to put them back, and then in this, I think we'd call it this sort of more intelligent way of Baz ball, in which singles are taken and so on. Then the gaps were there again, but at least at the start of that innings, they did seem to be bringing them in.
Yeah, they brought them in. We thought, they're going to back themselves a little bit, and started with, I think, bowled pretty poorly. They bowled full balls on leg stumps and everything else. So I don't know. I think on this pitch, it seems like the new ball was the best time to bat, and the way they went about it. I don't think they bowled particularly well. So you've got to back yourself and still bowl good balls and make them play good shots off good deliveries, and that's where they struggled.
I think Stuart Broad's going to come out and give the press conference by the look of it. It's a bit of a surprise. Normally it's one of the batsmen who've been out there flailing it around. Anyway, we'll see what he has to say.
I just wonder, Aggers, if he's going to announce something.
You think?
I've got a sneaky...
It's unusual that he should come out now. And anyway, we'll find out. But we shall get the opportunity to talk to him at some stage. He's going off over to TV first of all, and then we shall We shall find out if Stuart Broad is going to say something or not about his future. Possibly, it just feels like it could be. 'Cause it's unusual that he should come out. I don't think he's going to tell us about how he's going to bat tomorrow. He's only 2 not out, so you never know. But certainly, there's been very little indication of that up to now. His fiancée Molly was on at tea, as we know, and we talked about his future there. But anyway, the bright lights go on, and we're a bit shielded off really by that mobile unit there, and we shall find out what's going on here. But we shall see. We'll see if we can get a bit of sound feed from that someone can just tune into to tip us off. But in the meanwhile, we've got the ground staff bringing the covers on, bringing the sheets on, and we shall keep an eye on what's going on down there. The number 3, we talked a bit about that while we're just waiting for Stuart to finish over there. I hope we can get it on. They do quite long interviews on telly these days. We'll have to wait and see. That was the right thing, wasn't it? In the end, I mean, there weren't very many candidates, and so Stokes stepping up to number 3.
Well, he's certainly good enough to bat anywhere. Ben Stokes, he's got a very simple technique. The only thing you miss with Ben Stokes going up to 3 is his ability at the end of an innings to, if he's batting with the tail, his great knocks. When he goes into that kind of that mood, it is extraordinary batting. So you kind of lose a little bit of that. Whether Joe Root could have gone to 3, and Brook 4, and then you still got the Stokes to be able to bat with a lower order if he wanted to. But Ben Stokes can bat wherever he wants to bat, really, because he is good enough.
Just hearing that, this is going to be his last game of cricket. With it tomorrow or Monday, Stuart Broad is announcing that he's finishing, and that's a surprise. In many ways, he's going out on a great high. He's had a fantastic series. He really has. He's been the pick of England's bowlers. Funny enough, at the start of this game, he said he felt as fresh as a daisy. That's what he said, despite all the overs that he's bowled. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? I mean, and you do know, I think, when your time has come.
Yeah, I thought it was quite ironic that Jimmy Anderson, when he went out to bat, the crowd gave Jimmy a standing ovation, as if to kind of anticipate that it might be Jimmy's last game, and Stuart just came out to bat quite normally. I had a sneaky suspicion a few weeks ago. I didn't speak to him. I've just kind of studied a few things that he's done. Alistair's been in the dressing room with him quite recently and will know exactly what Stuart Broad is all about. But I always felt that Stuart was going to do something like this, which would be to go, if he's gone a little bit too soon and he's left a little bit out there, I was all saying, well, he's probably left 50 or 100 more wickets out there. I always felt Stuart would do it that way. I always felt he would probably go against Australia. He's Mr. Ashes, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He is Mr. Ashes, and I think he's not going to make 2.5 years' time probably in his head. He probably doesn't think he can go that far, and he wants to go out playing Australia. He'd have loved it to have been a win, I think.
Yeah.
I studied him actually at Manchester, and I could see his face on that last day when it was raining. I could look into it and I think he knew that, he wasn't going to get that opportunity to win the Ashes, which would have been an incredible send-off. But what a career he's had.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm actually a bit emotional, a bit surprised, but I think that I suppose if you now look at the schedule for Stuart Broad, you've got India away, Sri Lanka, West Indies, at the end of next year in the summer. It's not an Ashes. It's not a big series. No disrespect for that country. And he is on big moments, isn't he? You face Stuart Broad in the county game, and you'll be, well, how's this guy got 600 wickets in a sense? And it's all about the big moments. And I think for him to get through to another big moment, it probably takes so much more effort. And I think that's probably where he's coming. I don't know. I don't want to put words into his mouth, but the one thing I'll quickly say about Stuart Broad is what a feeling it must be as a cricketer. You always get questioned about your heart and determination and the big moments in games, whether you are good enough in the big moments. And probably certainly the English cricketer who's delivered alongside Ben Stokes in the big moments constantly when the side needs it has been Stuart Broad. Go back to 2009, 13, all the times you can name it. And what a feeling that must be as a player.
Cookie, off you go and do your television duties. Highlights, of course, at 7 o'clock on BBC Two. But Stuart Broad will come and talk to us, and we'll find out, why he's reached that decision. I think we know. I think we do know why, and it's a celebration of a wonderful career. I think that's the way.
And also, he's got a young family. You spend a lot of time away from home, and I'm pretty sure he'll go straight into the broadcast unit. So he'll spend a little bit of time away from home, but it's more controlled, and you're not away as much. So I have nothing but a huge amount of respect for Stuart. I remember when he first came in the England side, and he was just different to many bowlers that I'd captained before. He wanted to captain himself. You could see that he was thinking about the game all the time, setting his own field, and I just love his combative edge. He's always out there. If there's a bit of a niggle, you always feel, or some kind of hot moment in the game, or there's a bit of controversy. With England in the last 15, 20, it's always been when Stuart's been around. He's always been right out there with those facials. We've got a few of his facials coming on the screen now. He's been fantastic for the England side.
Yeah, very, very expressive. Go on then, Glenn. I mean, I know he was a huge admirer of you. His hero. Really, how do you assess Stuart Broad's contributions?
Oh, yeah, I have nothing but respect for him, and just the way he's gone about it, and the way he backs himself and enjoys it. And I had a good chat to him the other day once he took his 600 Test wickets, and he said he was enjoying it as much, if not more, than he ever has. So to go out on a high, on your own terms, he's just taken 600 Test wickets. There's only one other fast bowler that will ever do that in this game, in Test cricket. So he, along with Jimmy Anderson. So yeah, it's a big decision, but you come to a time when you know. And he loves the big moments. He loves the pressure situations. That's a true sign of a champion, I think. And going out on your own terms is very special too. And I think you control it. And he's been incredible for England for a long, long time. Very special moment, and to do it on your own terms, like I said, is the way you want to go, and you want the crowd to enjoy it. And the fact that he's done it now, the second innings here, bowling, he'll get incredible support here for that whole innings, and that's going to be pretty special and unique as well.
It's quite interesting. I mean, you talk of great sort of combinations. You and Shane Warne. You both left together. I'm just thinking that this kind of really makes it absolutely clear that Jimmy Anderson's not going anywhere, because I think they'd have done it together.
That's a good indication. I guess it's, you just kind of know. I wonder when it was. It might have been quite a while ago that he just said to himself and probably his close family and friends that this last Ashes series was going to be the one, and maybe that's what's really inspired him to bowl the way that he has. He's bowled incredibly. He's been the leader of the attack throughout the whole of the Ashes. He's played in all 5 Ashes tests, and he'll get that reception tomorrow. There'll be 1 or 2 people say, why didn't he leave it till after the game? But I actually really hope, like Alistair Cook, when Alistair left here, this place was special for Alistair's last game when he got the 100. Tomorrow will be a special day because the crowd will get behind England anyway, but to think that they're going to see Stuart Broad potentially for the last time.
He's going to be charging in tomorrow.
He'll be charging in.
He will.
We wanting to finish it tomorrow. He won't want to take it into Monday, and it's going to be a special day to see. And that combination, you talk about partnership, but to see Stuart and Jimmy, and I think Jimmy will be emotional tomorrow, you see, because it'll be the last time that, I don't know what you were like, Glenn, when you and Warner were knowing that you were going to play together or bowl together, that last partnership, that last combination. So it'll be an emotional day, but it could be a fantastic day tomorrow for Stuart Broad to finish off with a victory.
Yeah, and I think, for Broady to do it for the whole England team, but for the crowd to come along and be part of it as well, I think it's special. The guys that sort of retire and sort of go off quietly, they don't get that send-off. And the send-off is as much for the crowd to get there and enjoy it as well.
We've lost you there, Glenn, for a moment. I'm sorry about that. We'll try and come over here and come and have this headset on here, but we lost you. We lost you for a moment. If you're just joining us, it's the end of the third day here. 389 for 9 the score, so England lead by 377. But all that's overshadowed in a way. But certainly we're talking about Stuart Broad's announcement that he is calling it a day. He's retiring after this match, be it tomorrow or on Monday when the game is scheduled to end. So we're waiting to talk to him. The more you look at this, it's clear that he's had this in his mind for a while, because there's a very long feature, which isn't actually feature him speaking actually, but a prepared piece for television that they're playing at the moment. And also I noticed upstairs when I went to get Molly that actually all of his family are here too. Sister, father, stepfather, mother, they are all here. And so that suggests this has been in the making for a while.
Well, this montage is about 5 minutes long, and it's pretty much all of Stuart Broad's career. So
yes.
I don't think it's a hidden secret that Stuart's going to go and do a bit of television, and maybe something was said to just prepare them. You never think it until it's actually coming from the player, because you don't want to suddenly say that Stuart's going to retire, but to think that all his family are here and England are playing well, it's a great game of cricket. I was going to say, well, this England side, Aggers, that they've got to be up there with the most entertaining teams to ever play Test cricket, and to think that he's going out when he's just played in a series with a team that's just entertained so many in a way that not many Test teams can ever say that they've got an audience like this following a cricket team. And I bet you he comes out and says that this last year or so has been the best time that he's played Test match cricket, because it's just looked like he's had so much fun.
I wonder why he's done it tonight.
So can enjoy the crowd. The crowd can come and to be part of it. The crowd and the atmosphere and everything. They've been a part of this journey as much as the team and us up here in the commentary boxes. So for the opportunity for the crowd to come along and be part of Stuart Broad's farewell, I think is massive. I think the crowd deserve that as well, and it creates something very special. Maybe would Jimmy come out and sort of add to it tomorrow morning? I don't know, but
we haven't got enough time on the radio for a Jimmy Anderson retirement as well.
No, we haven't. It's still going strong here.
Yeah, but no, for Broady, I think the crowd deserve to give him a send off as well and be part of it. It's going to be something very special.
No, I like the timing now, because I think it's really nicely timed. The game's set
rev him up for tomorrow, won't it?
Well, the game's set up. He's going to bowl. I'm delighted that he's doing it. The day before he bowls. It's his last time running out for England. This place will be rocking anyway, but it's going to be rocking even more from minute. The reception that Jimmy and Stuart will get walking out to bat in the morning, I'll guarantee they are definitely batting on now that he's retired, and the reception that they'll get to bat first and then obviously to bowl once again, it'd be fantastic.
And the other thing is, how much does Broady love it when the atmosphere, he tries to get them going every ball. He won't have to get them going tomorrow. Every single ball they're going to be up, so it's going to be amazing.
I'm just thinking, Glenn, that's just about the worst news I think that Australia could have tonight, isn't it? Because they know what he's like, they know what a competitor he is, and he's just got that extra motivation now tomorrow.
Well, maybe. So I think the way the Australian team will view Broady as well, that he's got a lot of mates there as well. Out on the field, of course, it's going to be competitive and tough and hard, but they'll be part of something pretty special too. So he's going to be a handful tomorrow. He'll want to go out on a high, as long as he doesn't try to sort of.
Well, the Australians will be hoping that the emotions of his last day might make him not bowl as well. I'm pretty sure he'll be pumped and he'll bowl absolutely great. But the Australians, I hope that he has an emotional jerk and it all gets to him and he starts bowling a few nice half volleys. But I don't think that'll happen.
No. We are going to stay on air, and that includes Radio 4 Long Wave. We are until. We see Stuart again. It's a full-length resume of his career being shown on telly at the moment, and that's fine. But it'd be nice to get a chat to him at some stage before we go off air. Let's have the stats, Andy, shall we? The Stuart Broad stats.
Well, he reached 600 wickets in this series. He's currently got 602, so might finish with 612. Who knows? That would be a story, wouldn't it? Averaging 27.6. But we talked about this earlier in the series when he reached 600. The story of the improvement in Stuart Broad over the course of his career. Came in young, very inexperienced, very useful lower order batter, but he struggled in his early tests with the ball. Didn't have a huge amount of impact. Was averaging over 40 after 20 tests, and had that big breakthrough spell here in 2009. The first of his sort of major magic spells for England, and then since then has been really consistently very good. Had a bit of a dip around about 2016 and 17 for a couple of years, but he's had, as he himself said, some of his best years since then, since the start of the New Zealand series in March 2018. He's taken 203 wickets at 24, at an age when most bowlers of previous eras would have been winding down. We've seen similar with Jimmy Anderson. So there's various aspects of his bowling that are quite striking. His record against Australia, 151 wickets, the most by England. Only Glenn and Shane Warne for Australia have taken more in Anglo-Australian cricket. He's taken 8 fifers against Australia, and he's taken 12 6-wicket hauls in his Test career. Only SF Barnes, going way back to the early 20th century, has taken as many for England, and his average in those innings when he's taken 6 or more wickets is extraordinary. I haven't got the stat up at the moment, but I wrote an article about it a while ago, how in his sort of big innings when he took 6 or more wickets, he averaged better than anyone else who'd taken, I think it was 8 or more 6-wicket hauls in their career. So those major innings of his tended to be really spectacular and often match-changing, often series-changing. So he's been a hugely influential player. Started off, as I said, as a really handy lower-order player. One of my favourite stats I've ever found out was about his batting. In his first 25 home tests, he averaged 39 with the bat, which was more than England greats Wally Hammond and Ken Barrington, their first 25 home tests, and it has tailed off significantly since then, and he's become, I think, more of an entertainer, albeit
since he's hit in the face,
less effective. But yeah, I mean, his recent years have been characterised by unbelievable consistency. This year he had 7 tests in a row with 5 or more wickets, which no other England bowler has ever achieved. So, I mean, yes, the stats obviously don't tell the full story, but he's constructed an absolutely extraordinary career.
Andy, how many wickets did you say he's got already in Test cricket? Because I think
602.
I think Sky are showing every single one.
We're up to 2011 so far, so it may be a while before we chat to Stuart.
Yeah, we've only got we've done 200. We've got another 400 to go.
Anyway, well, look, while we're waiting for that, and that is the news, and it's certainly not a moment to be sad. It's a moment to celebrate a great career, and he's certainly chosen his time to do it. And that's great. I must congratulate Molly, because I asked her at tea time about the future. She said, "Oh no, he's in great form. He's going to carry on." She didn't give anything away at all. So well done her.
He might not have told her.
Up to him, didn't she? It's up to him.
Is that what she said? I can't remember. But anyway, it's a perfect setting for Stuart Broad tomorrow, and we'll speak to him at some stage. We're going to carry on till about 7:15, I think, here. So eventually we will have a word with Stuart, who's still chatting away. Right, they've gone back to him anyway, so he could be with us in a moment or two. Let's just go back to the game, shall we? And
I'm just happy. Just one thing. I'm just happy he's not got the bucket hat on. I'm happy he's just got the hair on show. It's not a time for the bucket hat.
No, you couldn't retire in a bucket hat. No. I mean, Australia, I mean, if they just bat, the time that they have to bat, they'll win the game.
Well, I think it's a tall order to chase such a big score, but I said before, I just wonder, with the fact that if the weather's fine, the draw's almost out of the equation, because unless there's going to be a few hours of rain on day 5, which I don't think is the case, and then that draw will come into the equation. Australia might start to dig in and just bat time and bat attritionally. I think when you're chasing 380, which will be around that, England might get 10 or 15 more at max, but they're not going to get too many more. I think Australia know they have to go for it, and they'll have to watch the ball and look to score. I mean, the way that they played yesterday morning was so bad in terms of a negative sense, that this kind of target to win the Ashes, to win the series 3-1, they've got no other option to go out and score runs. They can't think about just surviving. They've got to score runs, so it might actually help them play that little bit better.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt. You're not going to go out there and bat for 2 days and survive a Test match and not worry about scoring runs. If you bat for 2 days and bat with a bit of intent, look to score, turn the scoreboard over, you're going to get the runs.
Yeah.
So, without rain, there's going to be a winner in this game.
Yeah. It's actually a big opportunity. We're talking about retirements over there. I mean, David Warner, if he were to get, not necessarily even a match-winning innings tomorrow, but it's actually a big last innings or potentially last innings, a big final innings of the series. Let's put it that way, Glenn, for him tomorrow. That could answer a few questions.
Well, it will, and it's probably very important for the rest of his career. But then you look at guys like, Warner, Steve Smith, the Australian bowlers. This could be their last game in English soil, in the Ashes. And I think back to 2005 when Varney and his team played incredibly well. They beat the Australian team. As Shane and I walked off, to get to wave to the crowd is still a very special memory. So not only for Stuart Broad and the England team, there's going to be a lot of Australians that this is going to be their last Test match on English soil. So you want to remember it fondly, even if things don't go well, but because it's the Ashes is still the ultimate for an Australian cricketer, as it is for an English.
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting for Stuart Broad has announced his retirement. If he's tuning our way and expecting other programmes, maybe on Radio 4 long wave, but that's the situation here at the Oval. That it's a tantalisingly poised Test match, and England fancying their chances of levelling the series. I think a lot of people, a lot of independents and neutrals would think was probably a fair reflection of the way that the series has gone so far, but they haven't yet declared or been bowled out to set Australia the target they are going to need. But at the moment, they need 378 to win, which is quite a challenging score, but England still have power to add in the form of Broad and Anderson, because they're 9 wickets down. And then Stuart Broad, I'll be honest, has surprised people by coming out and announcing that this match will be his last. He's announced his retirement, but then when things slowly slot into place and you reflect on things that you've seen and heard and look at and stuff, then perhaps it has all been it's been there for us to see. But he's going out on a high. There's absolutely no question about that.
Well, the whispers were doing the rounds this afternoon. I told Adam that. I said, I think something might be happening tonight. I just heard a whisper down the corridor. When you see the length of this montage, someone's made this montage, so he's obviously told someone somehow that something might happen.
I'll say about 3 weeks ago, looking at it.
You don't think they just have it in a bag? They've got one for Jimmy and everyone else, just in case.
Well, I think Jimmy's going to come down the steps in 15 minutes and do a similar thing.
It'll be dark.
I would have thought Jimmy would have come down first if he was going to retire tonight, wouldn't he?
No. Yeah, it's carrying on. Stuart's still on the television talking about it, and it's he's one of those. I always remember Aggers when he first came into the side, and when as a kid he was a batter.
Yes, he was.
I used to think, we've got an all-rounder here, proper all-rounder. So just Freddie Flintoff was struggling with a few injuries. I thought, he could end up batting at 6 and being the new Freddie. After that 100 against Pakistan at Lords, I think he's certainly going to be the new Freddie. And then,
it's a shame that innings was tainted.
Yeah, he played great
by those no balls, because actually they had nothing to do with his innings at all.
No, he played.
But the whole match was tainted.
He played fantastic, but when he first came into the England side, I thought, we've got a real character. Someone that really thinks about the game. He's going to have a long career in Test match cricket. But I never felt that he could do what he's done. I just didn't think his bowling would stand up to the challenges of conditions all the way around the world. But both he and Jimmy Anderson, the skill levels that they've produced over their careers, the different elements of bowling, swing, wobble seam, different angles on the crease, just really working together to find out the best ways to bowl to all the different players. I think they've got great cricket brains. And it just shows you in sport, if you just continuously get better and better, it doesn't matter how good you are or how long you've played, and you have to continue to get better. You can have some longevity, and I always say this, and Glenn and yourself bowlers, I have a huge amount of respect for bowlers. To get up every morning and to continuously run in and to do it year after year, series after series. And a lot of batters don't like me for saying this, but bowlers win you the match. They win you the games. They get you 20 wickets.
Good to hear, isn't it, Aggers?
Yeah.
But you've got to love it. You've got to absolutely love it.
I think it's come to an end.
And Brody does love it, doesn't he?
So all being well, hopefully now, Stuart's putting the headphones on. I can see him in the distance. He's waving in my direction. Well, Stuart, I remember you writing somewhere that you would know the time was up when people up here were calling for you to quit. No one up here has called for you to quit. We're all a bit surprised. What's brought this on?
To be honest, I've been thinking maybe for a couple of weeks about it, and about 8:30 last night, I made the call and made the decision. So it's been a huge privilege and a huge honour to represent both Nottinghamshire and England for such a long period of time, and ultimately something inside of me wanted to finish playing cricket at the top level, and England versus Australia here at the Oval in what's been one of the most entertaining, fun, brilliant Ashes series that I can remember, and certainly what I've played in, seems an appropriate time, to be honest. And I feel like I'm bowling really well. I've still got a lot to give. I still feel like I could carry on, but ultimately I think the decision came down to wanting to finish at the very top, and this just feels like this series has been.
Yeah, and you certainly are. I mean, congratulations on a brilliant career, and you've got the chance tomorrow, with the crowd roaring you on, of doing something really special.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's such a wonderful ground, the Oval. It's held so many brilliant memories for me personally and the team. You often finish the summer here, so we've got a decent score on the board, 380 I think we're at the minute, 370 odd. And we all know that the Oval can probably day 2.5, 3 is probably the best time to bat, and then it can start showing signs of deterioration. So if we freshen up tomorrow as bowlers and come and run in as hard as we can and whack the pitch as often as we can, we've got a great opportunity to create 10 chances.
Yeah. Now, come on, let's take us back, all the way back to when Michael Vaughan, who's sitting alongside me, gave you your England cap. Did you ever imagine you'd end up taking over 600 Test wickets, over 150 against Australia?
No, of course not. It's especially as it took me nearly 35 overs to get me first in Colombo. Vaughan, you could have waited till Wellington or somewhere like that. But it's been an incredible ride. I certainly don't think I'd have got to these sort of heights without my bowling partner Jimmy Anderson. We've spurred each other on for many years and learnt off each other so much. And we keep pushing each other. We've kept sort of improving each other as bowlers, and I owe a huge amount to him, and ultimately I've been so lucky to play with many of the greats of the game for England. I won't even try and list all of them, but a lot of those players that have ended up on lists somewhere, I've been very fortunate enough to share changing rooms with, and ultimately when you're part of an amazing changing room and a really good team, it improves you as a player. And I certainly know I'm not one of the most skillful or best bowlers around, but I know I've got a competitive spirit and an emotion that carries me a long way in Test match cricket, and that's what I've relied on through all these years, really.
Yeah, and that's particularly shown against Australia, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think my emotions have been sky high this series. I've completely. I would never have expected to have played 5 tests against Australia this summer and the Island game with how quickly the test matches came. But I did set myself a challenge to be fit and available for them all. So if the captain needed me, I'd be ready to go. And I feel very proud that I've been able to do that and be there for the captain when he's needed me. And ultimately, I think my emotions of playing in Ashes cricket, my sort of family history of that, and how much I love it and thrive off it is something that's carried me through these 5.5 test matches, 4.5 against Australia. So yeah, I mean I suppose Ashes cricket's the ultimate competitiveness for an English cricketer, and I feel like that's always brought the best out of me.
Yeah. Highlights, I mean there's so many, but Trent Bridge, 8 for 15.
Yeah, hard to look past that one, I think, on my home ground, and family and friends there and stuff. Yeah. And I'll never forget making a cup of tea and having my first sip at 1:45, having won the toss and bowled Australia out, and I think Livy or Cookie hit a beautiful cover drive while I was sipping my tea, and I thought, we've had a pretty good morning there. So yeah, I think there's no doubt that that's been one of my most enjoyable days and test matches, regaining the Ashes on my home turf, the city I was born in. But this series, without doubt, has been spectacular. It's been incredible to be a part of. I think every session you just don't know what's going to happen, so you're on the edge of your seat, and that's the sort of cricket I love. And ultimately, I wanted to leave the playing side of the game loving it. I wanted to leave with great memories and great experiences, and the past 14 months have just been out of this world for me. Being part of Stokesy and Baz's new leadership group and being a part and seeing what they can do to a mindset and a team, and I'll love cricket forever for that.
Yeah. Did this last year feel a bit of a bonus? I mean, you and Jimmy Anderson were dropped.
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly last March there were times where I thought I wouldn't play for England again, and that really hurt me deep down, to be honest. So, to get the opportunity to put on the England shirt again and have the sort of 14 months the team has had, the entertainment they've brought to the country, and to be a part of that, taking wickets and celebrating Test match wins has been a huge pleasure. And I've learned so much about sort of leadership and management from those two in the past 14 months, and I've been part of some fantastic England teams, and but it's lovely knowing that I'm playing my last game of cricket with one of the best of them.
Yeah. What did Jimmy Anderson say when you told him?
What did he say? He was pretty quiet. He sort of said, "Are you joking?" And I was like, "No." I just shook his hand and said, "That's me, mate." And we had a hug, and I think...
When was it? Today?
Today, yeah, this morning. I went to see Stokesy and Baz last night. Again, just shook their hand and said, "Thank you so much. I really appreciate everything you've done for me. But this will be my last game of cricket." And it's always hard. As soon as I opened my mouth to Jimmy, I felt like my voice went a little bit, and I got a bit emotional. But ultimately, we've got a game to win here, an Ashes game to win, to get the series level, which we feel like we're desperate to do. And I want a big part of that, and we can do the sort of reminiscing and celebrating after if we get that job done.
Yeah. Well, we had a lovely chat with your fiancée during tea time, Stuart. She gave nothing away. I've got to give her a due for that. We talked about your future. She gave absolutely nothing away at all. You've got a lovely future ahead of you. Thank you for all the entertainment that you've given us. I hope for a lot more tomorrow, obviously.
Thank you.
And what a chance you have. But Stuart, that's congratulations on a brilliant career.
Thanks, Agus. Thank you.
Well done, Brody.
Yeah.
Cheers, Vaughan.
Outstanding.
Talk soon. Well, there we go. Yeah, it's all a bit... Yeah.
Oh, I like the way he's done it.
Yeah, so do I.
I like the way, last night he just goes and tells the captain and the coach, "That's me, this is the last game of cricket." I'm sure he told Jimmy Anderson last night as well. I'm sure he would have done, but he'll be emotional. He'll have to realise tomorrow morning it's potentially his last day. When it comes, you know yourself, because it's all right now. We're full of adrenaline talking about it, but tomorrow there'll be a time in the field that he'll be looking around and the crowd will be singing his song, and he'll be going, "This is it," and it never gets any better. And he'll have a great media career. He's fantastic at what he does in the media, but the aspects of playing and being in that dressing room, and once you leave it, as much as the England side will invite him back in, it's never quite the same.
No. I wish I'd asked him if he's looking forward to facing his last bouncers tomorrow.
We'll certainly get a couple.
He might play a few shots. Okay, Michael, thank you. There we go. We've stayed on longer just to bring you that interview and the confirmation that Stuart Broad is calling it a day, the end of a brilliant career. 602 wickets so far, but with, 10 up for grabs tomorrow when England finally complete their innings. They're 389 for 9. They lead by 377. So that's where we're going to say goodbye. There's more coverage on this over on 5 Live now, of course. Today at the Test is on BBC Two, BBC iPlayer from 7:25 tonight, or you can watch highlights now on the BBC Sport website and the app, and you can hear the Ashes daily podcast on BBC Sounds, where you'll find our highlights half hour and a really fun interview, our view from the boundary with the actor Stephen Mangan. We really enjoyed that. So we're back on there at 10 o'clock on 5 Sports Extra with Radio 4 Longwave joining at 10:30 from a sunny Oval. Let's hope it's the same tomorrow. We'll say goodbye.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC